West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Check out the BetQL Network, wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
And it's Wierenski. Now Jack Hughes puts it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
Coming in on a Monday, playing celebration for hockey. U.S. Olympic hockey.
America's pastime. That's what I've always called
Yesterday morning it was, man. That was fun as hell yesterday.
Really, I mean, from the women's to the men's over the course of the last 72 hours or so, they both took down Canada, their intracontinental foe, and in improbable fashion in both instances, just they got after it, man.
They did.
It was hockey is such a tense sport. It's, you know what it is? This is why I'm upset sometimes that hockey isn't more popular in America. Just because, and it is very popular in the cities that have a hockey team.
Right.
But other than that, it's just not a nationally popular sport, obviously. But it's got all of the tension of soccer, and yet with the actual action that Americans prefer.
Yeah.
Lots of speed.
Yeah.
Lots of collisions.
Yep.
Lots of physical play. All that stuff that we should prefer, and yet also all that tension of, oh my God, will somebody please score? Could you score a goal, please?
No, well, and they get end to end so fast, and even like in the game yesterday, where penalties are getting killed off, and it's down to like 12 seconds left in the penalty. They're like, all right, they killed this one off, and like, no, they, Canada gets like 2 more shots in. With 12 seconds left in the power play. U.S. wins 2-1 in overtime. Same score, women and men, 2-1 in overtime. And it was really fun, man. It was, and I'm thinking about, coming into the show on a Monday, there's so much stuff that happened this weekend. This was the biggest thing that happened this weekend, and it was really cool. The 46-year anniversary of the Miracle on Ice, I thought that was a nice symbolic parallelism. So it wasn't the 46-year anniversary of winning the gold medal. It was the 46-year anniversary of beating the Russians,
which was the semis.
The semis, yeah. A lot of people think sometimes like that was the gold medal.
Still had to beat Finland, Norway,
Sweden, Finland. One of those up there. Yeah, one of those. Yeah, I think. Yeah, it was either
Finland, wasn't it?
It was. I think it was Finland. It was. Yeah, I don't remember. It was 46 years ago, Seth. I mean, it was. That's a long time. Connor Hellebuck was amazing, the goalie. American hero. Holy cow. Some of the saves he had. Canada was whining after the game. There were players from Canada whining that they were the better team.
Well, yeah. Scoreboard.
Well, yeah. Like, no, you had more. You took more shots.
Right.
Yeah, you had more opportunities.
The U.S. had an incredible goalkeeper. Sorry about it.
And last I checked, he's on the roster. He's a member of the American team.
The goalie, that's the beauty of hockey, is how your goalie can be just an absolute stud and a hero.
Yes.
It's just, sorry. It was really that, was that the whining? Like, but we're the better team.
Yeah, there was whining going on. There was definite whining.
Was that the whining by the Canadian players or Canadian?
There was a Canadian player that said something to that effect. And then obviously on Twitter,
right.
They're coming out of the woodwork.
Not having heard the quote, I'm going to take it in the most negative way possible. And I'm going to say this. Listen, young man, that you being the better team should be an admonishment of yourself.
Yeah.
That should be you saying, oh,
take ownership.
Man, they really got us.
Be accountable.
Yeah.
There were so many cool little sub-storylines to it. Welcome in on a Monday, by the way, everybody. The Hughes family. Jack Hughes, who scored the winning goal, minute 41 into overtime. Hey, by the way, is there a more superfluous or irrelevant graphic to fire up on the screen before overtime than telling us that overtime is a 20-minute period? that will then have 18-minute intermissions in between to resurface the ice when the overtime is a 3-on-3?
Oh, I don't know, not necessarily. Just because people that don't know are gonna.
No, I get it. People don't know the rules. There's no chance of a 3-on-3 overtime going 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That lasted 1:41. Like
that's good without that. But if you didn't know that it was going to be 20 minutes, you'd be like, okay, well, is this 5 minutes? Is this 6 minutes?
I get it. I'm just saying, like, there's zero chance of it going 20 minutes. There's zero chance of it going 4 minutes. Are you
being a hockey snob now? Are you being a hockey snob for like, these people that don't know or understand?
No, this is not something I thought you would push back on.
Listen, no, I think that in general, a lot of broadcasts do a horrible job. Including the NFL is the worst. When they change the overtime rules every couple of years, or when it changes going into the playoffs, they do a horrible job explaining it. So I like everything laid out.
That's fine. I'm just rolling my eyes, going, the chances of this going 20 minutes. There's a better chance of me showing up in Milan and scoring the game-winning goal, jumping out of the rafters and scoring the game-winning goal than this thing going even 5 minutes. 3-on-3. Yeah. You said it yourself after that women's game. The 3-on-3 in overtime is super stressful because every trip down the ice is basically a wide open. Every trip down the ice is like a free throw in basketball almost. Yeah. They're wide open. So
they just like in the NHL, it's a 5-minute overtime, I think. So those obviously are that goes past the overtime a lot.
So the Hughes family. I mean, there's a lot of stuff with this thing, man. So Jack Hughes and his brother Quinn Hughes, Quinn Hughes named best defender in the Olympics. Jack Hughes scores the winning goal. He scores the golden goal in the gold medal game, and they show his parents there. This was Jack Hughes, by the way, after the game was over, his interview with Catherine Tappan on NBC.
This is all about our country right now. I love the USA. I love my teammates. It's unbelievable. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong, and we have so much support from ex-players. I'm so proud to be American today. This
was such an incredible game to grind out. I mean, you're bleeding right through it just looking at you right now. Can you just talk about how difficult this gold medal was to win?
Unbelievable game by Hellebuck. He was our best player tonight by a mile. Unbelievable game. Unreal game by our team. That's just a ballsy, gutsy win. That's American hockey right there. That's a great Canadian team, but we're USA. We're so proud to be Americans. Tonight was all for the country.
I can't. They showed the Hughes parents. They've got 3 kids in the NHL. 2 of them playing for the Olympic team. I can't imagine it gets any better than watching your 2 sons, especially considering hockey. And I don't know if you played hockey or if you grew up around hockey, Seth. I grew up in a town where hockey was big. I didn't play.
It's a commitment for the
parents. It's a huge commitment. It's a huge.
You're on the ice at 4:30 a.m.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. It's a time commitment. Nowadays, I'm sure it's a travel commitment. In fact, they talked about Hellebuck during the broadcast that his parents could only afford to have one of the 2 siblings play travel hockey, and he was not the one they paid for. Like, so he had to. I said the same. I laughed too when they said that to Amy. I'm like, can you imagine being the son that doesn't get the resources thrown at?
His parents are horrible scouts. Or is his other brother an NHL player?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
You're a horrible. That's what the interviewer should have said. You're a horrible judge of talent.
Yeah. I made it real easy on my parents. My younger brother was clearly the better athlete. So, but I just looking at the Hughes parents, I'm like, God, does it get any better than watching your 2 sons get a gold medal in the Olympics, and they both were elite performers throughout the tournament?
And it's better. It's even better when your son loses a couple of teeth before he hits that goal too. So like that, there can't be a better, more quintessential hockey moment than losing a couple teeth, taking a stick to the face, and then scoring the game-winning goal.
Yeah. And he's just smiling afterwards, like just this big toothless smile, man. So that was cool. The Johnny Gaudreau angle to this too. That was a story I had seen but hadn't really internalized, kind of like you were talking about. Like, we don't live in a hockey city, so any hockey story just doesn't hit quite as hard here as it does maybe in cities that either he played in or played against and things like that. But, man, when they skated out there, and for those who don't know, Johnny Gaudreau and his brother were both killed by a drunk driver the day before their sister was getting married. They were just out riding bikes, and they got killed by a drunk driver like a year ago, so like within the last year. And he was on the national team. He was Johnny Hockey was his nickname. Like, he was a big part of this team. So afterwards, they were skating around with his sweater, and they skated when they took the team picture with their gold medals in the middle of the ice. They skated his 2 little kids out there to take the picture. There was so much stuff that happened yesterday, Seth, that you don't have to really follow hockey, and you're watching that game, whether it's the nationalist aspect of it, the patriotic aspect of it, or the tearjerker part of it with the Johnny Gaudreau angle. The fact that it was Canada on the other side, and we got to make fun of Canada on social media, that was kind of childish and fun too. So that's a byproduct in 2020. We didn't get to do that with Finland and multiple people texting in. It was Finland they beat back in 1980 in the gold medal game. It was cool, man. It was I just at the end of that whole thing, started at 7:10 in the morning here. It ended at about 10:30. I'm like, man, that was a morning well spent. That was a whole lot of fun watching that.
That was, I think the climactic nature of it, too, being the end of the Olympics and everything else. This was a fun Olympics this year. Mm-hmm. This is probably the most time I've spent watching the Winter Olympics in a long time. Maybe it was just the timing of how it all worked out.
Yeah.
Maybe it was me and my growing discontent with the Rockets that I'm grudge watching the Rockets at any various time. It's nice to be able to switch over and watch a feel-good story about a bobsledder from Omaha.
I think it was, what I think helps with that is that it's overseas. So there's a lot of stuff that's on at a time of day where you're not normally sports watching.
What are you? What are you? You had made a point about Portnoy, Dave Portnoy.
Oh well, afterwards I was so excited.
Yeah.
I was so excited about winning the gold, about the U.S. winning the gold, and this is awesome, and it makes me feel that good to be an American, all that kind of stuff. And then you go to Twitter to see what people are talking about, like at least I do. And then there's Portnoy running around his living room doing this.
I told you, Canada's got nothing. They got nothing. They got nothing. Those curling, take the curling gold medal. You got nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing. USA, USA. You got nothing. You got nothing. USA.
Okay, we get it. You got it. Yeah. Then I realized that I am on the same team as that guy. That's what I realized. I'm like, oh, yeah, he's happy, too.
You're on the same team as that guy. Brandy and I had this conversation late yesterday morning, Sean, about, how exciting the Olympics are. And we had seen on social media how excited you were about the hockey team. Mm-hmm. And I wondered if it softened your stance on the World Baseball Classic.
That's a good question, Seth. I'm glad you brought that up. It actually had me rethinking it.
Yeah.
It did have me rethinking it because, look, I'm watching these Americans skate around on the ice celebrating. I myself am celebrating in my living room. And I asked myself, boy, am I the hockey version of the people that come after me, largely people that root for countries or at least stick up for countries that are in the Latin American part of the world, saying, hey, it means a lot to these guys, or in the case, sometimes first person means a lot to my country, that kind of thing.
It means a lot to Bad Bunny.
It means a lot to Bad Bunny. It does.
Tried to pay for Carlos Correa's insurance.
He put it
with a ratchety insurance
with
company.
Some outlet
that never pays out.
Like Geico spelled backwards or something like that. Yeah. So it did have me rethinking it. I'm going, okay, so the patriotism that I'm feeling right now, this evidently is the patriotism that people feel about their teams in the World Baseball Classic. And think about too, with hockey, very physical and tough sport. Yeah.
That these are NHL players playing in,
right?
And you see whether it's Sam Hughes or any of the other guys there, it matters to them.
It matters to them. So it had me rethinking my, I guess, dismissiveness, I'll call it, of the World Baseball Classic patriotism, because I've been pretty staunch. Yes, it had me rethinking it. Now, that said, I'd rather Jeremy Pena not play for the Dominican Republic in the World Baseball Classic. So it doesn't have me going, okay, this is fine, go ahead and play. I still would rather Jeremy Pena not be playing in the World Baseball Classic.
The difference is, obviously, the Olympics has a much longer history. Going back to your days as a young Greek child in ancient Greece,
right?
When all you dreamed of in your little village was being
a Greco-Roman wrestler.
Yeah, taking over the sheep farm and becoming a Greco-Roman wrestler in the Olympics at some point.
Yep. It doesn't change my stance on wanting Astros to play in the World Baseball Classic, but it does make me more understanding of the point of view of the people that do want him playing for the Dominican Republic. So, yes, yeah.
I'm stuck on this image of young Sean Pendergast smoking a cigar.
Oh, yeah.
Looking at a stone tablet with the Racing Report as your
the toga.
And your toga.
Yeah. A little fern behind my ear.
Your dad's yelling at you because you haven't
in Greek.
You let like 8 sheep get away that morning already.
In Greek, yes. So that was really cool yesterday. Say all that to say it was really cool. It was a million times cooler than the Rockets, who blew an 18-point lead on Saturday night. Man, I sat down and watched end-to-end all this stuff this weekend. I did not move from the couch. And this Rockets game, in the third quarter, I'm going, this is going to be the best win of the year.
Yeah.
And then by the end of the game, I'm like, this is the worst loss of the year.
And then we didn't need this deluge of just how inept the Rockets have. All these stats about how inept the Rockets have been in the fourth quarter of games.
Oh, we didn't?
How many? No, we did.
You want me to recite them?
We got this deluge this weekend. I felt like it was something you already knew, but for whatever reason, everybody really just were dropping it all. I couldn't. My whole timeline was, hey, did you know the Rockets were this bad in the fourth quarter in terms of turnovers?
Yep.
Did you know they were this bad in the fourth quarter in terms of blowing double-digit leads?
I'm glad you brought that up because there was a lot, and it's all falling on Ime Udoka. This is far and away the lowest that Ime Udoka's approval rating has been with the fan base right now. Easily.
They've blown 4 double-digit fourth-quarter leads this season.
Yeah.
This game, they were 5 of 18 shooting in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
They had 9 turnovers in the final quarter.
Yep.
They are, when we talk about, we know they're bad with turnovers. They're 29th in clutch turnover rate.
Yep.
So whatever the hell that means.
They've given up. Those are the big things. Because, right, if you go to social media, you'll find any number of posts that frame the Rockets and really Ime Udoka going back to his Celtics days, the inability to close out games. There's one that the Steven Adams stats account put out, and I think that's the one where you're pulling some of these turnover, clutch. It's all clutch time stats, less than 5 minutes to go in close games. The biggest one to me, they are last in the league in opponent points off of turnovers in the last 5 minutes of games like this.
Yeah.
Their lack of a real point guard is a problem that is getting worse, not better, as the season goes on.
The one thing about this is obviously Steven Adams we knew was going to be a big hit to the team, and yet even there's almost a part where you don't want to admit that an aging center can perhaps be that big of a hit to the team. But when this is a team that's built on offensive rebounds and second chance opportunities and everything, it's huge.
Yeah.
And the part from a team building perspective that's frustrating is, all right, if we look at this team right now and say, why are they not the championship caliber team we expected? You can look at Fred VanVleet and you can look at Steven Adams.
Yeah.
And then obviously the youth of the core and everything else around that. But how good of a team were you really if the loss of Fred VanVleet is what has really turned you into a mediocre team over the last 2 months, or that the loss of Steven Adams is what completely took you out of it?
Yeah.
There's other teams out there that need to lose one of their superstars to not be a championship caliber team.
Yeah.
And if obviously it would help to have a genuine point guard in there, but if Şengün had taken another big step forward in his development, if he wasn't one of the guys that was also looking lost and indecisive in turning the ball over in the fourth quarter, then it wouldn't hurt as much. We wouldn't be having these discussions about Fred VanVleet.
We'll get back to the Rockets a little later on in the hour for sure. Also, the Astros. We had baseball on television over the weekend, and I've got some early observations from the Astros, and how are things looking with Tatsuya Imai early on with his teammates and the biggest X factor the Astros this season. We'll get to all of that coming up next. Welcome in on a Monday. Stay there.
It's that time of year again. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Hope you had a great weekend. So Seth, I mentioned it. This was probably my biggest sit down, watch from beginning to end weekend with stuff. We mentioned the Rockets. We'll get back to the Rockets. We mentioned the Olympic gold medal game. We'll certainly touch on that again because that was a lot of fun. I enjoyed having the Astros back on my television on Saturday.
I enjoyed having that in-depth Astros talk radio show that was playing while the background of a baseball game was
That was kind of what it was. That's true.
Yeah. There was. I get frustrated. Sometimes during an actual regular season game when they're interviewing the promotions person or whatever, or anything, I get a little bit frustrated with that sometimes. And I had to keep reminding myself, okay, yes, ultimately this is a bunch of Astros prospects playing against a bunch of Nationals prospects, and I got to just settle the hell down. I don't need commentary on every Colton Gordon pitch.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
No. I don't think you do. Yeah. So I'll listen to Joe Espada talk about how they're going to handle the new ABS challenge system, and Dana Brown talking about they still might have another trade going and things like that.
That was a frustrating thing. They were interviewing Joe Espada, and it was a good interview. I liked everything about it. But at the same time, there was a lot of activity on the base paths in that inning. There was a stolen second base. There was a throw out at third. There was a lot going on.
They scored. That was the one inning they scored in that game. They lost 2-1. So my observations in this, just a few observations. Zach Cole, who batted leadoff for the Astros, got on base, walked, I believe. The Astros had 11 walks and managed to turn that into 1 run. So Astros baseball is definitely back. I mean, they're in mid-season form.
It was, yeah.
A lot of
power.
No, we got a lot of walks and a lot of guys left on base. Zach Cole, the first guy to get on base for the entire spring training, getting thrown out by 15 feet at third base, made me feel like, oh yeah, Astros baseball is back, baby.
I was all right with that because it was, they're encouraging aggressive base running and everything. Yeah. And that was a hell of a throw from right field.
Pinckney, yeah.
Yeah, Pinckney. He gunned him down.
That guy's a monster. He's a big dude. Yeah, that was a nice throw. Okay, this is probably, if I'm going to take one play out of this spring training game and attach emotion to it, Bryce Matthews at the end of, the second or third inning, it was early in the game, making a diving play, like a really nice diving play at second base to save a run, was super depressing because I know what's coming in the regular season at second base defensively.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not Bryce Matthews, and it's not him diving to, it's whoever's playing there most of the time is not going to be diving to his left, stretching out, and making plays like he made. This is my way of saying Jose Altuve is going to be the one playing second base. So seeing a Gold Glove caliber play at second base in spring training was like, oh, that's right. Now,
if you're trying to keep the balance sheet at least just to make yourself feel better psychologically.
Oh yeah.
Look, I said before that right now they've got 3 Jake Marisniks in the outfield, which might be a little bit of an insult both to Jake Marisnik and Jake Myers. But the sum total of it all is, all right, you've got some good defensive players out there potentially. Mm-hmm. Jake Myers and Cam Smith, very good defensively. Zach Cole has all the ability in the world to be very good defensively. So when it is those 3 guys out there, if that's what it ends up being, okay, maybe they make up for a good chunk of whatever you miss with Jose Altuve.
No, that's fine. And Altuve's obviously in a different universe than Bryce Matthews offensively. I get that. It's just seeing that one play, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That's not happening in the regular season. They left the bases loaded in the third, just like old times. It was interesting though. This was the first game that we're getting in 2026 with the ABS challenge system. I know they experimented with it in spring training last year. You and I were at a game where the Astros used their challenges almost immediately in that game. It felt like just to see how the system worked, they were giving the system a test drive or whatever. I thought what was really interesting about that game on Saturday was that Zach DeZenzo was up with the bases loaded and 1 out, and he gets like a 3-1 count. And there's a pitch that is a marginal pitch on the inside part of the plate. And I thought, I don't know if it was Callis or Blum, one of them, brought up the fact that, man, a little like making challenges in the NFL where sometimes there's a lesser chance of you winning the challenge, but it's a high enough leverage situation to where the chances that, even if you only feel like you got a 40% chance of winning it, well, the upside is the bases are loaded. If you win that challenge with 3 balls,
right,
you win that challenge, a run comes home. So I thought that was interesting because I'd not thought about the strategy behind it, like as to when to use it.
And
sometimes
that's the really interesting part about it, though, is that it's also you're not allowed to look to the dugout to make the decision.
Yeah,
or
it's on
anything.
DeZenzo.
So
in that
it's
moment.
on the player. So there's 2 parts about that. On the one hand, DeZenzo's a younger player, just trying to make the squad. You don't necessarily want to have his head filled up with strategic instructions before he goes out to his at-bat. But on the other hand, as a younger guy, he's already had experience with the pitch challenge system in the minor leagues. So ideally, maybe if it were, in the regular season and he were a full-time player or something, that's exactly what he would have done in that moment. I'm not trying to get all worked up about a strategic decision in a meaningless spring training game, but it is a little bit of a foreshadowing maybe of, man, these are the stuff. If the Astros are going to screw up with base running errors, if the Astros are going to have poor judgment at the plate, let's also not also be bad at our challenges.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm not upset at all about the way the game play. It was more a me thing. Like, I hadn't even thought about that there might be instances that you wouldn't challenge it if it was bases empty 3-1 and it was that pitch. But if it's bases loaded and it's 3-1, use a challenge there.
That's exactly the time to use it.
Yeah. So I haven't thought about that.
Third inning, if you're going to play this like a normal regular season game, the hazardous part is that once you miss on 2 challenges, you don't get any more.
You don't get any more. And I think I think in the regular season there'd be a lot more that goes into it. Like if that's skewball pitching and you got the bases loaded and that happens, you hell yes use a challenge because this might be your only look at getting a run home, that kind of thing. Like there's a lot of I think it's really interesting. There's a lot of wrinkles as to when and to when not use the challenges. I didn't hear Espada answer this directly, or even if he was asked about it when they were talking about the challenge system. But I wonder if there's guys like, for example, if Bregman were on the team. Bregman would have carte blanche with me to use the challenge if he felt it should be used.
Right.
Whereas Jose Altuve would have a shock collar on. The second his arm got near his helmet, it goes.
Altuve will be the first to get one of those penalties that you used to get in the NFL when a coach throws a challenge flag when he's not allowed to use the
Jim
challenge
Schwartz.
flag. The Jim Schwartz, that's
Jim
right.
Schwartz, yeah.
The Jim Schwartz versus the Texans dynamic. That Altuve might challenge it like in whatever situation where he's not allowed to challenge it.
Yeah, it's
whatever the equivalent of not tagging second is.
Well, the other thing I saw too, Seth, about this is that the Astros lost their second game of spring training yesterday, 6-5. To the game I'm referring to in all these bullet points. So there's the one on Saturday that they played the Nationals. They played the Cardinals yesterday. They lost 6-5, and the final batter, I don't know if he struck out to end the game or whatever, but I guess it was a marginal pitch, and he must have struck out. And people were making the point, like, you still had a challenge left. You may as well use it.
Yeah.
You may as well just, smoke them if you got them kind of thing. You may as well use it, and if you lose it, then you're still losing the game anyways.
Yeah.
So we may see some very anticlimactic things happen at the end of games this year where teams that still have a challenge left over, if it's a close pitch, are using it just to go ahead and we may as well use it.
Well, I'll tell you, you'd say it's anticlimactic, but it's not a big waiting period like it is in the NFL. It's a very, very quick process.
Yeah,
it's a few seconds, and then they display it up on the scoreboard, whether it was as it should be, because it's a computer making the decision.
That's the other thing, too, is that even the broadcast is trying to get into regular season form.
Yeah.
The Cesar Salazar challenged a ball strike call from the catcher's position, challenged it, was successful, and you could tell, like, Callis and Blum were like, here we go. This is what the challenge process looks like.
Yeah.
And they had a graphic up on the screen, and clearly the graphic should have eventually turned into something that says ball or strike. And it was just frozen, and it didn't do anything. And eventually, you just hear the umpire on the PA mic go, "The pitch has been overturned to a strike."
Yes.
And Callis and Blum are like, "Well, this will be a lot better when we get this graphic thing."
That's why it's
here.
good that they're doing some of the spring training. They do 10 spring training games. They've got 10 chances to get it right.
That's it.
The other big one is just I had read this, but then Blum reaffirmed it yesterday. That for the most part, pitchers are trusting their catchers to make the decision. You don't necessarily want pitchers who don't have as good a vantage point and also might have their emotion a little bit more involved in it.
Yeah.
That you don't which pitchers are you Which pitchers would you trust most to actually make the challenge?
Well, Fromber would have been the Altuve in this analogy for
Fromber
sure.
would not be allowed to make
for
any
sure, but he's not here anymore. I think I trust Hunter Brown.
Yeah.
In that situation, seems pretty level-headed, pretty even-keeled. Do I trust Imai? Imai thus far has come across as a guy who's a lot of fun, for one thing.
Yeah.
But we haven't seen him
pitch.
Very
excitable.
Very
excitable.
excitable.
He's very demonstrative.
Yeah.
But we don't know yet whether it's like in a super aggressive way when he's pitching or anything.
Yeah. Did you see that Taylor Trammell was really impressed with Tatsuya
yes.
Imai's?
It's the most excited I've ever gotten by a Taylor Trammell quote.
Splitter,
in my long history of getting excited about Taylor Trammell quotes.
This is Brian McTaggart. Taylor Trammell and his 78 career OPS plus.
Mm-hmm.
Taylor Trammell on Imai Splitter. Be honest with you, I played this game for 24 years now, 11 professionally. I've never seen a pitch like that before in my life.
Talking about a splitter. That's right, baby.
The Imai Splitter, baby. Yeah, here was...
Spada said his... what was he talking about? Oh, he was talking about his slider, I think, because just doesn't break the way most people's do. He's got... it sounds like he's got some very unique pitch shapes.
Yeah, it sounds like he's gonna be going against competition later on this week, so that'll be fun to watch. Here, real quick, here's Brian McTaggart on Imai.
His stuff looks electric, and that's what we heard, right? That he has electric stuff. So I think the Astros are still working him slowly, trying to get a feel of what his routine is going to be. So have not seen him face hitters yet, but that's going to be probably coming up here, I guess, maybe in the next week, and then maybe into games shortly after that. But so far, it looks like he's positive energy in the clubhouse, and a guy that looks like he's pretty comfortable so far, trying to get his feet wet here in a new culture and with a new team.
Very anxious to watch some spring training ball with Imai later this week.
And that was obviously before he had taken his live BP versus all those guys. Altuve, he got Altuve at one point just kind of laughed and shook his head because he just again didn't expect what he saw from Imai. They're still getting used to all of his pitches.
I'm excited about Imai, man, for sure. All right, headlines coming up next. We'll hit that Olympic hockey gold for sure. We'll hit the disgusting, gross loss by the Rockets on Saturday, and we got some NFL news that we'll get to as well. That's in headlines coming up next, but first, Prize Picks. Football season is over. The good news, basketball.
fan. Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes pokes it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
Kenny Albert on the call on NBC, the United States men's hockey team. As Kenny Albert just said, for the first time since 1980, taking home the gold medal. Back then it was all amateurs. Now it's pros. Still a whole lot of fun. Jack Hughes. And you listen to the beginning of that highlight. Jack Hughes was the one who made the play at center ice to get that play started. He kind of poked the puck free, and then he was on the receiving end of the assist there to knock home that game-winning goal, and the U.S. wins 2-1 in overtime. Jack Hughes with the game-winning goal. His brother, Quinn Hughes, named Most Outstanding Defensive Player. Good Sunday morning here in the United States, Sunday afternoon in Italy for the Hughes family. That was a fun Sunday morning, time well spent yesterday, Seth.
Yeah, that was, and then for hockey in general, it was a big week because I got an excited text from my brother on was it Thursday when the women won the gold in hockey versus Canada as well. And then yesterday's game was just nail-biting intense, overtime, and you got play from your goalie that was just astoundingly awesome.
Yeah.
Helbig was just a huge hero in that game. Same way, though, the women's hockey team had only allowed 2 goals the entire tournament. Frankel's their goalie. So that's there's something about hockey is one of those sports that, as you pointed to earlier, it's such a time commitment by the families and everything, and it's such a brutally tough sport, not just because of the actual collisions or anything, but just because of the conditioning and the misery of getting up at 4 a.m. when it's cold outside and going to get your ice time and everything. It's cool to see how the families celebrate with those guys too.
So I started, definitely. So I started thinking about this. I would imagine the women and the men that we're going to start to see some of these players pop up on the late night TV circuit once they're back in stateside here, once they're back home. If I were booking a late night like the Jimmy Kimmel show or the Jimmy Fallon, the Tonight Show or whatever, and I'm booking Jack Hughes, I make it imperative that he not have fake teeth yet, right? Like
I would imagine
he's coming in with all the teeth, the lower tooth chipped and the upper two missing. He's got to come in with that, right?
Yeah, I think it's a necessity.
Trademark. Yeah.
He almost, I don't know, were both of the teeth that he lost both his natural teeth? Because he said he'd lost teeth before.
Yeah, I don't know the whole situation. Now,
it was bleeding, so it was whatever it was, whether it was a permanent one or even if it was an artificial one, it was definitely like a posted one.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just as simple as losing your dentures.
No, and it was a thwack to the face too. Yeah. That high stick. I mean, it hit him flush in the mouth. So the men win Olympic gold. That's good news. The Rockets over the weekend, not great news. Bad loss to the Knicks on Saturday. The Rockets were up 18 points in the fourth quarter of this game, and they lost 108-106. We'll get into this more a little later in the show. There was so much here. Obviously, the absence of Fred VanVleet and the absence of Steven Adams are a big deal to this team. It now feels like to me, Seth, that this is starting to land on Ime Udoka's front lawn more than any time in his tenure as Rockets head coach. His approval rating is as low as it's been as the head coach of the Rockets because of some weird rotations. It seems like went away defensively from whatever strategy they were using on Jalen Brunson that worked to a T for 3 quarters, and all of a sudden they're throwing one defender at him, and Jalen Brunson is doing what he does, knocking down a bunch of mid-range shots. Jalen Brunson was sensational in the fourth quarter of this game. The big criticism that I saw from Saturday was, what the hell is Dorian Finney-Smith doing getting 21 minutes, and why is Reed Sheppard on the bench in the crunch moments of this game? Because your offense, Reed Sheppard's not a great point guard option.
Right.
But you don't have great point guard options right now. On that night, the offense was running the best with him in the game.
And look, you're going to get to the playoffs. You're going to be in the playoffs. The only thing you can do now to really make that fourth quarter offense better is to have your point guard out there actually getting the ball moving. It just doing more than just settling into isolation ball in the fourth quarter and looking like a completely different offense. They've got to get to work on this. You can't just get out there and expect that versus good teams like the Knicks, things are just going to keep cruising along on into the fourth quarter.
Yep.
And the other big part about this weekend, or going back to the game on Friday also, Thursday, would be that, all right, people wanted to see, is there any kind of fallout from the Kevin Durant Twitter issue, his burner account and all of that? And after Thursday's game, you say, hey, look, Durant played great, team looks good, whatever, no big deal. Through 3 quarters of this game, I think you would say the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, no issues here whatsoever.
Yeah, even more so.
You get in the fourth quarter and they fall apart, but this is what they've been doing all season long. So there's no part of me that thinks that the fallout from the Twitter stuff is actually an issue right now.
No.
It's just the actual stuff that's plagued this team all season long, or at least for the last couple months. That was their pre-Burnergate, and it's their post-Burnergate.
It is. For what it's worth, Kevin Durant laid off 3 writers from his boardroom brand over the weekend. The first report was that he pretty much cut everybody. He made it sound like he was shutting the company down.
And it was very the report I saw made it sound like he was firing his social media team.
Yeah.
As if this was somehow him blaming them for his burner accounts potentially or allegedly being exposed.
And I don't even know how many of our listeners know that Kevin Durant has this boardroom brand that's got podcasts and things like that.
I thought he was on I didn't know he owned it. I knew that he was on these boardroom shows and stuff. I didn't know it was him.
Yeah, him and Rich Kleiman, who's his business partner.
So I think this is a story that's likely less about his burner account and more about AI replacing these writers.
Maybe, yeah. But it's the initial reports made it sound like a bloodletting. The corrections, which ironically were by the same guy that reported the bloodletting, was that they're letting 3 writers go. So there's that. NFL Combine begins this week. Nick Caserio is going to meet with the media tomorrow at 11 a.m. local time. I would imagine that we'll be carrying that on Sports Radio 610. At the very least, we'll have all the cuts and everything important that Nick has to say throughout Tuesday and I would imagine Wednesday on the show.
This is fun because we'll hear some questions from people who haven't had a chance to ask him about CJ yet.
Yeah.
From a different angle, different people that haven't, are just going to be curious about things.
Yep. Sad news in the NFL. Rondale Moore, wide receiver, Cardinals, late of the Vikings, passes away at age 25. It sounds like he took his own life. Really sad news. Rondale Moore, a teammate of J.J. Watt at one time.
Yeah, and we'll play some audio later in the show of J.J. interacting with him. The sad thing about Rondale Moore is that all the reports have always been, or in the articles I've read, he was a very serious young man, didn't want any kind of publicity or anything, and then he's had a couple of rough years where he didn't play at all. This last year, it was after he got injured on a kick or a punt return against the Texans in the preseason. He was playing for the Vikings.
Yeah.
And didn't play for the second consecutive year, didn't take any snaps. And, I'm sure more details will emerge, but a sad story.
Sad story for sure. All right, I do want to get to some Texan stuff. We'll definitely circle back to the Olympic hockey team. We'll do that in Acknowledge Me, obviously. There was a signing that took place over the weekend. You can cross one name off for the Texans. What does it mean for other names they might be pursuing? Also, what does the C.J. Stroud trade chatter sound like from the other side? We talked about it from the Houston side. What does it sound like from the other side of one particular fan base? We will get to that in the 7 o'clock hour. Acknowledge Me at 7:20 coming up. Stay there.
So... West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. Nice to be with you. Hope you had a great weekend. The United States had a great weekend. We won gold. We won gold. First person.
The Texans finished, the USA finished second in the medal count.
Yes.
They finished second for gold medals and second for total medals.
Behind Norway, I think.
Norway.
Yeah. Yep.
Which, it's impressive by Norway because I'm guessing they have about 10% as many people as we do, if that.
Yeah.
And yet, they grow up with a ski pole in their hands.
Right. No, I feel like Norway's like the size of like Maryland or something like that.
It is. It's 5 million.
Yeah. It's
wow.
Yeah.
That's impressive by Norway.
It's the size of Houston.
I don't care that their only sports are the winter sports, by and large.
That's impressive.
It's still impressive. Yeah.
Now, I have always felt like if you win hockey, you should get a gold medal for every guy on the team.
Yeah.
We should have gotten the winning yesterday should have given the U.S. 23 gold medals in the medal count.
That is true.
Then we destroy everybody.
That is a time-tested strategy for a lot of for the teams, for the countries that really want to try to prop up their national pride. You focus on all the individual sports because especially if you're pumping a bunch of money into it, that's the best way to rack up the medal count.
Yep.
Us, it's like, look, listen, we're gonna do what we do, okay? Well, we're not too concerned about whether you try to make yourself think you're better than us because of your medal count.
That's right.
Although I would point out that we're better than all but one nation in the world when it comes to
the medal count. Well, how do you think? And we'll get to the Texans here in a second. How do you think they're feeling in Canada today that the United States beat them in their national sport in both women and men?
Usually, what'll happen is they'll bring up that population thing. They'll say, "Well, you're a country of 300 million, and we got 30 million or something," and which is cool. You let them have that. You don't point out how few of our actual youngsters play hockey or anything.
Yep.
Whereas in Canada, and this is a fact. If you don't play hockey as a youth, they arrest you.
Juvie.
And in Saskatchewan, they got a big.
You go to juvie.
The non-hockey players, and they enlist them in the Marines.
Sounds fair. Yeah, that sounds in the Marines.
They enlist them in the Canadian Marines at the age of 14.
That sounds fair. That's how you get good at hockey. But we're better. That's the thing. We're just better. The United States. All right. So cross off Javonte Williams on the free agent running back list for the Texans. We didn't get to this in headlines.
Because he's stupid?
We'll get to it here. No.
Oh.
It's the Cowboys signed it. Now, I don't know. I just know that he's under contract now. I don't know what the intelligence level is or anything like that. He re-signs with the Cowboys 3 years. I think this is the important part if you're a Texan fan. It's not that Javonte Williams isn't available because there are other guys available. He had a really good season last year. Definite prove-it season. He had signed a 1-year, $3 million deal with the Cowboys. Cowboys bringing him back 3 years, $24 million, $16 million guaranteed. That is a sandbox that the Texans should be able to play in when it comes to signing a veteran running back if that's the route that they choose.
That looks like a Nick Caserio type of contract, too, with a boatload of guaranteed money. On a shorter deal. Running backs don't get longer-term deals to begin with. But I think by virtue of what they did a couple years ago with Joe Mixon, they were very aggressive in going out and getting a running back. They couldn't get Derrick Henry or Saquon Barkley, but they went out and got a top 5 running back that offseason by way of trading for Joe Mixon and then extending his contract.
On a deal that looks almost identical to that one.
Yeah.
His deal, I think, was 3 years, $27 million, and he had 2 of the years guaranteed.
I mean, this is it. Depending on a few of these guys will be made franchise tagged or transition tagged or what have you. But, I mean, there's a lot of running backs out there that I would not turn my nose up at. Kenneth Walker and Breece Hall, Travis Etienne are probably the biggest names. But there's a lot of bona fide. There's Rico Dowdle. There's Tyler Algier. What's he look like if he – Tyler Algier might be in that sweet spot of he's been playing in the shadow of Bijan Robinson. If he can go somewhere else and be more of a prominent role, then does he continue that same level of performance with extra carries?
Yeah.
The Texans got him. I don't know if the carries would even have to go up all that much. It would be him and Woody Marks and possibly Jawar Jordan and whomever else had a tag team in it. So that Algier, I wouldn't be surprised if that's more the price range that the Texans are looking at.
Yeah, the names you just rattled off. If I'm looking at those names, again, Javonte Williams gets 3 years, $24 million, $16 million guaranteed. So let's just keep it simple for purposes of radio conversation and say he's getting $8 million a year. And if I had to guess, the ones that you just named, I would say Kenneth Walker is going to get more than that. Because if you recall, 2 years ago when it was a really, really star-studded class, Saquon Barkley got $13 million a year. Now Saquon's getting almost $20 million a year because he was an offensive player of the year. They extended him. Yeah. But when he was a free agent like these guys are, he got $13 million. Josh Jacobs got $12 million. I feel like Kenneth Walker III, Breece Hall, I'll throw Travis Etienne in there as well. I feel like those guys are probably going to be a little pricier than Javonte Williams just because of injury history, if nothing else. Javonte Williams, up until this past year, the Cowboys had a wicked injury history. But I feel like they're not going to get as much as the Stars were getting a couple years ago. I like around $9-10 million a year for Walker, Hall, and Etienne feels about right. And I wonder, okay, so is that something that Nick Caserio is interested in? The Rico Dowdle, even though Rico Dowdle had some big games this year for the Carolina Panthers, I don't think he's got the long track record that those other guys do.
Yeah.
Algier, same thing. Like you said, Algier, Algier, Atlanta saw fit to draft a running back in the first round with Algier on the roster. So that kind of granted it's Bijan Robinson, but that kind of indicates where he falls in this whole thing. So to me, it comes down to, I think for sure Nick Caserio is going to be kicking tires on all of these guys. It's just a question of what aisle do they want to shop in, Seth, and B, how do they feel about the draft class and their ability with their draft capital to get a young running back who they feel can impact the team the same way these guys do. Because whatever you're drafting at running back, if that's the route you choose to go, that person has to be a contributor right away.
Right.
They have to be. It's not negotiable.
And if you're, you don't want to go into the draft feeling like you have to draft a running back.
True.
If they don't sign one of these guys, you enter the draft in that precarious position of, all right, we've got to draft this player if we actually want to have a competent football team, or at least we really should. And then that hamstrings you in terms of your ability to take best player available. I'm just looking at one ranking of free agent running backs right now, just by way of loose comparison, Nick Chubb is ranked 16th out of those guys. And I would say, almost every guy I look at on this list is somebody that I would feel better about headed into the season than with Nick Chubb.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb, I really respect the way he operated this year. He's coming back from that brutal knee injury a couple years ago. He's up in age. There's only so much he's going to do.
Yeah.
But if you had to ask me, okay, would you prefer Nick Chubb or Rico Dowdle, Tyler Algier, Najee Harris is a tricky one, J.K. Dobbins, like those are, yes, there's upgrades to be had, and then you can still draft a running back.
Yeah, they're higher ceilings than this version of Nick Chubb for sure. Now, this Javonte Williams signing, Seth, was an important step in the Sean Pendergast pipe dream of Jeremiah Love falling to a place in the draft that Nick Caserio could feasibly move up and get him, because I think you and I were both in agreement on this on Friday last week. The mock draft injection we did, I think it was Charles Davis, had Jeremiah Love dropping all the way to 18th. And you and I were like, well, Jerry Jones is not going to let that happen at 12 if Jeremiah Love's sitting there at 12. I would say signing Javonte Williams makes it far less likely that happens. So that's good.
Oh, that's a good, yes.
That's good.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
That is good.
I have to keep caution myself when I think about what I want the Texans to draft, is that we haven't had free agency yet.
Yeah.
But also in looking at the draft, a lot of these teams that you're worried about are kind of taking care of their business.
They might be. That's good. Word on the street is the Packers are going to be cutting Edgerton Jenkins, their former guard, most recently center, veteran guy. He's set to make $18 million next year.
Mm-hmm.
The reason I'm bringing this up is, A, the Texans have a need at interior offensive line. B, Jenkins was a much better guard than he was a center. He wasn't a bad center, but he was a pretty good guard. He's older. C, we know that when teams are getting ready to cut guys, we've seen Nick Caserio say, hey, here's a 7th-round pick. We'll take on his $18 million contract. We saw him do it with Mixon. saw him do it with Christian Kirk. We saw him do it with C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
I would be more excited about this if he traded for this guy who's making a lot of money. Does he only have 1 year left on his contract?
1 year left on his deal, yeah.
I would be more excited about this one than Christian Kirk.
Oh, yeah.
At the very least.
Yeah. And it's about the same amount of money, too. So, yeah. So that's a name.
I think he's going to be 31 next year.
That sounds right.
He's not an old guard or anything.
That sounds right.
That's the sweet spot for getting a guy that's past his prime. But it's guard. You know, just be competent, damn it.
Yep. So we've talked plenty on this show. We'll do Acknowledge Me in about 10 minutes. We'll circle back to the U.S. Olympic hockey team in Acknowledge Me. But we've heard a lot of chatter from Nugget Hussies, draft experts, people saying that teams should call the Houston Texans to ask about C.J. Stroud. To be clear, none of these people, best I can tell, are reporting that that teams are calling the Texans or that the Texans are shopping C.J. Stroud. It's just your typical late February, in between the Super Bowl and the Combine speculation that goes on. Up in Cleveland, I would say that Shedeur, they still got a quarterback need in Cleveland. Shedeur did some good things at the end of the year in the 7 games that he was in. And I know the Shedeur people will say that he deserves to have the job handed to him right now. That's certainly not the case. At the very least, he needs to and probably will be in a competition. This is what some of the C.J. Stroud chatter sounds like from the other side. This is 92.3 The Fan in Cleveland, our sister station. Their midday show is Baskin and Phelps, Andy Baskin and Jeff Phelps. This is Baskin saying he would not, and keep in mind, the Browns have the 6th overall pick and the 24th overall pick in the draft. The 24th pick is Jacksonville's from the Travis Hunter trade. 6th is their own from being bad. Baskin is saying, I would not give up the 6th overall pick for C.J. Stroud.
I'm not a gigantic C.J. Stroud fan. I don't know that I was at Ohio State. I don't know that I have been, in his NFL career.
I didn't.
His numbers have gone backwards over the last 2 years since he's not played as well as he has as a rookie year. Now, if for some reason what's going on in Houston is non-football related and it's transferring itself onto the field, maybe I take another look at this. Maybe people who could do a little bit more insight into this could do it. I'm just not a gigantic fan, and I'm definitely not trading the number 6 pick to go out and get him.
Well, that's good, because we're not taking the number 6 pick for C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
There's no solution there to replace him at number 6.
Right. This is not the draft or the year to be doing anything like that. Even if the Texans were out on C.J. If the Texans are, let's say hypothetically the Texans are skeptical on C.J. Stroud, it's just I don't see the avenue where that makes any sense still to even trade it. You still, without giving him 1 more year. There's no young person in the draft right now that you're going to be able to get your hands on that you should reasonably be able to feel like, oh yeah, he's got a really good chance of being better than C.J. Stroud.
Correct.
Now, so if you go out and again, okay, well, you use that number 6 pick on somebody else, position player or what have you.
Yeah.
But you still got to find a quarterback, and none of the options out there are really into. What do I want? Kirk Cousins out here for a year or two? Maybe.
No.
I don't know.
No chance. And Jeff Phelps, Andy Baskin's co-host, kind of checks him on that a little bit here.
He's been the quarterback of teams, Andy, since he's been in the NFL that have gone 10-7, 10-7, and 12-5.
Okay. He's also had some pretty good players around him, especially wide receivers, which we would kill for around here.
Do.
But he's also gone backwards in touchdown passes. He went from 23 to 20 to 19, which would be nice.
Nico Collins was injured part of last year, and Tank Dell missed the entire season.
All right, you have your view on this, and I'll have mine. I'm not giving up the number 6. If he came here, would I be disappointed? No. But I'm not giving up the number 6 pick for him.
Are you giving up 24? He was the number 2 pick when he was taken. Number 2 pick in the draft. I'd give up 24 in a heartbeat for C.J. Stroud.
I'd be more tempted to give up 24 than I would 6. I'll just tell you that.
Okay, well, that's
so this is the thing.
Eureka.
I'll credit a lot of Browns fans for asking the pertinent question in all of this. As Browns fans, who, by the way, a lot of them just don't want anything to do with another trade for a Houston quarterback. Because look at how there's that.
They still got one on the roster.
You guys need to prove that you can do this on your own, or at least botch it on your own with your own picks instead of trading for Deshaun Watson or C.J. Stroud. But I think the pertinent question is always, all right, wait a second. if the Texans are willing to give up C.J. Stroud for just one first-round pick, number 6 or number 24, there's something wrong with C.J. Stroud. There's nothing. C.J. Stroud has played well enough over the course of 3 seasons, and then particularly where the stats and the total touchdowns and everything don't tell the whole picture is just some of the clutch plays C.J. has made in the fourth quarter, how he's managed in the regular season with the football this year and everything. So, yeah, that's the I would almost, if the Texans gave up C.J. Stroud for that little, I would have to assume that there's something behind the scenes that we don't know about.
I would agree with you.
And that's not me sitting here saying that, C.J. Stroud's definitely going to be an All-Pro next year or anything. It's just it's hard to find young quarterbacks who play the way C.J. Stroud has for the last 3 years.
No doubt.
And there's no reason to abandon the hope for C.J. Stroud, at least in this upcoming season. Yeah. You have to play it out at least one more year. If the Texans were to let him go for a single first-round pick, then there's something that we don't know about.
Absolutely.
And there's no reason to believe right now that thing is there.
No, that's a great observation. Their afternoon show in Cleveland on 92.3, I think, had a much more Payne and Pendergast view on this thing. They basically said that, oh, my God, if we can do either of those deals, 6 or 24, we're stealing C.J. Stroud.
If he became available, Texans would be dumber than sin to do it. If he became available, there's no singular draft pick price I wouldn't pay because C.J. Stroud becomes your long-term fix. And if you, quote-unquote, only got him for the number 6 pick, it would be an out-and-out steal, and that would age well, especially once the Browns get to the Dome.
Yeah, so the funny thing that I have out of this is the idea that people are like, well, I'd trade him for 24, but I wouldn't do it for number 6. No, if you're going to give him a 5-year extension and give him all the money in the world that comes with this, you can't let the difference between 18 slots be why you do or don't do this.
Yeah, I agree with them.
I think the toughest thing with anybody that Browns have in this conversation is that if you trade for a quarterback, you're going to give him an extension. That's generally the way it goes. And they've got the guy with the highest cap number in the league right now on the roster in Deshaun Watson. You could structure the deal so it doesn't hit him this year necessarily, but they don't have the room to do a lot of these highfalutin things that they're talking about.
No, I think that's a reason why a lot of these guys in Cleveland, like Wyatt Teller, David Njoku, guys who had said that they want to be Cleveland Browns, and now all of a sudden 3 months later, they're posting on Instagram like, "Hey, Cleveland, it's been real. Thanks for the memories." I think they're probably looking at the team's situation like there's no way I'm going to get the money I want here.
They're getting rid of their entire offensive line.
Literally getting rid of their entire
the Browns' offensive line. Right, yeah, they're getting rid of every starter. They're tearing it down to the studs, and they're starting over. And Deshaun Watson might end up being the starting quarterback on that team this year, and I don't know what to expect from him because I don't know who he's going to have playing alongside him.
No.
Aside from all the other reasons, I wouldn't know what to expect of him.
Yeah. Text message to the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. Have they announced if they're picking up CJ's 5th year yet? If not, when's the deadline to announce that? The deadline for that isn't until, I think, early May, so they've got some time for that. I would be.
And they've kind of dragged their feet on that in the past, too, with some of the guys. They just don't ever seem like in a real hurry to do that.
Yeah, well, Stingley, they did. I think they did. Well, with Stingley, they didn't even get to it because they gave him an extension. So yeah, that's early May. I'd be stunned if they don't pick up C.J. Stroud's 5th year option, or give him an extension before the deadline for that. Or pick it up in conjunction. That's what they did with Stingley. They picked it up in conjunction with giving him a 3-year extension.
This was when Nick was here, but D'Amico wasn't. Titus Howard, they exercised that on May 2nd, 2022.
Yeah.
They've pushed some of them down the road.
Yep. So there's that. Text message, people weighing in on the CJ thing. Another year of CJ is another wasted year. Guys, let's get real. We're going to have a winning record, maybe win our division. And then that's if CJ is not going to get you to the – if CJ's not going to get to the Super Bowl, why are we dragging on this? I have no clue.
I'll tell you, honestly, part of it is just Eli Manning, Sam Darnold, the various other quarterbacks that they don't always come out of the womb fully formed. And that CJ's done a lot of things that other quarterbacks don't do in their first 3 years. I thought he did a lot of things this year that were actually very mature and in accepting that there were times that you can be aggressive and you can't be aggressive. And there's also just the sheer fact and plain simple fact of the matter is he still didn't have a good offensive line in front of him. Yep. I mean, there was a big propaganda campaign to try to somehow paint this offensive line as just all of a sudden one of the best in the league or something. And they weren't. They stabilized, but they weren't a genuinely good offensive line. They did not have any kind of a rushing attack. Like, there's things that go into it where you don't give excuses for everything that CJ did poorly. But, like, this is as much of a team-building issue as it is a CJ Stroud issue.
Yes.
So that's where we are with it. So if you're – and again, fine, you want to quit on CJ right now. Please tell me what your plan is. What's your plan?
Yeah.
Is it Kyler Murray? Potentially, the team, when his team doesn't want him either? Is it Tua Tagovailoa when his team doesn't want him either? Like, which guy are you going to get right now that's slam dunk position to say, oh, yeah, he'll definitely be better than C.J. Stroud?
No, none of the people espousing cutting or getting rid of C.J. Stroud have thought that far ahead on the topic.
Right.
I guarantee you. They're just angry at C.J. Stroud. We have a guy that texts every morning. I come into the text page here, and there's a guy who texts. It looks like he's doing it when he goes to bed at night, because it was when I came in this morning, it was 8 hours ago. So, like 9:30 at night, and he texts every day, CJ is a bum. Every single day. He texted it on Saturday night, too, and on Friday night also. And I just, I wonder what your life is like that you have a reminder in your phone to text Sports Radio 610 the sentence, CJ is a bum, every day.
Right. And, whether you think he's a bum or whether you think he's, the second coming, there's still room there's things he needs to improve.
Yeah.
There's things that he needs to get better at. The offense doesn't need to get better. They need to figure out and actually get a bona fide good offensive line.
Yeah.
There was a whole lot of talk last offseason about how they're going to be big and tough and physical, right? And they tried. They called plays like that in the first half of the season. The fact of the matter is they don't have enough guys on that offensive line that can play a big and tough and physical version of football. And you've got to get better talent in there. Some of it's got to be just through improvement of being in the same system and scheme. But they need, if they're going to play that brand of football, they need better offensive linemen, and they need more running. I like Woody Marks, but they also need more. They need another running back.
No doubt. All right, let's get to Acknowledge Me. Big performances we're going to acknowledge from over the weekend. No bigger performance than the U.S. men's Olympic hockey team that won gold yesterday morning here in the United States over Canada. 2-1 in overtime. Jack Hughes,
Acknowledge me.
Game-winning goal. Here's what it sounded like.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes puts it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Walk across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
Now there you go. Jack Hughes with the winning goal. Hellebuyck, the goal. We got to. Well, let's hear from Jack Hughes first, real quick here.
This is all about our country right now. I love the USA. I love my teammates. It's unbelievable. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong, and we had so much support from ex-players. I'm so proud to be American today.
This was such an incredible game to grind out. I mean, you're bleeding right through it just looking at you right now. Can you just talk about how difficult this gold medal was to win?
Unbelievable game by Hellebuyck. He was our best player tonight by a mile. Unbelievable game. Unreal game by our team. That's just a ballsy, gutsy win. That's American hockey right there. That's a great Canadian team, but we're USA. We're so proud to be Americans. Tonight was all for the country.
All right, so let's acknowledge Connor Hellebuyck as well, the goalie. He was incredible. 41 of 42 shots on goal saved yesterday.
And that one where he had to reach off to the right as the Canadian had the point-blank shot.
There were so many opportunities for Canada in the second and third periods of that game where the net is wide open.
Right.
And somehow Hellebuyck is stymieing them. It was an incredible performance.
There's one thing from hockey that I appreciate and enjoy is the stress of the power play, and just like having to gut that out
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't do it in American football. I'd like them to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, a penalty, you take a guy off the field?
Yeah.
How about the 5-on-3 that they killed off in the middle of the second period? They had, Canada had 5-on-3. The U.S. had 2 penalties at the same time, so they were 5-on-3. I'm thinking, and they were up 1-0 the United States. So I was like, man, if they kill this one off, this is meant to be. And Canada would still end up scoring late in the second, but hell of a game, man. Hell of a game. Want to acknowledge also Kenny Albert. Was great on play-by-play in that game. I've never enjoyed a Kenny Albert called sporting event more than I did that one. And Mike Tirico.
Acknowledge me.
Did a great job. He was just doing the Super Bowl 2 weeks ago, and he did a phenomenal job with these Olympics. He's kind of that perfect personality back there in that fake cabin that they've got with the fake fireplace where he's just sitting there kind of just laying it all out for you, man.
And he did a really good job, like a 1-minute summation of not just the hockey game, but the Olympics in general. Very, little hints of Bob Costas here in his prime on this.
Because of a drought that almost lasted a half century, those teams are revered. They are held on to forever. And what happened today doesn't take away from the greatness of those teams or the meaning that those teams have in U.S. hockey. But what you saw today was the build of a generation, inspired perhaps by that team that lost in 2010 in Vancouver to the Sidney Crosby golden goal in overtime. Or the team where TJ Oshie had all those shootout goals in 2014. That's when these guys were doing what you're doing, watching on TV. And they were young, and they were living the dream. So for all the young people out there, not just the hockey, but all the Olympics you've watched, those dreams are formed now. Go chase them and go get them. Because our country loves sports, and it brings us together unlike anything else. And if you didn't know that, if you haven't been watching the last 2 weeks, you saw it in Team USA Hockey, winning the gold over their arch-rival Canada here in Milan to wrap up these 25th Olympic Winter Games.
That was good. That was like Bob Costas without the smugness.
Yeah.
Without the sanctimony.
Without trying to shame you into feeling a certain way or something, yes.
I like Tirico. I think Tirico's in the argument for best in the business right now. He's really good. And he does golf for NBC, does basketball for NBC. He is the face of their network right now. He's excellent. He's really, really good. That was a good final statement for the Olympics. When I heard him do that yesterday, Seth, I'm like, oh, yeah, the Olympics are over. I didn't realize the hockey game was the final, was the grand finale.
Yeah,
I'm going to miss having that on the TV in the background for the next week or so.
Was it the finale, or was it there were I don't know.
Felt like it.
Yesterday
I don't know.
Was the final day.
Yeah, it felt like
I never know what I'm watching on tape delay and what's actually live or
That's
anything.
That's fair.
So,
yeah,
because there were still sports up on my TV after the hockey game.
Yep. We had 5 Houston Texans make the Pro Football Focus 101, which is their top 101 players. I'll count them down. Kamari Lassiter at 55.
Acknowledge me.
Nico Collins at 50.
Acknowledge me.
Jalen Petrie at 35.
Acknowledge me.
Daniil Hunter at 26.
Acknowledge me.
Will Anderson at 5 overall. This is the top 101 players. The most interesting thing to me about this, Seth, 3 things. I'll do them real quick and get your reaction. Number 1, Will Anderson Jr. is, according to this, and I think according to a lot of people, thought to be among not just the best edge rushers, but the best overall players in football. He's 5th. Yeah. Daniil Hunter and Jalen Petrie are top 35 players, according to PFF, but not good enough to get on the AFC Pro Bowl team, even as alternates.
Right, yeah.
So there's that.
So they're somehow in the, they're in the top 44 of football players, a first and a second team, offense and defense, and yet no.
Nope. And then PFF hates Derek Stingley Jr., man.
It is, I talked to Steve Palazzolo, who used to work for PFF, about this, and he said what I had suspected, which is there's, their grading system, for one, he didn't say this part, but I know the grading system is not nearly as good for defensive backs as it is for offensive linemen with PFF. The other is that the grades that they just spit out for the overall grades, there's a lot more nuance that you need to read into them, and that's because a lot of the teams use PFF, but they're not just power ranking guys based on their overall grade. Because of the style of coverage that the Texans play a lot, Derek Stingley just doesn't get as much credit, or he gets dinged sometimes for things that aren't his fault.
Yeah.
And so it screws him, basically. Their grading system sucks for defensive backs in general, but it really, really sucks for Derek Stingley.
Stingley is the 42nd rated cornerback, according to PFF.
Right.
Out of 112.
Yeah.
He was rated 42nd last year. And hey, look, and I saw people when I reacted to this on Twitter, and I said, boy, they hate Stingley. There were people saying, well, you got to admit he wasn't quite as good this past year as he was the year before. That's fine if you feel that way. Does anybody think he's the 42nd best cornerback in the NFL right now, other than that scoring system?
For a long stretch of the season, they had him as like third worst.
Yeah,
it was really bad, and part of it, I think, because they play a lot of match coverage where the DBs are off and they're matching up to patterns, that creates more space at times. And I think based on however they judge it, like guys, whether guys are blanketing guys or anything, the guys that play a lot of press man get more credit for it.
Yeah.
So it's a glitch in the matrix, but it doesn't, like, the PFF people themselves will tell you, like, it's not quite right.
I know that this one might hurt, Seth, because it's Indiana, but I'm going to acknowledge Northwest Indiana.
Acknowledge me.
Because it is kind of a hellhole, big parts of it.
Yeah.
Hammond, where this stadium for the Bears is being proposed, not the greatest. Somehow Northwest Indiana has found a way to put themselves at basically the 1 yard line of stealing the Bears from the state of Illinois.
Yeah. It looks
remarkable effort.
And I see a lot of people saying, oh no, Chicago's going to lose the Bears. You have to understand, the proposed stadium site is it's in Indiana, but it's on the city border. Hammond, Indiana, it borders the city of Chicago.
Yeah.
It's considered part of the Chicago metropolitan area.
Mm-hmm.
It's 20 miles east of where the current stadium is going to be.
Yeah.
And I see people reacting to this like Chicago is losing the Bears or something. This would be like the Texans not even going all the way up to the Woodlands.
Yeah.
It's just, no, it's still the Chicago Bears.
It is, but there are a lot of people in Chicago that feel like they're losing the Bears. There's like, for people that live in Chicago and in the suburbs, I've lived there, in the suburbs of Chicago, they don't feel like they live in the same universe as Hammond, Indiana, and Gary, Indiana.
Yeah, they got to get over it.
Well, I'm just saying, like, that's how those people feel over there. They do feel like they're losing. Not like the Oilers going to Nashville or anything like that, where you're truly losing the team. They can still go to the games, obviously. But there's something about that Illinois state line that sticks with people.
My retired attorney friend who lives in Houston now and has for a long time, but he's from Indiana originally and went to law school at University of Chicago, lived in Chicago for a while. He is two things. One, he's disgusted with the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois right now.
Yeah.
For basically being such a mess that there's no way that they can even financially retain the Bears.
That's right.
But two, and he knows that I've got issues with Indiana. He says Indiana has grown into, this is a quote, Indiana has suddenly grown into a real place full of unsophisticated but very smart and very industrious people, despite the inbreeding.
Mm-hmm.
And because Indiana is not sitting on a top of a giant pile of unpaid debts,
right.
Indiana, to my surprise and delight, has become a pretty nifty place.
It's a great move by Indiana, man. It is a great move to go try and get the team and build a stadium and bring some events to your corner of the world.
The other one, boy, this is a masterful couple of emails he wrote me, because he's throwing shade at Indiana while also praising them for the progress it's made.
Yep.
I am no longer shocked to see entire, rather affluent, culturally rich, truly attractive non-suburbs arise out of nowhere and almost overnight become a magnet for guys in odd professions whose unsmiling wives look like they could kick the crap out of the husband if insufficiently pampered and admired.
That's some pros right there, man. You see why he's a lawyer. That's pretty good stuff right there.
Yeah.
Unsmiling wives. It's my favorite part. All right, last one. I'm going to acknowledge the Nightcap podcast.
Acknowledge
Shannon
me.
Sharp and Chad Ochocinco, who continue to crank out just some hilarious world observations. This was Shannon Sharp getting noted, I won't say cheapskate, but frugal. Chad Ochocinco does not spend a lot of money, so he has no idea how private jets work. Yeah. This is Shannon Sharp explaining how private jets work to Chad Ochocinco.
Hey, I got a question.
Yes.
Now, when you say timeshare, now this is all new to me, and I'm glad I could be on here for this segment where I can learn something.
You buy hours. You buy 50. You buy 100 hours. So you get it for the year for.
That's too high. You going too high. Now, I want
It all depends on how much you're going to use it, Ocho.
I just want one flight. One flight, me and the kids to the Bahamas. 2-hour trip. How much is that?
It's going to take you. It all depends on how big a plane you get. You're probably not going to be able to get it for less than probably say $5,000 to $7,000, $7,500 an hour.
That's one way or two way?
That's one way.
So how we going to get back?
Well, you said you just wanted it for an hour. How long is it going to take you from Miami to the Bahamas?
About 40-minute flight.
Okay, so it could probably cost you somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000.
Oh, ooh, Lord! Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. All them people on Instagrams be stunting. They be, on the private jets and stuff.
I had to reassess myself, Ocho. I was like, well, damn, what type of life they living?
Hey, something ain't right, I'm talking about everybody flying private. Everybody. I don't know what they doing, but it's cool. I mean, listen, you get where you got to get to. I'm gonna get where I got to get to. I'm gonna get from point A to point B on Spirit. I'm good. You see, I went to Raleigh, right? You saw what I was on, right? I was on Spirit.
Raleigh.
Yeah. He does fly Spirit. He does. When he was an NFL player or whichever, I can't remember what Spirit was back then, whatever it was. He flies budget airlines. I'll answer the question for both of them. A lot of those people that they see on Instagram flying on private jets are not going to be flying on private jets for their entire lives. Some of them will, but a lot of them are spending way more above and beyond where they should. It's one of the things that I wish young athletes would not aspire to, because it's the biggest waste of money, and it's something that you're going to miss when you can't do it before or whatever. Mm-hmm. But anytime you try to play, the thing that scared me out when I was a player of ever buying a private jet was always, I feel like that's a year's tuition for one of my relatives.
That's right.
Can just know. I have to it's so much.
It's expensive.
Saving a couple of hours. Yeah. You got to be really, really, really rich and know that you're going to be rich for the rest of your life before you start dipping into the private air travel.
I have a real quick piece of advice for people. Ben, play the very beginning of that just one more time, that Ocho and
Hey, I got a question.
Okay, that's right there. As soon as Chad Ochocinco says, "Hey, I got a question," buckle up, get comfortable, because you're about to get 90 seconds of very entertaining content. It's good stuff. I love those guys. All right, mock draft injection time. Let's do it. We'll circle back to the news of the weekend at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock. Olympic gold medal. We got to get back to the Rockets, who play the Jazz tonight at Toyota Center. But mock draft injection time. This is Nate Tice and Charles McDonald of Yahoo doing their draft. Tice picks the odd number guys. McDonald picks the even number guys. Texans picking at 28. Who they got? You'll find out coming up next.
Kirk Holmes. What do you want to buy? Some fractional jet ownership or something you can actually live in?
Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, mock draft injection time. We do it every day at 7:45 during draft season. And with the combine here this week, we are definitely in draft season. We're about a week into our mock draft injections. And so far, been fun. Nick Caserio meets with the media tomorrow at 11 a.m. Tuesday at 11 a.m., Nick Caserio meets with the media. Combine gets started. Drills get started later this week. So let's get right to it. This is the Yahoo Sports mock draft injection. Nate Tice and Charles McDonald.
Forverts on Twitter, right?
What's that?
He's Forverts on Twitter.
Is he?
I have a lot of people know him as that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got that. Who? Charles McDonald you're talking about?
Yeah.
So Nate Tice is picking the odd-numbered players in this mock draft, and Charles McDonald is picking the even-numbered players. The Texans are picking at 28th. So we'll get right to the Texans pick, and then we'll point out some of the interesting nuances of this particular draft. With the 28th pick in the Yahoo Sports mock draft, the Houston Texans select Caden Proctor, offensive tackle, Alabama, who is a mountain of a man. McDonald points out, Texans O-line is still a problem, so Houston can take a massive swing here to fix it.
Yeah.
6'7", 370 Proctor is. He is a gargantuan human being.
He looks like, when you see Trent Brown out at practice and you think, why is this man practicing amongst all of these middle schoolers? Because Trent Brown is just so much bigger than everybody else. That's how McDonald makes, that's how Proctor makes the other Alabama offensive linemen look.
And that's Alabama.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he looks like he's been through puberty and they have not. Yep. When you just look at it, he's that big. He's just got a massive lower body.
Yep.
He's a huge dude. And you might think, okay, well, how is a big, large guy that goes to Alabama like that, why is he not getting drafted in the top 10? Because, as it happens sometimes with huge, massive human beings, he doesn't necessarily move as fluidly as a guy like Laramie Tunsil or somebody. So there's a lot of unknowns just as far as, okay, this guy is going to really have to be nails with his technique and, continue to get fundamentally more sound. But when he wants to just flat out bulldoze people, he's really good at it. He uses his mass really well.
Yeah.
If you're thinking, the Texans want to be this tough physical team that can run the ball, this is the kind of guy that would work with that. And then it's taking a little bit of flyer on his pass protection.
Sounds like there's questions about his conditioning, according to McDonald as well. As can happen with someone who's 6'7", 370, I would say.
Yeah, I never know how to take that with offensive linemen.
Yeah.
Just because, I don't know, none of them are some of them are in incredible shape, but he's just a huge dude.
Yeah.
If he looks like he's actually getting tired in the fourth quarter of football games, like in college, that would annoy me. That's something that would bother me a little bit. Now, sometimes when they say conditioning with offensive linemen, they're just specifically talking about whether his weight fluctuates too much. Where's he from? Where did he grow up? Has he been exposed to guacamole yet? Because if he hasn't been exposed to Tex-Mex and then he gets here, then it all goes out the window.
He's from Iowa.
Oh boy,
yeah. He's from Runnels, Iowa.
Yeah.
He attended Southeast Polk High School in Pleasant Hill, Iowa. This kind of scratches the Texans where they itch a little bit. A sort of a combo Iowa-Alabama guy,
But why did I ask that question? I was worried about the exposure to Tex-Mex, and I don't know. No, if he's got weight issues already, I worry how he's going to fare when faced with the avocado.
Yeah, not good Tex-Mex in Iowa, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots of corn-based products for sure. So this would be an interesting one as long as we're talking about pedigree and where they're from. This, I believe, would be the first Alabama player that the Texans would have taken post Nick Saban being gone. I wonder if, we know that for a couple of years there, they were taking a bunch of Alabama guys. They took Will Anderson. They took Henry To'oTo'o. John Mechie they traded up for. Christian Harris they drafted. In 2022 and 2023, they drafted 4 Alabama guys, and they've had other Alabama guys in the building. D'Amico himself is an Alabama guy, obviously, but they haven't drafted any Alabama guys since Saban left. And I do wonder, and that may be a question for Nick Caserio if you and I have him on at some point, Seth, is like when you have a head coaching change with a program, that clearly they were very fond of, and it's hard not to be. It's Nick Saban. You know, how do you still view that program? What changes?
Like, I mean, Nick's talked to us enough about that I feel like I know how he feels about it versus what answer he'll actually give us. He's always going to say complimentary things about it.
Sure.
But like we know he really loves Campbell up at Iowa State, and he'll gush about those coaches. You remember the interesting thing is he'll gush about some coaches, and yet they've drafted a bunch of guys out of USC, and we haven't heard any gushing about Lincoln Riley.
We've not.
So the program that they run or anything.
No.
But I think they do a good job recruiting talent that the Texans like.
Well, they do a good job of identifying guys that sort of fit their culture for sure. And I think when they're talking to these guys, and that's what the Combine is for and the Pro Days are for, which makes it so weird that Jacksonville isn't participating in either of those things.
Yeah.
Gladstone and Cohen aren't going to the Combine. They've said they're not going to use their 30 visits that they get. The Texans obviously use them quite a bit to get to know these guys from a personality standpoint. I'm guessing they view USC guys as distressed assets.
Right.
Like if Kalen Bullock were playing for Nick Saban back in the day, he would have probably been a first-round pick or a second-round pick. Texans are able to get him in the third round. I'm guessing they love that. You know,
if you're really jonesing for an offensive lineman, because this is, if they take Proctor, maybe he plays right tackle and Titus Howard stays a guard. Maybe Proctor is better suited to be a guard, depending on how his footwork goes and everything. But it does sound like there's going to be a lot of quality offensive linemen available right around where the Texans are at least slated to draft right now. This was Daniel Jeremiah on his pre-combine press conference he does every year, talking about he's fielding a question from somebody that covers the Bears, asking about which offensive lineman might be available at 25. So just factor all that in because the Texans are at 28.
Tackles, I think you see, one of those guys is going to be there. You've got a group of them there from Blake Miller, Monroe Freeling, Proctor from Alabama, Lomu from Utah. I would say even Max Iannachor is in that range now out of Arizona State. So out of that clump, I can't envision all of them are gone. So you're going to get one of those guys who would be, able to plug and play, in my opinion.
Yeah, I heard whenever I hear plug and play,
I like plug and play.
Excited.
Well, again, they've got to be drafting guys at this point, Seth, with those high picks, with guys who are going to get on the field right away.
Yeah.
There's no messing around with this team. You can't be drafting developmental at 28, in my opinion.
The other thing, we can play it later, but he said that he's just heard from a lot of people that Tyler Linderbaum, the center for the Ravens, if he makes it to free agency, is going to be very highly sought after.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, let's definitely get to that later.
Yeah, and then maybe the Texans are in on that. I would love it. It'd be awesome. I don't know if they got the cojones to do it. We'll see.
They can create the cap space to do it. We know that. Cleveland, they by the way, one other aspect of this mock draft that we're digging into here, Nate Tice, Charles McDonald, Ty Simpson, quarterback, Alabama, goes to the Cleveland Browns with the 24th overall pick. Let the Shador rage begin. Ty Simpson, 24 to the Cleveland Browns. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, into the 8 o'clock hour we go. Let's circle back to the big story from over the weekend. The U.S. Olympic hockey team wins gold this weekend. Is this the greatest feeling that a parent can have, what we saw and heard on Sunday morning with the U.S. Olympic hockey team? And the one thing that just gives me pause about them winning it, when it comes to taking a step back and looking at all the celebrations from yesterday, we'll get to all that in the 8 o'clock hour. Stay there, but first, let's get you into that brand new luxury vehicle down in Sugar Land.
Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
And it's Wierenski. Now Jack Hughes pokes it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
All right, there you go. U.S. men's hockey gold medal. First time since the Miracle on Ice in 1980. 46 years. 46 years to the day from the day where the Texans, where the Olympic hockey team beat the Russians, beat the Soviets back in 1980. Big day yesterday.
It was really, really tense and like whatever the opposite of anticlimactic is. Just the climax of that after a game in which basically Canada was outplaying you in a lot of regards, except for the fact that Hellebuyck, the goalie, was just an unstoppable force.
Yeah, he was crazy. Yeah,
it was absurd. Hockey goalies are still the one. If I ever try to imagine myself being any position in sports, hockey goalie is the most stressful. Because it seems impossible at times that they even know where the damn puck is.
They can see the puck. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like they're living in the Matrix. The really good goalies that they just seems like they can predict what people are doing in advance and where the puck is going to be. And like when he made that incredible save off to his right, and he's just jabbing his stick out there to have it carry him off away from the goal for an easy goal. It's incredible, and he deserves everything that anybody wants to send to his house.
Connor Hellebuyck?
Thanks.
Yeah. Spell it right. It's not an easy name to spell, so if you're going to send him something, make sure Buyck at the end of it. There's an extra extraneous Y in there.
I feel like Buc-ee's could get in on that. Because if you switched around the Y in there, it could be Hellebuyck.
Yeah.
You could have some funny commercials for Buc-ee's.
Absolutely.
Which is with Hellebuckies.
They're showing on TV right now. This is it's top of the hour here, so obviously this is what's showing on Sports Center and Get Up and everything else. There's so many cool little angles to this thing. The Hughes brothers, Quinn Hughes named the most outstanding defensive player. Jack Hughes, who you just heard score the game-winning goal. He was interviewed after the game was over. This is Jack Hughes talking about the American pride in this gold medal.
This is all about our country right now. I love the USA. I love my teammates. It's unbelievable. The USA Hockey Brotherhood is so strong, and we have so much support from ex-players. I'm so proud to be American today.
This was such an incredible game to grind out. I mean, you're bleeding right through it just looking at you right now. Can you just talk about how difficult this gold medal was to win?
Unbelievable game by Hellebuyck. He was our best player tonight by a mile. Unbelievable game. Unreal game by our team. That's just a ballsy, gutsy win. That's American hockey right there. That's a great Canadian team, but we're USA. We're so proud to be Americans. Tonight was all for the country.
The best view, Seth, of the celebration, my favorite one at least, was, and they replayed them all 10 times, it was great, was the camera that was kind of over the American bench. And the goal that the game-winning goal was scored on is at the far end of the rink from where that camera is. But just the explosion inside that bench area for the United States, the guys going nuts, hopping the dasher right there and hugging each other. Like that was a really cool just 10 seconds of footage, especially if you're American. Just seeing the joy and the celebration in that whole thing was really awesome. The Hughes parents, I would imagine, pretty proud. 2 sons getting gold medals in the same ceremony has got to be the most badass thing ever for a parent.
Yeah,
I would think.
There was some really, and then bringing out the shirt for the child of their teammate,
Johnny Gaudreau,
that had died in a drunk driving. He got hit by a drunk driver. There was just pretty much every either tear jerking or heartwarming moment that you would want, including the fact that Jack Hughes got got his teeth knocked out in a hockey game.
Yeah, that's the thing. The cut we just played, you need to picture that person. If you didn't see it, you need to picture the person giving that quote, that cut, basically having their entire mouth splattered in, like just missing multiple teeth, halfway chipped teeth.
He had gotten, and when he wasn't a victim though either, because Canada got hit with a high stick on that one, but then he got hit with it himself
with a penalty
later. Yeah, with the same penalty later.
Yep. So it all evens out. So that was cool. I thought it was cool for the Hughes family. Now, the one thing about the gold medal and the Americans winning it is that you realize that there are a lot of Americans that you're not wild about being on the same side of, because you've watched how they operate as sports fans and in the opposition, and you're like, I'm not really fond of this person. Here was Dave Portnoy, founder of Barstool, after the Americans scored the game-winning goal in overtime.
I told you, Canada's got nothing. They got nothing. They got nothing. Those curling, take the curling gold medal. You got nothing. You got nothing. You got nothing. USA.
Yep.
You got nothing.
That's good, Ben. We know. Yeah. They got nothing.
Yeah,
we got it.
He's got those are his medals.
So
those are Dave Portnoy's medals.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
To go with his 6 rings. Yes. Yeah. Good point, Seth. So is that our medal too?
It's our medal.
Did we win that medal
it's
also?
all of us.
Yes. Awesome.
It's the one thing about the Olympics of our youth was that it was always, there was a big Cold War element to it. So where it was the commies versus the capitalists. It was the Eastern Bloc countries versus free markets and everything.
Mm-hmm.
And there was always that, looming threat of nuclear war.
Yeah.
I felt like it made the animosity more real.
Oh, yeah.
So we're now, like, when you get Portnoy or anybody else kind of talking smack about other countries after you win, I'm not, Portnoy's going to be Portnoy. I just can't get into it the same way. Is when it was, and then God forbid it was like, when the Soviet Union boycotted the LA Olympics.
Oh yeah.
Then the U.S. boycotted whichever one we boycotted. But you didn't get what you wanted, which was you had this bloodlust to go out and beat some commie bastards.
Yeah.
Now it's Canadians who are like, oh, let's beat these, slightly more socialistic than we are bastards.
I thought about that as I'm watching the reaction to it. I didn't want to be too boomerish.
Yeah.
But the Miracle on Ice in 1980, and I think this is part and parcel of the point you're making right now, like, that was a big deal. Like, that was a really big deal.
It was full-grown men versus college kids.
Yeah, it was amateurs.
There were no NHL players, obviously,
who
back
got
then playing.
killed by them in the lead-up games, in the exhibition games. Like, the Soviet Union was killing the United States in these games.
I've never gone back. I'd like to go back and watch from the Soviet perspective, some of the interviews of those guys and everything.
Oh, yeah.
I wonder how many of them were just, like, literally drunk on vodka at that moment because they figured we were just going to wipe.
Like during the game? Like hungover and whatnot?
They'd been out until 6 a.m.
Why'd you have to even bring that up? Oh, man. I don't want to. I thought we, beat them fair and square. I don't need to
kill all your joy, Sean. I will find it, and I will kill it. Lately, I've been reading about the British side of the Revolutionary War, where
I don't care about that.
Where you're like, oh, actually, they had a bona fide gripe there, didn't they? Okay.
They tax us without representation. That's what I know.
They tax us without representation. No, the part of it that I had never thought about was that they also were one of the problems was that they were trying to protect colonists on the western borders.
Okay.
Because the British had come up with these treaties with Native Americans, and hey, we're not going to go any further. Meanwhile, the colonists are like, nah, I'm going there. and then after they breach the contract of the agreement, like, oh, Britain, why aren't you helping me? Why aren't you protecting me?
Yeah, see?
I've had these Native Americans are killing everybody.
Shut up.
And they're like, well, you're not bloody supposed to be there.
Stop it. Stop it.
What? You're gonna try to tell you just want to listen to propaganda your whole life?
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
I do. I want the things I choose to believe.
I know it actually made me it was more interesting than
Okay. Have you seen the stuff that's going on?
You know what would happen too, Sean?
Huh.
A lot of times when there was warfare, when there was like battling with the Native Americans on the frontier, that they'd take hostages.
Yeah.
And a lot of times, or at least several notable times, when Britain would negotiate to get the settlers back, the settlers who had been taken hostage by the Native Americans were like, nah, I like this lifestyle. This is actually
it's better than
this is actually I'm enjoying myself.
Yeah.
So they had a hard time with some of the prisoner exchanges.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
What's the name of the book?
Oh, that's just various things I've read from.
Oh, okay.
all
Okay. I
over
thought
the
you were.
place.
I thought you were reading something specific about it right now.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Have you been watching the stuff going on down in Puerto Vallarta the last 24 hours?
Is that how much of it is real? What's
I think it's pretty real. I do my due diligence on this stuff now. If I'm gonna, and I haven't reacted to any.
Tell me what's real and what is what the drug kingpin was arrested.
El Mencho, he's like the biggest drug kingpin out there.
And because of that,
yes,
are people getting abducted and stuff?
Yes.
There's been violence, but I know there's fear of abductions. There have been abductions?
The warning has been sent out to Americans that are there to sequester themselves in their hotels or get somewhere safe.
Yeah.
Because apparently all these cartel soldiers have taken over the streets of Puerto Vallarta and other Jalisco and other places in that part of the country. And apparently it's spilling over into other parts of Mexico, but they're lighting cars on fire. They're lighting buses on fire. And these aren't just like cartel guys that are just grabbing rifles off a shelf and are running out there in camo and a bandana on. They have like serious military artillery. They've got tanks and stuff, the cartel. So they're like taking over streets. Like it's army versus cartel, and you can't tell the difference between the two of them. It's
really?
wild.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's crazy. So
they have I don't know. Everything I know about that is from the movies. I assume that some of the Mexican cartels have like former actual military guys
probably
on their forces.
Yeah,
and
yeah, probably.
Oh.
But this is evidently it's a big kill for the anti-cartel crowd, which I think most law-abiding citizens are anti-cartel, I would say. But a lot, and the thing is, like, the cartel does business in all 50 states in the United States, and it's wild. So those are the broad strokes that I have right now. It's definitely happening. It's definitely real, and it sounds like El Mencho is dead.
Okay.
That's
dead.
He's dead. They killed him. Yep.
Okay.
They killed him, and now it's chaos. So there's that. Which is a great segue into the Houston Rockets. The chaos that they were causing in my life on Saturday when I thought to myself...
Which is more of a mess right now, Puerto Vallarta or the Rockets in any given fourth quarter?
The Rockets offensively, are they the equivalent of the Puerto Vallarta streets right now? You know what? It's close. It's definitely close. I thought this was going to be the best win of the season going into the fourth quarter. I'm like, this is great. And I should have known. I should have remembered that they'd blown a bunch of fourth quarter leads. But, man, they had it clicking. And then for whatever reason... Ime Udoka loves to leave Dorian Finney-Smith in way too long in these games. He still, and I forget who I saw tweet this, but it feels, I think it might have been Roosh Williams tweeted that it feels like there is a distinct disconnect between what the front office thinks of Reed Shepherd and what Ime Udoka thinks of Reed Shepherd.
Right. And that's where the frustrating thing is, hey, we can whine and complain about Fred VanVleet being gone all we want. We can whine and complain about Steven Adams being gone all we want. This team that you have right now is going to make the playoffs. They're not going to do anything in the playoffs unless they start getting more consistent and better production out of their young point guards. And the only way those guys get better in the fourth quarter is to have them out there have Reed Shepherd out there in the fourth quarter. Oh no, are you worried about turnovers?
Yeah.
You still turn the ball over 10 times in the fourth quarter anyway.
Dude.
As if your young point guard is the biggest issue with your turnovers.
No.
Everybody's turning the ball over.
His turnovers are bad, there's no doubt about that. But as far as Saturday goes, undeniably things were running smoother with Reed Shepherd in there than with Reed Shepherd out. I also think too, Seth, and obviously you can't play Reed Shepherd at point guard for 36 minutes a night. I get that. He's not that guy. But have a feel for how a certain game is going in the moment. And if it's a game where it's clicking with him in there, leave him in there. I don't think Amen Thompson is fully equipped to be a point guard right now. I think he's highly equipped to be a really athletic wing that can finish for you and defend. And I felt like, especially in that game on Saturday, that you're getting a better version of Amen Thompson when he doesn't have the pressure of having to handle the ball all the time either.
Yeah.
He was awesome defensively in that game. Awesome defensively. So I think Ime Udoka is taking it right now, and I think he should. I think Kevin Durant has been really, really good, except he's got a turnover issue. The thing with Durant and a lot of these guys, it's almost like, and this is, I think, symptomatic of ISO ball, because the other team knows that there's so much ISO going on, they can run a second defender at the blind side on a guy and just pick him from behind. That happened to Durant a couple times. He's holding the ball, getting ready to decide what to do. Do I take this guy off the dribble? Do I jab step? Do I take a step back? What do I do? And while he's making those decisions, the Knicks are sending a second defender at him and just ripping the ball out of his hands.
Yeah.
And that happens to Alperen Şengün a bunch as well. And so when you're ISOing all the time, you become predictable, and teams can do things like that to you.
Well, and it's not like they were ISOing all the time in the first three quarters of the game.
Right.
This is consistently what happens. Is all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, when things get tighter, everything just gets sticky, and the movement just stops at the top of the key, and everything slows down. And it's the exact same issues that we had last year, except now without Steven Adams in there, you don't have this extreme advantage on offensive rebounds and everything else that goes along with it.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. Like, think about how much we talked on this show and other shows about the big lineup, the double big lineup. Like, that was a revelation last year, late in the season, and in that 7-game series with the Warriors. That was the big talking point strategically. It was like, when do we use that? How much do we use that? All of those things. It's not even available. I mean, Clint Capella is a shell of what Steven Adams gives you on both ends of the floor. On both ends, defensively and then on the offensive glass as well. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Charles Barkley, the tanking conversation. Charles Barkley, I hate the anti-tanking conversation so much because all of Adam Silver's solutions seem so convoluted. I thought Barkley simplified this thing down to 3 simple points, and I think these are good. I think these are good ideas from Charles Barkley. We'll have that for you coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Charles Barkley has good ideas sometimes, and I thought this weekend was one of them. Anti-tanking has been a huge topic in the NBA over the last couple weeks. The NBA All-Star Week gave the league a chance to have 8 days off and let people stew on things other than actual games. And so people decided to stew on the fact that you've got about a third of the league that's not even trying to win games right now, including maybe the biggest perpetrator of this phenomenon comes to town tonight at Toyota Center, the Utah Jazz, who were fined $500,000 a couple weeks ago for taking two of their guys who were at the time during a game leading their team in scoring, and they were winning the game, and then deciding to sit them for the whole fourth quarter of a game they ended up losing.
Yeah, that was
it's a little extreme.
You know what? It's funny, though. Everything the bar keeps moving a little bit further and further down the line. It's what's acceptable and what's not. By and large, usually when teams tank, it's a matter of, okay, who do you choose to put in the starting lineup? And the guys on the court are going to play hard and everything. But that's, even if you don't like it, that's kind of within the boundaries now. To take guys out in the middle of a game that you're winning, specifically in the fourth quarter, that feels like it's beyond the pale.
Who are your two best players?
Yeah,
that's hence the $500,000 fine. And the league clearly has an issue, and Adam Silver is treating it like it's a 5-alarm fire right now. But I thought Barkley had some good suggestions on this on Inside the NBA. This is the first one, anti-tanking suggestion. Teams can't raise ticket prices if they're below 500.
We've got to come up with some type of solution because it's not fair to the game, first and foremost. It's not fair to your fan base. I've always suggested this rule. I don't think any NBA team should be able to raise their ticket prices if they're below 500. I've always said that. You cannot raise your ticket prices if your team is below 500. I think they should make that a rule in every sport, to be honest with you.
That'd be interesting, Chuckster. That'd be some incentive.
It'd be, but not even if you're still trying to tank, you can't raise your ticket prices because then you're getting your cake and eat it too. Which I'm for cake, getting your cake and eating it too.
Okay, I don't put the lottery and the tanking talk aside. I like that just as a general idea. If your product is not up to snuff, then you can't be raising the prices on your patrons, man.
Yeah, it's tricky. I mean, that's a tough one. I'm just looking at, with standard inflation over the course of 10 years, you're going to be in a 25% hole compared to other teams in the league. It would have to be modified somewhat. Sometimes teams are just bad or mediocre for multiple years in a row. So it's not just about tanking. Yeah. I like the idea though.
Yeah.
There's something there.
Yeah.
A lot of that and some of the other suggestions really boil down to, okay, we can't make relegation work in America the way they do in EPL and in other places.
Reading my mind, yeah.
But as much as we can make it like relegation as possible, I wouldn't, you know what, raise the ticket prices if you want. I would love to just make it easier to just strip people of their ownership. Now, owners aren't going to agree to that. They like owning their basketball team. But just something, whatever you can do to make it like relegation, that's what makes sense. And I like Barkley's idea in theory.
In theory. And I'm sure if we sat here long enough, we could poke holes in it. Like, hey, if they can't raise ticket prices, then the owners are going to find some other way to make sure they're hitting the margins they want. And that could mean cutting some of the little people out there in the organization. Like they lay people off or whatever. This was idea number 2 from Barkley. He says none of these odds now that skew things towards the worse you get, the more chances you get, no more ping pong balls, so to speak. 1 ping pong ball per team for the lottery.
Every team in the lottery should get 1 ping pong ball. They shouldn't give you more balls.
So everybody, that came out the other day too. Hey, maybe we're thinking about everybody's on the same level playing field.
Because the team that had the worst record, I think, has only got the number 1 pick like 2 out of 25 years. So give everybody 1 ping pong ball.
If you don't make the playoffs.
So in this world, the 14th worst team would have the same chances of winning the lottery as the worst team would. I don't even know if Barkley remembers this. He was a player at the time. The first lottery ever was in 1985 with Patrick Ewing as the grand prize. And the Rockets were a big reason why the league went to a lottery because they had tanked for Hakeem Olajuwon the year before that. That's how it used to be. It was 7 teams that didn't make the playoffs because it was pre-expansion. and they all get an envelope with their logo inside of it. You know, it started out, the way Charles is describing it is how the lottery began, and somewhere along the way, they decided to try to ensure that the worst teams would at least have the better chance at landing the number one overall.
I do like that. I mean, it's because mathematically it does make sense the way they do it now, and yet in reality, it's like statistics don't work out that way, or probability doesn't work out that way. That every single year you're going to get the least the most likely teams to win are going to win it. So you can get these stretches where. The Rockets had really good luck in the lottery for a few years, they
got Yao Ming one year.
So it's already somewhat random anyway. And now you've got a point where, all right, if teams are going to be tanking, at least it doesn't have to be to an extreme degree where it's a race to the bottom of the league. There's some teams that they're being more, at the very least, competitive and mediocre teams that are putting out effort to win games. If you're already in the bottom 10 of the standings and there's a few games left, but you're playing against a good team, why not? Yeah, let's try to win this game.
Let's try to win. And I think it's better for teams. I think it creates a better vibe inside the building, a better culture, all of those things.
I think in the NFL, where really the NFL is the league that's most resistant just by natural reasons to tanking.
Totally
and
agree.
Usually don't see it until the last couple games of the season where teams will take drastic measures to lose games. Everybody's, for the most part, pretty cool with that. But I think one of the reasons that tanking doesn't work as well in the NFL is that it's just really hard to, A, build a team culture, and then, B, it's hard to develop players when you're just getting the snot beat out of you all the time.
Yep.
It's hard to develop a quarterback who doesn't have a good offensive line. It's hard to do all these things. So it's not as effective a strategy as it is in some of the other sports. There's still something to be said for just developing your basketball team.
Yeah, and winning games and seeing what it feels like to win and not go lose all the time.
It makes it interesting, though, because with the bottom half of the league being in the lottery and then with the expanded playoffs, now you've got these teams that are straddling, again.
That's
I
a good
really like
point.
the idea. You might have to mess with the numbers a little bit.
Yeah, I think all these ideas. I think Barkley's done a really good job. We'll play the last one here. I think he's done a good job with coming up with things that at 30,000 feet are worth discussing, and then you need a room full of people to poke holes in it so you can come up with the best version of it. His last one, and I totally agree with this. No more protections on picks. When you trade a first-round pick, you are trading away a first-round pick.
If you trade a pick, it's gone, because now teams are they can manipulate. Well, if it falls in the top 3 or 4 or top 7 protected, no.
And that was a real short thought by him there, obviously. But he's totally right. Like, you see these teams, the Rockets were one of those teams at certain points. They trade away all those Russell Westbrook picks, but they've got protections on them. They get to keep it if it's in the top whatever. That's just as bad for tanking as the tanking for actual lottery picks, is teams that trade away first-round picks with these protections on them that are trying to make sure they finish low enough in the league to hang on in the lottery, to hang on to their picks.
Yeah.
So I just hate it. The NBA is so convoluted in making it easy to follow the offseason. It's so bad.
Everything about it, including the draft lottery itself, the things that I like about Barkley's suggestions are they're just more elegant.
It simplifies
and they're easier to understand and grasp. And the protected picks adds a level of complexity to it. And frankly, honestly, the super smart dudes that own teams and run teams now these days can use that complexity to their advantage, but it becomes almost impossible to actually really feel anything about exactly everything that goes on, except for the super smart amongst us.
Yep.
It's the weirdest sport that's turned from, in some respects, it should be the coolest sports, and yet there's other parts of the NBA that have turned it into the nerdiest of all sports.
Well, and that
annoys me.
Well, I think here's the thing, and we're feeling this in football right now. We're about to embark on a week where I think even the average football fan has some degree of interest in what goes on at the Combine. The average fan definitely has interest in what happens in free agency. The average fan definitely has interest in what happens in the draft. And that, to me, is where the NFL just has it so much – they've got it over the NBA, which is the average fan in the NBA understanding all the different elements of the salary cap and the CBA and all the protections on draft picks. And I know there's a few of you out there, a small percentage, that love this stuff. And I used to love it too until it just got way too hard to follow. But I know there's some of you that are like, that follow it, that are like, it's not that hard. Just make the effort. It's not that hard. Sports you shouldn't have to be Googling a 50-page document in order to follow your favorite sports off season.
No, there's always an element of people that it's kind of like people wondering why calculus isn't a more popular class. And they're like, wait, why? People are going to learn someday that calculus really has its merits and more people should like it.
Yeah.
I don't know why they don't like it more. Like because people don't like things that are hard in their spare time.
Yep.
Other than people that are really good at math.
Yeah.
Like, it's a small segment of society. Like because you want things to be as simple and as straightforward as possible.
Yeah.
That's what's fun in life.
We're not all Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah.
Which, as you know, Seth, I watched this weekend because I sent you the screen grab of him slapping the phone number up on the window right there.
It's a movie that when you're a young person and you see it, you think, this is the best movie I've ever seen or that has ever been made. And you watch it 20 years later and you're like, oh, God, get over it.
I enjoyed
yourself.
it. What are you talking about? I enjoyed it on Saturday. Oh, no.
Yeah.
We got to
Matt
get to
Damon and you know what? Part of it is that because Matt Damon and Ben Affleck became such huge stars, part of the appeal of Good Will Hunting was that those two young kids had written the movie themselves.
Yeah, they did.
And that was a cool part of it, to where you're like, oh wow, they just really just took the initiative. And Matt Damon wrote a movie where he's just an incredibly talented.
I thought about this.
Yeah.
Do you think? I mean, Matt Damon is clearly the star of that movie.
Yeah.
Do you think that, and they've probably answered this question before, so if that's the case, you can share it with me on the Base Power text line. I wonder if there was a discussion over who got to be the star of the movie. I mean, Damon was awesome in his role as Will.
Yeah.
You know, and Ben Affleck had a big role in the movie, but it was clearly a supporting role where he played Chucky, his best friend.
I'm guessing that's a good question because Ben Affleck's one of those guys that I've seen him in a few interviews where you realize, oh, he's way smarter than I'd like him to be.
Right.
You like to think of him as just the dumb bimbo in the relationship. Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe they had another manuscript where Ben Affleck was the hero.
Oh yeah, different.
It's called
one.
Gigi.
No, Geely.
Geely. It was called Geely.
Worst movie ever.
Maybe they did have another one where Ben Affleck was the protagonist.
I would be interested to know that. I'm guessing someone in 20 or 30 years since that movie was made has asked that question.
Did you see Geely?
I never did, but I heard.
I'm going to go back and watch that this weekend.
You are?
Yes. I want to know why it was so bad. I've never seen some of the all-time bad movies. Are what Waterworld is supposed to be atrocious. I never saw that.
I didn't mind Waterworld because I at the time at least I was into kind of doomsday sort of movies where like the world is ending.
Yeah,
and that was kind of what that was. Like all of a sudden the world is basically just all water.
Well, and Geely was with him and what's her face there, right?
Jennifer Lopez.
Jennifer Lopez.
Yeah.
And people started hating Jennifer Lopez.
Do you want to take a stab at the Rotten Tomato scores on Geely?
Yeah.
You got the tomato meter and the popcorn-o-meter.
Okay, and it's like on a 0 to 100, right?
0 to 100%. Yep.
Okay, I'm guessing. Let me guess this vague one first. I'm guessing that the audience liked it better than the critics.
That would be correct.
Okay.
Give the man a ding for that. They liked it. There are 26,000 plus popcorn meter ratings on here. Okay. There's only 186 experts on here, but yes, the popcorn meter liked it more, yes.
Okay, so I'm guessing the popcorn meter was like 42% and the critic score was 19%.
Boy, your confidence in this movie being good is disturbing.
That's not good. Those are bad scores.
Oh, okay. Being better than people thought it was.
Yeah.
Popcorn-o-meter, the audience, 14%.
Oh, wow.
That's so low Rotten Tomatoes. That's
really low.
That's like even the hate watchers hated it. You know, like
yeah.
The experts.
Yeah.
6%.
Does
that make you more inclined, that makes me more inclined to watch it? I would just want to see why it was so bad.
I want to see why it was so bad.
Yeah.
No, it makes me. Yeah, I wasn't gonna watch it because hey, maybe it's actually good.
Right.
I just want to see why it was so bad.
Right.
I know Waterworld got panned. Ishtar was the one.
Ishtar
was that Dustin Hoffman?
I don't remember.
I know it's supposed to be really, really bad, and it was a big budget one.
Where I pray for Ben to chime in, but I don't think
terrible lounge singers get booked to play a gig at a Moroccan hotel, but somehow become pawns in an international power play between the CIA, the Mir of Ishtar, and the rebels trying to overthrow Israel. You know why this got bad reviews? Because this is just a knockoff of Spies Like Us.
Oh, that's what it
sounds like. Spies Like Us, except in the Middle East instead of the Soviet Union.
Waterworld? Not too bad. 60% tomato meter, 44% audience.
I wonder if that was Waterworld. It might have been that it was a huge budget.
It was a special effects.
Or it was a box office failure.
Yeah.
Okay.
That could be. You're right. It probably didn't make money because the budget was a couple $100 million. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right.
You don't want to talk about Norbit?
No, we can when we come back. Coming up next. Will the Texans shop in this aisle at the most important need on their team? That is coming up next. Most important need for me 6 years ago was testosterone.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, will the Texans shop in this aisle? Daniel Jeremiah, NFL.com. Seth, you pulled this. Is there anything you want to set up with this thing on Linderbaum here?
Yeah, this is him just randomly, Daniel Jeremiah, as he was getting into offensive line talk, just basically talking about, Tyler Linderbaum, the center for the Ravens, he's going to be getting a whole lot of attention if he makes it to free agency.
There's a lot of jobs that are great. I love my job, but if I could switch jobs for just the next couple months, I'd want to be Tyler Linderbaum's agent because everybody that I talk to seems to be in on Tyler Linderbaum. So it sounds like he's going to have a robust market. Congratulations to him and his family.
Yeah, congratulations to him and his family.
And he is hitting free agency. Because some people may look at it and go, wait, he was in the same draft as Stingley, and he should be a fifth-year guy. He didn't get the fifth-year option because the league is stupid in how they do it, and the fifth-year option for a center is basically the same as a tackle. It's just too expensive.
Yeah.
So now he's hitting free agency.
The the average per year, the highest in the league right now is Creed Humphrey for the Chiefs. He makes $18 million per year.
I would do that if I were the Texans.
I would do it too. Yeah, I think that's and a couple objections, and I guess we'll bring this up pretty much every time we talk about the Texans right now. I keep getting this pushback every time I talk about free agency. People say the Texans don't have that much cap space. Yes, they do. They don't. Whatever graphic you see for how much cap space they have right now, they've got a lot of flexibility in creating cap space right now this year. They've got a boatload of space in 2027 and 2028. So if they want to go after one of the big guys, they'll be able to do it if they want to. It's without a whole lot of real exotic maneuvering or anything. So it's okay to look at these guys who are top tier. And I just look at it, last year they were not nearly as aggressive as we wanted in rebuilding that offensive line. And I appreciated patience and, you drafting an offensive lineman. They made a very safe signing in Cam Robinson. I say safe in that if it didn't work out, it wasn't like a huge outlaying of money or time or anything.
Deal, yeah.
So, and yet at the same time, okay, that's great. You've bided your time. The rubber's hitting the road this year with C.J. Stroud and his development. We can't mess around with this anymore. They haven't had a good rushing attack in any of the 3 years that D'Amico has been here. They haven't had a good rushing attack in any of the years that C.J. Stroud has also been here. They have not been great in pass protection any of those 3 years. They got marginally better, or I guess they stabilized in some ways on the offensive line this year, but they still couldn't run the ball. Mm-hmm. That's it. We can't mess around with this any longer. Just as they did with Danielle Hunter a couple years ago, when all of a sudden you realize you've got a crack at one of the best guys on the market, except in this instance, Tyler Linderbaum would be younger than Danielle Hunter was. Go get that guy.
Yeah.
I would imagine Tyler Linderbaum, if there's any kind of decision to be made, if the Texans and a couple other teams give him relatively equal money, I would imagine he would love to be in Houston.
Yeah.
I would imagine he'd love to play for D'Amico Ryans.
Yep.
I would imagine he'd love to help be a part of getting the most out of C.J. Stroud. And I, as a Texans fan, would love it as well.
I would too. The one that scares me, and I've heard other people bring it up, is John Harbaugh is in New York now with the Giants looking for, kind of looking for some of the same things the Texans are looking for, and that there's familiarity there with, with their time together in the Ravens. That's the one that makes me, if the Texans decide to shop in that aisle, that would be the one that might make me more nervous than even him going back to the Ravens, because the Ravens have a lot of expensive guys right now.
This is something that's bothered me since CJ's rookie year. Was your plan going into CJ's rookie season was to have a rookie in Juice Scruggs snapping the ball to a rookie in CJ Stroud? Well, Bobby Slowick, a rookie offensive coordinator, was the guy calling the shots.
Whose boss was a rookie head coach at the time, too.
Right. Yeah, and I think the Texans have done some really good things in how they develop players on the defensive side of the ball. I think that on the offensive side of the ball, they haven't done nearly as good a job. And part of that is creating an environment for C.J. Stroud to advance as quickly and as best he possibly can. Having a guy like Tyler Linderbaum at center correct some of those previous mistakes.
Yep.
And people are going to bring up negatives about his pass protection. That's a whole lot of nonsense. It's not an issue. But he's really, really good as a run blocker. He's a better run blocker than he is a pass protector. Pass protection by centers is as much about just how well he works with the guards next to him and everything else. But one of the things about Tyler Linderbaum, I think, and some good centers that'll happen is most teams don't want their center one-on-one versus good players, and they're not put in that position all that often. When you have a really good player and you do trust him to be one-on-one versus the Quinnen Williams of the world and everything, yeah, he's going to lose a few of those. But the fact that you can trust him to be one-on-one is way more valuable to the offense.
If they sign Tyler Linderbaum, that'll set off the biggest celebration in a fan base of signing an interior offensive lineman, certainly in this city of all time. That would be huge. One more from Jeremiah on the draft, right?
This is okay. So everybody's going to start debating about whether teams draft best player available or for need, and what do the Texans do? Jeremiah points out something about that whole discussion that gets really annoying, but people don't realize.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of going best available, which is hilarious. It's always a great discussion because, you take for need or best available. I'm like, well, a lot of teams stack their board based off need so they can justify taking best available. Well, it's like, come on, guys.
Yeah, so they've got their board, their power ranking, and they're taking best available, but they've already skewed it to kind of be like, well, we really need offensive linemen, so we're going to put this guy above. So these are the best available for our team and what our needs are.
Yeah.
And that's how they get around it. That's why every single GM wants to tell you that they take the best available. One thing I think is pretty clear with the Texans that Nick does is they know where their areas of need are, and it does feel like, and Nick has basically conceded this, they're going to move around a lot so that they're not overdrafting a player. Like, if they need offensive linemen, they're not going to draft a guy at 28 just because they need offensive linemen. But they'll trade back and hopefully take an offensive lineman where they feel it's more appropriate so they're not overdrafting a guy.
Yep.
But it's always, I think for most teams, it's more of a blend of those two things.
Text message, base power text line. Sean, as an ND guy, let's say Jeremiah Love goes earlier than we can realistically trade up for him. How would you feel if we sit tight at 28 and grab Jadarian Price? I don't think you need to take him at 28. I think you can get him at 38, and I know a lot of the mock drafts have had him going at 59. Those are the two best running backs in the draft, the two Notre Dame guys. I would be fine with Jadarian Price, and I don't think they need to take him in the first round. Now, John Harris has him going with the last pick of the first round to the Seattle Seahawks, which probably is somewhat dependent on whether or not they bring Kenneth Walker. If they bring back Kenneth Walker III, I don't think they're using 32 on a running back. If
they do take Price at 28, will you be one of those people that uses the most annoying of all phrases? He would have been there. He would have been there at 42.
No.
Why would you take him at 28 when he would have been there at 42?
If it was almost any other player from any other school, probably. But no, I'd be happy to have Jadarian Price on the team.
I know that's one of my biggest pet peeves is that people say, "Why would you take him there when he would have been there 15 picks later?" What the hell are you talking about? How do you know? How? I'm so envious of the confidence of people who can say things like that with extreme authority, as if they know exactly when a guy was going to go.
The worst is when they do it and the team that you're talking about doesn't actually have a pick 15 picks later.
Right.
Like the Texans actually have 28 and 38. So if that was your feeling, even though you don't know how the world unfolds, if you feel like, well, I think he would have been there at 38, that's fine. It's the people that are like, why'd you take him at 28? He would have been available in the early 40s. Yeah, but our next pick's not till 59. But you trade back or trade up. Like, you got to find another team.
So we've got 2 months of this, so I got to brace myself, and I'm going to handle it better than I usually do. It's people's absolute certainty about where guys are going to go and where they're not going to go, and they will argue to the death that that's exactly the way it would have happened.
Are you ready?
God bless them. I got to be more like that.
Are you ready to guess a Pender poll?
Oh yeah.
Who is the Astros' best player? We posed this question on Friday. I polled it. What are the people saying? This is a simple one. Who is the Astros' best player? You got 4 choices. Seth's going to take a guess at it. Coming up next.
Mokaram injury lawyers. No guessing here.
Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, man, Twitter's not working. What the hell?
You know what happened yesterday? I thought we had another Verizon outage, but I guess it was just my phone. I had to re-register. I don't know. China might own my phone now. But I had to redo on my SIM card and everything.
Oh, really? Well, that is so far outside of my capabilities.
I used ChatGPT. It helped me through.
Okay, all right.
It's actually, that's where I've been going now whenever I need help with anything on my phone or anything.
Yeah.
They do. It lays it out a lot easier.
That's nice, man. Yeah, the ChatGPT.
It was like the seventh thing I had to try to get my phone back working.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You would have been so proud of me. I was such an adult. I sat there, and it took me about 45 minutes, and I just methodically went from step to step to step.
Oh.
Didn't go off on any tangents or anything.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Look
No
at you.
talk of the Revolutionary War. Nothing.
You know
just,
what
I just did it all in a row.
You know what I really enjoyed last Friday was you sending me the screen grabs of ChatGPT making critiquing and recommendations to your various on-air personas.
Oh, yeah.
YouTube Seth and Radio Seth. And,
brutally honest. Yeah, I've been feeding transcripts into it.
Okay.
To kind of just give me advice on what I need to clean up. How do I need to, with YouTube, I struggle with organization, as I do in life. But, on our show, I let you organize everything, and then I'm just along for the ride. When I'm on YouTube, I have to do it all on my own, and it's hard.
And it notices that from the transcripts, huh?
Yeah.
Just from transcripts.
It did. Well, I'm trying to, God, you and I text each other way too much. It's just, I feel like we're a little codependent at this point.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't feel that way.
This is what it says. First big observation. You're sharper on radio than on solo YouTube. Why? Because Sean forces compression. On radio, you make cleaner declarative statements. You interrupt less mid-thought, which is funny because on YouTube, I interrupt myself. I interrupt you less than I interrupt myself when I'm doing a solo on YouTube.
That's incredible.
You get to your thesis faster. You spike quicker.
Oh.
On solo YouTube, you sometimes think out loud longer.
Do you feel that that's an accurate criticism?
It's accurate. I do think that some of my viewers on YouTube actually like it when I think out loud.
Yeah.
Because it's more just, like you're having a conversation with a friend or something.
Yeah, totally. And I think they like that part of this show, too, I think. When you do wind up talking about the Revolutionary War for a couple of minutes, I don't think, generally speaking, I don't think the audience minds that.
But because Sean forces compression.
I do.
I know I've got the heavy invisible hand of Sean guiding me back away from the Revolutionary War and back towards sports.
I know oftentimes when I go speak to college kids, which I do, once or twice a semester, whether it's U of H or Rice or San Jacinto or wherever, if I go speak about radio and what makes a successful show, I lead with force compression.
Well,
nothing sounds more exciting than forcing compression.
Like any kind of creative endeavor, limits and guidelines, they're your friend.
Yes.
That's why you and I are such big haiku fans, because there's
575.
Can't be all just random rambling.
That's
the one recommendation that ChatGPT gave me, where I realized that you, ChatGPT, and Brandy are all in cahoots. I got so angry when I saw this.
I know.
I didn't get angry at ChatGPT. I got angry at you and Brandy.
Right.
You sometimes overprove a point. You'll make the case, make it again, then make it one more time from another angle.
See, I feel like I'm part of the problem with that because I don't want to lose an argument. You know what I mean? So I come back, and even if I'm losing it, I'll be like, yeah, but. And you'll come back with, yeah, but. And
this is what you, Brandy, and ChatGPT fail to understand. Sometimes, no, you guys genuinely aren't understanding what I'm saying, even though you say you are. So I have to re-explain it to you so you get the gist of what I'm talking about.
That's on us. That's on us. That's on the most important people in your life and the people that you text the most right now.
Yeah.
Me, Brandy, and ChatGPT. That's it. All right.
If you have advice for anybody at home, just record yourself all day long and then just spit a transcript of it into ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And it'll tell you how stupid you are about
That's
certain
right.
things.
That's right. Yeah.
It gives a lot of positive feedback, though, too.
Oh, it was really good. The stuff you were sending me was awesome. That was
Yeah.
really cool. All right. So, Pender poll. This is a simple one. MLB.com had an article last week. Who's the best player on all 30 MLB teams? And that particular article said Yordan Alvarez. And I think I think each of the 30 beat writers put their guy. So that was probably Brian McTaggart who said Yordan Alvarez and put up his, what his B-WAR has been and what his stats have been, acknowledging that 48 games played last year is not going to cut it. Look, maybe last year Seth even makes a stronger case for Yordan because he only played 48 games and they finally missed the postseason for the first time in 9 years or whatever it is. So I put this up on Friday. Simple one. Who is the Astros' best player? And I told people if your player isn't one of the choices, then reply with your choice. The 4 choices that you and I had settled on Friday for this poll were Yordan Alvarez, Jeremy Pena, Hunter Brown, and Carlos Correa. No Jose Altuve, which we can get to in a second.
Yeah.
But who do you think won the 4-person poll?
All right, so simple. You just asked who is the Astros' best player.
That's it.
Simple. It's tough because, and we talked about this when you put the poll up. Yordan and Hunter. You've got Yordan a hitter versus Hunter Brown a pitcher.
Yeah.
I think that it's going to be Yordan as the winner.
Okay.
Would it be a?
You were right about that.
I don't think it's just going to be a simple majority, though.
Okay.
I think it's what's it called if it's not 50%? A plurality.
A plurality. Yeah.
I think it's going to be a plurality.
Okay.
Let's say I think it's going to be okay. I'll say first, second, third, fourth. It's going to be Yordan.
Yep.
Then Hunter.
Yep.
Then Pena. Then Correa.
Boy, ding, 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 ding. Yes.
And then I'm going to say. I won't. Okay, I'm going to say Yordan 40. I'm going to say Yordan 48%, and then Hunter Brown like high 30s, low 41%.
Oh man, you are. Oh.
Am I close?
Yeah. You get a buzz on both of them because of the 5% rule, and on Hunter. You said 48% for Yordan, 42%.
Oh.
You said 41% for Hunter. 35%.
Okay, so they were closer than I thought.
Yeah.
The fans would say.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But you were 6% off on each of those. So you're in the neighborhood, and you got the order right. Jeremy Pena. See, I was a little surprised you guessed. I might have guessed Pena for second place, only because I could have seen people saying, well, Hunter's a pitcher, and that's a separate thing.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go with who I think the best player is. And they went with, but Pena only got 19% of the vote. Correa got 4%. I think that's the least surprising thing is that he finished 4th. So yeah, that's how it finished right there.
I just voted for Yordan, so I don't know if that changes the results.
You did?
Does that change it like 7 or 8%?
No. There were several hundred
Just
votes.
checking. Looking through the comments, it didn't seem like a whole lot of people were upset about Altuve not being on there.
Yeah, I don't see it either.
One person had a GIF of Altuve, and he said, "As long as you leave out his base running, this is the right answer."
Yeah, and he's pointing at he's rounding the bases and pointing at the right field bleachers. That's pretty good. I think it says something though that there's very little pushback on Altuve not being one of the 4. Does that say something about how concerned we should be about paying him $30 million for each of the next 2 seasons?
I guess. I mean, we're in this uncomfortable. Hey, it is what it is situation. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Altuve is so beloved, and it's going to be uncomfortable unless he has one of these resurgent years that guys sometimes have. Mm-hmm. I love to point out Mike Schmidt, long before the era of steroids, had one of his better seasons when he was like 36 or 37.
I remember that. I was a Phillies fan back then.
It happens, you know.
Yeah.
But if he continues on the same trajectory he's been on for the last couple of years, the biggest thing about the Altuve contract and maybe how it's playing out is that the shift really affected him.
Yeah.
I mean, his skills as a second baseman were declining, but it wasn't as noticeable as long as you could shift aggressively.
Right.
Now that they can't shift, his fielding gets exposed way more often.
Now that Pena's not there to clean up his mess in the middle of the infield.
Can't basically play both positions at once.
Right,
yeah.
Exactly.
And you don't have Bregman basically playing shortstop.
Correct.
When they're over. Yeah, it's a lot harder. And then because of the Yordan Alvarez situation also, that you can't just park him at DH. It's a shame because with Altuve, man, I'd love to be in a situation where he could just focus on being a DH right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he might end up being incredible if he could, and I know he would want to keep playing second base and everything, but if you force the decision for him and he could just be a DH, who knows what it might look like.
No.
But it is what it is.
You got Yordan Alvarez, who by the way, I know you just said you would vote for Yordan. I would vote for Yordan too. Look, I think if best player is an interesting way to put it. I think if there was a skills competition of some sort held, that Jeremy Pena would probably win that, or Carlos Correa, where your arm strength, ability to field, ability to hit, run the bases, all those tools. Yordan Alvarez is so good at the things he does great, which is hit for average, hit for power, hit to all fields, great eye, gets on base, all of those things. He's so impactful in the middle of that lineup that I've got to vote for Yordan Alvarez in that.
Yeah. Oh, I'm stuck on this DH thing now where I think about the roster construction because really, you've got three guys that it'd be awesome if you got a jam-packed infield? How about Paredes at DH? No, because we got to worry about Carlo. We got to worry about Yordan and also Altuve. And it turns out that Paredes probably can't play second base either. So, no, you got three different guys that would be awesome if that was the one guy that you had to be your mainstay at DH.
Absolutely. That's why that's why I said last week, if something's got to give, if you don't move Paredes, you don't move off of this glut, this log jam, then and you want to get your best offensive lineup out there on any given day, something's going to have to give, and that is Yordan is going to play left field, and Paredes is going to DH, or maybe Altuve will DH and Paredes plays second, but you're not going to clear that log jam out as long as you've got Alvarez and Altuve both profiling as DHs on the same roster.
You know what's fun about Hunter Brown? Because this is who you think the better player is right now. The fun thing about Hunter Brown is just looking at his stats and just seeing how in almost every single area he's improved from year 1 to year 2 to year 3, just steadily along the way. I mean, including innings pitched. It was 155, then to 170, then 185. His ERA was 5.09, then 3.49, then last year 2.43.
Yeah.
I mean, just doing the math roughly in my head, Sean, basically he's going to have a 1.5 ERA.
Is that what the trend is right now?
And then a 0.75
SAT, Seth?
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
No, but he has made steady improvement. Mm-hmm. Obviously, there's only so much he can improve on last year on his numbers because they were so good. But that's the part where it's going to be fun to look back at this 10 months from now, or 9 months from now, whatever, and just see exactly what he rounded into this year.
Well, Yordan is, I voted for Yordan in here, but Hunter Brown might be their most indispensable player. If you don't have him at the top of this rotation, I think things get ugly pretty quickly for this team. Here's Brian McTaggart, circling back to Yordan, on Yordan's health. This is tags on the MLB Network over the weekend.
There is zero doubt that Alvarez is their number one thing they have to keep healthy because he is such a force in the middle of that lineup. Last year, played only 48 games, came back right at the end of the year and really energized the team. They got hurt again. They missed the last week. We're going to see him more at DH this year. I mean, there's not going to be a set number of games at DH, a set number of games in left field, but they want him off the field as much as possible defensively, just in case something happens. I mean, Alvarez, when asked about that when camp opened, said, hey, I've never gotten hurt playing left field. It's always been some, other kind of thing, swinging the bat, stepping on home plate. But the Astros just want to limit the exposure on the field as much as possible just to keep his bat in the lineup. They've got to have that left-handed bat in the lineup. They don't really have many left-handed options as is, but when he's healthy and he's right, he's still one of the top 5 hitters in the game. And I think people forgot that last year because he only played 48 games, but they have to have him in that lineup for sure.
This is not shade at Brian McTaggart.
No, not at all.
One bit. He is conveying what something else is saying. Somebody else is saying. Think about how silly that is. I've never gotten hurt doing this much more dangerous thing like playing left field. I've only ever gotten hurt, swinging a bat or stepping on home plate.
Or sliding on not sliding into home plate.
Stepping on it.
His foot sliding on home plate.
Yes, and
slipping
twisting
on it.
his ankle.
I've only ever gotten in really weird random injuries of stuff that you wouldn't expect. Yeah, I guess overall load on his body is what they're trying to be careful about. And he had, as you pointed out, that one really odd incident a couple years ago where he just slid awkwardly and ran into the in left field. He ran into the wall, and it looked like he might have torn both ACLs at one point.
He slid both knees first into the wall.
He has that feeling about him. There's like a Jadeveon Clowney element to him. Remember whenever Jadeveon would fall, you'd feel like, he fell weird.
100%.
I don't know. RG3 was like that. As incredibly as athletic as RG3 was, there was like an awkwardness about the way he fell to where you could see the injury coming. That's how Jordan is. That's why you don't like to see him slide.
I don't like to see him slide on the bases because every time Jordan goes to the ground, similar to Clowney, and the Clowney analogy is a great one. What are you doing as a fan? You're sitting there going, get up, get up.
Yeah.
Get up. Okay, he got up. Okay. Phew. All right.
Clowney might be the best one because Clowney is still ridiculously explosive and athletic, but he's stiff.
Yeah.
So it just when he gets into those positions that say Daniil Hunter gets into some positions and he's like Gumby, you just don't worry about him. Where Clowney's the opposite. It looks like something's gonna break.
Oh yeah.
It looks like a brittle tongue depressor.
Clowney, you're like fractured spine.
Yeah.
Fractured spine. It's over. And Clowney was so injury prone his first 2 years too. Like he played like 10 games his first 2 seasons. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. All right, circling back to the gold medal game in hockey yesterday. I've got 2 questions. 2 questions for the audience. Did watching that gold medal game make you want hockey more in Houston now? And did the patriotism you felt make you more understanding of why people are so staunchly in favor of, say, the Astros playing in the World Baseball Classic? That's my question to Seth and the audience, and we'll answer it coming up next.
Trajan Wealth, keep a little gold to yourself while other people are racking up gold medals. Look, you want to take what
610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
And it's Wierenski. Now Jack Hughes pokes it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
And that was fun yesterday. That was the game-winning goal. U.S. 2, Canada 1 in overtime. You could say that about the women also. The women, the American women beating the Canadian women. Much more dramatic fashion there. They had to tie it with under 2 minutes to go. They had a sixth attacker out there, the women did. But both tremendous games, and that was a great way to spend a morning yesterday watching the men's hockey team beat Canada 2-1. People already weighing in on the base power text line question I posed, and I thought about this as I was watching the game. Every time I watch a hockey game that I'm invested in, or I go see a game live even that I'm not invested in, it's just such a great live sport. I do feel like, man, my hope or my wish that we would get professional hockey here in Houston definitely gets amped up in those moments. Watching that yesterday, I'm like, God, I forgot just how much I enjoy a hockey game that I've got a rooting interest in.
I just, and even if you don't, maybe you've watched hockey in the Olympics and here and there, and you think, yeah, I think I could get into that. I don't think a lot of you guys out there are understanding and appreciating just how nice it is to sit in a freezing cold room. And when we've got one of these random 80-degree days in January, that it's nice to just go into a cold arena and have to wear a heavy sweater to go watch a
hoodie
sporting
or
event.
something. Yeah.
If you can't do it for the love of the sport, at least do it for the love of your internal thermostat.
Yes, yeah. I found myself feeling that way though. I'm sure like once this wears off, it'll dial back, and my temperature for wanting a hockey team in Houston will still be, yes, I would love that. That would be great. I don't know how anybody that's in what we do, Seth, could not want one here just because that's more sports to watch and cover.
Well, and it's and they've done a good job of it in places that didn't already have a hockey tradition. There are multiple southern cities now in the U.S. that did not have much of a hockey desire or anything for hockey to begin with, but they've gotten into the culture of it. It helps a lot too. Like, well, in Las Vegas, remember, they were just really good immediately.
They made the finals their first year, if I'm not mistaken. Tennessee, they've been good at times there too.
It also helps when there's a lot of, I think when you look at the Southeast or you look at Las Vegas, there's a lot of transplants there.
Yep.
And that makes a difference. I don't know. Houston's got a lot of new people in it. I don't know what the percentage is of northern transplants. I know there are a lot of people from Colorado that work in Houston now because of oil and gas.
Yep.
And I don't. Do they become Houston fans immediately, and are they going to stay there with their entire lives? I don't know. I don't know what the market research is. Someone hasn't given it to me yet.
Here's the base power text line research. Text message: we need, all caps, a hockey team here. It's a travesty that we don't have one. Text message: you look at the two recent expansion hockey teams. One of them did really well and got to the finals. I can't remember. They may have even won. The Texans were not afforded the same luxuries as the previous expansion teams would. They hurt the expansion. That hurt the expansion Houston hockey team, so that didn't happen again. I think you're reaching there. But all of a sudden, because Houston's expansion football team doesn't experience immediate success, expansion hockey 25 years later isn't going to work.
Yeah, no, and that's ridiculous, especially because they achieved really big financial success, which is what the league really cares about.
Yes.
And in terms of attendance and everything, that's been just fine.
Right, and the other 31 owners would love nothing more than another tomato can to beat up on in the league, right?
Right, yeah. So
as long as they're making money.
Like attendance this year, Las Vegas is leading the league in attendance. The Florida Panthers are second.
Yeah.
Tampa, no, I'm 100% wrong on all of this. I take it back. Tampa's second. Florida is like fifth.
And Florida, the defending champions.
Yeah. Like the two teams that, two cities where you just didn't think, oh, yeah, you should definitely slap a hockey team.
The Vegas one is interesting.
They're not as high as that. I was reading I have the thing sorted out
Well,
wrong.
the only reason I say that is, Vegas is the rare town that is driven by tourism, across the United States. as compared to all the other professional sports. Now, you know, L.A., you could say, and New York, and there's tourism in other cities. Vegas's main industry is tourism and people coming in from out of town. Amy and I had talked about going to see a Golden Knights game when we go to Vegas in a few weeks. There just isn't one. So I always wonder with Vegas, with all the sports, and eventually they're going to have all four the big professional sports there, how much of it is people that, you know, this is on their same list to do as going to Blue Man Group or, you know, going to Shin Lim or something like that, you know.
When was the last year of the Arrows?
Which version?
Yeah, that's what, well, because they, the more recent one, the 2000s one.
Oh, like, probably like 2014, 2015. They've been going.
Okay, here, I got to pull. Oh, it was 2012-13.
2012, okay, yeah.
They were getting good attendance, like 7,300 in 11-12.
Yeah, and that's minor league, too.
6,700 in 2012-13.
Yeah. Houston, to me, I would think if I were in the NHL, and I know that Houston as a city can be, and I hope nobody takes this the wrong way, we can be a bit of a bandwagon city. You know, if the teams aren't playing well, then there will be empty seats and there will be late arriving crowds. And all of those things. I think we all know this about ourselves.
There's going to be late arriving crowds when they're doing awesome.
Right. So, you know, could Houston support a hockey team through thick and thin? I think we'll support anything that's winning. Would they support it through thick and thin? Because I will say this. Those are expensive tickets. I don't know if people realize they're the most expensive tickets.
Well, one of the things, though, too, is, I mean, that's if youth hockey in Houston were stoked because of it, and then you kind of create a culture around it.
Yeah.
That might be like Houston's got a whole lot of affluent suburbs and places where it's hard to make the varsity team in a lot of sports because the schools are so damn big. I could see Houston youth hockey really picking up if there were an NHL team here, and then that becomes an attendance driver in and of itself. It snowballs.
My other question that I have for the people is the patriotism that you may have felt yesterday. If you were on my side of the World Baseball Classic debate, which is I don't want any of the guys from my team playing in it, go on with your event. It's an awesome event. I just don't want any Astros playing in it. Were you more understanding after watching that gold medal game of why people who are baseball fans, especially in baseball-playing countries, are so staunch about wanting their favorite players to play in the WBC and represent their country? And I was more understanding of it, not to the extent that I'm happy Jeremy Pena is playing in the World Baseball Classic, but I'm more understanding of it.
You're more understanding of it. The blind spot we have for it is that the Olympics have just been around a whole lot longer.
Yeah.
And it just has more emotional importance to us who grew up watching the Olympics. I think for the non-U.S. countries where they haven't had a chance necessarily to really, to show their best in baseball, that it's, even though the World Baseball Classic is new, it can take on a lot more of an emotional impact.
Yeah.
And out of respect to the actual players in Major League Baseball, so many of them are foreign born right now.
Yep.
That obviously we're not going to have the same feel for it as they do.
Yeah.
As being able to represent their home country against some of the other best baseball players in the world.
Totally. I saw a funny meme yesterday of some guy in a batting cage pitching and like maybe 20 feet from the backstop, and with a horrible throwing motion, saying, "Here's Canada getting their revenge on the U.S. in the World Baseball Classic."
Does Canada have a team?
I'm sure they do. I'm guessing they do. I'm sure they do. Right? I mean,
who's the best Canadian baseball player that you can remember?
I don't.
No, I'm not talking about a Montreal Expo.
No. Yeah, I'm not. I'm sure there's. Yeah, I'm guessing that there's at least one or two we're missing on here that I should be naming off the top of my head.
Oh, Logan Allen is pitching for Team Canada.
Okay.
There you go.
Sounds like they've got a real great shot.
They've got Liam Hicks as a catcher.
Okay. Yep. Yeah. I would say that meme sounds about right. Hey, man, sad story yesterday. We haven't really touched on this Rondale Moore story in the NFL. Rondale Moore, drafted by the Cardinals back in 2021 out of Purdue, and came into the league with a lot of fanfare, and he had a very star-crossed career. He had suffered some major injuries of late he was on the Vikings, and then the news drops yesterday that Rondale Moore was passed away at the age of 25. And when there's no news of somebody being sick and it's age 25 nowadays, it's like, oh man. And, and your worst fears get confirmed that he took his own life.
Yeah, there at least police suspect self-inflicted gunshot wounds. So and that was the last couple of years have been really tough for him. Hasn't played any snaps. He got injured in training camp this year while playing with the Vikings against the Texans on a return. He got tackled and I believe tore his ACL.
Yeah.
But he was with J.J. Watt with the Cardinals, and there were was it Hard Knocks or was it just like one of the whatever? J.J. was mic'd up for it. And he had a couple of funny, interesting interactions with Rondale Moore. One of them was funny. This one is pretty cool. This was after Rondale Moore had dropped a pass in training camp, and JJ comes up to him and kind of ribs him a little bit, but then gives him some encouragement.
Okay?
No.
What's wrong?
Got the ball.
What happened?
Got the ball.
Did it hit your hands? Yeah. Ooh, yeah. Nope, that's your job description. That's going to be tough, you know. I'm kidding. It's fine. Is it Wednesday or is it Sunday? Be pissed about it. Stay after, catch a few extra balls, and then catch it on Sunday. Yeah. You know how many times I've been knocked on my ass in my career? You get back up and you go out there and you catch the next one.
All right, they were on Hard Knocks in season in 2022. So I'm guessing that's what it was.
It's tough to watch because you can see Rondale Moore is taking it really hard. And then everything that I've read about him is that, man, this is a kid that he was quiet, didn't really want to be in the limelight or anything, but, was an old soul type of a guy. And, not to speculate or anything on any of this, but he's obviously just was going through a really tough time.
Yeah, I don't want to speculate either, but that clip obviously popped up yesterday after the news came out and what we think is a suicide. And I'm watching that clip. I'm going, man, this is a guy who is super hard on himself. Granted, it's 30 seconds of video from Hard Knocks. I get it. But when you attach that to the news of the day and you're like, man, this is a kid who is JJ's trying to console him, and he just looks despondent in that clip that he had dropped a pass on a Wednesday in practice. It was so that was tough, man. That was tough. Thoughts and prayers to Rondale Moore and his family. That was sad news yesterday. Base Power text line. Dude, go look at George Springer yesterday. He took batting practice in a Team USA hockey jersey.
I saw that. I think the batting practice was on Saturday, probably, unless he was out doing. I think that was on Saturday batting, whatever it was, though.
Okay, he was obviously supporting Team USA on his Canadian baseball team.
Yeah, unless it was during the game. Maybe he was doing it during the game.
I don't know. The texter's saying it was during batting practice.
Okay,
so he took BP in a USA hockey jersey.
I knew it was during batting practice. I didn't know if it was yesterday or the day before.
Oh, gotcha.
Just a stupid detail.
Yeah, gotcha. That's funny. Good job, George. Way to troll your employer. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Monday. We'll find out what the guys got going on In the Loop coming up next. Hey, Combine begins this week. So what are we keeping an eye on? The biggest storyline from the Combine has already got me annoyed about the NFL Combine. We will get to that coming up next.
Hey, you annoyed that football season's over? You don't have to be, because you can still make picks and win money.
610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Seth, to answer your question from earlier, were there any Canadian players saying that Canada was the better team? Connor McDavid did say that. Connor McDavid started.
Oh no! I didn't. I just didn't know the full. I knew that he had said it. I didn't know what the actual context was.
Yeah. Just the better team didn't win that game. I will say this: the team with more shots on goal didn't win that game.
My question earlier was about whether Canadians were pointing out that the U.S. has like 10 times as many people in it.
Yeah,
that's what they love to do. Is like, hey, well, we're a much smaller country. You're like, right, and you all play hockey.
Yeah,
it's like if we had every single one of our young people play hockey, sure, that it would be different.
That's right.
Okay?
That's
It's
right.
not.
That's right. Hey, speaking of which, real quick, ESPN just posted this in 2019 before the NHL draft. ESPN asked Jack Hughes to write a letter to his future self. So this is 7 years ago. So here's a portion of the full letter. He's writing it to himself now, keep in mind. He tells his future self, "Your brothers made you who you are on and off the ice. I hope they'll be able to say you did the same for them and that they had great NHL careers too." He's got two brothers that also play in the NHL. Maybe you even suited up with them a couple of times in the NHL. Maybe we all represented the United States at the Olympics or the World Championships. Maybe we won a gold medal or gold medals together. What an honor that would be.
How old was he there?
He was 7 years ago. So whatever he is now, 2019.
7 years ago.
7 years. It was before the draft that he was drafted.
I thought it was when he was 7 years old, and I was like, wow, that is a big endorsement for having your parents do your homework for you. Because that was there's no way in hell a 7-year-old wrote that.
No way he's got the penmanship that's in this letter either.
Good for him.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was really cool.
I wish I'd written more letters to myself. If only if I'd had the foresight to know, like, listen, you're probably right. You'll be correct about a few of the things. And then just, then you hold it up for the world to see. I know it.
Yeah.
I knew it. I would clear my colonoscopy in 2026. I wrote this when I was 7 years old.
I wrote it. Knew that colorectal health was going to be a big deal in the 2020s.
I know that at least once before the age of 50, I'd like to file my income taxes on time. Dead nabbit, I did it. Where there's a will, there's a way.
That's exactly right. So the combine begins this week. Guys are arriving. I don't have the exact schedule in front of me, but the position groups are arriving over each of the next 4 days. I know offensive line, which I think is one Texan fans are going to have a big eye on. They're the last ones to get there this week. There's a whole day. It's just offensive linemen. The trend that I'm seeing early on here with the combine coverage, Seth, that is super annoying, is that from what I can gather, this we know. Fernando Mendoza is not going to throw at the combine. That's not abnormal for the top pick.
Especially when a guy's a clear cut going to go number one.
Yeah.
A lot of times, more often than not, these days they don't throw.
They don't throw. Well, I know there's a kid from Miami who's a top 5 pick who's not even going to the combine. He's like, my tape speaks for itself. And you know what? It's not going to affect his draft status one iota. So Mendoza is not throwing at the combine. If we recall last year, Shedeur Sanders didn't throw at the combine either.
Yeah.
And ultimately, we know what happened with his draft stock. He slid to the 5th round. So from what I can gather, the Shedeur-aholics are back out in full force.
Yeah.
This time pointing out that Mendoza isn't throwing at the combine, and thus he should slide to the 5th round, just like Shedeur Sanders
Just like
did.
Shedeur. This is the biggest window into how many Shedeur fans are not actual football fans or not NFL fans. Like Bryce Young didn't throw at the combine. C.J. Stroud did.
Yeah.
Bryce Young got drafted before C.J. Stroud.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the only thing about Shedeur that gets annoying is that you end up getting in arguments with people that genuinely have zero clue about the sport of football, or particularly the NFL. There's other people that like Shedeur that you can get into an argument with or have a discussion with because they actually follow the NFL.
Right.
But there's a boatload of people that it's just kind of like it was with Tebow, too. Whenever you tried to have a conversation about Tebow, there would be legions of people that didn't have a clue what they were talking about, that were convinced that Tebow was being railroaded for this or that or whatever, and it was exhausting, Sean.
Yeah. Well, it also ignores the fact that Shedeur himself, it ignores the fact that, well, maybe calling it a fact, what we've heard is that Shedeur behind the scenes wasn't the easiest to deal with in some of these interview environments either. Like Shedeur, it wasn't just he didn't throw at the combine that got him sliding to the 5th round. There's an element of the juice isn't worth the squeeze with Shedeur Sanders. Like, yeah, he's a talented football player, but if what we were seeing behind the scenes in some of these interviews, his dad admitted to basically manipulating their way out of certain situations. Like,
just telling teams they didn't want to be drafted
draft us.
there.
Yeah. So that it ignores that. Now, should that have been enough to drive him down to the 5th round? I don't know. And at this point, I don't really care anymore. It's just it's annoying.
Well, no,
it's annoying seeing this faction come out of the woodwork again.
Well, no, it's just a factually it's not an opinion. They're factually wrong if they say, oh, if Mendoza doesn't throw, then he shouldn't be drafted number 1 overall. Because Shedeur wasn't graded as your classic number 1 overall pick,
right?
As a quarterback to begin with, and then beyond that, there's many number 1 overall picks who have not thrown at the combine.
Yeah.
So it's just flat. Like they're that little band of Shedeur fanatics. Their knowledge of the history of the NFL begins and ends with Shedeur Sanders getting drafted to the Cleveland Browns last year. It's just so there's just a whole lot of nonsense out there.
This might be one of the least inspiring or least compelling groups of quarterbacks that are going to be throwing at this This is not a good quarterback class this year outside of Mendoza. There's a big drop-off after him.
Well, and with Mendoza, the only thing that gives me pause a little bit is that, man, all right, if he stays at UCLA and continues to
Cal.
Excuse me, Cal.
Yeah.
Or UC, even if he transfers
to UCLA. If he's gone to UCLA, right.
Same thing. If he stays at Cal, and where does he get drafted this year?
Yeah.
It's that one performance. Scouts tend to like guys, ideally, that have had 3 years as a starter, at the very least 2, so you can see some consistency.
Mm-hmm.
You go back to various guys in the past who have had a really good sophomore year, and it looks like they'll be the number 1 overall pick, but then all of a sudden their junior year, they fall off. Matt Barkley, guys like that. It's never as guaranteed as it feels after that 1 year. Johnny Manziel, after his big year, if whatever his stock was there before everything that happened afterwards.
Yeah.
Now I don't think Mendoza is going to have the same type of Johnny Manziel problem.
I don't think so.
I'd be really, really surprised.
I would be shocked. I'm here for it. If there's someone with that personality all of a sudden decides to start taking on some habits off the field, that could get very, very fun.
This says he's got to try to balance, training for the combine and studying for the LSAT.
Yeah.
That's, sometimes you need a little help.
True. That's true. Yeah. Johnny Manziel's LinkedIn would have been fun. Like Fernando Mendoza's got his LinkedIn.
Yeah.
That would have been fun. I think a lot of it is his personality that has him as such a no-brainer number 1 right now. He does. He seems to have one of those magnetic personalities, great teammate, all that stuff. Even if he's a little dorky, I will say that.
I don't know how that shtick works when you're 2 and 15.
It's a fair question.
I meant to do this. I didn't go back and look at all of the reports from Cal about how awesome his leadership was and everything. I don't know. Like when you're not winning a boatload of football games, I don't know how much of that people rally around it. So we'll see.
Someone says on the Base Power text line, and I saw this too, Canada is upset with the format, Seth. They're upset that the overtime is 3-on-3 and not 5-on-5 like the NHL. But the texter is making the counter argument. They have their 3 best players out there, one of which is the best player on earth, and they're a bunch of whiny babies. He has B and then a bunch of stars after it. Might be another B word that he's using there, not babies. But yes, I said, he said Canada, not Canada. He says, okay, so Canada. I'll tell you this. I felt this way, and I'm not a hockey expert or anything, but, I've watched plenty of hockey. I felt like 3-on-3 was going to be, like this texter did, bad for the United States. To me, the more ice there is to cover, the more skilled team has the advantage. And I thought throughout the 60 minutes of regulation, it was very evident that Canada was the more skilled team of the two. I mean, even the 2 goals that got scored in regulation, the U.S. got their goal because Boldy flipped it in, split 2 guys, total effort goal. And the Canadian goal was off of a face-off on practically a designed play,
That's where, I guess where it makes it just a little bit more random because it's easier to score. So then maybe that if they probably feel like, okay, if it's 5-on-5, then the true skill can show.
Yes.
It's not as easy to score.
We had just shown for 60 minutes we were the better team in that environment. I could see that. I could see that. I felt like the U.S. needed to score in regulation because I was terrified of what 3-on-3 would look like with the Canadian team out there. But it all worked out. Jack Hughes, baby. Hey, look who's back in his Devils jersey today.
Hey,
supporting his man, Jack Hughes.
Hey, I can take some credit for that. Actually, my daughter can.
Oh, she gave. Well, I was at that hockey game with you, so I'll take a little bit of credit.
You
a tiny
too.
bit of
All
credit.
three of us get some credit for
three.
the USA winning and Jack Hughes getting the game-winning goal.
So the Pendergast and the Lopez went to a New Jersey Devils game back in 2023.
2023.
That was when
my
BG got
son's
married.
wedding. Yeah.
Yep. And Tad Brown hooked us up with some really good seats. Hooked you and I up and our the whole crew there with New Jersey Devils sweaters. And the best part of the whole experience was your daughter Leah.
Yes.
Sitting down next to the penalty box.
She had
strict orders.
And we got to ride the Zambonis. That's the second best.
Oh yeah, that was the second best. Yeah, that was the best actually. But the second best was the strict instructions given to your daughter.
So Jack Hughes got a penalty in that game.
Yep.
She was given very strict instructions. You're going to be right by the penalty box behind the glass. I have a picture that I put on Twitter, and they just said, whatever you do, don't talk to any of the players that go into the penalty box. Jack Hughes got a penalty, and she leaned over. She goes, "You're doing great." In typical Leah fashion.
That's so funny.
You're doing great.
That is so funny. Did she feel the same way about him yesterday?
Oh, boy. She was texting the whole time.
Was she?
Oh, God.
My guy, Jack
My
Hughes.
guy, Jack.
That's so funny. When he got slashed in the face by that stick, she's like, no, not Jack. That'd be funny. How you doing, Reggie?
Doing pretty good, man.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to see you.
Thank you. Likewise.
Yes. Yeah. Good to have the crew back together.
Good to have
again.
the crew back together.
Did you get your white whale?
I did not get my white whale. I've been asked multiple times, but it was maybe the best trip to Costa Rica we've had. I caught the biggest tuna of my life.
Okay.
Nearly 100-pound tuna, freewheeling it. In other words, no fighting chair, no,
So you're standing.
Standing, holding it. I've never fought a fish for an hour and a half. I fought that fish for an hour and a half. I was completely gassed.
Do you know that I'm not a fisherman, so I'm curious. So you fought it for an hour and a half. Is there a point where you are telling yourself,
yeah,
we need to cut bait?
No, yes.
Or is there a point where you're like, no, I know I'm going to win this if I just ride it out?
No, it came up to the surface no less than about 8 or 10 times.
Okay.
We thought we had it. He would make another run. And I was pouring water over my head. I thought I might pass out. It was that bad.
Oh, and it was hot out too.
But ultimately we did get it. So that made the trip. Caught a sailfish. Caught some, mackerel and roosterfish. It was best trip we've had, and we did other stuff too, not just fishing.
Roosters aren't fish. Come on.
Roosterfish were they?
So what do you get out of that tuna? You get like 30 or 40 pounds of meat out of that tuna.
I caught the one that was nearly 100 pounds. My buddy Dean caught one that was about 20, 25 pounds.
Okay.
And we had they cut it up for us, steaks, and we were eating sushi right off the fish.
Wow.
We were just slicing pieces off and eating it. It was so freaking good.
You caught the fish. It's there in the boat.
They butchered it right there on the boat.
And you're just slicing it.
And
I guess it is raw, right?
Oh, it was the best I've had. It was the best. It was nice and fatty and all that. So we only kept like about a third of the meat, and we ate off of it for 4 days and gave the rest to the crew.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And, for whatever. They could sell it and give it to families, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, that fish, that was about a $1,200 fish. on the market.
Yeah.
So we gave it to
you
them.
got it for free.
The vacation paid for itself.
That's what I told
the
my
ROI.
wife. That's what I told my wife.
Yeah.
You didn't try to smuggle any of the tuna back in on the airplane?
No.
Strap it underneath
My
your
carry-on.
So you can bring it back and heat it up in the microwave?
He's up there and hey, they're not going to eat in first class like we are, unless you were in first class.
Yeah, I'll shoot you guys a video. It was incredible. We saw some toucans, saw a couple of sloths.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was badass.
I like how everybody perked up when we heard sloths. We were like,
I can relate to the sloths.
It sounds like one of those, like I know there it's like no big deal. A sloth is probably like a raccoon, but it feels like one of those animals that don't actually exist in real life.
Yeah,
you saw a sloth.
We had a coati, which some people may not know what that is. It's kind of like a fox/raccoon come up to our room, right to the rail.
Oh wow!
Yeah, right
no
to
kidding.
The rail of the room.
Are they dangerous?
No,
Okay.
but it's pretty cool looking. So
Do they get scared of humans like some of the animals?
I was just curious.
Really?
Yeah.
It was like, hey, what's up?
It was a great trip. And kind of the good thing is I had the best trip I've had, and I still get another chance to try to go catch a marlin. So I got another trip out of it.
The white whale. So the white whale's right. You got an excuse to go back to Costa Rica.
Yeah.
so you had all that fun, and now you're back talking to me.
I'm having fun here, man. I am having fun here.
Oh,
really good to be back.
Yeah, it's good to have you back, man, for sure. You're listening to KLTM, KLTFM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. So, question of the day.
Real quick, I can feel Seth looking up Coati. It's Coati.
Oh no, it wasn't. No.
Oh, like the like koala, but with the T-I at the end. Okay.
Yeah.
I was more interested in that fox coon.
That's it.
That's what it is.
Oh, that's the quaddy? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Excellent.
How much I was paying attention.
So what's the question of the day, boys?
Inspired by the New Jersey Devil himself, Jack Hughes, what's the most notable sacrifice you've made for a big win? Because he gave up his 2 front teeth, as the expression is. Actually, he gave up 3 of them in order to make sure that the U.S. won gold.
Or what would you?
Well, mine would be a would-be because on this show, I am not the athlete. Seth is the athlete. Seth, have you made a sacrifice, Seth, at some point physically?
Like I lost something for a win or something.
Yeah. And it doesn't have to be like a sports win in life.
Did you play like you played on a torn whatever?
My closest to that moment from the gold was playing intramural, it was gym class lacrosse in 7th grade. Took a lacrosse stick to the tooth and got my tooth knocked out.
Ooh.
But I did. But we won.
You finished the game.
We won, yeah. We beat Aaron Lefebvre's team. After he's been,
I hate Aaron Lefebvre.
I do too.
No, Lefebvre's a good dude.
He is still.
Yeah.
I don't know. I heard he changed.
He's the one that I told you when we were 17. He was dating this 21-year-old hot, like she was hot, and he ended up marrying her like 3 months out of high school. And everybody, what's going to happen with that. Nope, they're still happily married.
Really?
Still happily married.
Okay.
And she's still hot. Yep.
Oh,
it's a fairy tale romance.
Yeah. Oh man, I hate it.
She used to buy us beer. That made it even better.
Would you cut off an ear for a Super Bowl?
No. No,
How about 3 Super Bowls in a row? There is a number.
An ear? Okay, like straight cut off, or
well, you
like,
can still hear.
Van Gogh?
Yeah, no,
like just the flappy part.
Or would I lose an ear? See,
like you look like a wrestler.
It's hard for
would you
me.
look like a wrestler?
Oh, like cauliflower ears? I'd take cauliflower ears. Yeah.
Yeah, cauliflower ears is pretty badass.
It is badass.
But that comes way before the actual championships.
Yeah, well, okay, now here's a big question for me. You know my otherworldly tolerance for pain. Do I have to actually like go through what it takes to get the cauliflower ears, or are we just like snapping my fingers and the ears are all of a sudden all calloused?
Pain. Yeah, you gotta have.
So I got to wrestle a bunch of times and be in a headlock and get. Oh, no way.
Plus, when you get the it starts off it balloons up.
Yeah.
And you get it drained and it still goes out. Yeah, it's a process.
There are injuries I would suffer. This is what I've always said. If I have a player that was super important to winning a championship, the quarterback of your team, for instance, and they suffered the right injury, I would suffer that injury myself if the gods then cured
and he could play
that person.
So when Chris Paul has his hamstring,
I'd easily take.
And you're just like, I'll take the hamstring injury. You go beat the Warriors.
It wasn't just a pulled hamstring. That was a torn surgery.
Dude, I lived such a sedentary lifestyle in 2018. I didn't even know if my hamstrings were even working at the time. Yeah.
How about a finger?
Part of a finger.
Yeah.
Part of a finger. Part of a. Not the middle finger, because I need that one to tell people how I feel about them. Yeah. I would say the tip of the pinky, maybe. Yeah, I would say. Yeah.
I'm having a hard time. I'll tell you, I don't know if you guys have had this experience. I remember when I did lose a tooth, or I had to have a tooth pulled for some reason, like 20 years ago. It was the first time in my life I felt like, oh, crap, that's a part of me, and I'm never getting that back.
Yeah.
I mourned it. Even though it was a molar. I didn't care about it, but it just felt weird to lose that a little bit. I'm going to hang on to all my body parts for as long as I can.
That's how I felt about the small portion of my vas deferens that got taken out during my vasectomy. I'm like, hey, whoa.
You and me both.
Whoa. Can you give that to me and I can put a chain through it and wear it around my neck like a shark's tooth? That's what I asked.
Like you do with your foreskin.
That's what I didn't know enough at the time, but had I known, had I known. All right. By the way, there's a movie called Kawati. It's an animated film about a Kawati.
I just sent you guys a picture of a Kawati.
That sounds lovable.
A real one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the Kawati. It looks like it's wearing a mask of some sort.
Yeah, it came right up to our room.
Huh.
Yeah.
You say, hey, little fella.
Hello. Hello there, Kawati.
I feel like that's how a lot of videos where someone loses an appendage.
Yes. That would be the sacrifice.
Cute little Kawati.
Yada yada yada. I had to get a rabies shot. Yeah. All right. We are done. Crosstalk brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. John Lopez back in the saddle. Reggie Atatula is here. Colin Neal still in for Figgy. Seth, antibodies to you, my friend.
Antibodies, and do not eat any of Lopez smuggled in tuna.
Don't worry.
It's different than when it's fresh off the boat.
No. All right, we're done. We're out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Colin Neal, they are in the loop, and they start now.
He's back.
Yes, sir.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Hope that you had a lovely weekend. Somebody who I know had a lovely weekend. Plus, is the OG John Lopez back in the saddle? What's happening, man?
Oh, man, what a trip. We touched on it a little bit there, but I do have a question for you.
Okay. You don't want me to do any of the things to set this
do
up
those
before you
things
start
first.
asking questions? I was like, the question
first.
You've been gone that long
That's a
to where you
tease.
forget.
That's a tease.
That I need to make sure that I appreciate one, Colin Neal for being on the board in the stead of Figgy Fig. Still got a couple more days of vacation himself, but appreciate you for rolling with us here on this Monday. Thank you for joining us, and we always appreciate the Mo Caramel Jewelers for the live streams.
We keep it 100.
Both on the YouTube page, and which is Sports Radio 610, the Twitch chat 610 Houston. That's how you get involved, as well as the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610. You said you have a question here, John?
I have a question for you, my man.
Okay.
What the hell happened last week?
Oh.
I was sitting. Let me set the stage.
Oh.
So, I went fishing. I think we did 4 trips. The other few days we were out in the, doing the jungle thing, and we went to a cocoa farm, which is kind of cool, by the way.
You ain't bring no cocoa back?
Yeah, we did. Actually, we did. I'll get you some.
Okay.
Just doing touristy type stuff.
I need to put in my Reese's because have you heard that they've changed the entire formula of the Reese's so that it's less cocoa? So now if I get
talked about that.
We can get. Wait, they did?
Yes.
On the boat or in the jungles?
On the cocoa tour.
Okay.
Because theirs was 100%. They actually talked about that. We'll get to some of that stuff. But anyway,
cool.
So then we get home every evening, we cook or we go get ready to go out and eat, having a couple of drinks. And that's when I would really open up my phone. And I'm like, what the hell is going on in Houston? Like you've got brand new Texans training facility. Okay, whatever. I wasn't here for that. The KD burner.
Allegedly.
Yeah, we'll see. The KD burner. CJ Stroud rumors.
Yes.
Well, I'm like, what is going on? And then John McClain wants to run naked downtown.
That's right. Where would you like to start?
How long have you been gone for?
I know.
Oh, my God.
I'm not sure if I've seen him this year.
The headquarters feels like it was like a month ago.
That's right.
Yes.
That's right. We're all past it.
We're
going to blow up the Astrodome and everything. You missed it.
Periodically, I would open my phone. I was like, oh, cool, training facility. Then you're getting all that. I'm sure we'll get more details on that. Oh, wow, KD, huh? I guess that's him. Maybe it's not. Maybe it is. We'll see. CJ Stroud. Rumors. I'm like, what's going on? And then John McClain talking about running naked downtown. I'm like, can they not survive without me down there?
I realized in this moment that I missed a valuable opportunity to crowdsource with the listeners what lies we would tell you happened here while you were gone. Because this was what a great opportunity for you to come back and be like, yeah, actually they did move the Texans entirely.
They're actually there right now.
Right? Just do a whole bunch of random things that you would have no idea how to verify for a very short moment. But yes, there's a lot of things. Where would you like to start, in fact? What would you like to talk about?
Well, let me ask you some questions.
Okay, I will see if I can answer them for you. Answer as well, 713-572-4610.
Yes, please do. Because as I'm looking at these things, I'm like, this is wild. What a wild week. But I have a question on each of these things. from the training facility to McLean Naked. All right, question number one on
McLean Naked.
And now you may have covered some of these or talked about it,
Well,
whatever.
certainly.
But these are the questions that popped into my mind. First, with the training facility, what percentage chance would you give the likelihood of the Texans playing at NRG Stadium past the current contract?
This is a really good question because
Percentage chance. I want a number.
for me, I think that the percentage chance went up with this deal. I think that I probably put it at 75%.
Really?
Yes. And the reason why I say that is this was if you are like John Lopez where you were under a rock or in Costa Rica.
Yeah.
This was a deal that the preliminary portions of a deal that would establish the ability for the Texans to build a freestanding headquarters and entertainment district, which they're calling the Toro District, in the Bridgeland area, northwest rather, Harris County, 99, 290, right around that general area. And it is in Harris County. This is a deal that gets done with Harris County. And I thought that was notable. Of all the various different places that are in the burbs, so to say, this was somewhere that is in Harris County. Now, it is worthwhile that this is an area that seems to have some money to it and is going to continue to develop. So the land will grow in value, and then also being a hub there of entertainment, restaurants and activities will be useful as more people live there. But I think that the notion of them being with Harris County makes it so that maybe that ends up being some level of step forward on the relationship of how do we get something done at NRG Park moving forward. I don't think that it's the end-all, be-all. I don't think that this absolutely solidifies it, but I do think that it increases the chance. That's me personally. I know that I have not been joined by everybody. There's some people that think that, oh, here they go, and they're starting to move out to the suburbs. Why would they not do it again once they get this area? But I think that this does create avenues. Something simple as now that they don't need or that they won't in 3 years need the bubble and those, the Methodist, the Houston Methodist Training Center that they have there. What happens if that land now becomes something where even if you want to build a new stadium on that premises, there you have a plot, a footprint for maybe a stadium, a temporary stadium, just like they did in Highmark. And then where NRG currently stands then becomes room for you to do an entertainment district there. So you have two of them. I think that this opens up avenues, hopefully, or at least lines of communication that seemed like they were stalling for a number of years. That's the way that I interpreted it. And that's how I looked at it.
I'm going to say less than 30%. Maybe I'll say less than 25% chance that the Texans play at NRG Stadium past the current contract, and it's for three reasons.
Okay.
Number one, leverage.
Yes.
Now they have it. They have all the leverage. They got their own, even though it's county, it's theirs. They're going to have control. They're going to have a big say with the developer. I forget, Howard Hughes, right? Howard Hughes
that is correct.
Corporation, or whatever it is. They're going to have a big say in what's there, how it's going, et cetera. So they have leverage. That's number one. Number two, after a few years, have you ever dated a hard nine that's a little crazy?
Thankfully, no.
Okay.
Well, I mean, everybody's a little crazy to some extent, right?
Let's say they're dating a hard nine that's a little crazy. Yes, it might make more sense to come back here, but it gets good to you, doesn't it? It gets good to you. They're going to be out there for a while, and they're going to realize people are coming. It's a big entertainment district. We have control. We can have all these events. We have one of their big initiatives is the youth sports and all that stuff. And so it's going to get good to them. And after a couple of years, they're going to go, imagine if we could do this every Sunday at our own stadium here. I think that's in their collective minds. They're like, all right, we still got to go over there all the time, and the county still controls all that. And we don't have a big say in the air conditioning and the and all the facilities and events, and we still got to work with the rodeo and all that. I think it's just going to get good to them.
Can I ask you a question about that? When you say we can do that here, are you also like Paul, who was in Paul Gamont? Thinking that they would get to a place where they'd want to build the stadium out in the Bridgeland area
100%,
as well?
100%.
The reason why that does not seem viable to me personally is if you want to have a event venue and entertainment district, why would you want one when you could have two?
Well,
I think having them in separate places allows them to try and with a updated stadium, NRG Stadium, or a new something to that effect, whether it's at NRG Park or somewhere else. I think they would want to have an entertainment district around that as well, so that not only do you have game day,
but they wouldn't have the say.
They wouldn't have exactly the same say. That's also a possibility. I think with this, I think you're right about leverage. I think that they can maybe see themselves get a more typical a stadium arrangement than what had happened, because we're further away from when the Oilers left, and this was deemed necessarily by the county. I think the county has seen some of the downsides of the current situation, and maybe that ends up changing this at all.
But my point is they're having all these events, all this money coming in, flooding into the district, et cetera, and they're going to be sitting there going, imagine 75, depending on the event, 75 to 100,000 people every Sunday or every weekend for whatever event that we control. We control the concerts. We control, hell, maybe they even strike their own deal with the rodeo and put it out there. Imagine multiply it times 10, 20. I think that's the second reason. And the third reason I think that they're not going to be there anymore is simple control of the actual thing that's most important to them. Front office, players, football, all right there. All the actual football aspect of this. Oh, well, our guys are going to live near Bridgeland for the facility, but then they have to go to NRG, and then we don't control that. It's like the actual, we control our football destiny. You know what I mean out there.
Okay, so that's one of the things down.
Yeah, we got more.
What are the other things that you wanted questions to?
On the KD burner account.
Yes.
Did the mere rumor, this is the question, did the mere rumor of KD's burner, forget what you believe, but did the mere rumor of it affect the locker room dynamic?
I don't know. Jabari Smith Jr. is still playing really well over the last 8-10 games, which, of course, spans that time period. I do think that Alpert Sengun, at least it would stand to reason that there might have been a shift, because I remember the very first game after, which was Charlotte this weekend, or not this weekend, but last week rather, was that Thursday? He took a couple of three-pointers very early on in the game and pump faked another. And one of the criticisms from this account that is alleged to be KD's was your best player can't pass and can't shoot. Yeah. And very quickly, Alpert Sengun comes out looking to shoot. Now, of course, that could have just been All-Star break, one of the points of emphasis, but I thought the coincidence was interesting. I don't think that it changes it too much, and I think Paul made this point last week, and I tend to agree with it. There's an understanding that he is the best thing that you got going, so even if it does, get with it or get
That's
gone.
where I am. That's exactly where I am. I think I can't – I'm with you. I don't know. Nobody would really know. We're not in that locker room every day. But I think it has certainly made people think a little bit more about what they're doing, how they're reacting, and what's really going on. All right. On the C.J. Stroud trade rumors, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Even if the Texans are publicly committed to C.J. Stroud, which it seems, that they are, just how committed are they if other teams are showing interest? This is where I think the rumors came from. I don't think the rumors came from C.J. Stroud or his agent or someone in the Texans, facility. I think other teams are seeing that he's not a fit here, and they're saying, hell, well, let's kick the tires. You know how coaches always say, I can fix him.
Yeah.
I think it's other teams.
I'm not even sure if it rises to the level of other teams. That for me, all of the language that we've seen, like Todd McShay was one of the guys who got out here, and it was, we work in this business. It's the time of year where you have not gotten to the draft combine yet. Thankfully, that starts this week, and you have not gotten to free agency in all reality. And you're kind of bridging that gap to some degree with speculation. And I think, hey, if you're a quarterback needy team looking at a draft where there's only one guy and he's going to go number one overall, the free agent market isn't really there either. If you need a quarterback, where would you get one? And you go, where are the depressed assets that maybe possibly? Right. I don't even know that there's actually teams out there that are making this move, although I would understand why they would do it based off of what you said. I think that this is just relatively reasonable speculation on, all right, if there's a dude who played really poorly and there's a chance, especially listening to some of the fans around here, that a team might want to trade him, you go and you see. Right, you call around. Yeah. How many times have we been on the other end of it where it's like, you just call and see. And if they say no, yeah, that's fine, and that's the worst thing they could say.
Right.
I think that that's where this is coming from. I don't even know how much teams are actually saying about that, but I could see it. I just don't know that the Texans actually want to trade.
Now, last question on John McClain saying that it's not going to happen. Not going to happen. And he would run naked downtown if the Texans traded.
Kirby during rush hour is what he said.
Kirby during rush hour.
Yes.
Oh, that's right, not downtown. Kirby. Here's the question. Would you watch the video of McClain running naked on Kirby?
Well, Ron has just dictated that we'd be on Kirby with bells on broadcasting live
would you
for
watch
this
the
momentous
video?
Occasion. No, I don't want to see it. Legitimately, when this came up, I was like, this is a reason for all Texans fans to band together, no matter how you feel about C.J. Stroud, to root against C.J. being traded, just so that we do not have to witness his nakedness.
Yippee-ki-yay to you. Yeah, exactly. I would, just because, I mean, it's, how could you help but have a little curiosity, like,
Curiosity about what there, buddy?
I want to see this guy.
Wait, what do you need to see there, John?
Yeah, well, I think most people in their heart of hearts would go, well, I don't want to, but I got to see this.
I don't think so.
I don't
713-572-4610. Is that how you feel about the possibility
see this.
of
I
John
gotta
McClain
see this.
running with his with the entirety of his nakedness showing to all of Kirby during rush hour?
Not ass.
Yeah, no, there would definitely be ass there, John.
Yeah.
So there you go. That is us getting John Lopez caught up on what, honestly, you're right. That was like a week and a half
that was wild.
of wildness that it didn't feel like when you're going through. I think that we have gotten so used to unprecedented times that a week like what was the last week plus feels kind of normal. It's just like, oh, here are things happening. And nope, there was a lot more to that. All right. I think you good? You stabilized? You back ready to get into this?
Let's get rolling.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's jump into it in all reality, because if you want to get your patriotism on, this is a weekend to get your patriotism on. U.S. hockey atop the hockey world once again. Let's talk about it next.
What up, y'all? It's Ficky Fig holding it.
Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Hurt in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
Seemed like they got off the, what did he say, off the slide?
Oh,
if you,
God,
if you
that
listen to
made
Lil
me
Kiki.
sleepy. I was cringing.
Hey, no, Lil Kiki is a legend in these cities.
No,
if Lil Kiki said it's off the slide, then it's off the slide.
You're in the loop on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes puts it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
A golden goal for a golden moment.
Right here, baby. I'm tugging on the sweater.
As John Lopez alongside Reginald Atatula here in the loop on this Monday. John wearing his New Jersey Devils sweater. That the significance of that is Jack Hughes when he's playing stateside plays for the Devils. But in that moment, wearing the old U.S. of A sweater and helping the U.S. reach the pinnacle of international hockey, at least when it comes to the Olympics. With a gold medal in overtime, 3-on-3 overtime over the, your vaunted rival in Canada, especially with Russia not playing. And for the first time since 1980, you heard Kenny Albert say that on the NBC broadcast, the United States with a gold medal again. Man, what a moment. What is the significance of this moment? Because you would know that. You've covered a lot of these types of matches, a lot of international sports in general. Can you put into context for us the magnitude of the moment? Because I think everybody could just get into the USA and the excitement and the making fun of Canada, losing their own sport. This is their sport.
This is the NFL times 2.
Making fun of them losing their sport to America in this moment. But what's the significance from your perspective?
All right, so I was in high school for the 1980 Olympic gold medal, and I remember traffic stopping. I can put myself in that place. I was with my dad going somewhere, and traffic was pulling over, listening on the radio because it was just like this. It was actually in the morning, then they replayed it at night, and people honking their. This is in San Antonio, Texas, man, in 1980.
Where's the 1980 Winter Olympics played again?
Lake Placid, New York.
That's right.
But it was played earlier in the day. It wasn't like Europe, but it was played at Lake Placid.
I didn't remember that. I should have known that.
And so there is nothing that's ever going to compare with that. Zero, ever. But I think you can make a strong argument that this was, in terms of broader impact and significant impact for the sport itself, because obviously the 80 Olympic team, it built 2, maybe 3 generations now of American hockey players that can play at the highest level. I think this is going to take it to an altogether different level, simply because it was so much more accessible. First of all, it wasn't grainy television. It was beautiful. The images, the pictures, the graphics, the clarity of it all, it's like you were there, and it was so impactful. It just that alone made it so big. And then there's the game itself. When you had, now the Americans are not by any stretch an underdog team, but they were the underdogs in this game.
Right.
And they were playing against Canada.
I mean, the only thing that Canada had as some level of stub toe is that Sidney Crosby wasn't there. But you look at their third line, and that would be an incredible line in NHL hockey. Yeah. And we're talking about, later down. They just stacked with talent. And you saw it on the ice. They looked incredibly talented outside of finishing when they had open nets. But they looked fantastic.
And having covered the Olympics for such a big part of my life, I'm very plugged in and in tune. I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I'm in tune with what a true hero does for a country. I wrote a book about it. With Kerry Strug.
Yeah.
And I remember some of the great heroes of, Carl Lewis, when in L.A. and all these other things. So the heroic aspect of it, and I use that loosely. I know people are going to say only heroes are in the service or what. I get it, but the heroic aspect of it, of not just Jack Hughes, but Heliduc, and doing it like that, that's going to resonate for decades. I mean, I think it was that impactful. In fact, to the point where I was asking you guys before the show, I think it could be the most impactful, not to the same degree, but impactful since 1980 and the Olympic hockey team. Only 2 events I think are in the same category as what we saw yesterday. Number 1 is the 1992 Dream Team.
Yeah.
That impacted the world.
Strong agree. I mean, it built out international hockey. The reason why we see so many international players in this current era, you can trace directly back to Barcelona in 92.
To the Dream Team. And then the other one is the 99 Women's World Cup Championship.
Yes.
Those are the only 2. And so maybe you can say those were bigger or whatever. I won't argue with you. But I think for this sport, that it was already on the brink of becoming the superpower, with Canada and Russia. I think it could take them there. I really do. I think it's a generational type win.
So?
I really do. The hockey itself, as much as baseball has become a regional sport, hockey is growing. It's all over the South. It could impact Houston. I mean,
that's the thing that I found interesting. I'm interested. 713-572-4610, the base power text line.
Mm-hmm.
The question I had in some of the moments watching the scenes afterwards, Connor Hellebuck was fantastic in that game as well. But did this ignite an itch for you, Houstonians, for some NHL hockey? Because for me, before I had an opportunity to come back to Houston, I was in Dallas where they have a hockey team, so you have to cover them at times, especially when they go on a run. And those moments when you dig into, where you really jump into hockey, you dive in, it's incredible. Playoff hockey in specific is some of the best. It's the best playoff sport that I think we have in major American sports, and I don't say that lightly, considering the NFL playoffs is what it is, right? And we have a lot of fun once we get to MLB postseason. I still think that those pale in comparison. As you saw the gut-wrenching excitement that happened in the later portions of the third period of that gold medal match, and then you get to 3-on-3. The 3-on-3 overtime, and I know the feelings that people were having if you're watching social media, which is not the end-all, be-all, but it's a small subsection.
Yeah.
You could see the way people are latching onto that, and I was like, I can't wait for the possibility of that happening in Houston, where you have an opportunity to, come April, go, well, shoot, they're playing big-time hockey, and I really want to go to the barn and see what's happening there. This really ignited that for me, and I'm like, revive the arrows, man.
And that, yes, 100%. But that also leads to the other reason I think it's going to be so impactful, and it was so awesome. It was just what an awesome day to watch sports. That game in particular, I mentioned it had all the visuals. It had the flag. It had USA on the chest. It had the heroes, with Heliduc and Jack Hughes.
Hellebuck.
Hellebuck. What did I say, Duck?
Yep.
It had blood on the ice. It had teeth on the ice. It had it had grit, and I don't use that term lightly because I know it's a cliche, but it definitely had legit grit. And here's the final element that I think is the most important one. You mentioned playoff hockey and NFL ratings. And television ratings and stuff. I think this is going to have an audience as big as any NFL playoff game.
This game itself.
The eyes alone.
In trying to tap back into the iconic nature that you're establishing for this, the question I have in my head, and I don't have a great answer to it, admittedly, is what will be the knock-on effects of this? Does this draw in more of America? Because you mentioned this ends up being somewhat regional, even in the cities at least past. Once we get out of the Midwest, right, and the East and the Midwest, you get to some of these cities like Miami, like Dallas. L.A. is probably not quite. Probably L.A. as well. These audiences are kind of niche.
Yeah,
they operate in such a way where they've got a small subsection of fans, but they've got passionate fans. And I wonder, does this allow the fandom to leak out a little bit further to where hockey can capitalize on it? Also, I do know when you talk about the iconography of this, the one thing I know is going to last, buddy, that picture of the Hellebuck save. Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm talking about, the visuals.
That one I think is going to last in the same way that you think of a Muhammad Ali and you know exactly what photo I'm talking about. I don't even have to start describing it, right? There's certain photos, Michael Jordan hitting a free throw line jumper. You know exactly what, you can see it.
Yeah.
I think I do wonder if people remember the name Hellebuyck specifically, but if we talk about the save from that Olympic gold medal in 2026, everybody's going to know exactly that picture, how iconic that image.
Yeah, no, that's what I was talking about with the visuals. They just resonate. And then, of course, even beyond the ratings and the millions and millions of eyes, billions really when you talk about around the world, but we're talking about the impact here. You won. That's the thing. You have to win. And they did it.
Is that the lesson for all the other things that we want to make stick, right? Is it the Texans want more respect? Well, when you win. Right? All of these other ones, when you win, it changes this dynamic.
Yeah, that to me is going to resonate. I think it's right up there. And I was lucky enough to have been there courtside at the Dream Team, and what it impacted, and the eyes and the faces, and how people reacted to that team in '92. I think it's every bit, if not more.
It was incredibly fun match. And I think it makes it better, and maybe this is a hot take, I think it makes it better that I was watching that match and very much believed that Canada was the better team.
Right.
I'm looking at Canada smoking wide open nets or opportunities where they have a number of shots directly in front of the goal, breakaway opportunities that they're not able to put away. I think it makes it better. I cannot wait. I said this on social media. I cannot wait for the documentary, and my stance on biopics, the biopic about this moment, like Miracle on Ice, because it's coming, and it should, because this was somewhat, it's not to say that they were, some level of poor, no chance side, but this was an upset that is notable, and I can't wait for the legend of this to grow over time.
Real quick, I do have an answer to Connor McDavid and all those bozo Canadians. I love you. All those bozo Canadians.
You can't say those in the same sentence.
I do love them, but that say, well, they were, you decide. That's what he said, right? You decide who was the better team. I got an answer. I got a question for you. The goalie is part of the team, right?
He is.
The goalie he's in uniform, right? He's part of the team. Well, who was the best goalie?
In that game, it was 100%.
So don't come at me like,
on his head.
Oh, we tilted the ice and we had control and we had our up. Yeah, you did. That doesn't make you the better team. You might have had some control, but the team with the best goalie, who is by far and away the most important player on the ice every single hockey game, was on the American side.
I think you made the retort a little too hard. My response would have been, yeah, you're probably a better team. Who's got the better medal?
Yeah, well, not only that, but like they're acting as if the goalie was not part of the team. Oh, we were tilting the ice. I don't care. Oh, I almost said a bad word. I don't care what that you were tilting the ice.
We need to end this. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, inspired by Jack Hughes, leaving teeth on the ice to make sure that the USA got gold and people around these great states were having a great time. What would you sacrifice for a gold medal, or what's the most notable sacrifice that you've made for a big win in your life? 713-572-4610 is the number to text. Let us know, and we'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. times energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Question of the daytime here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What would you sacrifice for a gold medal in the way that Jack Hughes, golden boy for the USA? Actually, does he feel like more of the golden boy out of this match than anything? He's one of them.
He's going to be. It's more than one.
Because he had the golden goal that ultimately gets done in overtime. A 3-on-3 overtime that – did you see how many people were complaining about the possibility of 3-on-3 overtime, just how unnatural it is?
It is unnatural, but it is probably the most fair way to still look like hockey.
Without just going
on for 5 periods or 7 periods.
They don't do it in the Stanley Cup, though.
No, they don't. But I think it's the most fair way to get it done rather quickly because hockey players play more minutes in Olympic hockey than NHL hockey anyway. So they're already gassed.
Yeah.
And so I think it's fair. And the thing is, you know those Canadians that I love that I called bozos?
Yeah, you did say that.
They should be any Canadian complaining about 3-on-3 is probably not a Canadian hockey fan because they have the most skilled players. It's like a 3-point shooting contest, with an NBA player versus a college player because they're that much more skilled with the puck on their stick. So Canadians should not be complaining about it. The Americans should have been complaining about it. But they took advantage.
There was a number of Americans complaining until Jack Hughes puts in the gold medal, the golden goal that ultimately clinches the gold medal for the U.S. men's team. And he is 3 teeth down for the effort in the course of this. Was this the high sticking penalty that ultimately dislodged all these damn teeth from Jack Hughes? But he ends up toughing it out and getting a win. And so what's a notable sacrifice that you've made for a big win, or what would you give up in order to get a big win for yourself or your team?
I'm trying to think of an example of something that I'll think of something. It'll come to me.
I keep thinking about a small win, which is just like pickup basketball, where I played on a turned ankle because they were going to end the game. If I was not there, like we did not have numbers if I left. So I played probably about 2 or 3 more games on it.
Yeah.
And then my ankle swelled up to the size of grapefruit. And so I had, how typical you sprain your ankle and you're probably out for a few days, maybe a week. That ankle was really problematic for like a month or plus.
I mean, I've had little stuff like that way back in the day, when your glory days were occurring, but nothing, like I had a chipped elbow that I played with, but they patted it up. I mean, there's nothing, nothing like that's not out of the ordinary for most people. But so I kind of went to would you knock out 3 teeth? Like Jack, let's go apples to apples here. 3 teeth. I say knocked out. One was knocked out, one was cut, busted, and the other one ain't gonna make it. It was real wobbly.
In my mind, that's just here goes 3. You're gonna have to have 3 implants. Is what I'm hearing. More than anything.
He's gonna be one of those hockey players that has those things they pull out their front teeth, and it's gross. They do it at bars and stuff.
What am I getting out on the backside of this?
So would you get 3 teeth knocked out for?
If it's a gold medal, the answer is actually no for me. Now, yes, because here's the thing about the gold medal, and I guess this one is very particular, so I have to keep that in mind because there's the iconic nature of it, like we talked about it. Hey, man, you win a gold medal, and what is it? We were talking about you get $200,000 over a lifetime now, and that's something notable. Usually it's something in the 5 figures, like $20,000 for the medal, and then what? Just something that you can keep in the house that you can get out here once in a while.
But if you do it in the right sport, like let's say, and this is definitely not me. But let's say you do the Carl Lewis thing.
Yeah.
You win the 100, the 200, and the long jump.
Wheaties box and everything.
Yeah.
And
would you get 3 teeth knocked out? I would. Because the rest of your life, all you have to do is be Carl Lewis, or in my case, John Lopez. I just have to be that guy. Autograph signings, appearances, speeches, all that. You're set for life.
If you can guarantee me that portion of it, yes, especially because I will do the dental implants and because the smile's got to get back to where it needs to be.
Yeah.
But if I'm just saying you win a gold medal, there's a lot of people who win a gold medal that are just handling business, GoPro and something other than sports, like the NCAA used to say, which is fine and it's good. Shout out to like the people doing curling that go back to their day jobs.
Yeah.
Everything, but I would need to make sure some of the things on the backside of this assure assure me after the giving up the front teeth and all that.
Oh, 281. I did this. I should have thought of this as well. He says he left a six-figure job in order to spend more time with his kids. Absolutely no regrets. Good for you, first of all. I left the Chronicle. I was the lead columnist at the Chronicle.
Yeah, that's quite prestigious in these circles.
And I left because I've said this way for several years, so I'll say it again. I had a hunch that this internet thing might take off, so I went into broadcasting full time. Yeah, I guess that would be mine. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think that those are the real interesting ones, like those sacrifices that you make, especially without the insurance on the other side. Because again, Jack Hughes, and he's playing hockey. I think that they know what the game is. The hockey players, in fact, for some, it's a medal of honor when them teeth get knocked out or something.
Yeah.
But they fought hard, and I mean, it felt like he was destined for that moment. Do you see how many of the hockey guys have
all
parents?
Oh, I thought you meant teeth problems.
Well, no, yes. But how many of them are tied to hockey in one way or another with their parents who played in the U.S. hockey system or something to that effect? And the Hughes family is absolutely one of those.
As well?
Yeah, the Kachucks, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I thought that was really cool. From the 713, said they fell off a ladder several years ago in the backyard with the screwdriver in their mouth, which not the way that you hold that, I don't think. Knocked out a couple back teeth. Where the hell is my medal, damn it? You know what? It's in the mail. I will talk to the people and see if we can get that too.
Do you get a medal for holding a screwdriver in your mouth while on top of a ladder?
Yes.
Which medal?
To make you feel better?
Pewter? You get the pewter medal?
I think that there's definitely some places where I align with Sean Pendergast when he made the mention earlier of, in order to win something for your team, that you've heard people joke, take my ankle or whatever if somebody has an injury. I think there are some of those where if you could guarantee me that we end up with that win, I would trade.
Blow out your knee.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Like the one specifically that I thought of was it 2018?
Chris Paul?
Rockets, Warriors, where Chris Paul. If the Rockets did feel like they had what was necessary to get over the Warriors in that series, where you go, all right, I'll take that hamstring injury.
Take my hammy.
Yeah, and if you can go and get this done, because that's been the closest that this Rockets team has been since '95, right?
All right, so let's talk Texans, and in my case, Aggies. In your case, I'm guessing Kansas State Wildcats.
Buddy, I'm going to have to give up something that is way too much to get the Kansas State Wildcats into the college football playoff.
Hey, Indiana did it.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you, the tip of your pinky finger, just lop it off? And you got to feel the pain, too.
For which one? Texans?
Well, you pick.
For a Texans Super Bowl, pinky, that's rough. That is rough. I might do it.
Yeah.
I'm not all the way in on it, but I might do it, especially because for a fan, it matters. For someone like me, that matters. I mean, we'll eat off that for 5-10 years maybe, right? Because
for sure.
It's funny, you asked Sean, what about 3 in a row? And I think that there's diminishing returns on that. 3 in a row doesn't do the same that 1 does. Like 3,
I get it. Yeah.
1, you can hold on to the glory of 1 for 3, 4, 5 years, I think.
Yeah.
There's executives who stay around because they got a championship and now they are unquestionable for a period of time. Hell, there are coaches that get to a place
untouchable.
Where they become untouchable, or
Mike Tomlin.
Just getting close to it. Yes, Mike Tomlin. Mike McCarthy is still getting jobs off of that one time that he won a Super Bowl. So I think that I might actually, I've talked myself into it. I'd lop off the tip of the pinky for an opportunity to get a Super Bowl here.
I think I would just put my finger on the table and whack, if I could guarantee just that one. I will say it just once before I die.
Somebody said, I give up teeth for Hinch to have brought Cole in the 19 World Series. Okay.
Because that would have been 3.
Yeah,
that would have been 3.
That third one matters to me, man. It's still, that's the one that hurts probably the most, and that sounds absurd compared to like the Rockets and what we're talking about here. But that one feels like you would establish a dynasty unquestionably versus, that was a really good Astros team for a period of time that I think over the entirety of the baseball world, and I think historically is what it'll be characterized, when it really should have been characterized as this is unquestionably a dynasty.
Then that would have done it. That would have done it right there. And 713 says, Texas can kick rocks. I ain't cutting off my pinky.
I get it. I'm looking at my hand and I'm like, it looks so good, man. What happens without that?
But you'd have a story, too.
You would have a story.
See that right there? See that little stub right there? Texans won a Super Bowl because of that.
And shout out to the 281. Not bragging, took a bullet to the leg to protect my fellow soldier. It cost me in my military career. Would do it every day. Yeah, that's you did it, right? Like you win this segment. I can say that for sure. Your medal is also in the mail. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL, where an interesting note for the Jaguars has me thinking about how important the combine is in the current iteration. Let's talk about that and more next.
It's that time of year again. West Point Liggett of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on this Monday. 713-572-4610 is the base power text line. John Lopez. Back in the saddle. John, did you catch this? I feel like that's the context for anything
that happens
to make sure if you caught things outside of fish over your week plus off work. Did you see that one of the running back options that is out there in free agency, where I imagine a lot of people are going to do their running back work, is off the table? Javonte Williams will remain with the Cowboys. Just last year, he signed for his 1-year contract. I think it was like $3 million. Well, he'll be going back for a lot more after a really good season with the Cowboys. 3 years, $24 million, $8 million average annual value, which kind of starts to establish what we're looking at in the running back market, as that's a dude that, was probably in, I want to say, the bottom portion of the top 5 free agent running backs of what we're looking at here. I don't know how many people around these parts would have wanted Javonte Williams per se. I think I would have liked him if you got to that point. But I think that establishes for me somewhat a baseline of what we're probably looking at pay-wise, not necessarily for everyone, but Spotrac had his market value at something like 7 and change. He ends up getting 8 average annual value, which makes it so that I'm looking at the top end of the running back market and going, all right, maybe that tops out around like 10 and 11, maybe 12, and that feels a little bit more manageable than I had probably was a little concerned about, considering that, again, there's not a lot of running backs in the draft, and maybe the market would be driven up on these running backs.
Yeah, but I think it is. You don't think it is? I think it is going to be. I mean, he broke the seal, and and as you mentioned, it was more than was expected at that position. So I'm actually on the other side of that, but it wouldn't deter me in the least bit. You know how I feel about the cap, and managing it and all that. You can find a way. All I'm saying is I think it's going to be a little more expensive. I think he kind of set the bar pretty high, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. That's one way to look at it for sure. Because, again, he is above what that Spotrac market value is. And I always use that as kind of an interesting point. I don't think, though, that it is the end-all, be-all by any means. It's very much just kind of a projection. And these are projections on things that are less projectable sometimes.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
How much do you take into account that this is signing with a team that you were previously with versus really hitting open free agency? Because, again, free agency doesn't start until, like a week or two away from today?
Yeah.
So with that
second week of March?
Something like that. So he didn't even get to a chance where he was really feeling out, at least legally, because, we get to the legal tampering period. But we all know that agents get some level of feel with the various different organizations that they work with. But he stays, and maybe if he gets to the free open market that you see this drive up. Is that the way that you're looking at this?
Yes, I think that's absolutely the case. On the other hand, you do have to you kind of have to consider the Cowboys know him better than anyone. And so they might value him more, in terms of what he is and what, they see him every day. So they might pay him a little more as well. So you can kind of look at it both ways. But I think the market is going to be, much higher than we thought for running backs. But I'll just say this one more time. It would not deter me because that's such an important place for the Texans.
So the idea that he ends up getting on average $1 million more than what Spotrac had, how does that then translate for you when you look at the most desired running backs that I think, especially around these parts that we've heard, clearly Kenneth Walker III, who Super Bowl MVP, Seattle Seahawks, and then also Breece Hall.
Yeah, I got the list right here.
Yeah, you've got their Spotrac values.
According to Spotrac, however you want to say it, 1 through 5 is Breece Hall, 10.3 market value. Kenneth Walker, 9. Rashad White, 7.5. Travis Etienne, which seems a little low for me, 6'8", and then Rico Dowdle, 6'5". I think all those are low. All those are low compared to what they're going to end up getting.
So, I mean, the Breece Hall feels like it. I mean, if we're just using the $1 million more, and I think that it might be fair to say $2 million more, $12 million. on an average annual value? Does that feel – because that's what Saquon Barkley was getting, 2 years ago when it came to average annual value there in Philadelphia as that kind of piece. Does that feel right, especially considering that not only is he a chief running talent, but then also he's going to add catching out of the backfield as well?
And young, still young, Breece Hall. I think 12 for him is going to be the value and worth every penny, presuming he can stay healthy.
Okay, so we'll watch the running back space again. You still named 5, I think, that I'd be interested in. Rico Dowdle is where we start getting to a little bit of an interesting place, but those 5 guys I'd still be interested in slotting in as running back 1 and feeling really comfortable with. So we're starting to get a little bit of an idea, first data point on what the market looks like for free agent running backs. As we continue around the NFL, an interesting note out of Jacksonville. I don't know if you want to laugh at this or if you want to look at this in a more serious way, but Jaguars head coach Liam Cohen and general manager Gladstone are apparently set to skip this NFL Combine, which starts here this week. There will have other staff there, so it's not like – but the main people there will not be there. And on top of that, they plan to forego using any in-person top 30 visits.
They're playing poker. This is exactly how I look at it. Now, I have a thought about the Texans we're going to get to and their presence at the Combine later. But for them, they're just keeping all their cards to their chest.
You think so?
Yes, I really do. Because if you really think about it, the top 30 visits is really just about, it's kind of like, I know you're lying, I know you're lying, and I know I'm lying. It's like it's one of those things where they somehow release, they're having this guy in for a top 30 visit to sort of maybe make other teams think, and they're just not playing that game, because everybody's kind of like can see through that. So they're not playing that game. They're not playing the game of general manager and coach. What do they think about this player and what they say at the Combine and all that. I'll say this. You asked the question of, or pose the point of, I don't know whether to laugh at it or not. I would have laughed at it if they didn't have such a damn good season. I think the fact that they had such a good season makes you think, well, maybe they're onto something here.
The way that it reads to me is they don't want any of the touchy-feely human stuff to get in the way of their scouting.
Maybe.
Which I'm very interested in, because this would indicate that they are more going to lean on whatever raw data they ultimately get and tape. And watching tape and seeing what are the skills that I'm seeing on this tape, and that is what I will make my decision off of, which is a stark juxtaposition to the way that the Texans go about things, where they'll take people off the board based off of them not feeling like the personality fits. And so I'm very intrigued to see how this works for them. And obviously we're not going to have clear answers as to what this means until years down the line. But this is a very stark line to take, where you're not getting really a lot of these interpersonal portions of this, because I feel like that's an error. I can't say definitively, but in my mind, I immediately go to, it's still a people business. And understanding the people that you're getting in here on top of the talents that you're getting in here seems to matter. It would not be so pervasive, these meetings and these opportunities for these visits. They would not be this thing if they didn't matter somewhat. And to forego them entirely, I wonder, one, where they are then putting that time that they once had kind of dedicated for these things, but two, how taking out that human element or that human evaluation ultimately serves them, because I would think that hurts them, but it would be very interesting if we come out on the other side and go, actually, this helps them because they eliminate some of the noise and they're just looking at the talent.
Well, I also think just because they're not having a top 30 visit or a 15-minute, and these guys are so well trained. They go through so much practice of this is what they're going to ask you. They might ask you some off-the-wall questions. This is how you respond. I mean, it's really sort of a dog and pony show, in a lot of ways. But that doesn't mean that the Jaguars, and I'm not sitting here defending the Jaguars. I'm just saying I respect.
That's what I'm hearing.
I respect it. I respect it because of the season they had.
Right.
If they didn't have a good season, I'd be laughing at them. But it doesn't mean they're not doing their research. We all know they go talk to the training staffs and weight coaches and high school teachers and all these other things. And there's something to be said for maybe that's a little less scripted. About finding out about a particular guy.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
We'll be watching that space. Also, they're also ignoring what is the convention the NFL executive convention that is going to Indianapolis and schmoozing. How many times do we get the article that comes out about a deal, and the lead graph is about how they met at some steakhouse in the greater Indianapolis area in order to consummate some deal. So they're avoiding that as well. But I found that to be interesting. Again, how much interesting. How much it actually matters, we'll see. It was the 30 visits that really got me. The idea of, like you said, 15-minute scouting, those ones at the scouting combine did not hit me. The foregoing of the 30 visits I found to be interesting. All right, some other things. Actually, around the NFL, I didn't want to go backwards because we were talking about Javonte Williams, the running back. Breece Hall, the number could also go up for another reason. Apparently, there's talk about the possibility that Breece Hall could get the transition tag, which ends up being where, there's kind of an opportunity for you to it's a little used device that allows the current team to match an offer sheet. So this could also drive things up because if a team, let's say the Texans, hypothetically, were like, we want to get Breece Hall, the way that I've seen this work in various different sports is that team, understanding that the first team would need to match it, tries to put up a bigger offer that they would not want to match. So maybe you end up with a place where you would want to pay 12 for Breece, but if you want to try and force the hand of the Jets to not match it, we'll go to 14 so that it's really uncomfortable, and that might raise the price on what might be the top prospect in free agency.
Yeah, no, I think that's done a lot. The Texans, as an example, if they make that offer, they should absolutely do it in the 13.5, 14 range and see if they just don't get lucky.
But you would be in for that because we talk. Okay, so you're just like, hey, spend at the top, make sure you get running back one. All 100%, questions be damned.
100%.
That's interesting.
Unless you draft him, unless you draft that guy.
All right.
Which I think they're going to go tackle.
Okay. Yeah, I could see that as well, whether offensive or defensive. That feels like the way that they could go. Some other things around the NFL. Did you see Rich McKay talking on the behalf of the competition committee? He is the co-chairman of that committee, mind you. Yesterday, he said that he is not anticipating an attempt to ban the tush push this year. You buying that?
No. Are you?
I kind of am. I don't see what the reason would be to lie in this moment. It's just surprising, though, because it felt like the way that the tush push went this year, and especially because we got to see more things like teams seemingly jump off sides in a way that was not litigated properly by the NFL and its officials. I wondered if this would get to a place where teams just got fed up with the administration of it and finally got this
now that I
over
think
the
about
line.
it, you know what? I think I'm changing my mind. Because I think more and more teams, and we talked about this a while back, I think more and more teams are having success with it.
Sure.
So why?
We saw the Texans do the Stroud shove, not the Stroud, the Stover shove a little bit.
And other teams are having a lot of success with it. So why change it now? More teams are having success with it. Yeah, I think you're right.
So, that's out there. So for those of you that hate the tush push, it seems like it might remain. And for those of you that enjoy it, celebrations, right? There's an opportunity for teams in those short circumstances to keep going. Another thing that came out, this was per Judy Bautista of NFL Media, talking about the competition committee. They're talking about uniforms, the possibility of making sure that you have the long pants. Have you seen this in college? What is your feeling?
I was going to put
that
in.
The shorts that these college players have had, where it's very clear that there's no pads in them, and it's the cutoff shorts where it's halfway up the calf. The NFL seems to be very important, or find it very important, that this does not come to the National Football League shores.
Yeah, no, and I'm with them on that. And this is just more of an aesthetic, personal view on it. I don't think it necessarily matters on the field very much either. At least you don't have to wear pads, or just the faux pads that they wear sometimes. But at least get them to your knees, man. At least get those things to your knees. The other thing with the NCAA that I like, and I'm glad you went there, is they're not going to do the carryover, or they're talking about not doing the carryover penalty on a targeting. Did you see that?
Oh, on the college level?
Yeah.
I actually missed that.
Yeah, so like if you get
a second half penalty?
If you get in the start of the third quarter a targeting penalty, right now it goes, you'd miss the entire first half of the next game.
Right.
And we saw this come into play in the national championship game.
Yeah.
And I would say, look, you get thrown out of the game, move on after that.
Yeah, once you lose the game, which would make the targeting penalties at the very end of the game a lot less.
Everybody's targeting everybody.
Just start missing.
I don't like that guy. I don't like that guy at all.
That would be a very stupid unintended consequence of that. And then, of course, the sad note that happened in the NFL sphere this weekend: Rondale Moore, 25 years old, a wide receiver around the league, played at Purdue. he passed this weekend, and it seems like it was at the hands of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. It remains under investigation for a while, but it was confirmed by the Floyd County coroner there in Indiana. He was a teammate of J.J. Watt's in Arizona. Obviously, a number of people around the NFL expressing their concerns. I know a lot of people, and there's condolences, a lot of people talking about, checking on your friends. Obviously, it's another reminder of that. I know a lot of people were also bringing up just J.J. Watt and how he's, mentored him, which reminded me of this audio of J.J. Watt, and it showed up on Hard Knocks. Rondale Moore really beating himself up about dropping a football. This is what J.J. Watt said.
Okay?
No.
What's wrong?
Got the ball.
What happened?
Got the ball.
Did it hit your hands?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Nope. That's your job description. That's gonna be tough, I'm kidding. It's fine. Is it Wednesday or is it Sunday? Be pissed about it. Stay after. Catch a few extra balls, and then catch it on Sunday. Yeah. You know how many times I've been knocked on my ass in my career? You get back up and you go out there and you catch the next one.
Really cool moment that it happened on Hard Knocks, and it really sucks that a dude who seemed like a really good dude seemingly just dealt with some injuries that kind of kept him out of football the last couple of years. And I don't know what he was struggling with, but really sad to see it come to this end for Rondale.
It was obviously beyond the obvious of just incredibly sad. Obviously, the condolences, as you mentioned. I always go back to, and you never know. I mean, it could be they're doing amazing work. I know they're doing a lot of work, but just anything more. That the NFL could be doing. There's been a lot of discussion about that with, reaching out and keeping these guys engaged and, having the right people around them. I know the resources are there, but anything more you could do. You always ask that.
Yeah, and just in a larger context as well, right? I mean, his coach at Jeff Brom, who was his coach at Purdue, talked about him being a complete joy. That's kind of been the sentiment. And I don't know. It just, for me, it always reminds me that, hey, there's a lot of people dealing with a lot of stuff that you would not see. One, be kind to people because you never know what they're going through. But then two, how, like you mentioned, what can we do on just this level, personal level, to make sure that life's a little bit better for everybody, and hope that fewer and fewer people find this as a resort that they or a place that they need to resort to in their moments of trying times. So condolences to Rondale Moore's family, and for anyone who that matters to, including, obviously, J.J. Watt. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Rockets with a very, very rough loss versus the New York Knicks this weekend. And I think that Ime Udoka has become a focal point. He's clearly not a perfect coach, but just how significant are his shortcomings right now? 713-572-4610. We talk about it next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Rock across it comes.
Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sports Radio 610 presents, live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez back in the saddle after a nice cleansing vacation for him.
A hell of a time, man. Golly, what a great time. And for those wondering, I said it earlier in case you missed it, you're just popping back, the old white whale that we talked about before I left. The marlin. Did not get a marlin. Don't mind. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. Caught the biggest tuna of my life. Some roosterfish, some mackerels, some jacks, and it gives me a reason to go back next year.
Yeah, I feel like you're doing the well, I wasn't saying that.
Justification. No,
it's not even cope. Like I feel like you're doing the Ahab wrong, right? I feel like you're supposed to be wanting to catch it. I think that you're getting to a place where you're like, hey, this is giving me opportunities to go on vacation.
That's right. Now, I will say our last day there, because we were catching all kinds of stuff and doing other stuff too, obviously. But the last day, 10 hours on the water looking for one fish.
Just looking for that marlin.
10 hours.
Huh. And it was
worth every second.
Enjoyable to you?
Worth every second.
Was it? What day was this?
This was Wednesday.
Okay, I was about to say.
Yeah,
was it any chance Saturday and you were isolated away from the Rockets?
No. I saw the Rockets.
You watched it in whole. Okay, so
well, at night.
Okay.
I saw those little 15-minute recaps.
So it was like you were not insulated from what was a very frustrating Rockets game that also felt like for a period of time it was encouraging. The Rockets got up to like an 18-point lead at some point in this game at MSG versus the Knicks. And in the fourth quarter, it just all tumbles down for various different reasons. And the Rockets, unfortunately, find a way to lose against the Knicks. That's what it felt like. They found a way to lose, snatching defeat from their jaws of victory, as one might say, versus the Knicks. And now what has become front of mind for a lot of Rockets fans and some people just generally around the NBA is there's a lot of criticism for Ime Udoka, who at one point had been looked at as just incredible coach, unassailable.
Yeah.
And no coaches without their faults. And clearly Ime Udoka is one of those coaches. He's not perfect, but the shortcomings that he has, how much of an issue are they? Because there was a point in time where we were kind of talking about this, like he had the Greg Popovich levels of, everybody has their issues, but don't worry about him. Or the Andy Reid where he's got clock management, but it does not matter because he's going to do things that are going to be fantastic that ultimately will make up for it. We're clearly getting to the place where he's not that. He's not the elite coach where you just don't mind any of the shortcomings. How much does it matter? Because is he the coach where the shortcomings are problematic to a fault?
Yes, is the short answer, but there is some.
You think so?
There's some nuance there.
Okay, let's get into it.
I think the short answer is yes, it's a problem because the short answer becomes the big answer is this: the Rockets are not a championship contending team. They came into the season with the stated singular goal of getting to the championship level. So just by definition, they're not what they portended to be. They're not what they said they were going to be. And so that's a fault. That's a problem. And I think the problem ultimately does come back. Rafael Stone is not without fault here, but he did make the move to get Kevin Durant here. And he did make the move, with obviously some other, the things that happened. He didn't have anything to do with Fred VanVleet getting hurt and all that stuff. He's not totally without fault, but he did do some good things. It does come back to Ime Udoka and what happens on the floor. You got Kevin Durant basically gifted to you, and you can't do anything with it. In a championship sense, this is a good team. Don't get me wrong; they'll be a number 4 seed, whatever it might be. But this is not the team that we were told it was going to be. I was told there'd be tacos. I was told there'd be a championship contender, and there's not.
Yeah, the shortcomings I think that we're talking about. One clearly is rotation in particular management. When to play guys. A lot of people, it came up in this Knicks game where Dorian Finney-Smith ends up with a lot of time, and he had played probably his best game to this point versus Charlotte, where he looked a little more spry. He knocked down some shots. He looked a little bit better. That was not the case again versus the Knicks. You saw a little bit more of what you'd previously seen with Dorian Finney-Smith. And, of course, the excuse, he was dealing with an ankle injury to start the season. Is he back to being the guy that you once wanted? But 21 minutes and 2 points on 1 of 4 shooting, it left something to be desired, especially when the defense wasn't top-notch.
Yeah.
And then you also look at Reed Sheppard. The conversation about Reed Sheppard continues to be the case where Reed Sheppard ends up with 21 minutes himself, but he had been good for you, getting assists, knocking down shots. Like,
how did he do at the end?
He didn't play at the end.
Oh, yeah.
And that has been a conversation that is, also, besides just the way that the rotation is and who he's playing with whom, the way that he's finished games has been problematic, right? The actual plays where I think that Ime Udoka has actually found a little bit of offensive things over the last couple of games that I gave him credit for, which is that ultra-athletic lineup where you have almost – it's like a oops, all wings lineup is the way that it kind of came together. A lot of versatility there that I was like, this is a thing that maybe could be similar to the double big lineup that you found last year around this time. Yeah. It's like, okay, this might be a nice curveball or even a fastball of sorts for you in this team. And then in this game when you got out to a lead, the second quarter, the ball was hopping around. You were passing early and to avoid those turnovers and then creating offense with the ball movement as opposed to with your a point guard who is setting things up or, a singular player who is creating on their own. You were passing the ball and creating things, and that died in the fourth quarter in a way that made me go, why are you not capable of keeping your guys on this task?
Yes, you're 100% right. I mean, this is something that should be done, something that he has control over. He's the head coach. Your offense has shown inklings of some production, et cetera. And this is where I am. I mentioned this to you before the show. I think I'm at the point where we can stop wondering or worrying about are they ever going to have unlock the secret on offense? No, we're at the point where we have that decision made. They will not. This is not a good offensive team. This is not an offensive team that can close out games. This is not an offensive team that has a head coach, as you just pointed out, in clutch time can open his eyes and say, no, I need to go with these guys right here, and this needs to be our offense. The comparison I would make is the 2024 and then this most recent season of the Houston Texans. There came a point in each of those seasons where we said, you know what? The offensive line is just not good.
Yeah.
It's not going to get better. It's just not good. We're there with the Rockets now. It's damn near March. We are at the point, kind of like the offensive line, where we can honestly say this is not a good offense. It's not going to get better. Don't worry about it because it's not going to get better. Don't wonder about it because it's not going to get better. Like when you're in March and you're off and you're still wondering, I wonder if they're going to find the right rotation. I wonder if they're going to be able to close out games. Sleeper Rockets. I wish I knew who ran that Twitter account. I want to give him credit because he put out a stat there that literally my jaw dropped. Ime Udoka's teams in 3 years with the Rockets have blown 37 fourth-quarter leads. 37 fourth-quarter leads they've blown.
Is that good?
That's a bad offense. So let's stop wondering about it. Let's stop worrying about it. They're not good. They're not good on offense. 11 this year alone, they've blown fourth-quarter leads. And when he was in Boston, 18 fourth-quarter leads his teams blew. We have the answer, guys. This is not a good offense. It's not a closing offense.
Yeah, and they've been, bottom third in clutch when it comes to wins, and obviously just the way that the offense and I guess the team in general has operated in those clutch moments where tight game, last 5 minutes of the game. I think that there is room to get better, but I think it's fair to say that it's marginal. And I don't think that he's a finished product. Ime is still a relatively young coach as well. I think, though, there needs to be an acknowledgement of that youth and act accordingly. I think you need an OG on your staff. I think you need somebody who's had some experience. I think you need more specialized talent, somebody who is an offensive expert in some of those instances. This year, I think I'm not as willing to go as far as you are. The offense is bad, point blank, period.
Yeah.
I think there's ways for it to get better, and we've seen some of those little ways sprinkled in here, but you need to embrace those more wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
And those are the things where the hard-headedness, I guess, for lack of a better term, and that's more of it's a harsh way of saying it, but it's the way that comes to mind in this moment, that Ime can demonstrate on what he wants needs to be a little bit massaged for him. And then I think that I've never liked how, how he can end up like a player getting into the muck of his emotions.
Yes.
And
that's one aspect of his whole personality I like, but I get your point. Like he's talking trash to guys all the time.
And it's cool. It's cool if you know how to handle it. It's one of those things where you can do it if you know how to manage it. It does feel like it takes him out of his element at times. Like, again, late in the game where your offense has lost the plot, right? Your defense is no longer doing the thing that got you there, which is Jalen Brunson, who is an incredible one-on-one playmaker.
Yeah.
We're blitzing him. We're getting the ball out of his hands. We're not allowing him to attack us. Late in the game, it is Jalen Brunson one-on-one firing you up. And the thing that you're mad about is that Jalen Brunson was capable of taking a charge and you call him a flopping-ass N-word, right? Like,
that's the most reasonable.
Hilarious. We're not going to lie about that. I find that to be very, very funny. I also want my head coach in that moment to recognize I'm not worried about that. What I'm worried about is getting my boys back on task because you still had an opportunity to win that game late. And those are some of the things that are popping up with Ime Udoka. I do think that it's capable for him to still be a very good coach with those shortcomings because any coach has a shortcoming. But we're getting to a place where they're becoming reasons why you lose games instead of just a thing that you note on the
But you say they're capable. I don't disagree. You say that they have shown signs here and there. I don't disagree. But whose job is it to make those things happen when you're blowing 37 fourth quarter leads? Like I said, the script is written. This is not a good offense. This is not a closing offense, and that is bothersome.
Yeah. So we'll see how this continues to go. They're back in action tonight at Toyota Center versus the Utah Jazz, and it just continues to be holding our breath to see if they can take the small embers of a thing and turn it into a fire that's going to ignite them towards some level of success in the postseason. But as of right now, it feels like a lot of people have questions specifically for the head man for the Rockets. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping, including let's get a little update as to what's happening in spring training because I actually think that there's some interesting things happening there. We'll do that next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would much rather the approach for Nick Caserio.
details.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
Yeah, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I mean, on a very super local level. I mean, local to the point of just in this room. Lopez is back.
I'm back, baby.
That's what's popping. He is back from his trip in Costa Rica. No, he did not catch his marlin. And yes, he is somehow happy about that.
I'm really, really happy about it. Great trip. Hour and a half fight that almost killed me, and it made me even more happy. With an hour and a half fight with a tuna that was unforgettable. I sent you a picture. Did you see the last picture?
Yes, you looked exhausted.
I was,
but you also looked postcoital. So I think that was exactly where you needed to be.
I mean, I'm to the point I thought I might pass out, like legit, not just saying it, for a fact. Like I was like, am I gonna make it?
Yeah, is that blood or entrails or both?
Yes.
Okay, very good,
yes.
Excellent on your shirt and such. So it sounds like you had a good time, and you missed some things happening, but it's all good. We got you up to speed. You didn't miss this, as I could see by your New Jersey Devils sweater that you have on. USA Hockey, the top of the hockey world, both on the men's and women's side. Men's happened yesterday.
And it's Werenski. Now Jack Hughes pokes it around McCarr. United States with numbers. Back across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States. For the first time since the 1980 miracle, the United States takes the gold. Jack Hughes beating Jordan Bennington.
Yeah, shout out to Kenny Albert on the call. I thought he was fantastic during a lot of these hockey calls. Shout out to Mike Tirico, who he is
best.
So good at this. His run of the last few weeks is incredible. Where you go, what did he do before? Because he
took the flight from the Super Bowl.
Yeah, Super Bowl. He's done, obviously, Olympics here. And what was he doing? I mean, there's something else that he had in the course of this that I've forgotten in this moment. But Tirico has handled all of it just pitch perfectly as well. This was an incredible game to watch. If you enjoy being nervous to all get out. And that's because Canada was fairly dominant. And I think that is why Nathan McKinnon, one of the really, really good Canadian hockey players who is a silver medalist right now, feels
like the way you did that.
I mean, it's factual. It is just true. Doesn't feel like the better team won the gold medal, saying, quote, "You be the judge of who was the better team today," when it came to that 2-1 overtime loss in which Jack Hughes put in the golden goal in overtime, 3-on-3 play there to solidify the gold medal for the men.
Hey, and that guy, obviously that's what he thought, but
it's just like your opinion, man.
It's just like your opinion, man. And I will say this: it might have been run of play. They look like they're in control, or they should or could win or whatever. But how about this? The British were the better team in 1776. We had more grit.
You're just going full.
We had more grit.
Why? I feel like when you said that, there should have been an eagle. Well, actually, it would have been like the Eagles don't sound like the way that we typically think
they squeal.
Yes, they sound very sad.
They whistle and squeal. But yeah, British were better. They had the run of play back in 1776, but we showed more grit and fight, and we won, man. And the other thing, and this is I'm kind of kidding about that, but I'm very serious about this. Yes, the run of play was tilting, not the first period as much, but the second and third periods was tilting toward Canada. But you have to consider that the goalkeeper, is one of the guys on the ice. And we had, the United States had the best goalkeeper on the planet standing on his head, as the old hockey saying goes.
One of the greatest sports photos I've ever seen is the save that he makes.
He's part of the team, right?
Without question.
Right.
Honestly, but I need to actually check I'm surprised that I've not done this, and so I'm sure you're super surprised. I've not checked what the actual statistics were on this.
Yeah.
The offensive zone time has to be immense.
Oh God.
It just felt like Canada was constantly in the offensive zone where, the United States, at some point it felt like they were trying to dump and chase a little bit, and they couldn't even do that. It was just one-sided, one-way traffic, and ultimately still it's what made it so incredible that they were able to tough it out, especially with the power play that happened late in the third period and get it to overtime and then win in overtime. Salute to the U.S. men's team. Salute to the women's team as well, who won on Thursday.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a couple of upsets. I think the women were more dominant all the way through their tournament.
They beat them 5-0 in round robin.
Yeah, so but salute to the United States with all of these professional players back in the fold and managing to bring the gold back to the United States. It was really fun to see that.
And you mentioned my hockey sweater I'm wearing. It's a New Jersey Devils sweater. Shout out to my daughter, who I think inspired Jack Hughes back in 2023 when my son got married.
He's been holding on to it for all these years. It's not been his family, his mother, who is a consultant for the women's team and obviously played. It's not their father who played with one of those USA teams. Even though I think it was 20 years ago in the 2006. No, it was your daughter that did. It was Leah.
So we went to the week of my son's wedding in New York City. We went to a Devils game. Shout out to Tad Brown for getting us the hookup there. Went to and actually got great seats. And then my daughter and niece and son-in-law got to sit right next to the penalty box behind the glass for one period. And in that period, when she went down there, whoever it was, someone come up to him and said, "All right, the only thing is we do not want you to talk at all to anybody that's in the penalty box. You can't say anything to anybody in the penalty box." Jack Hughes got a penalty. She leaned over the glass and said, "You're doing great."
How early? Was this like the first, as soon as he sits down? She violated the rules instantly.
But that inspired him.
That's what did it.
You're doing great.
I'm with the 281 on the base power text line who says the better team doesn't miss empty nets. Because, boy, it was to a point where I was like, are they intentionally trying to miss? Canada had so many empty nets and opportunities, breakaways, that they just would not put away.
Yeah.
So, if you want to be mad at someone, be mad at yourselves for missing a lot of great opportunities in what was an exhilarating game to watch. By the way, it was not Nathan McKinnon, but it was Connor McDavid who ends up being the Olympic hockey MVP. Now, it's for the entirety of the tournament, but it really did feel like your goalie should have been that if you weigh heavily the gold medal game. But apparently the Athletic Hockey Show
that's what I was going to say,
that the MVP voting takes place in the first intermission of the gold medal match?
Yes.
How does that work?
I don't know. That is so bad and so wrong because, it could have been and could have been others for sure. But not to say McDavid didn't have, a great tournament.
He had an incredible tournament
but no, it should have been. And it was fantastic. The visuals were incredible. And, hey, take that, Canada.
And shout out to Connor McDavid, who lost the 2024 Stanley Cup final, but was the Conn Smythe winner, which is their MVP in that instance. Lost the Winter Olympics gold medal match, named the Olympic tournament MVP. So salute to him. Losing, but winning.
So he's selfish.
He's that good, though. He is that good.
He is that good.
Because there's some instances where the losing team wins or the losing team has a dude where you go, he should actually be the MVP. And it just doesn't happen.
And last thing real quick, because I know we have other stuff we need to get to here.
Yeah.
But, the iconic photo is going to be Hellebuyck, we're blocking that one puck that just kind of slid in front of the far pole and hit his stick. But he had like 5.
Incredible
saves. 5 that were just, how did he do that? He should have been the MVP.
Some other things that are popping. Shout out to the Astros, who actually have Grapefruit League play going on. And there's a couple of things that are noteworthy, which is getting guys some action, especially ahead of the World Baseball Classic. You have 3 guys that are set to participate, seeing as some of the guys did not take Bad Bunny's offers to personally ensure their opportunities to play. But Jeremy Pena will play for the Dominican Republic. Zach DeZenzo will be playing, and Shea Whitcomb will also be playing in the World Baseball Classic. Jeremy Pena is going to lead off this year for the Astros again, which only makes sense because he was great at it, right?
Yes.
But on top of that, Pena and DeZenzo are expected to have 4 spring training games this spring training and 15 to 20 at-bats before leaving on the 28th for the World Baseball Classic. Shea Whitcomb leaves 2 days earlier himself. Is there any concern for you in that, in them getting ready and prepared, or are you good?
No, this is the risk you take simply because I know the Astros are going to benefit or want to benefit from it by getting them some good run with the squad, or at least some semblance of the squad, and getting all those at-bats. But it's also the primary reason they're doing that is they're preparing for, to ramp up earlier, for the World Baseball Classic. And I really don't have any problem with it. I mean, that's what you do when you're playing at a high level early in the season.
We'll get some more Joe Espada. He was talking during some of the broadcasts of Astros baseball, where technically they have not won a Grapefruit League game, but who's actually paying attention to the score during these? There's been some fun stuff, though, and including Space City Home Network actually having the StatCast or whatever going, but we've seen ABS early on. Did you watch any of these?
Just highlights, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you seen that there's no strike box? Like there's no K box because of the new ABS? They're
Doesn't
trying
need to be.
How are you liking the broadcast?
Not liking it.
Really?
No,
I love it.
Really?
I was about to say it takes me back, but that would sound crazy.
Takes you back. That's a strike.
But I kind of like that feel where you get a feel for yourself in the box. Is it telling you what to see, what you're seeing?
I missed the box
already.
Yeah, because you know immediately that the umpire screwed it up or got it right. You know.
Well, we'll see. We'll see with ABS challenges. Also, I like the new score bug. Have you seen the Space City Home Network? I kind of like the new score bug and the way that they've situated it, the information that you get, and it's simple. I think with score bugs, I don't want them to be too simple. What is it? Fox
too busy. I don't want them too busy.
I don't want them too busy either.
Yeah.
Like, give it relatively simple. Make sure I get enough information and it looks cohesive. Because you remember, was it Fox recently that just has a really jointed kind of just floating information on their score bug?
I'm trying to remember.
Like, relatively minimal, but have it be cohesive. And I think Space City managed to do that. But they've also had really cool things. Like they were talking to Jake Myers in center field yesterday during their game versus, what was it, the Cardinals. So I think spring training, the baseball itself looks like it's been pretty interesting. And there's been some takeaways that we'll talk about a little bit later in the show. And then finally, did you see what is kind of a gauntlet for U of H in this
Man, it's like
last
every week. Don't they have KU now?
They have KU tonight. They'll play at Fog Allen. Unfortunately, this weekend they fell against Arizona when they what looked like one of the biggest games that we've had in that building in recent memory, having Arizona visit. And unfortunately, Arizona just looked like the better team over the long stretch of it when it came to scoring the basketball, which is not Arizona's not like the best scoring team in the nation.
But they're better inside.
But they are better inside, and that was exactly what I wanted to talk about with the Cougs. It does feel like they're missing that dude that you can dump the ball into and just get 2 points at any point.
Yeah, that's exactly where I was going as well. They seem to be better inside. And, hey, as great as these Cougs are, they're not going to be a number 1 seed. I think that was a number 1 seed game.
It felt like that. Now, if they go to Fog Allen tonight, it's 8 p.m. Central, playing against number 8 Kansas, and get a definitive win, maybe they can find themselves back to that 1 line. And I don't know how much it matters, honestly, if they just get a good region for themselves. But, yeah, it did feel like they gave that up in that game, and you saw some of the shortcomings of what this team is, their capability, or sometimes their incapabilities of generating offense outside of kind of launching some threes.
Yeah.
I thought that showed up a little bit in that game.
I think it matters the first weekend because you're going to play a 16 seed, which is a gimme, and then you can play the 8-9.
Yeah, but if you end up on like the 2 line, which is still very likely for
but the 7-10 tends to be those are the sneaky ones, you know what I mean? I think it matters the first week, and after that, not so much. Yeah,
fair enough. So
go Cougs!
Thank you, Bijani. We'll see what that looks like tonight. I mean, another instance of great basketball. It'll be interesting to see what Darren Peterson does because that's been the thing that's continued to conversate over with the University of Kansas. But that's still a really good team in a place where they're really hard to beat at Fog Allen.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next this week, now that we've reached it, is officially Combine Week, and we're going to be all in, even though we all know it's kind of silly. 2 things bother John Lopez about this week, and I'm interested in getting into that next.
It's that time of year again. West Point Lincoln at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I realized, Reese, just like recently, I am more of a sicko than I thought, as I just realized you got the Guess Who's Back for John Lopez returning into the fold here on this Monday. But I was trying to recount what my weekend of sports watching was.
Mm-hmm.
And if y'all think on a Friday when we get into the draft in the weekend that is just an empty exercise, oh no, I'm watching. I'm watching a lot of these things. I was like, Olympic hockey. I watched Dynamo's season opener versus the Fire, which salute to them getting a 2-1 victory. Obviously watched the Cougs versus Arizona, where Milos Uzian's defense has got to be better. Rockets, clearly, Ime Udoka, and I don't know how you go away from double-teaming Jalen Brunson late in the game. Watched both spring training games to get a little bit of a feel for, and I thought Mike Burrows was really cool. He, as advertised, strike thrower, some good stuff. I was like, oh, we keep rolling through Clarissa Shields boxing, which looked like Rock'em Sock'em Robot. Like, I was just watching all sorts of stuff this weekend, and that's just normal.
The most amazing thing to me is that you are just now realizing that.
Well, I did miss the Auto Trader 400 at Echo Park. That is NASCAR.
How dare you?
Yeah, I was so disappointed that I missed that.
How
Yeah, I don't know
dare
how
you?
I did that. So I'm a sicko, is what I'm realizing.
The thing is, like, in this building, on this radio station, we have guys that watch far too much sports for good reasons, because we're sick, and it's also our job. And you still watch more than anybody else.
I don't know. Do I watch more?
Oh, yeah. I think it's probably you first, and then, I don't know, Sean,
well, I also have
and then
fewer
a tie for
responsibilities.
third.
I was like, y'all have more responsibilities than me. I'm just over
At
here.
least
being a
Sean's is,
sicko.
a lot of it is gambling purposes.
yes, fair enough.
You just do it for fun.
That's right. And the sickness will continue, because I imagine NFL Network will be on one of my TVs all week long. Combine time, baby. Get to see what I like to affectionately refer to as the Underwear Olympics.
Yeah.
Getting out here with these folks. And with that being the case, I think we're all going to be all in. It's obviously, for the biggest sport, one of the biggest times of hope. What are the players that could come in and possibly change your franchise for the better?
Yeah.
And you have a couple of observations or thoughts on this.
So
have I mischaracterized?
No, you've absolutely characterized it correctly. But my point is, it's every year I sit here, as you just mentioned, and I'm like, well, it's kind of silly. It's kind of silly.
It is.
Watching guys
dudes in their tights
broad
and
jump. And ooh, that's a good one. It's like curling. It's like the curling of the NFL.
In that we don't know what we're watching, but we pretend like we know what we're watching.
Exactly.
So, it's in the house.
Oh, my God.
He put the stone in the house.
And yet every year we are all in. In fact, I was grabbing the remote because I'm trying to put it on the NFL Network. So I could watch some of the early goings.
Do we have any things
tomorrow?
Because I
believe.
think they actually start testing on Thursday.
Yeah.
One of the days that I imagine we'll all be locked in on is actually Sunday. The first is when offensive linemen will test in a real way. So those are the things that we're kind of looking at.
But here's where I am with the combine that I think is relevant and is important for Texans fans. Number one, so you look at all these projections, and we have access to a lot of things that even some fans do not have, some inner workings type stuff of what teams and experts like John, Harris, might rank and others, et cetera. And the consensus among all those is the top three position groups. Some would say by far, some are saying by far, are offensive tackle, wide receiver, and what's the other one?
Edge rusher.
Edge rusher. With wide receiver being far and away the number one group, in this draft.
There's going to be
far
some
and away
really good cats out here.
So here's the problem I have with that. The Texans don't really have a need for two of those groups.
Correct.
So you got the top three groups.
The edge rusher depth might be useful for you because,
but not like
it's not of immediate need, but it is one of those things where keep adding some youth to it that, once Daniil Hunter eventually phases out, that you have a guy that can immediately step in and has that, or just some of the older guys on the back end, like an Autry, like a Barnett. I know that those guys have been good and remain pretty damn good in your rotation, but maybe you can start turning this over to a younger crop of guys that they get into the rotation of guys that you roll in.
So, but when you roll into a draft with two of the top three position groups, not really a high priority, I'll put it that way.
Right.
It kind of pigeonholes you into a certain thing, right? Into two possibilities. Number one, you're going to draft a tackle in the first round. I think we would all applaud that. I think we would all, certainly, be happy with that.
I don't know if we all would.
Presuming they get the right guy, and Nick Caserio definitely has a blind spot when it comes to offensive linemen by and large. I know he got Ursary right, but
yeah, you get right. If you get right tackle Ariante Ursary, which is funny, Ariante Ursary had a possibility of being right tackle Ariante Ursary. Someone like Ron Hughley, who thinks Titus Howard should play at right tackle and is better there, and I understand the argument for that. I think they'd be a little disappointed, but I don't know that. I wonder, would there be anybody that was mad about an offensive tackle selection?
Oh, I think absolutely not.
Especially because some of these offensive tackles also are kind of tweeners where they're like, I'm not sure if they'll stick at offensive tackle. They might need to move in, which would be perfectly fine here.
But the other part of that again, these are two things that kind of sort of bother me. I'm not going to stomp my feet or anything, is the entire league knows this. The entire league knows you are drafting a tackle.
Sure.
The Texans are going to draft. If they don't,
well,
all hell's going to break loose.
Maybe not.
Yeah, all hell's going to. But then the second part of it is this: when you have two of the top three position groups by far, you don't necessarily need. Does it mean that this is going to be an even more trade crazy moving back in the draft for Nick Caserio? He's the king of the 6th round picks, and he certainly has made other moves as well. Are they just going to keep doing the Patriots thing of stacking up picks later in the draft? And that might be a good thing. I don't know,
That's an interesting thought. It's a possibility, depending on what's available. I think that there's still other things that, if you look at the other side, places where there might not be as much available, where that could also impact the way that you go about things. Maybe you go to a position where you could afford to take that piece. I don't think defensive line, there is going to be some depth, especially interior.
Yeah.
There's going to be a little bit of depth there. And so, or actually, I might be misrecalling that. But that could be something where you end up finally addressing that and helping the spine of your defense be stronger in the run.
Yeah.
And having, again, another young piece that now establishes your defensive line for a longer period of time. If that happens in the first round, I don't know if I'm super upset in the way that you're talking about with offensive tackle if a lot of them go early or something like that. I think there's a lot of maneuverability within this, and I feel comfortable that Nick Caserio's comfort level with moving means that it is possible that you move things around, but ultimately, as long as you take time to address the things that need to be addressed, particularly on offense, I'm good at where you do it because I think the way that the board lands, at least in my early understandings of it, would be worthwhile, at least when it comes to offensive line.
I could easily see...
Or tackle, at least, because there's not guards.
Right. I could easily see them draft a tackle, as they should, in the first round. Draft a player that is going to be a depth piece, either on the defense or potential starter on offense in the second round. And then after that, I could see them just start moving back. And again, could be a great thing, could be a good thing. They could use those picks, find a player or whatever. But here's the second thing that this is part of the reason I paused when you set up this segment. Like the first one kind of bothers me because you don't need those guys necessarily. The second part, I don't know how I feel about it.
Okay.
I need some clarity on this. I need to either some time or for you to kind of clear things up from your perspective on this.
Maybe the text line can help us.
Maybe the
Base
text
Power
line
text
could help.
line 713-572-4610.
So the NFL released. There's it's a convention. The combine is a coaching and front office and personnel staff convention. Everybody's talking, maybe working some deals, maybe trying to find a job, maybe trying to tap resources and figure out what other teams are doing. It's just it's a convention, and yet the NFL released its list. Now it could be updated, but it released its list of media availabilities, which we all know. You talk to players, you talk to general managers, you talk to head coaches. Sometimes coordinators get cornered, et cetera. And this stood out to me. You tell me because I don't know what to make of it. The only Texan that is going to be available to the media in Indianapolis is Nick Caserio. DeMeco Ryans is not on the list. And most head coaches, we talked about the Jaguars, that's more of a philosophical, we're not going to play those games type move. But most NFL head coaches are at the combine. Maybe it was a typo. Maybe it's going to be updated with DeMeco there. But the preliminary list does not have DeMeco there. What do you make of that?
That's interesting because this team, and you've heard it from Nick Caserio himself, this is an organization that very much values DeMeco's unique ability to tap in with
the way that, or the thing that makes a player tick.
Mm-hmm.
He's so good as a judge of character, is the thing that we've been told, and it really does. It does stack up in the way that this thing has gone. That he has been good at being able to tap into, okay, who are the guys that work the way that work with us.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea that he might not be available, which I guess is probably intimating that he might not be there at all in the way that we were talking about Liam Cohen and James Gladstone won't be there for the Jags.
No.
It is kind of interesting because, yes, I could very easily see them having staffers out there to handle this. And, of course, your front office scouts and those type of things.
They'll all be there. Yeah.
They'll be there to do that type of work. But it's unique because he supposedly has a unique ability. And, yes, Caserio has talked about the possibility, or not the possibility, but the idea that more people in this organization have gotten attuned to what D'Amico Ryans wants in his players, but I don't know if that's a substitute for D'Amico Ryans. So I find that to be very interesting. Or maybe is that a philosophical shift in the way that we're talking about the Jags?
Well, that's one of the reasons I don't know what to make of it, because number one, Nick Caserio, I mean, you can just see he has his hands all over this offense. This is a draft. This is a year where, from the coaches to, some of the moves, et cetera. And that's my opinion, but I just see his hands all over this offense. This is a year when they're going to need to make some big decisions on offense. Caserio is there doing his thing, whatever. But to your point, this is all about swarm. This is all about, sitting in front of that guy and getting a real feel for, is he going to fit the D'Amico Ryans, sort of, I guess, philosophy or whatever you want to call it, culture. And again, he may show up, and I could be dead wrong. I'm saying the preliminary list said that he's not one of the guys available. It just kind of struck me as kind of funny, that that's his thing.
Yeah,
is getting a feel for guys.
Yeah, and especially even in those 15-minute meeting windows, which maybe you could say you can't get to know someone in 15 minutes. For some reason, they seem to believe, and I think I would be inclined to give them the benefit of the doubt here. The D'Amico Ryans does a good job in those moments. Are you also maybe touching on the possibility of a division labor here? Where D'Amico Ryans, we know it's his defense. He has his defense. Defense isn't where you view this team needing.
Yeah.
And does that then set up the idea that Nick Caserio is just the guy on offense, and the D'Amico Ryans, in the way that we're setting this up as having more of a domain over the entirety of the team, is leaving that to the staff at large, and maybe Nick Cayley or Nick Caserio more specifically?
I think this is how I'll put it. D'Amico Ryans has a bigger impact on personnel decisions on defense, and Caserio has a bigger impact on offense. And I think that's just the way that's his background. Obviously, this offense is a Patriots-style offense. Sorry, I know they don't like that, but it's true. And so that's where he's going to maybe, stake his claim and have the biggest impact and all that. It just seems like this is going to be a year where, Caserio is going to even kind of establish that even more. And I was going to say to their defense, I don't even know if it needs defending. It just struck me as funny. But for lack of a better way of putting it, to their defense, their dynamic together has been really strong and gotten only stronger. So maybe there's just, hey, I trust you.
Yeah,
and we'll have the top 30 visits, and we can sit down with them for all day long or whatever. So maybe it's that.
Maybe so. And I think that's what we have to hope, is that the relationship continues to evolve to such a place where you only need one of them there in order to get the effect of both of them, or for them to, you go do the landscape, bring it back, and we'll have our communications. And honestly, that if we trust that and if we believe that to be the case, is that not the optimal idea? Is that you can have these two portions of your brain trust operate
lockstep.
Yeah, in lockstep, but then also divide and conquer in some sort of way. Because I think that there is something to be said for D'Amico Ryans being able to, whether that's being at home and working on something else entirely, trying to get this team back to a right place, or even if it's something as simple, and maybe this is radical, something as simple as taking a little extra time off to make sure that he is fully decompressed and ready to jump back into the throes of the season once he does. There's a way that you could spin this in the positive, but ultimately there's also a way you could spin it in the negative. So,
and I don't know, like where I am. It's just kind of, it's different. Most teams have the general manager and the head coach. It seems as if, at least for now, that it'll just be the general manager. But maybe it is that that trust. I trust you. If I'm the head coach, ultimately I'm going to sit down with the guy that the players potentially that you feel strongly about. So he'll get his time with them, but it's just it's different, and it's different from this organization, anything it's ever done, really.
Yeah, that's fair. Oh, man, that's interesting. Mm-hmm. I'm interested on this text line, 713-572-4610. Does the idea of D'Amico Ryans possibly not being at the Combine, does that concern you at all? Is this something that worries you, or are you completely fine with it having your general manager being the not lone, because, again, there's going to be more of a Texans presence through scouts and so on and so forth. Hell, I don't know. Are coordinators going to be there possibly? Isn't Nick Caley going to be there, just not available to the media? I don't know. But does that at all give you any pause, or are you completely good with that? Let us know. 713-572-4610. Because I'm kind of, I hadn't really considered that since you brought that up, and that's very much on my mind in this moment.
I think the fact that it's an offensive-minded type year, that they're going to use, Nick Caserio is going to have a bigger say in everything leading up to the draft.
It's quite possible. We'll see. And honestly, we'll get an opportunity to hear from Nick Caserio as he's going to be available. You talked about the media availability. He'll be available to the media tomorrow. So I need to double check on what time when that happens, and see if we'll have an opportunity to hear from him and talk about what he has to say from Indianapolis. But there you go. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get to our lunchtime confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Payne and Pendergast.
Walk across, it comes.
Sports Radio 610. Join us following every weeknight baseball and basketball game with Area 45. Instant reaction, analysis, and your thoughts on the action immediately after the final buzzer or final out. It's H-Town Postgame, energized by base power on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, good to be back here. Sports Radio 610 here for you, and confessions upon us, which I always love. Sometimes I feel a little like it's not going to be the most popular opinion in the world, but I think this one might be.
Okay.
So we talked about, the Texans getting last week. They're officially getting their new place. their new. What are they calling it?
It'll be the Toro
Sports
District.
and Entertainment. Compound, 83 acres.
Yep.
All that stuff. And what'd you say?
The Toro District is what they're calling it.
That's my confession. Not a big fan
of the idea.
The name. The Toro District. There's another one we should just crowdsource. 713-572-4610.
Do you have a better name for this?
Well, yes, and also, did that name hit you like, yeah?
Oh, okay.
Even Toro Town would have been better to me.
Toro Town sounds like an amusement park.
Yes. That's kind of the whole idea. It's sports and entertainment. Toro Town.
We immediately on the YouTube page got District of Swarm.
And you brought up the point earlier when I was telling you this is going to be one of my confessions, like, what are you going to do? A lot of times the first impression is not going to be good, but then it grows on you.
Yes.
But a lot of times it's like, that's what I'm talking. Yeah.
I think naming a thing is really hard. And I feel like a lot of names, they're not revered until over time. What creates the reverence with the name is the good times that you have along the way. It sounds very cliche and cheesy, but that's the case, man. Unless you have a name like In the Loop, which I think y'all nailed right off the jump. But
without focus groups and without, multi-million-dollar corporations helping us with, I think that's what bothers me about this. Like, you have all this time, all this planning. And by the way, the thing itself, I absolutely love. This is not about the district, so to speak, that they're talking about. It was about the name. It just, when I saw it, I was like, that's what you came up with, huh? That was it. Toro District. I don't know.
Yeah,
it just didn't quite hit me.
No, I was in the same place. I was like, oh, we're naming this around Toro. Okay, interesting. Love me some Toro, Hall of Famer, all that.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if that's where I would have gone, but I also recognize that in a lot of instances, we kind of subscribe to the, if you want to complain about it, how about you give us an answer?
Toro Town.
I don't have a good one.
Toro Town, baby.
As excited as you are about that, I feel like I have similar feelings about Toro Town as I do to the Toro District. You know what I mean? So I don't have a great answer and response, and I think that's why I'm hard pressed to be too mad about the name as they have situated it. I don't have a better name for it. Even somewhere where I've compared this to, because I think that what they're trying to do is replicate what the Cowboys did with the Star in Frisco. When you first hear, we're gonna do the Sports and Entertainment District, and we're gonna name it the Star, you go, is that it? Like, really?
Yeah.
The Star? But it has become that once you see what it is, and people have established good nostalgic moments there or whatever. Ultimately becomes that, and I think that that's what it will be with the Toro District.
Totally agree. Toro District is lame as hell.
But also,
Texter says.
Also, another 832 said Toro Town is super lame.
Oh, that's fine. That doesn't hurt my feelings at all. Maybe a little bit, but it doesn't hurt my feelings at all. It's just like I saw that Toro District, and I went, all right. I guess maybe it'll grow. Maybe it'll grow on us.
Maybe it won't. Maybe it'll just be a name thing that we just like. Ultimately, if it works, that's going to be the thing that matters. And if the name sucks, ultimately, if we discover and we find the name doesn't work, we'll just come up with a nickname that works better.
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of it. Is like it'll be officially called the Toro District, and then we'll call it
like the Juice
whatever.
Box.
Yes, we'll find whatever name actually. Because Minute Maid Park, and that's another thing. Sometimes we don't think about the names of these types of things because we don't have to. They end up getting sold to somebody, and we just call it by the corporate sponsor's name. You know?
Yeah. Well, maybe that's in play.
These are my confessions.
I've got to admit, there was a. Are you familiar with the Ball family?
As in Lonzo?
Lonzo, LiAngelo, LaMelo. They have a podcast apparently because everyone does. It seems like called Ball in the Family, which. Gotta admit, good name, right?
Yes,
okay,
it is.
all right.
Yes,
I will give you that, right? But they had on Deion Dawkins, who is a tackle for the Buffalo Bills, and they asked him a question on who has the best jerseys in the NFL, and I was really shocked to hear what Deion Dawkins' answer was.
Who got the best jerseys? You could be honest, too. Our Color Rush jerseys is crazy. The All Reds, I would say our Color Rush jerseys is by far the best. But on a consistent home and away, Houston's Jones go crazy.
Houston's is hard. I ain't gonna lie.
Houston's is tough.
Whoever that was at the very end, I don't know which of the balls that was.
Houston,
the Texans. That is more what I expected than this like pretty flat respect of the jerseys. Not that I think the jerseys are bad. I don't think that, but they more strike me as pretty good than like, yo, these are the nicest jerseys in the league. So I was kind of surprised to have that kind of respect for the Texans look.
I like it, and I've never really had a problem. Speaking of like names and stuff, I've always loved the Texans uniforms. Solid colors, deep steel blue, and even the names and all that stuff. But I've also kind of put them kind of in the middle of the pack. They're just good uniforms.
That was my thought. I thought that they just tend to be really good uniforms that now that they spruced up, feel like they have a little bit of an edge. I thought that the previous iteration it kind of felt very 2000s in the time where the team was introduced. So it was nice to get the refresh.
I like the darker blue because for a while there it was a lighter blue.
Yes,
they went away from it. But I do like the darker blue. I guess we got to ask. Give me your top two.
In the NFL?
Yeah. I mean, clearly, as much as we hate them, you got to put the Cowboys in the top three somewhere.
Do you?
Yeah, Cowboys are always they're real strong uniforms. And I hate the Cowboys, but you have to put them. I always put Raiders. Raiders up there, just badass.
The Raiders are classic. So you tend to lean towards more of a classic look.
Yeah.
Then, right?
But the number 3 one, I always go back and forth on. I think Cowboys and Raiders are always up there.
I really like the Bears jerseys. I think that they would be highly rated for me. Let me see. What are the other ones that I'm looking at here? And I'm trying not to go to the alternates or anything.
Yeah, no, just your base uniform.
Yeah, I think that I really like the Bears.
I go back and forth. Steelers is always up there. And what's the other one I always like a lot? Packers. Yeah.
So yeah, you're in love with these classic joints.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. It was obscured for me for a second because of the stink of the organization. The Bengals kind of have a really nice look going, man. They have a really nice look going that they just ruined by being a terrible, awful, good
set
team.
aside the quality of the team because the Saints is a strong uniform. I feel like the Saints is a strong one.
Yeah. So there's a couple in the NFC South that I'd probably rock with to a great degree, just general. But I was not expecting the Texans to be the first name out of the mouth of Deion Dawkins, and when it comes to best jerseys in the league.
These are my confessions.
I stumbled across the reason the Rockets are struggling this year.
Oh, really?
I did.
Okay,
we talked about offense. We talked about Ime Udoka. Injuries are always going to be a play, but none of those are the real reason.
All right, so we're going to get the answer. We're going to send it off to Rafael Stone and Ime Udoka. We're going to get the team winning, and we're going to go win a championship. I like what we're doing here.
Yep, I figured it out.
All right, let's do it.
You know why the Rockets are struggling?
I want to know.
Because this season started with a 5. 2025, 2026.
Wait, what?
So 1995, basically short answer is this. The Rockets are cursed.
Huh.
The curse of the 5s.
Okay.
So
I'm listening.
The Rockets won back-to-back NBA championships. The following year, 1995, 1996, keep that 5 and 6 in mind. They finished 48-34 and lost in the second round of the playoffs. Let's jump ahead. 2004, 2005, they go 51 and 31. The next year, 05, 06, 34 and 48.
05? What was happening in 05, 06?
I think that was the Rafer Alston? Yeah, Rafer Alston.
Skip to Malou.
John Barry.
That team was supposed
Luther
to be
Head,
all that.
Chuck Hayes.
I love Luther.
T-Mac was on the team.
Oh, T-Mac, but this was T-Mac Yao, but they was injured.
Yao was injured.
That's okay. That makes sense because you had the back spasms and then Yao just whatever he was dealing with.
But still a curse.
Yeah.
Still a curse. All right, so let's see.
I guess if you choose to view it that way.
Let's see if it transitions to 2015, 2016. The year before. Actually, the 2 years before. They won 54 and 56 games. 2015, 2016, 41 games.
What's happening in 15-16?
Man, they got the curse of the 5-6s.
That's
not 6-7. 5-6.
That was before they brought in James Harden, right?
Trevor Ariza.
Oh, that's the year they tried. Is that the year they tried to make Trevor Ariza as lead, like number one on a team?
Yep. Patrick Beverly, Michael Beasley, for God's sakes.
The return of Mike.
Sam Decker was a rookie out of Wisconsin on that team. Remember, we thought, well, not we, but a lot of people thought he was going to be the real deal. Chuck Hayes was still meandering around. Dwight Howard, Ty Lawson was on that team. So 95, 96.
Actually,
flop.
no. This is because 15-16 has to be when Trevor Ariza came back around because they had already tried at some point to make him the lead. So this was when they were just putting something together. Okay, cool, got it.
But still, after two championships, 95, 96, they flop. 05, 06, they flop. 15, 16, they flop. And what year is this?
The 25-26 season.
Yep.
Yes, I'm with you, 408. Reggie, don't put your name on that email to the Rockets. Yeah, I don't think I'm sending that one over to them. I don't think that's – but they're also still on pace to win something like 50 games, though, aren't they?
Yeah, they'll be right in there somewhere.
So it might not work quite the same, but maybe it will. Who knows? I don't know. I hope it's not. I hope that's not the case there. But there you go. Those are your lunchtime confessions. I don't like that one. That one didn't make me happy.
They're cursed.
Is it better to feel like your team is cursed than that they're doing bad things? Because I feel like if they're doing bad things in your mind, that is a human level thing.
Yeah, you
that
don't
we
want to
can
be
fix.
cursed.
Cursed is just like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Yeah.
This is above my pay grade. How do I handle this?
Mm-hmm.
What would have brought that curse along then?
Ooh,
in the 90s? Because I mean, you were just won 2 championships. What would have created this bad juju for the Rockets? Nothing comes to mind here.
I'm gonna say Scottie Pippen.
Signing Scottie Pippen, he brought the bad juju with his desire to have a better contract constantly. Ultimately, okay, I don't know why that would be the case. Somebody said they got the Chargers baby blue, the Bengals.
Oh, Chargers.
The Eagles. See, the Eagles are a good one, but I like their Kelly Green so much more. I was trying to stay from just like their normal home and away.
Right.
Good answer, and I know people are gonna be mad about it. Seahawks, because you either really like the Seahawks jerseys or you hate them. There's very few in between people when it comes to those jerseys. So I don't know. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, you're not supposed to take anything in spring training seriously, but I think I'm ready to pencil in a name into the week outfield, and I'll tell you what that name is next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would much rather.
Aram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Happy Monday to you. Hope your Monday is going well. The OG John Lopez back in the saddle after a resting and rejuvenating trip to Costa Rica. Reginald Atatula here with you. Colin Neal still on ones and twos as Figgy Fig. Should return on Wednesday, assuming that nor'easter does not keep him trapped.
Been bad, huh?
Yeah, it sounds like. Well, it's just starting up to get bad, ain't it?
Yeah.
Right?
Like the USA hockey team had to fly to Miami.
Did they?
Instead of the Northeast, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
I'm sure they were drunk, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, everything is
They
great.
better have been drunk.
Yeah, it seemed like they were getting pretty damn drunk.
They better have
when
been.
they were down there. All right, but I wanted to talk a little bit about Astros. Astros spring training is active. We've gotten a couple of spring training games under our belt, and it is common practice. In fact, it is smart practice to not take anything in spring training too seriously.
Right.
Because that's how you get yourself over your skis. Now, last year we did the thing with Cam Smith, but I think that there was reason for it. He looked incredible, and he carried that into the season, right? He broke camp with the team. He carried that into the season. It did fade at the end of the year, but all of that feels relatively reasonable.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might be doing it again, but with less reason because, again, we've had 2 spring training games. But I think I'm ready to at least pencil in a name into the outfield, the weak outfield that we know.
Hold on. The outfield, you got your starter?
I don't know if I've got the starter, but I definitely
got penciling in.
I definitely got a guy because again, pencil we can erase. I'm not inking it.
Okay.
We can erase it, but I'm in a place where I'm like
Sharpie, as they like to say.
No, absolutely not. No. That'd be insane. But pencil, right? Put a little graphite on the paper. I know it's crazy, but Zach Cole.
Why?
Zach Cole, young left-handed bat, and what's funny is what Zach Cole needs to work on is. He needs to work on his patience. Last year, just too many swings and misses. Like strikeouts were way too high for him. But in his first outing, the first spring training Grapefruit League outing that the Astros had, he did something very particular that made me feel, okay, I think I'm really in on Zach Cole. First and foremost, he's just a lefty, and you need some left-handed bats.
Now that I'm good with that.
Especially because Jesus Sanchez isn't here. Not that he was great for you in the 2 months that he had at the end of last year. But you just need left-handed bats to begin with, even though he hasn't been a great left-handed bat. But I would like to take you to Joe Espada because something has very clearly shown up as a point of emphasis for Joe Espada and this Astros team, and that is taking right and being patient at the plate. Where Zach Cole had like 2 or 3 walks. I think 2 walks on very, very few pitches. I think like 7 pitches in his first couple of at-bats where he has been as patient as patient can be. Now, to be fair, it's early in spring training and those pitchers might just be missing because they're working on things or they just don't have the command, right? These things are there. But more importantly, Joe Espada wants aggression on the base paths. And Zach Cole was in there running to his heart's contentment. And I think that also gives me a lot of encouragement. In fact, I'd like to take you to Joe Espada, who is obviously the manager of the team. He jumped on the broadcasts for both Saturday and Sunday's games.
Right.
And I believe this is Espada 2 here. This is him talking about wanting aggression on the base paths this spring training.
So you're giving everybody that green light to be aggressive and trying to test themselves.
Yeah, let's try it. Try it, get a good primary lead, try to pick a good pitch to go, and let's see where it goes. And we want to carry this into the season. We have some guys that can do it, and that's exactly what we want to work on that.
First of all, bravo. I think it's always good when you're and aggressive is not necessarily just stealing bases.
Sure.
But
well, aggressive on the base paths at the very least, because Zach Cole, they were going all the damn time. Zach Cole got thrown out at third base on his first time on the base paths, but that was because it was a ball to right field that normally you wouldn't go on, but they're just like, run.
Yeah.
Get yourself in the habit of getting a good lead, even though I don't think he got a great lead either.
Yeah.
But get a good lead, go. He's doing that at a crazy pace, and he's got
just enough speed where I think as he hones this in over spring, that's going to be a useful thing on top of him being a left-handed bat and somebody who's solid in
right off the bat, I like the aggression. I think you should be testing these guys even at the major league level. I know there's some great catchers out there, but I do like that. Secondly, and this might surprise you, I'm not ready to pencil anybody in, but I like your thought process. I think the combination of lefty and speed. Put it this way, he'll have. I think he's got an inherent advantage to become a regular outfield just because of that. You can't. Like, you look at their lineup and all the right-handers and right-handed pitching and everything else. It's like their entire starting rotation is all righties.
Yeah,
that's pitching, but even the on the at the plate,
it's
outside of Jordan, yeah.
And I mean, you don't have a lot of other lefties. So, and to be fair, I'm talking about a lefty who is not a incredible bat, even though he's, when he first came up, he was swinging it he was really hot, and then it kind of tapered off for him, as one would expect for a guy of that caliber stepping up to the majors late in the season. But the idea that it's possible to get some really hot stuff out of him, maybe if he finds some level of consistency, you can get that out of him, and the left-handed bat will have to be considered, because otherwise it's just a lefty who they go, all right, if he's not going to make me the punishment,
who cares?
It doesn't matter which side of the plate he's at. But just another bat, especially because Michael Conforto, who is a veteran outfielder, again, also not a dude who you write home about, but an experienced left-handed bat, he signs with the Cubs, and he had been thrown out as a potential last-ditch left-handed bat to get in the outfield as an experienced guy. And so he's not out there. So I'm just like, give me a left-handed guy who is really taking the coaching well and put him somewhere in that outfield, maybe not even every day out there, but somewhere in that room. I think I'm ready to be comfortable with that, especially understanding that this is weak right now. Like, I just need guys who are willing to abide by what we're trying to do, because last year it felt like that was a hard thing to get done. Even that, just we want to take pitches, and it really, the only people who were taking pitches were the dudes who already take pitches. So if you have a Zach Cole who's already latching on to the manager's points of emphasis and doing them, that's something I want to see.
What do you feel? And this is not penciling anything in, but what do you feel, because it's just so damn early, would be a most likely outfield?
I mean, it's probably
Jake Myers in there?
Probably still Jake as being consistent. It's Cam, and then I think it's Zach. Is it not? Am I forgetting someone in that moment? I feel like those are probably the most likely as you're trying to get this together here.
No, I would definitely think those three. I'm going to be really interested.
Maybe DeZenzo doing some, because I know that he could play both corner infield and corner outfield, and he's got more seasoning on him, so to say.
But look, I think also the whole Cam thing. He's going to have to prove it again. I think he's got the inside track.
The whole outfield has to prove it, but I think he's got more.
Because he showed something.
He's got more equity than Cole. He probably has more equity than DeZenzo in an interesting way as well.
Yeah, probably.
But yeah, he will have to prove it clearly. But that's what we're talking about, the entirety of this outfield. That's what makes this not entirely crazy, or maybe it is. You tell me. Am I just being crazy? Talk about Zach Cole after this first instance, which I know I am to some degree, but I think that's kind of the sad part, is that it's not the wildest thing to mention at this point, just because of where your outfield and what your outfield looks like in this moment. If you don't mind, can I throw in some more Joe Espada, some of the other things that I found interesting from him on these broadcasts? This will be Espada 3 here, because there were no challenges in Game 1, and as you know, the ABS system, it's going to be a big deal this year. It's the first time that it's getting to the major league level after being in the minors for them to test this out. And there were no challenges in that very first game. And it seemed like Joe Espada wasn't the super happiest about it. This was Joe Espada when he was asked if he was hoping that guys would be more aggressive with the challenges.
Yes, we were. There was a few pitches. There was one, I think it was DeCenso. He had bases loaded. There was a 3-1 pitch. That's a high leverage spot that could really swing the game. And you could actually, we talked to him about maybe potentially using it then, even though it was kind of early in the game. I think it was the third, fourth inning, but go ahead and use it, because it can really swing the game and put that game, we could put that game, open that game up in that with a swing of the bat.
I really love this. The only thing I don't like is that you don't see the box anymore.
As you're watching.
As you're watching.
Well, they got to try and avoid, any level of cheating. Where if you got the TV broadcast in the clubhouse and signals and those types of things, I do love that because I had not thought enough about what this actually looks like in practice. Because you think about managers are going to have their MO. I had not considered how much that managers are going to have to then instill in their players how to handle this. And that's evidenced in some part by, again, Espada, who was asked how much of a combo have you had with the AAA manager about how they've used challenges prior.
Just trying to pick their brain and when is the best time to use it, when do emotions really kicked up on some of these guys while they're struggling, do you see more of those challenges early in the game when guys are going through tough stretches, or guys are patient enough and understanding that maybe saving it later for what's doing what's best for the team is best. So yeah, we've had some conversation and it's going to be interesting. It's new for everyone, but we're really encouraging our guys to go ahead and try to do it.
I think it's going to be really revealing to the players that truly have a great eye, like Bregman. Bregman was so good, and some guys maybe don't have the confidence. Like they think it's a strike and they argue it, but if they actually will they pull the trigger? Will they pull the trigger on actually appealing it?
And that's a coaching point that I had not even thought about. It's just like, all right, now a guy can decide to challenge, and we probably thought about it to the extent of, all right, is a manager going to let his guys challenge it, or is he going to let his pitchers, or is it going to be to the catcher? I had not given how much strategy, given thought to how much strategy, because he's talking about when guys are fatigued, how that might change it. Is it better slumping to go earlier? If they're slumping, how does it work? I hadn't thought about the conditioning and making sure that your guys all know how you want to employ it as a team MO, right? Yeah. This is our game strategy. It's not just the manager and the coaches who have to think about what our strategy is. We need to also have the strategy ingrained in the players so that they know what the strategy is. And it's not just something where they check their hat and see, the card. They have to know it innately within themselves so that they can do it even when the moment's really big and their brain is in all sorts of different places. They've got to have it deep within themselves to know this is a place where I feel I can challenge it because my manager has made that. So I appreciate that Espada is being very forthcoming on it. I hope that ends up giving them an edge at some point.
I do think, whether it gives them an edge or not, I do think it's going to decide games.
Yes.
I think it's going to be it's one of those things where as a fan, you're kind of probably going to be like me, like you want to see it in real time, and have fun with, that was clearly outside or he just barely nicked the corner. But ultimately, I think we're going to love it. I think we're going to love this because, as I mentioned.
Oh, I think we're going to hate it. I think we're going to love it in some ways, but I think this offers another place for us to question the decision-making of our favorite players or manager, especially if it's a manager who's
you say that as if that's a bad thing.
Oh, no, I mean, it's
that's a good thing.
Well, yes and no. Because, again, for a manager like Joe Espada, where there's a number of questions already, if there is a small questionable thing, there's a lot of questionable decisions that can be made, even by good managers, coaches, what have you. Does it then become another place where the average fan, or even like not the average fan, can end up harping on a thing that maybe doesn't matter as much? As
I don't think it affects the manager as much.
You don't think so?
Because the players are going to be appealing. It's on the players, and that's why I was saying earlier, like some players, they really have a terrific eye. I mean, they are. Even if it's just a fraction of an inch off the plate, some players know they're that good at it, and some players are guessing, and I think that's where the second guessing and where the fun comes in.
Okay, possibly, but so how crazy did you think of me penciling Zach Cole? Does that just feels insane to you?
I wanted to say yes, but I like your reasoning on that. The lefty bat is so important. Clearly, the speed. You just heard Espada talking about. How they want to be more aggressive. Now, that could change once the season gets real, but they want to at least, test the waters. I think that's a good guy to have in there.
I just found it interesting.
But way early.
It is early. He is already establishing that small ball that we started seeing a little bit. They're keeping that, which makes me go, how does he feel? Like, is he confident in their ability at the plate, or does this feel
I think it's an absolute reflection of they're not going to be the mashing team they were before.
Yeah, that was my thought.
Yeah.
And, of course, I want to see how spring training continues to unfurl because a lot of what he said there makes it sound like they're going to try and get their advantages around the edges as opposed to being the team that just mashes as they have been at other times. But, all right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I think they're back in action. Is there a Grapefruit League game again today? I've got to get used to the swing of baseball being frequently going. I think they're playing again tomorrow. Appreciate you calling. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, C.J. Stroud and Bryce Young kind of tied at the hip because of where they're from, when they were drafted, all those things. Bryce Young actually talked about C.J. Stroud, as everybody seems to be. Do you agree with Bryce Young's assessment of the Houston Texans quarterback? We'll do that next.
All right now let's talk about the Low T Center and getting back to feeling like
both really good in college and ultimately get drafted 1 and 2 in 2023. So their names are going to be tied together, but just as people, they're tied together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Bryce Young was asked about C.J. Stroud, and in his answer, he said this: Are you buying, do you believe, or do you think in the same way as Bryce Young about C.J. Stroud?
I don't know why people act like they haven't watched him go and dominate this league. We've all seen it. And also one thing, quarterback position in general, this is one of the rare sports. You can't call ISO on every snap in the NFL. It takes 11 on one side of the ball, 11 on the other. We all sign up for that criticism. We all sign up for the credit. We all want to take the bullet for the team. That's our job. But at the end of the day, we can't control everything. We know what he can do. We know what he does. We've watched him do such crazy things in this league. And that's who he is. Don't get that twisted, ever. That's who he is. Media wants to make things, fans, that's part of the thing, going to be up and down, whatever it is. I know who he is as a player. I know who he is as a leader, as a person. He knows that too. I know that as well. So it's I'm excited to watch what he does.
Well, so I think there's two important things in what he said. First of all, that we've never doubted. In fact, we've said it multiple times. Teammates, players around the NFL love C.J. Stroud. Love him.
Sure.
The guys in that locker room that he let down. I mean, he'll be the first to tell you.
Yeah, Dalton Schultz has bent himself in all sorts of different pretzels trying to find ways outside of criticism of C.J. Stroud.
Yeah. There is no question players love being around him. He's a likable guy. Clearly one of the guys that they just will have his back no matter what. But it's not about what the players think. It's about how he's performing and how he's taking coaching and how he's fitting into an offense, et cetera. You heard Bryce Young say, we know that he can dominate this league. Yes, we do. But what has happened since he dominated the league? Everything around him has changed. The little hints, including the hint that I referenced earlier, all these rumors about, hey, teams could be calling about C.J. Stroud. Guys, that stuff doesn't come out of thin air. There are certain things that people just want to slap on Twitter and just be trolls. That's not what this was. This was NFL writers, NFL reporters saying, hey, you never know. That's not coming out of thin air. That's coming from either other teams or realizing or hearing that maybe it's not a good fit and we can fix him and he can fit here. Or maybe C.J. Stroud is just not the same guy, and I'm not saying to a bad degree, but not the same guy privately that you see in public. So and he mentioned fans and media. That happens. We know it. Fans, they pop off. Media people pop off with whatever opinions. It's not about what players think of him. It's not about what fans and media think of him. It's what the NFL is saying about him and what they think about him in that building.
But, and salute to John Crumpler, who wrote a piece I think this weekend about C.J. Stroud, as kind of everybody, various people have. Does it not feel like if everybody, or at least there's so much kind of conversation about trying to acquire your quarterback, that you should probably want the quarterback, right? If everybody is a strong word to use.
But if there's something
if there's not even just some, if there's a lot of people that are out here trying to say, well, I'd be in on this. Even somebody as odd as the radio guys in Cleveland saying, I'd give up 24 for him. Not 6, but but even then, that shows a level of interest. Does that not then make you take a pause with the level of interest, the number of, or the seeming amount of interest, and go, are we sure we want to give this up? It's almost how I feel about, you remember when Bill Belichick was still at the top of his game, before he kind of started losing his fastball personnel-wise, when he'd let a player go, or when you'd be trying to make a trade with the Patriots and he'd actually want to do the trade, and you go, what's wrong with him?
Yeah.
Usually once he moves,
it ain't going to work out here.
That guy doesn't work out anymore. In that same way, is that not an instance for you to stop and go, if everybody else is looking at this where they want this guy, then what are we doing here?
Yes, you're 100% right. They should pause, but the counter argument to that is they are hell bent on running this offense with these guys this way. So are they, reluctant to give up and I'm not saying they are, but I'm saying reluctant to maybe give up on, I'll put it that way, C.J. Stroud, to the point that they'll change their entire offense and their philosophy offensively?
That's what should. That's how things are supposed to go. That was what we were sold when Nick Caley got here.
Of course it should, but will they? Are they? And I don't know. And we were talking earlier about, Nick Caserio is really sort of the brains behind the operation, not just as general manager. I'm talking about like with the offense. This is a Patriots offense. It's what Caserio knows. It's what Nick Caley knows. It's what go down to Cole Popovich, all the personnel guys. Are you willing to change drafting players that fit this offense? Change your personnel philosophy. I'm talking about pro personnel scouts and such, and then your offensive line coach who coaches the line this way. And are you willing to do it? You probably should, to be honest. Like, hey, we need to get something that fits him better. But are they willing to do that? I don't know.
Because in the same way that it becomes a conversation that they're acquiring a quarterback in this National Football League in the year of our Lord 2026 is a deeply fraught proposition.
Yeah.
And people are looking around and going, a quarterback that people don't even believe is available, there's kind of conversation of should you go and try and get him. If that's the case, then where do you move to, right? Ends up being a conversation that is asked in some ways. One more thing here before I pivot to something else here, if you don't mind. Do you get any credence, or give any credence rather, to Bryce Young, who says, like, I know what CJ is, I know that he's that, when it comes to being a guy who is already seen down times, been benched, and had to fight his way back to being a viable quarterback? Does that give you any solace that somebody who has been in a place, not quite CJ Stroud's, but I guess you could maybe make some similarities or make some connections?
Oh, yeah.
Does it give you any credence to when he says, no, I know CJ can be a guy in this league because he's had to already have some of those ups and downs just to find viability?
I mean, maybe a little, but I think he just has CJ's back, period. Because he's seen it. He's kind of grew up with him in a sense, and knows, what he's capable of doing. But it still doesn't change. Yes, we all know what he's capable of doing. We really do. But to the point where either he's going to fit with what they're doing or they're going to change what they're doing. That's the biggest point right now.
You think it's as simple as
this
or that there?
He either needs to come back. I said it right after, the playoff loss. He needs to be humbled, and he needs to, embrace this. And if he doesn't, then they need to change, and I don't think they're going to change.
It's interesting. By the way, that was Bryce Young on the Pivot podcast. Speaking of pivoting, which is what I will actually do here.
That's good.
Daniel Jeremiah was on a conference call this weekend, and there was a number of things that he talked about, including the New York Jets, where, that's a team that is in a little bit of flux. There's still Aaron Glenn at the top of that team, but they're trying to find some level of, floor to start building towards any level of success. And in the course of this, Daniel Jeremiah suggested for them at quarterback, a position that they do not have situated, and as we were just talking about, not a lot of them available, especially if you're not drafted number one, which they are not. How do you get a quarterback of any repute, talk less of one that's going to take you to places that you want to be? And one of the things that he threw out there was the possibility of trying to make a trade for one Davis Mills.
Yeah.
Is this just outrightly something that you wouldn't do, something that you might consider, or something that you're signing up for?
It's something I would do, but I don't think it's something they would do.
Okay.
I shouldn't say that. It would take a lot for them to trade Davis Mills, because if we're just being honest here, and we were just talking about the fit and what he did in his horrible game, Davis Mills is not nearly the quarterback that C.J. Stroud is in terms of ceiling, but he's got a much higher floor. And will there come a time 4, 5, 6 games into the season where if C.J. Stroud is struggling, that they'll just put another guy in here, or Davis Mills? I think they prefer Davis Mills. I think they're more comfortable with him.
What's funny is I just happened to stumble upon just tweets from 2023 before the draft, when I think Daniel Jeremiah was also talking about Davis Mills and how, I don't know if it's Daniel Jeremiah himself, but somebody was talking about Davis Mills and how you just can't go into this season. You can't go into the 23 season with Davis Mills. You have to try and get a quarterback. We ultimately know that they did draft at number 2 C.J. Stroud, but it's funny to be 3 years later and seeing the ways in which these conversations are going with C.J. Stroud and Davis Mills. The thought that came to mind for me is, one, I'm with you. I don't think that's something that they would do, right? They signed up Davis Mills because they have a level of confidence in his ability to step in and handle things. If you're someone who is in kind of a more neutral place with C.J. Stroud, where you go, I don't think that the C.J. doesn't have it, is right, but also C.J. Stroud needs to show more, and you are in the place where you think we need to push him, right? He needs competition that will push him. The thing that has shut that down is Davis Mills being in the way.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a possibility that doing something like this, trading Davis Mills, and then that creating that space for you to put someone there that will actually push C.J. Stroud is a thought process, or is that too convoluted? Did my brain get to one of the craziest thoughts possible?
It's not a bad thought. I just don't think – I think they believe Davis Mills can push him. I really do. As big a collapse as C.J. Stroud had, as much success as – and it was obviously different, but as much success as Davis Mills had when he was, replacing C.J. Stroud, I think they believe, like, hey, if this thing goes to bleep, we have confidence in C.J. Stroud. I mean, in Davis Mills. I really do. I think they think that's the guy that might end up, taking the reins when push comes to shove.
And with all due respect, because this is going to sound disrespectful.
No, I get it, because
I don't intend it as such.
Like, the ceiling is not nearly as much.
God, that makes me so mad.
Yes.
That is, like, there's so many times with this Texas team where it seems like they lack inspiration, like they lack, that level of, I don't know, willingness to dare for greatness. And that sounds real judgmental, but hey, so be it. At times it feels like they settle too often. And that would feel like settling in a weird way. Again, and I'm not advocating for them trading him, but what you're saying, I don't think you're wrong in that they're just like, well, we can lean on Davis if we need to. And that just,
they have confidence in him.
And I do as well for a backup short stint type of thing. If you have to lean on this is the quarterback, that feels kind of like giving up for a long stretch of time. And I say that with all due respect for Davis Mills that stepped in and played admirably when you needed to. He helped you turn that season around last year, and so I don't want to be disrespectful in the way that but I think we can be honest about this. In that even the Jets, if let's say that what Daniel Jeremiah has purported, right, and the Texans end up doing the thing where you force the trade through. Have you ever done that on the trade where you're like, I don't care what the other team says, I'm forcing the trade through, right? The Jets forced this trade through, and Davis Mills is the quarterback. How do you feel about the Jets? Like, it's not like we're looking at the Jets like, oh, bleep,
hey,
here we go.
Davis Mills.
Right? I think that's the thing that gets me about this team at times, and that's why that frustration exists. But I also understand why you want to have a backup that could step in, because you saw it last year. You saw him step in and get 3 wins.
I think the Texans value offensively. I think they value making the right decision over making the incredible play. I really do. I think they value that more, making the right decision on every snap over making an incredible play. And I guess there's something to be said, for that, because you want your quarterback not to make mistakes. We've heard D'Amico, don't turn over the ball, got to protect the ball. That's the most important thing. Caserio said the same thing with Sean and Seth not long ago. The single most important. I mean, we all know that, and I think they just live by that. So they would much rather sacrifice, the potential for some incredible plays, perhaps game-changing plays, over, just a guy making every decision right.
Seems like the Bryce Young of it all. It does not seem like there's a lot of folks who are wildly strong about one way or the other in this instance, which maybe tells me that the fatigue is really setting in on the C.J. Stroud conversation. But steel yourself for it, because it keeps coming no matter where you're looking at. I mean, that's Bryce Young sitting down with a podcast about the NFL and C.J. Stroud coming up. Yeah. That's where we're at. Yeah. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next is about the time where we typically hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. I will be handling those duties once more. What do you guess was the weirdest invention that's ever happened before? Because I feel like the scientific community has maybe put up
invention.
They may have put up a new candidate for the title. I'll tell you what that is next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Walk across.
best sports talk around anytime, anywhere. Hear your favorite Sports Radio 610 hosts wherever you go. Live, podcasts, video. It's all at your fingertips 24/7 on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, tune in, and wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop is powered by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Heard in an accident? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, indeed. It is the Mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 on Monday. Happy Monday to you.
Happy Monday to you.
Yeah, good to be with you. Figgy Figs still on vacation. I believe he is in Ohio.
Coming back Wednesday?
He should be. Although I had not thought about it. That Northeaster and all that.
Yeah.
I've already seen trips have different, have to change flights and stuff like that. So I hope that our boy makes it back in time, just off of just straight selfishness. I would like Figgy Fig mixtapes, but I'm trying to hold my own here, if you don't mind.
I'll be the judge of that.
All right, you tend to be. That's the OG John Lopez back in the saddle there, and that's Colin Neal playing the gavel drop. But yes,
who was Judge John Lopez last week?
We didn't do Judge John Lopez last week.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Missed it.
I wanted to see who was wearing the wig.
Nope, we didn't want to put it on anybody else for fear of lice and other things. So
Okay.
yeah, just single use is only you put that wig on your head. All right, let's get into the mixtape where I asked you, what do you guess was the weirdest invention, particularly in the scientific realm? Because
scientific realm.
Yes. Is there something that comes to mind for you as the weirdest invention? And I'm being told that Sean Bijani also wears the wig, which
okay.
I should be concerned for his health as well.
Scientific. When you said scientific, that makes it a little more difficult.
Yeah. Is there anything that maybe you could think of just in an abstract? Because I remember recently the scientists created cars for rats and taught them how to drive.
Well, that would be on the list.
And they like it quite a bit, actually. That's one of the things that we've
Rats like to drive?
Yes.
Huh. That's interesting. Like, how are they in traffic?
I don't know how much traffic they've been put into.
Yeah.
I don't think we've gotten to that point. And you know what? I would love to find out if the Waymos are actually being remote driven by rats. That'd be a fun thing.
One just popped into me.
Okay.
Weirdest invention scientifically, like scratch and sniff.
Okay.
All the little stuff that they have, candies or paper, whatever. This smells like strawberries. Scratch it.
Yeah, like who thought to come up with that?
Yeah.
That is a question that I would like you to then apply to this smart underwear, specifically to be able to diagnose farts.
Scientists have developed smart underwear designed to track a person's flatulence. It's true. Researchers at the University of Maryland created the garment, which features a snap-in device that tracks intestinal gas in order to measure your digestive health. According to the lead researcher, think of it like a glucose monitor, but for intestinal gas. Historically, doctors have had to rely on patients' self-reporting to gauge how often they pass gas, which research shows they significantly underestimate.
Okay, so first of all, the drive is going to do 2 hours on this.
Wait, I feel like it's not just about doing 2 hours on this. You think you're getting the smart underwear?
At first I was like, why? But then once I heard the report, I'm like, okay, if a doctor prescribes smart underwear for
You said your farts smelling.
Yeah, I got that. Let me write this up. Puts pen to paper, and I actually kind of get it. If it's for intestinal problems potentially and all that, I was like, I thought you were going to talk about strength of ambiance, let's say.
Oh, well, I mean, I'm sure that they have.
Like you could filter it or something.
I'm sure that depending on how smart the smart underwear is, I feel like it can figure out the different makeups of your toots.
Yes,
and be able to diagnose why it's so damn smelly.
And if it can filter or change,
I don't know about
the smell.
You want to put an air freshener on the smart underwear?
My wife is going to have a subscription.
Apparently, for decades, physicians have struggled to help patients that have intestinal gas complaints. Apparently, it's virtually impossible for the physician to objectively document the existence of excessive gas because
I could see that.
Before they had just been operating
it's like
off
once every hour.
Yeah,
no, it's really 7 times.
just honor code or just the person documenting properly. So now you can have this documented by the smart underwear thanks to the people at the University of Maryland who developed the tiny wearable device that snaps discreetly into any underwear, apparently, and uses electrochemical sensors to track gas. You know what's funny? They also
everything.
Yes, that is true. Whoever smelt it dealt it, and in this instance, it is science.
Yeah.
But also, supposedly, they found one of the things that they found in utilizing this technology. People fart twice as much as they had previously thought.
Oh, 100%. That doesn't surprise me in the least. Well, really not that much. Every once in a while I have to. Girls toot, and they're probably just ripping them. It's just
So apparently, according to the smart underwear, healthy adults, I like the way that they did this in the science-ese of it.
Oh, I want to guess.
They produce flatus.
How many times a day?
Yes, on average, how many times a day?
Hold on. It's got to be a high number.
I'm gonna start calling farts flatus.
Flatus. I like flatus.
Yes.
I'm gonna say 7 times.
Would you like to take a guess, Colin? Would you like a guess of how many farts a day
on
the average person has?
I'm gonna say 10.
10? You're both very low. Previously they thought it was 14, which is what the medical literature said. 32 times per day.
32?
However, the individual variation is extreme. Daily totals ranging from as few as 4 flatus events to 59, which apparently Clint Stoerner was in here.
59.
Who is just in here farting 60 times a day?
Man, here's the other part about this whole thing. That had to have been an assignment. Like some scientists had to have been told, do this because doctors need it. It wasn't like, hey, I got an idea. Idea.
I would hope not. I would hope that this was like a scientific. Because again, in the science community, what comes out your bowels ends up actually being a lot more useful. Have you ever had to do the stool sample so that they can diagnose it or whatever, or analyze it is the word I was looking for?
Yeah.
In this instance, they're doing the same thing, just with the wind.
Yeah. I actually don't mind this. I mind this a lot less than I thought I would.
So the thing that I'm interested in is, does this become one of those scientific discoveries or like inventions that remains in the domain of science, or does this become something that for no good reason ends up on the public market where we have people buying flatulence meters just for the fun of it?
Well, or a lot of wives. A lot of wives buying it. I'm telling you do this way too much. It's driving me nuts. I'll bet you do it 50 times a day. No, I do not. Well, let me go to Amazon. We can settle this.
Amazon the fart meter.
We can settle this.
So it's something that you never would have needed to know, and appreciation to ABC 10 in San Diego for the news reporting.
Yeah.
But yes, apparently, just in case you ever wondered, there is now a possibility to track your fart. Smart underwear, smart wearable tech. I never thought we would have gotten to underwear, but here we are in the year of our Lord 2026. You're welcome.
Science rules.
What just happened?
The people around me track mine. I don't need any meter. They all tell me.
It's the mixtape here in the loop on Sports Radio 610 from the 832. Smart underwear just got put on the white elephant list. Oh, that'd be great. That's a great gag gift, ain't it? Assuming that it's cost effective. I need to go and look this up, actually. All right, mixtape here on Sports Radio 610 on this Monday. Lopez, you are notoriously a father.
I am.
You're in fact a grandfather.
I am.
When you were in the midst of raising your children, did they ever make you so mad that you just wanted to just leave?
Absolutely.
I was like, we could be honest about this,
Absolutely.
right? This is a safe space.
I am being honest. Yeah.
How long did you ever actually do it? Just kind of
walk around the block.
House?
Usually the worst I ever, and I didn't do it very often, but a couple times I remember. I got to get out.
How long? Like
walk around the block.
A few hours just to walk around the block? Maybe 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You ever think about going for 24 years?
Of course.
Well, then you will see your dreams in this report from Fox 8 Greensboro about a woman who was reported missing in 2001.
After more than 2 decades of searching and hoping for answers, a woman named Michelle Hundley Smith has been found alive. The 38-year-old was reported missing back on December 31st of 2001. According to the Rockingham County Sheriff's Office, Smith's husband told the deputies that she had left their home in Eden on December 9th of 2001 to go to a Kmart in Martinsville to shop for Christmas presents, but never returned.
Any leads into her disappearance had gone cold. That is until yesterday. The sheriff's office says they received new information and immediately followed up on it, leading them to finding Smith. The sheriff's office says she is alive and well and at an undisclosed location in North Carolina. They say she left on her own accord. At her request, her current whereabouts will remain undisclosed. Her family has been notified that she has been located. The Rockingham County Sheriff's Office tells us she will not face charges. A representative for her family did release a statement to Fox 8 thanking everyone who supported and continues to support her daughter.
So she just got mad? I'm out?
We don't know. She's not talked to anybody about this. She was just like, yeah, and don't tell them where I am now that you found me.
Dang. Well, so she
24 years and counting.
I mean, in all honesty, she just left. She's no longer part of that family. She gone. No contact with anybody.
24 years. Just I thought that this was a thing that just happened in like the 40s and 50s where with the dude where he just went around the corner and had a whole separate family.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that we were doing this in the 21st century.
Does she have a whole separate family now?
I'm assuming. Question mark? Maybe that would be weird though, to be like, I'm leaving my family and I'm just gonna get a new one. That would make me feel bad. At least if you leave, just like go and have a free life and don't get another family. Because if you start another family, I'm gonna think it was me.
Well, common sense would say she probably has. She probably has a new family. I'll turn this car around. No, you won't. Not only that, I'm leaving.
The worst. Well, is it the worst part? It might be the worst part that she just Christmas. Mm-hmm. She was going Christmas shopping.
December 9th.
An NBC News article from like 5 years ago, when this was still just considered a cold case, quoted like Amanda Smith, who is her child, who is now an adult herself and has children of her own, says, quote, "I'll never forget that first Christmas without her. We didn't even care about presents or anything. Nothing was ever the same. She ruined Christmas for them."
Well, she gave
by just leaving.
She gave them deep emotional distress and issues, I'm sure, as well. I mean, leaving on December 9th and that Christmas, that'll leave a mark.
Do you think she should be allowed to just be like, "Yeah, you found me, but don't tell them where I am"?
What crime did she commit?
I don't think she could. Yeah, that's a great point.
Yeah.
What is it? Child endangerment? Is that it all?
There?
Yeah. That's wild.
She probably didn't. She just bolted, man.
She just took off.
Yeah. Dang.
She went out for smokes and then just never came back. Yeah, I was like, that is an insane story to have happened, and you would never do something of the sort, right?
Oh God, no. Walk around the block. I'll be better in a minute.
She was in North Carolina.
And in the same state.
In the same state.
Isn't that crazy?
I didn't think that because people talk about like going off the grid or going away. I didn't think that you could actually make it happen. Yeah. I want to know so much more. I need her to do interviews just because I need to know how she managed to do this, what she did with herself. Why would be a great answer that I'm sure that the family would love.
This has got, not cold case, but one of those types of shows written all over it, right? You got to have a sit down with her at some point.
I hope so.
Yeah, you got to.
She was gone for 24, or she was assumed gone for 24 years, dude.
That's crazy.
Insane. Insane. And then she was just found. She also had like a specialized license plate. So I'm just saying.
For what?
When she left, it was like.
Oh, so it would have been easy to find.
One would have imagined.
Yeah.
And she just disappeared off the face of the earth, and she was in the same state. You know what? We need to learn from her. Can she teach us about how to go off the grid? She's clearly very good at this.
That's true too. Yeah. She changed her appearance.
They didn't give us much.
Yeah.
She was found, and then she was just like, "All right, you got me." It's like she was playing hide and seek, but then she never got out of her hiding place. She's like, "You found me. All right, you go hide now." Somebody said, "Should she pay child support?" I don't know. I still need to figure out what the actual crime is.
North Carolina law, I guess, would have to determine that.
I still need to figure out what the crime is that she committed by just walking away.
Yeah.
So that's the thing that you know what? I'll put this on the docket. If I see any updates, I will bring it back to the show. You're in the loop here, or rather, mixtape here on Sports Radio 610. A little salute here, as Figgies want to do in this segment. Salute to a man whose name is Brian Escobedo,
Mm-hmm.
who have you managed to hear this name at all?
I have not.
He was a passenger who had to step in during a chaotic flight incident at Hobby last week, and he was able to help restrain an unruly man on a Delta flight that had just taken off last week. Apparently, there was cell phone video, and this is per KHOU, that showed tense moments. Apparently, they had taken off maybe 5 minutes into the flight, and then he just, Escobedo, Brian, noticed that a gentleman behind him bumped his shoulder with like a rush to the cockpit. And he just said he decided in that moment, he just jumped up, started to pull him back, ripped his shirt off. He said, I didn't mean to do that, but I was trying to get a hold of him. So only God knows what this dude on the flight was trying to do, but he was rushing the cockpit. And shout out to Brian, who is a military member as well, who just jumped into action, or military vet, I should say. Yeah. Jumped into action, restrained the dude.
Did they return?
That's a great point.
They probably returned.
I'm guessing that they returned to Hobby.
And that, by the way, that's federal prison.
Yeah.
That's the feds.
That's a great way to go away for a long time if you just want to rush the cockpit. Yeah. But yes, Delta Airlines, the flight later continued on to Atlanta once the situation resolved. So they did return to Hobby, and then they went to Atlanta. So salute to Brian Escobedo for making that happen.
You imagine after you take off again, everybody cool?
We good?
We good?
So the seatbelt sign, you really need to abide by that.
Yeah.
You think you would jump into action like that?
I have no idea.
I would hope, but I don't think I would.
It's hard to say. I mean, you start thinking, is my life in danger? And you do some crazy things, or not crazy, but, it makes you do things. So who knows?
Yeah, so salute to Brian Escobedo for making that, being a hero in that moment. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's the mixtape, 1:20 p.m. every weekday, right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would much rather.
The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Gotta admit, I'm very appreciative of the Base Power text line, 713-572-4610, because some of the things that we get texted in just absolutely make me smile. Like the person who texted in and letting us know from the 832 saying that the smart underwear needs to have a leaderboard like Peloton so you can compete with your friends. And I don't know if that's a competition that you want to win or lose. I don't understand.
It's a competition you want to win.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just making sure that you go get a whole bunch of beans so that you can
I can top that.
Light up the leaderboard on a day.
Yeah.
Just make sure that they're actually farts. That's the only thing that I would say in that moment. And then also when it came to the story about the runaway woman who was just disappeared for 24 years before being found, I had not considered, and it was a problem on my behalf, not considering what the husband felt like, not just because obviously he's left with kids or whatever, and you anticipated being part of a team, and now you're doing this solo. Sure, we have all watched a number of Dateline TV episodes or whatever.
Yeah.
As soon as the wife goes missing,
he did it.
Yeah, yeah. I bet the neighbors were like, "Oh, okay, I've seen this episode.
Yeah,
I know exactly what happens here."
This story is a lot sadder and worse the more you think about it, because that poor guy. Everybody on the block, everybody in the neighborhood, everybody in the city. It's like, oh man, he did it.
She disappeared. We're just waiting until the body comes up.
Exactly.
And she was just in another 2 towns over.
Yeah, on her own accord,
living her best life. Apparently.
Yeah.
But that was a wild thing to see. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio, getting ready to hand things off to the fellas of Drive here in a moment. I want to return to the Astros, who again got their Grapefruit League stuff going this weekend. And there was a few interesting notes of it. One of the big things that we're just looking at with the Astros in general is this infield, especially if they're actually going to carry these 5 everyday infielders for 4 spots. A very interesting question was asked of Joe Espada on the Space City Home Network broadcast on Saturday. Do you just basically have a schedule to be able to get all these infielders at bats before spring training breaks?
Yeah, and we're going to use also some live BPs, and we're going to set up some things on the backfields, trying to get these guys some reps. But you're right, Blummer. It's going to be tricky, trying to get all these guys in there. But we have a pretty good plan in place, and the bottom line is getting the players to buy in, understanding the mission, and they're committed to it. And if we all on the same page, we could execute this game plan.
It sounds good in theory, doesn't it?
That oddly enough made me more nervous than it did give me confidence. And he's talked in a very confident way in all of the audio that I played today over the last couple of days of sitting in the dugout during the game and talking with the Space City Home Network broadcast. He sounds very confident. He has plans in place for ABS. He has plans in place for being more aggressive on the base path. He wants them to take pitches. All of these things. It sounds like he's had a lot of good thinking about this, but there's nothing that he can plan that's going to fix the possibility, or not even the possibility, the problem that exists within dudes who feel themselves capable of playing every day, not being able to play every day because you're trying to balance this out. But when he said, the thing that hit me in there was the idea of we're going to have to, if everybody buys in, and that's a really big if, right? There's some instances where, in some ways, that's one of the things that we think might be happening with the Texans is if the quarterback buys into what you're trying to do, well, if that doesn't happen, then what happens? If Christian Walker does not buy in and maybe not playing first base every day, if Carlos Correa does not buy in or what have you, like again, it's not about the individuals per se, but if there's any lapse in the link when it comes to the buy-in for this particular thing that is unorthodox, what happens? Because not only is that super important, that's the strength of your team. All your best batters, all your best players are right there in that group of 5 players.
It's just theoretically,
outside of your
he's like, go team, rah rah. We just need them to buy in. Theoretically, in theory, it's a sound plan, but that's not. Not only is that not how it works when you have, you're trying to put 5 into 4, but you're trying to put 5 legit major league, big time major league service time into 4. All 5 of those guys feel like they paid their dues. They need to be an everyday player. I mean, just look at it. Jeremy Pena, the baby of the bunch. He's going into his 5th year, right?
And is it weird to say that he might be the best of them?
He might be. He might be.
He might be the best of them.
I mean, Altuve, 15 years. Correa, 11 years. Even Isak, 5 years. Well, so he's right there, 6 years, I should say, right there with Pena. These are guys that aren't like, hey, I'll do whatever it takes. I'll play any position like they do in the draft. A lot of prospects. I'll play anywhere, whatever they want me to do. It's not how it works with these guys. It's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem, that and maybe they will all buy in. And kudos to Espada if he can make it work. But these guys all want 140, 150 games. That's just kind of hard.
Yeah, and I think you pair this with some of the things that the guys have been willing to say early on in spring training, because you would think in a circumstance like this, even if they were getting out here and saying the right thing, we'd all kind of have a little bit of a side eye, like, yeah, but what do you really think? The things that they're saying are, Christian Walker, I want to play every day at first. Some of those things. Was it Carlos Correa or was it Pena? One of those guys talk about, I'm not a GM, but
it's hard.
It's hard. Yeah, those are things that tacitly acknowledge on the front end that this is not going to be easy. And we haven't even gotten to any of the difficult portions of this. And even, I'm scared.
And yes, you should be. And there's bonuses involved. There are bonuses, I'm sure, that are going to be involved. And, it's the toughest job facing Joe Espada right now. And I say that knowing that he doesn't really have an outfield yet either. I mean, he doesn't have it set.
And that's why you should pencil in Zach Cole, clearly, right?
There you go.
That's how.
Yeah, there you go.
No, yeah, this is a thing that I heard him saying. I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It was just kind of surprising to see the way that it moved me, because these are all things that we knew. I knew it. Just him saying, and not saying it with the definitive of these guys will buy in. Because even then, that might be, if we're being real, that might be, hopium. But he didn't even really lay the hopium on too thick there. He was just like, if they all buy in, then we can make this work.
And I'm sure he's messaging that and consistently doing it. But these are not babies, man. These are, hardened veterans that, feel like they've done everything they need to do. They're not trying out,
It is funny to have quite the significant split of an infield that is entirely grizzled and an outfield that is entirely babies.
Yeah.
Well, outside of Jake Myers, with all due respect.
Yeah. Well, Jake Myers, I mean, he hasn't been doing it but more than 4 years either, and he's the veteran of the bunch.
Yeah. So we'll continue to watch that space. Spring training, a very, very interesting thing indeed to see with these Astros. Also, spring training broadcasts are just really fun. I take you to the Giants broadcast that for some reason had Jeff Kent on it, and he was asked about his knee sprain in '98, and I just wonder if he remembered that he was on live TV.
A-Rod, he was your size, and he came in hard on you, and you survived it, but I think he got banged up a little bit. I think he was on the deal for a little bit.
Yeah, I did. He tore my knee up. He slid and rolled his fat ass past the base, the son of a bitch, and put me out for a little while. I was not happy about that, because he was a middle infielder, and we were beating him up pretty good. He didn't need to be doing that.
So, not that you've thought about it much since then, but
that's half empty right there, John.
But that was the one time I do remember that a guy really came in hard on you. But anyway, and
I would throw the ball. I would literally throw the ball between their eyes. If they came in and they weren't ducking down, I was throwing the ball right between their eyes. They better get down.
And that's the way it got taught.
Thank you, Jeff Kent.
People wonder why I love Jeff Kent, because I dealt with him a lot when he was with the Astros, and people think he's just a real jerk. I never had any issues with him, and I just loved his candor. When you did get him talking like that, he was awesome. Awesome.
Clearly.
Yes.
I just love they ask him the question, he answers, and they're like, what do you say to that? It was very clear. It was very clear what he meant. And then he circled back, and I throw it between her eyes.
Okay.
I believe you, Jeff. I sure as hell do.
Yeah. He was great. I never had one issue with that dude.
I don't think that we're going to get anybody on the Space City Home Network who does that. I don't think that we're going to have, Espada say anything like that. I don't think Jake Myers, whoever else they have, although they've done a great job of having different guests on these spring training broadcasts, which have helped.
What did he call him, a son of a bitch?
He sure did. Which
If I told you that somebody was characterized as such, a former baseball player, A-Rod would be pretty early up there.
He's on the list.
He would be up there.
Jeff Kent is on the list. No, I totally get how people didn't like him and don't like. I always liked that guy.
No, I
just hard not to.
You can appreciate somebody who is just going to be candid with you. They're going to shoot it straight, and Jeff Kent is absolutely that. Someone's else that will always shoot it straight with you. The fellas that join us now, courtesy of D&M Auto Leasing for the Crosstalk. It's Clint, it's Ron. Fellas, what's popping?
What's good?
So
how you feeling, man?
Fantastic.
Yachts and stuff. I mean,
yeah.
Did you get the Marlin?
I did not, but it was a great trip. I got the biggest tuna I've ever caught in my life.
Really?
Fought that son of a gun for an hour and a half. Longest fight I've ever had with a fish.
An hour and a half.
Hour and a half. They were pouring water on my head. Thought I was going to pass out. I'll send you a picture.
That's an episode of Law and Order.
The last day, so we caught a bunch of fish.
Feature-length film.
All kinds of really good fish. Great trip. Went to the jungle. All that good stuff. Last day, we were hell-bent on trying one last shot at that marlin. You're going to love this. 10 hours on the water looking for one fish. 10 hours.
I'm gonna let you have that. That's you all day, boss.
And you know what? I told Reggie, because he asked me about it, worth every second.
I bet it was.
It was awesome.
Yeah, I don't know that I've seen anybody. I don't know if I've seen anybody who's like, there's this thing that I need to happen in my life. Be as excited for the idea that it didn't happen, so he can go try again.
Yeah,
like he's so happy. He's like, yeah, I'm kind of good at it.
I got another shot at it. I'm gonna spend another week.
Oh damn!
Yeah. What a shame. We have to come back to Costa Rica next year. What a shame,
fellas. I feel like
I'm gonna catch it and lie to my wife. No, I missed him again.
Keep missing him.
Dang it!
But this is the thing.
John, I thought you were better than that. Guess not.
Gotta go back.
This is the thing. She's gonna find out because you would
pictures everywhere.
Yeah, you would have to take pictures and send them to somebody so it would get out. I feel like we might need to clear the air here. Between
he was that guy.
And Ron.
Oh yeah, man.
He was that guy.
I'm gonna let him have it a little bit later on.
I owe Ron the show Hughley an apology because right.
Oh, I missed it,
dude. Look, I hate that guy.
Look,
me and Tyler discuss it all the time.
Yeah,
and sometimes usually it's a-holes. Like usually it's but
friends,
the friends, the guys. But listen, Kansas is still the thing that still gets me. I don't know about you, John. You've been longer than I have.
Aggies.
But in this, once you kind of get into behind baseball, once you kind of get into business and you kind of see how it's made, it feels more business stuff. I watch games for,
but not with some teams though.
But Kansas,
me too.
Specifically, Kansas basketball still has me by the nuts.
Yeah. I've only just been getting that when you were on the plane. When you were going back and watching old video, that was the thing that started opening my eyes to, this is different.
I didn't want you to see that.
And so you lose a tough one to Cincinnati, and everybody just needs to stay away, right?
Now, listen, let's wbe clear. It wasn't a tough one. They just went in and got their ass kicked.
That was what surprised me. I was like, that's shocking.
And it was surprising. They got their ass kicked by one of the worst offensive teams in basketball, and they scored 80-plus points no matter what. But, Reggie, we 5-10 minutes from the buzzer sounded. I had to just go be with myself for a second. Yeah. I just went to turn to folding laundry. Reggie just going to text Cincinnati.
Question mark.
Oh, just one word, huh?
Cincinnati, question mark.
Oh, I got to defend myself here.
No, ain't no defending.
I was not watching the game, so I did not know how close to the end it was, 1. 2, I was just curious because I saw the score to talk with my friend who likes talking college basketball.
You saw the score, you know it wasn't close.
We wouldn't.
No, I know, and that's why I wanted to know. I wanted to know, did something crazy happen? What happened in this game? How did this happen?
He wasn't curious. He wasn't curious either.
And listen, I'm a Kansas fan. He's a K-State fan.
And it wasn't even on that. Kansas is way better than K-State this year.
And his team has been getting drug all year.
Correct.
Their coach got fired in the middle of it.
True.
And I have never texted Reggie. Damn, boy.
Wildcats?
Tang? Question mark?
I didn't text you when they beat Cincinnati, beat the brakes off K-State, which led to his firing.
That's right.
I didn't text you and say, damn, y'all lost by 30-something at home. No, this guy. See, now, Reggie, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. At first, I was like, Reggie maybe just not know how crazy I am about this real quick. And maybe Reggie didn't know. But now, Reggie, I don't know, Reggie.
He knew.
It felt good to you. Now that I start putting that K-State fan in you. And
honestly,
and if you listen to this show, as I say, hurt people hurt people. And you are hurting. You are over there hurting. You're over there hurting. Your university fired the coach. They're trying to get him They're trying to get him for no reason, trying to get him to not pay him the rest of his money, which is a damn shame what they're trying to pull off. And now you get yourself angry and you're gonna send me Cincinnati.
There is sincerely no anger. I agree with you on the Jerome Tang front. I genuinely was just like, what happened? And I will talk to the person that I know watched this game. And so I apologize sincerely
you don't need to
from the depths of my heart for sending you into that spiral that you did not need.
He was on that spiral. He was going to spiral.
Yeah, but I got this spiral along. I didn't need
just
that.
went for the close.
He was managing in the way that he sees fit. So I apologize. You don't have to accept the apology, by the way. Do whatever you need.
Just turned off the TV, listened to the post-game show, and just for the close.
You still listen to the post-game. I
wanted to get to Bill. I wanted to hear what Bill Self had to say immediately. Yeah. I just wanted to hear. I just folding clothes.
So I have learned.
You know me, Clint. I got plenty of baskets. Did you know? You got plenty of baskets.
Yes, indeed.
And I said, this was going to send me Cincinnati. What an ass. Cincinnati.
What an ass.
I thought today, Tyler probably needs 24 hours.
Yeah.
To walk it
off.
off.
Yeah.
Tyler.
Not now.
Because there have been people. Because I've watched Tyler spiral on Twitter when people go ahead and get Tyler. He's easy. He's easy.
Yeah, it's happened a few times to me, but I pride myself on not letting it happen.
Yeah.
I mean, Arkansas. There's been a couple times Arkansas that history there of mine obviously has gotten me since it put me. They were good enough to put me into that place of now I'm invested. You know what I mean? Like I got. My heart's in it. My mind's in it. I may be acting a little bit out of my personality.
And
it bit me in the ass every time, man. The damn Sugar Bowl against Ohio State with Mallet.
That one, that's got to be the one.
I mean, I was standing up in the front row telling everybody, get their ass up. Stand up, man. What the hell y'all doing, man? This is big time right here. Stand up. And then they messed the bed. Oh, boy.
That's a real prior year, baby. There you go.
Yeah.
That's all right, though, Rich. I think you now. 713-572-4610, base power. Text line, YouTube, and Twitch. Do you think Reggie was truly just curious of how I felt the game went, or do you think that there was there was something behind?
Let me
smile on his face.
I think he was genuine.
I feel like I'm not going to win this one, and I'm going to have to be okay with that.
I'll be honest with you. I don't like the fact that I feel like you feel bad about it. I think you should. I think you should feel really good about your decision. I mean, it was. I mean, even whether you intended it or not, it was. I mean, it landed.
It sure as hell did. I didn't respond a damn thing to it.
He didn't. He didn't.
A damn thing to it. All I said to myself was, "F you, Reggie." And I start folding 5-year-olds' underwear.
Well, at least it's not in the dark. At least it's not the smart underwear. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Appreciation to DNM Auto Leasing for that crosstalk. And right now, the drive is live.
All right, that's right. The drive is live. You see us on YouTube and Twitch, and you see a new person, guy who won and played in his first playoff game this year. Bryce Young Byron is in the building, holding it down for Tyler, who thought he was going to be gone all week until he figured out he was taking a trip to Mexico. So Tyler will be back tomorrow.
Godspeed.
Well, I didn't think about that, man.
Yeah.
I did not even think about that.
Hey, John, ain't no Godspeed. He just ain't going. Them airlines took that from him.
I didn't realize he was trying to get to Mexico.
Yep.
That was wifey trip,
See
wasn't
you
it?
tomorrow.
That was a wifey's trip, wasn't it?
See you tomorrow, Tyler. Tyler thought he was out till Thursday.
Yeah.
Nope.
That's the bad thing is like, you know, if it were his trip, he could reschedule to Florida. He could reschedule wherever. But that was a wifey work trip, so it's like, nah, we you know, that wasn't. The whole company ain't going somewhere else, so we just going to postpone this thing.
We'll postpone it. Yep.
Yeah. Good for Tyler, man. Good for Tyler.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad that Tyler did. They just didn't say, "Oh no, let's try it."
Well, I'm glad it wasn't last week.
I'm
glad the trip wasn't last week.
No, for real.
Be stuck down in the middle of all that mess.
You seen the videos?
Well, yeah, I seen the videos.
Yeah.
How can you miss them?
Bro. No, because my dad didn't see him until I told him about it.
Yeah.
My dad didn't know about it.
You compare me to your dad? Is that what we're doing now, Byron, with your young ass?
Oh, man, Byron.
Well,
that's what we're doing here?
Well, you walked right in, didn't you,
That's
Byron?
what we're doing
Come on
here?
now.
All right.
That's fine.
That's fine. 207, Byron. Damn it. 207 again. But no, man, Tyler.
Wrong the clock.
I don't know, man. We got to improvise. I don't have my rundown in front of me or the clock. So
Even better.
We're gonna have a lot of fun here today. All right, but no, Byron's in for Tyler. for the day. Tyler should be back, I believe, in tomorrow. Glad he is safe. Him and the wife is safe. But we're going to have a fun time today. Maybe a Monday here in the building. A lot to get to. And I want to start by this, and hopefully everybody is participating. I'll get to you here in just a bit, Champ. Slice. Be honest. How many of y'all was into that hockey game yesterday, not last night, in the morning? How many of y'all was in there? Because the U.S., they won just like the women. They both won the gold medal over Canada, and this is the first time they've won it since 1980, since that Miracle on Ice. Do you believe it? Yeah, Al Michaels.
46 years.
Much better than Jim. But yeah, they won, and they won in overtime, and 2-1. It was a spectacular finish. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. For real. How many of y'all was really into it?
I was.
Was you in it? Did you
I caught the third period because I
watched it. You got to get up early. Yeah.
Yeah, I overslept the first two periods. I ain't gonna lie. But I was there on time.
Clint, we got you now.
Yeah, no, I mean, there ain't much to say, man. Look, I just
hit that.
Not a big hockey guy. Did not realize it was that early in the morning. I didn't know what was going on until I got hit from friends that of the USA celebrating about the win. So I feel terrible about it. I'm a proud American. I am a proud American. I'd love to support the USA in all capacities. Not a big Olympic guy, not a big hockey guy. Had I known that was on, I would have caught. I'd have been like Byron. I'd have caught the third period right there. But to be completely honest with you, I did not. I was out in the yard, I believe, at that point.
I'll be honest with you. I didn't really have a ton of interest in the Winter Olympics. I don't know that it didn't get me as much. I watched 15 minutes of curling every night. I just wanted to commit to it, and some of the hockey stuff. When we were in here, we watched the women, and they won in overtime against Canada. That was I'd
like to claim that I was ready for that one, but I kind of stumbled into it being on in the studio here.
So I hadn't really got into much of the Winter Olympics. I did get into that.
That had you?
I got into it, and
what time was it? What time? How early did it start?
It's like 8. Something like 8 something.
I was going to say 10 or 11. I was getting texts about celebrating.
I'm not going to 713-572-4610. How much were you into it? Someone said 100% invested. I love the hockey game. Watched an exciting finish. This is how I know it was wild for me. I got in, and the kids were. Nicholas and Trey were they were rolling.
Yeah.
Nicholas, for some reason, banging out. He got in there early after he got dressed for church and made his. Those two kids can make church outfits look so raggedy and terrible. Like I don't even know. Like,
you don't know where they get it from?
Ain't me. I don't know. I don't know what I mean. Somebody's drawers, his pants is buckled up into. I mean, it's just like whatever. But I get in there and watching it, and I come in and the U.S. is up 1-0, and now we're watching it all the way in, leading in to go to church.
Yeah.
And so we get about 45 minutes of this, and it's like, It's getting a little intense. It's getting a little tight. And then right before we left, Canada tied it. And this is when I knew they had suckered me in. I'm in the church during praise and worship, and I'm watching the game. I am down here during praise and worship as they are singing, and I am watching the whole way. And then I catch a gentleman over here wanting me to
relay the score.
Give him what's going on the score. I got in there, and listen, and I will say, Pastor Chad, there's a part of you is on you, because then when he brought the message, I felt like he made it okay. He said, I know many of you may have this game on in one hand, just want to let you know it's 1-1 and they're heading to overtime. And I felt better about it.
Made you feel good about watching?
I didn't feel too bad.
Well, he's probably updating you so you didn't watch it.
We're sitting down here, and I'm down here. I've moved through praise and worship. Now we're in overtime, so I've moved through praise and worship, and I'm down in my seat during announcements. And they got me to the start of it. They finally ended it right as the sermon is starting. But
as soon as he got on the stage? Wait,
he probably got a few things. He probably got a few words in.
Wait,
be honest.
Do you go to RPC?
I'm at RPC. Chad,
dude, when you said Pastor, I was like, what in a small world? I go there too.
Yeah. Chad got up there, and he made me feel better about it. He kept letting us know. He said, I understand if you guys got one hand, but I watched. I'm in the church service watching it. I watched this whole thing and I said, "Wow, how did they get me?" Last time I was in that space was Tiger going for a major where I just had to I missed that whole service. I'm watching.
Yeah,
they had me, man. They went to OT.
I sent one text. You're right, because the churches when I started getting the text messages, I sent one text with a thumbs up or something, and old Astro Granny said, "Really?" So hell, there was no way in hell I was going to get a chance to watch that thing, even if I wanted to, or even if I knew it was going on. So yeah, no, I missed it. I definitely have heard all the the drama to follow with Canada not being happy about the 3-on-3 and Canada feeling like they're the better team and all that kind of jazz.
I was very proud of myself that I kept it down when the game winner occurred.
Yeah.
But
You're pretty excited, huh?
I was, but I'm doing this number down the row.
Yeah, right.
So everybody can see on the phone. 2-1. There we go. I said there's a couple of S's in there, and then we can get back to it. Yeah, that was. I didn't feel great about that, but
Yeah, you shouldn't.
But I committed, and I knew I had to. There's no reason to put.
How
it
were
down.
the kids? How were the kids with it? They were good with it.
Well, they weren't in the service. They're in children's.
Oh, they're okay. Gotcha.
They're in another spot.
Gotcha.
They may have just let them.
Was
watch
Court
it.
interested or no?
I think she was shaking her head.
Yeah, right. Tad bit embarrassed.
She looked at the scores.
Oh.
She said. But I think it was bad when we were standing up for Braves Wars. And I had it low in the chair.
You were committed though.
I had it low in the chair.
Yeah, but
it was rodeo Sunday.
You were committed, man.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, because they gave me a little extra. That one guy gave me a little extra, little time when he went with the fiddle, so I was able to run through that. I didn't feel great, but they won. I felt like had I put it down, they would have lost.
Fair. Good luck.
I did.
I mean, if you were the good luck charm, I'm here for it, man.
I did. I felt it. By the way, I know you called it, Byron. The 3-on-3. Hey, man, that is the overtime sudden death where they go 3-on-3. I mean, that is intense.
Yeah.
I just feel like something's going to happen all the time. Like somebody's going to score all the time. Like you knew this was not about to be, 20 minutes of this. Like it was like, oh my God, you could see how open the ice is, how much space everybody has. I know you can't do a whole game that way, but
hell of a thing when you win.
You should. They should.
It's exciting though. Like I don't know why Canadians were complaining. Like it's the same rules in NHL. So you see it all year round.
I'm in that. That was
the same rules in NHL finals though.
Not in the playoffs.
I don't think it's the same rules in the playoffs.
Not in the playoffs. Yeah. Regular season.
But that I don't like. It's not like I've never seen it before, but that moment it felt so intense, and with everything on the line, it was like, damn, it feels like somebody's like at any point somebody could score. At any point, it always looked like it was going to happen. The head of every goalie's head is on a swivel. That was it. That was it.
Dude, I would hate to be a goalie in hockey, especially on that 3v3 though.
Oh man, it's just
you wouldn't hate to be that old buddy that was that USA goalie.
Oh, dude,
he's getting all
that guy's
kind of
good,
love.
man.
Yeah,
that was just luck.
Oh, you saw that one save he had with the stick?
That was luck. That was the hell. You get it. Sometimes you get lucky. My man just stuck. He just put. That dude gonna be asleep thinking about that one.
Yeah,
that one that he missed. But no, man, it was a good way to close things out. I mean, like I said, I was not very.
I didn't even realize it was closing all the action out. I just saw we finished second in the medal count. By the way, boys, did y'all know that? Norway.
Yeah, Norway.
Norway finished one, and USA finished second.
Yeah, like I said, I wasn't into it all, but that got me. Big one tonight.
I'm ashamed of myself as an American. Yeah, I'm ashamed of myself. I should have been more involved in it.
It was good, man. It was good. I did not believe when I woke up that day that I was going to be glued in. I knew when it was coming on. I didn't get it. They got me. They got me when you got in there.
Gold medal, or title. Like they're coming back. Is there a parade in Miami? Is that what they do, or is it just a hangout in Miami?
I don't know.
They got something going on in Miami tonight, I believe. You want to be a champ, Stanley Cup winner, or do you want to be a gold medalist? You come back and the whole world loves you, or do you just want to come back to your city that happens to be the one you play in?
Well, I would take the Stanley Cup.
Stanley Cup means potentially more money.
Yeah.
With your team.
They were talking about that for Austin Matthews because he hasn't won the big one for Toronto yet with the Maple Leafs. So he was like, this is define his career since he got the gold medal.
I think I'd go gold medal.
Gold medal?
I mean, it's obviously more rare.
No, it is. I think either one's a solid pick.
This one, but this one is unique too because they haven't done it in
right.
6 years.
So much history.
Yeah. So it's been a minute. Yeah. So, yeah, man. Someone text in, tell us about Kansas basketball. Oh, I will. If you're looking in on YouTube and Twitch, you can see where the hell I am. Yeah, baby, we'll talk about it. KU Houston
big
tonight,
game day.
baby. Yeah, big game.
Get them Cougs.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna play this one.
You gonna play it?
I feel like I
You
do.
feel you gonna get emotionally?
By the time I'm done, I may have a floor burn. I may have put in some good cardio. I'm a pacer, so I'll probably walk that whole floor.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make Trey go to sleep on this one though. Ain't gonna let him stay up.
You gonna make any wagers?
Oh no, I don't do that.
Okay. Do you feel good about it if you were gonna do a wager?
I don't know. I don't feel great.
What time's old boy gonna cramp up?
Yeah. That's really unnecessary.
Well, I mean,
what are
I'm
you doing, man? That's just low, man.
It's got to be a factor in your wagering.
You know what I'm dealing here.
That's got to be a factor in the wagering.
I had to bring that up. I know Houston. They haven't lost 3 games in a row in almost a decade. That's what they facing right now. That little gauntlet, that 3-game gauntlet right now. They've lost the first 2. Now, it'll be a good one tonight. We'll get into that throughout the day. But, yeah, man, big day yesterday, early on here is USA. They win the gold. First time in 46 years. All right, as we continue throughout, what is happening to the Rockets? And we will get to KU Houston, but what in the hell is happening to the Rockets? Saturday night was just tough. That was annoying to watch how they blew that game. They were up 16 entering the fourth quarter and lost. We'll discuss them coming up next.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here on The Drive on a beautiful Monday. A lot going on around the city, including big game in the Big 12. U of H going to Allen Fieldhouse, trying to avoid a 3-game losing streak. We'll talk about that as I see some people out there talking that trash on YouTube and Twitch. I like it. It should be.
Man, you should have went, man.
You're going back to Lawrence?
You should have caught your.
Caught me a quick
one.
one.
What are you flying to Manhattan and then drive over?
No, you fly to Kansas City.
Kansas City. How far is that? How far of a drive is that?
From the airport, about an hour. 35 from downtown. Maybe not an hour. About 45 minutes from the airport.
I'll be damn.
Yeah, and Hatton's a little deeper.
You could have spent the weekend in the city.
Yeah.
And then eased on over and caught them Jayhawks getting that ass whooped by them Cougs.
Yeah.
And then came on home with that hotel tucked a little bit.
Got a couple of AAU games. I'm gonna just go ahead and go past it. I know it don't mean that much to you. I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're trying to do, and I am not gonna be had right here, baby.
Well played.
I'm not gonna be had yet. But 713-572-4610. Hey man, what is going on with the Rockets? Saturday night. That's what you gotta hate it. You gotta hate it when you're a fan and your team goes up and does something stupid on national television.
Yeah.
When you're on one of the highlight games, all right, baby, here it is, Saturday night game. Here we go, baby. They looking like they getting better, baby. Here we go. 91. Byron, 91-75 entering the fourth. Here we go. Knicks ain't got nothing going. And then they drag your ass 33-15 in the fourth quarter. And then some real concerning things come about in this game. Mainly, I feel like we need to do a Reed Shepherd minutes and points and like stat line daily.
I'm here for it.
Like like maybe even just like Tyler Byron, just come in and just start it with Reed Shepherd played 21 minutes. The same amount of minutes played in the game as Finney Smith. 14 minutes less than Tari Eason. And Tari was fine. Like to see what he did on the boards. Hit a big 3 late. But I just feel like that's one part of it. You know what was scary, though?
What's that?
You remember what we talked about last year was their big problem? Remember last year, their big problem, we're like, last year, it's the end of games, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's down the stretch of games. It is down when it's late and where are they going to go, who's going to take the big shots, what they're going to do. Is Green going to step up? Is Şengün going to step up? Is it Fred? Who's going to do it? You know what they struggled with on national TV in the game on Saturday? When it got down to it and the Knicks were making that crazy comeback and getting closer and closer, this happened to them last year. Brunson, all day, making shots, made multiple shots down the stretch late when they needed buckets. They got Kevin Durant on the team now. And they still struggled with late games, how they were going to get shots. Turnovers, Kevin had one himself, a couple himself, trying to figure out where they were going to go. Their offense looked completely disjointed late in the game. And it was like, how the hell are we dealing with, I know Fred VanVleet is out. It ain't that big of a damn deal. How the hell can they not operate and get any shots late? They look as bad as they did last year without Durant. That part is, I'm not saying that's been something all season, but that was really bad. Where it's just like, oh, they're not going to get good shots late. They got to hope Durant can go over maybe a shade double team and go up and make shots. They're not getting good shots. That was a rough watch.
I went back and watched the fourth quarter again this morning, boys. The Rockets ought to be ashamed of them damn selves. Every last one of them. From coaching staff all the way down. They ought to be ashamed of their ass. And I do believe with the Rockets as it pertains to Saturday night, I do believe that this conversation has to start with Kevin Durant, Ron. And I need some help. I need you to help me. Is Shamet a defensive specialist?
Oh, Landry? No.
I mean, is he one of them guys? Okay.
No,
just wondering.
That's not him.
Just wondering. When dudes like that can make Kevin Durant's life on the court look very difficult, we got problems. When you start the fourth quarter with a 16-point lead, and I think it got to 18 at one point, and let's be honest, Ron, that doesn't even do it justice. I mean, it was a 13 and 14-point game midway through the quarter. I mean, there was several opportunities to go, okay, Kevin's got his rest. You still got a significant lead. Let's go finish. You cannot have an 18-point lead, 16-point lead to start it, an 18-point lead halfway or into the fourth quarter, a 13-point lead with 6 or 7 minutes left, a 6 or 7 point lead with 5 minutes left. Like, you can't have those situations in a fourth quarter and have Kevin Durant on your team and you just lay down. Because it wasn't, Ron, it wasn't. And I'm not blaming it all on Kevin Durant. I'm just saying, as a team, when you have the reason you have a Kevin Durant is so that when it's time to close out a game, you got a closer. When you've got a lead the way the Rockets had a lead, you've got a guy that makes it damn near impossible for the opponent to come back. And they were awfully comfortable, and the Rockets were an absolute mess. And I don't know how we don't start this conversation with Kevin Durant. That was bad.
I think it was just the entire way. Like, you could, the contrast, you could look. The Knicks, they were pretty bad most of the way. Defensively,
first
the Rockets
three quarters, terrible.
Up. Amin Thompson was great defensively in this game. Tari Eason was good. They knew exactly where they were going and what they were going to do. Like, they knew exactly offensively. Even some of the shots Kevin hit were like double team coming. Like, it's got to be an easier shot than
gotta be
something else.
And then the most frustrating part about that, Ron, is that in real time we watch Brunson go to the other end of the floor and create separation on a guy that's 2 foot taller than him and's got a 12-foot wingspan in Jabari and hit nothing but net, just wet. I mean 2 or 3 times. Like, that's the part to me that if we're going to have a conversation about this particular game. You had one superstar that struggled for 3 quarters, and then when the game was on the line and when it mattered the most, when his team needed him, he went down there and it didn't matter who was guarding him. Now, I don't know how they get DFS matched up on him several times as well, but they get the switches now. But he was able to create separation and knock down shots, and so that's what makes it hard on the Durant front. Is Durant, the shots that he did make, one, there was no method to the madness. It was just him playing one-on-one and making a very difficult shot.
But again, but to the comparison you just made, were they getting switches that was giving Kevin Durant advantages? Were they getting switches where they were getting guys off where they're creating other advantages? Someone else text in, Şengün's supposed to be a second option. Yeah, he's out here playing like a nice role player.
Well, yeah, well that's the other
16 points.
Well, that's the other way. But if you watch it, I mean, I don't give a damn how many points you score. I mean, your ass was in a blender in the fourth. I mean, let's be honest. If Amin Thompson and Alperen Şengün, if they're handling the ball outside the arc, outside the 3-point line, the opponent is unbelievably comfortable. I mean, we can talk. We talked about it last week, Ron, about what is real, like the hustle points, the grind points, the athletic ability, and the being able to work hard. That's all great. But when you get bumped up against a squad like this, I think it shows a lot, man. Şengün is Cat a defensive specialist? I know he's big and long, but hey, blender on both ends of the floor with Şengün.
Listen, we talked about it last week. The Şengün situations, like I could hear Ocho now. Can I enter you in a stat? Since January 28th, my man Alperen Şengün has scored 20 or more twice.
Well,
twice.
Yes, and Ron, like, I haven't watched all those games, so maybe I'm gonna look. Tell me if I'm out of pocket here. It ain't from a lack of shots.
No,
it ain't from a lack of touches.
He got up another. Well, this one, he got to get up more than 12 shots if he's supposed to be the second.
I'm leaning heavily into the fourth quarter. His ass got to get up more than 12 shots, but he's also got to, when he gets a shot, He can't. I mean, he had 2 awful shots back to back in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
One of them was an air ball.
Yeah, he had one where he just hadn't shot the ball in a long time, and it was going up no matter. But they are like that. That was rough. You just can't blow. They play too good a defense and got too many guys over there to blow leads.
Well, you can play. It's like the Texans. You can play great defense, but when that thing's tight in the fourth quarter, you need somebody on the offensive end. And it looks like Kevin's struggling to do it. It looks like Şengün is not who we thought he was on the offensive end. It clearly, Amen Thompson has not developed on that end of the floor, and DFS is not who we thought he was. I think Barry and Eason are exactly who we thought he was, and then for whatever reason, you look at Ime Udoka, he don't want to get Cocaine Curry on the floor very often.
That's where it starts. I mean,
am I just a fan at this point after telling him he needs to be cut in the preseason? Am I just a fan at this point, or does it look like an entirely different team on the offensive end of the floor when he's out there?
Yeah, I feel like there could have been some spacing created out there. That could have been something. Yeah, it was rough. All right, latest from Dana Brown as he gives an update on the surplus of guys they got in that infield and DH spot, and we'll look at the big one tonight as U of H, they travel to Lawrence to take on Kansas in the third of this 3-game run that they've got all these tough opponents. We'll do that coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Back across it comes.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I love it, baby. KD is washed. KD doesn't care about winning a chip. This is one real KD hater. It seems like. I mean, he's not washed. Is he as good as he was in his prime? Well, no, but he's been clearly their best player, an all-star. He just had 35 when he was the only one that was doing anything really against the Hornets. He had some turnovers in this game that, especially late, that you didn't love to go along with everybody else. But he's the least of this team's problems. They got him as a bailout. You thought it was going to make everything else easier. They got him as just a bailout. And that was interesting. We'll talk more when we open up the phone lines at 3:00 because I want to get some people's thoughts on the Rockets because there's a couple of things to go in from what we're not just from Saturday's game, but what we've been seeing lately since the start of the new year. They have gone in a different direction. All right, big one tonight, baby. And I'm not gonna lie to you, a little payback for me. Last time they played him here, invited my mom. She flew down from Kansas City. Was able to talk to the young lady in the sports department.
That's right. You got 8 tickets.
I didn't get 8.
You asked for 8. You only got how many?
I got 5.
There you
go. We had ourselves a good time. Went on down, hung out. That was just 4. It was 4 tickets. You're right. Yeah, me and the boys and mom. Yeah. Me, Nick, Trey, and my mom. We went down there and got in there, and it was one of my worst nightmares. Jim Nance was honored at halftime. They put up a stupid banner in the arena for him, and he was honored at halftime and had to sit through that. And then Houston beat him by about 30. And it was just an ass-kicking in which, luckily for me, the tickets were free. So when I left early, I didn't feel obligated that I needed to stay longer. And I got out of there about 10-minute mark in the second half. And of course, we were fully dressed in all Kansas gear.
Well, wait a minute. Wait. I mean, you should feel obligated to stay longer if somebody gave you the tickets versus you buying them.
I hung in there as long as I could. It was just an ass kicking. It was. I just couldn't watch any more of it.
Yeah, but you like this that thought. Like if somebody gives you tickets, you're more apt to stay, right?
No.
Versus you.
No,
you're more apt to stay if you paid for them.
Oh, if I paid for them? Oh,
yeah.
God, yeah, I'm getting my money's worth.
Oh.
Paid for them?
Boy.
Hell yeah.
Well, that's interesting.
I'll get my money's worth.
Clint, I'm with you on that one.
Right?
If someone gave it to me, I would
say. If somebody does you a solid, especially to a game like that, no, I got to stay. I may even search him out after the game to say, hey, man, appreciate you.
I already did it. Did that. Took care of that early. I'm out, baby.
You believe that, Byron?
I paid for my tickets. I had to get it. I had to go to Will Call to get them. I had to go.
I'm talking about effort, not actually ran into it. Will
ran
Call.
Into it, baby. Hey, you didn't say that. I took care of it. All right, I had to sit through that ass whipping and listen to everybody load me up on Twitter.
You should have said, no, Teresa, we got to stay. We got to stay, man. Somebody did me a solid.
I leaned over to them. I said, y'all ready? Yep.
Well, how much time was left in the game? Be honest. 10 minutes? You didn't even watch 4 quarters of basketball.
Clint, it was an ass. It was approaching 40. It was embarrassing. It was worth to approach 40. Our best player went and dislocated his shoulder in the second half. That's around the time when I rolled out.
If you weren't in full Jayhawks gear, would you have stayed longer?
No. Why the hell do I want to watch?
No, the only thing he'd stay longer is if he'd have bought them tickets now. He'd have paid for them.
If I'd have bought them tickets, hey, that's an under 4 timeout lead. That's an under 4 timeout. That's the final media timeout lead. I didn't buy them. But no. Tonight's a big one. This is both teams need this. I'm a little annoyed. I was hoping that they would go ahead and beat Arizona at home and then come in just all right. This is a good game. Now they're pissed.
Were you worried about them Cougs being a little more motivated than they typically would be, huh?
Yeah, they haven't lost 3 games in a row in almost a decade.
Yeah.
And they got to go in here. That's the other thing is, man, we talked about it last week. They had that stretch where they played 3 top 10 teams in a row. Now, Kansas has gone ahead and lost to Cincinnati, so they're not in the top 10 anymore. But they played those 3 teams, all top 3 seeds in a row, and they lost at Iowa State, lost at home to an Arizona team that was missing one of their best players, and then now they go in here, and so they're desperate. They're desperate, and they're going to bring it in. Kansas just lost to a team in Cincinnati. Got their asses kicked. And by the way, again, if you're going to lose and you're my team, that's how I want you to lose. I want you. It was 18.
Just go ahead and send you home early.
It was 18 with about roughly 6 minutes left. All right, now I know what time it is.
You talking about the Rockets? Or you talking about the game you left?
I'm talking about the Kansas game. Yeah,
okay.
I'm talking about the Kansas Saturday. Kansas got their ass beat by Cincinnati, a physical team, and that's what Houston's going to be. So I think it'll be a good game. It'll be a good game. I'm excited. You see me on YouTube and Twitch. I'm not afraid. Now I promise you, tomorrow, if this game goes the way that I hope it goes, you know me. I'm kind. I'm nice. Talk no trash, man. Tough one. Tough one, guys.
What is that? What's that line? Do you know?
I don't know. Check that out. Good thought.
I beat you to the punch, Chief.
I bet. Kansas.
Houston -2.5.
Are they? Ooh, favorite. Oh, slap in the face. Okay. Coming in the Allen Fieldhouse. Bills never lost on Big Monday.
I'll take the Cougs straight up.
Take them. Take them. All right, I ain't going to wager. I ain't gonna do that. All right, by the way, Dana Brown in West Palm spoke this weekend a little bit about the surplus of players they have there, and there was one thing that maybe stuck out in these comments. Here's Dana Brown, the GM of the Astros.
We're loaded in the infield, and so I think Joe, with the age of some of our players, is going to be able to find some playing time. Get Alvarez in left, you open up the DH for Paredes. So he's going to have to juggle that a little bit. And anything could happen too. We're still talking to other clubs. Maybe we get a trade done for a left-hand bat or something like that if it makes sense. But it has to make sense, and we don't want to weaken our team right now. So right now we can roll with the way we have it.
I know immediately the Jordan thing jumped right out to your head.
Yeah, I mean, we're leaning. I mean, I'm 3 years of beating the drum, at least 3 years. I mean, a couple things stuck out there. Number one, from Dana Brown, it seems like everybody may be buying into that Jordan in left field, at least more than what the injury history would tell you that they want to do. I think he should play. I think he should be a permanent left fielder, but that's fine if not be. Just give me more. So I will do. I'll get down with that. Number two, I think, is I'm just glad that Dana Brown, which, I mean, obviously he's a pro, he wouldn't, but I'm glad that Dana Brown is in the mindset of, hey, we're good where we're at. We'll find ways and we'll be fine to get these guys the starts and the plate appearances and the run that they need as we're built. So if we can make the team better, we'll make the team better, but we like where we're at. I don't know. I like that a lot better, Ron, than I do the whole, boy, the Astros are running out of time to make a move with Paredes approach.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like what I'm hearing coming from Dana Brown.
Text line coming in, base power text line coming in. I love how he talks about Alvarez playing left field when all we've heard about is we don't want Alvarez to play in left field. With that, I do hope that I hope they got a game plan and they stick to it. I hope this isn't a changing game plan where, all right, we want to play. We had this thought coming in. Oh, and now we've heard him talk, and now he really wants. I just hope whatever the game plan is, they stick to it and they do it. Whether it's something you like you agree with, you think he should play, more games in left field. I think he should probably DH a lot more. Whatever it is, let me just see the game plan. I hope it's not oh shoot. We feel something different now that we heard him talk or something. Now we realize we can't trade Paredes. So now we want to I just hope whatever game plan they have, this isn't just a switch and move and they stick to it.
Well, I tell you what, I can buy the older roster, obviously, with some older players. I mean, I hate the age talk, big picture, but I can buy, hey, we need to load manage these guys a little bit because they're older. I don't like the knee-jerk reaction that we used 60 guys last year. You'd like to use 40. We had all these injuries last year, so let's load manage everybody back to health. I mean, I don't like that approach. But the Father Time is, look, I mean, you got some guys, and he went on to mention, like when he's talking about load managing, he's talking about getting guys anywhere from 125 to 145 starts. That's not really the load management that drives me nuts, right? So I like where Dana Brown's at. I love – I mean, Aoka, of course, we know I love more Jordan in left field. But I agree with you. Just, I mean, to have a plan, whatever that plan may be,
whatever it is,
let's have it and roll it out and see what happens.
All right, phone lines. Let's get them open. 713-572-4610. Byron, we'll get you on. We'd like to talk to the people around this time on Mondays. And I got two questions about the Rockets. 713-572-4610. Phone lines open. Which of these are you starting to question? Maybe you're not, but are you starting to question any of these? One, is Ime Udoka the coach that can get this Rockets team to a championship? Two, do you think they need to break this group up? Either of those questions that you are starting to wonder about. We'll discuss those and hear from you coming up next.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I would.
station. The Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here on The Drive. And if you're on with us on the Base Power text line, we appreciate you. If you're with us on YouTube and Twitch, hello, we appreciate you as well. And you can see two of us are in the building. Tyler Milner is out today. He should be back tomorrow. Our guy Byron is holding it down for us, as he always does a great job in. Phone lines are open, 713-572-4610. I want to hear from you in this hour. And simply this, I've got two thoughts as not just coming out of the game Saturday, but just kind of coming down the stretch here. We're starting to see how not only the Western Conference and the league is forming. There is no way that I thought the Detroit Pistons would have a better shot to win a championship this year than the Rockets, but they clearly look like they have taken off with their stars and their young players to a space where the Rockets don't seem to be right now, even with Kevin Durant. But these are the thoughts. As we are settling in, 713-572-4610, do you believe that Ime Udoka is the right coach that can get this team to a championship? Are you starting to question that yet? Are you starting to wonder if he has it to get this team to a championship, or are you starting to wonder or question if they need to break this thing up? You look at this group, 713-572-4610. Phone lines are open. We want to hear from you on this. As the Rockets, this felt like this may be a season, Clint, where they could get to a Western Conference Finals, get to a Finals, have a special season. Where are you at? Are you starting to question either of those two?
Absolutely. I mean, anybody that watches the Rockets, I would think, or at least starting to question it. When I look at Ime Udoka, I've been a big fan. I've loved watching him do his thing. I loved the identity of the team last year, but I don't know how you watch at least from the teams that are contenders, playoff contenders, and you watch that team with Kevin Durant, and you're one of the worst teams in the league, at least from the contenders, in what they would call clutch time. You can't close. You look like you're lost in big moments for extended spans of time. I don't know how you can't, or you don't. Anybody would not look at Ime Udoka and question what it is that he's doing. Do I believe he can put a group of guys collectively together and have the right mentality and have a good chemistry and good culture and try hard, work hard guys? Sure.
Oh, he's done that.
He's done that.
He's changed the culture.
Right, and he's done what look, it's what Nick Caserio and them have done over here with the Texans. They've done what most coaches and organizations struggle to do is the culture and all those let's call them intangible type things from a team standpoint. You build them, and with that said, you're going to be in the playoffs every year, right? But then all of a sudden, are the players that you go out and get, are they difference makers? Are they healthy? Does your coach or your polos on the sideline, are they absolute weapons, or do their deficiencies shine through when now you're being compared to championship caliber teams? So I don't know how you don't question both of these, whether it's Ime Udoka and whether he can coach his team to a championship, or I don't know if need is the right word to break this group up, but definitely a conversation and entertaining potentially doing it.
Because that was the deal. They're like, hey, man, a lot of people were like, let's keep these young guys
absolutely
together.
Keep the young nucleus together, young core together. I mean, a lot of folks didn't even want Kevin Durant because of it.
And then people became cool with Green. We can move Green, especially if it meant to get a guy like KD. Yeah. But no, man, 713-572-4610. Any of those, are you questioning any of those? One, is Udoka the right guy to win it? Can they lead you to a championship? Like, not what Clint said, not lead you to – he has been absolutely the right guy to lead you out of being a laughingstock.
That's right.
He is the right guy to have led you into the playoffs to get you back to this point. But, baby, right now, the thought was championship.
Mm-hmm.
Can he? Do you think he's the right guy to get there? And do they need to break this thing up?
Well, all you got to do is take the man for his own words, right? Following the game Saturday, the 16 or 18-point collapse, however you want to look at this, on national TV. Following that game, and I didn't listen to the whole press conference, so to be fair, he may have brought it up, but to even think about like, oh well, Amen Thompson and Reed Shepard are the two guys that you need to kind of pinpoint as problems, or they need to be able to execute the offense better. Like, to me, when I watch them, it looks like the guys are doing what they're coached to do: stand around.
Yeah, it doesn't look like
there's no semblance of an offense on the offensive end of the floor,
or doing things to get easier shots. Like to get to run.
Doing like football, like D'Amico and they always say, mechanics and techniques and execute. Like, they didn't even look at theirs. I mean, it's Şengün catching it outside and trying to go one-on-one with Cat and not being able to do it and get a good shot. I mean, the only one you feel good about doing is KD because it's KD, but it still looks more difficult for him than it does, than you would like for it to. I mean, there's nobody with the Rockets, at least Saturday night, that could get an easy shot when you needed it. I mean, KD obviously put up some numbers, but it looked awful.
For him. Yeah,
it looked difficult, man. It looked difficult when it mattered for KD. They put the clamps on him.
Text line coming in. Ime's tenure, 37 blown leads in the fourth quarter. Also on the text line, Ime is the right guy. Udoka is a great coach. Don't need another coach. Need to get rid of Şengün. All right, so that person's more on the thought of they need to break this thing up. The Şengün thing is a serious thing. Like, the thought of this working was, and to your point, the way you've made it and what we've seen lately, Şengün and Thompson were the two other points where you're like, all right, these guys are ready to take another step.
Yeah.
And I think at the beginning of the season, it looked like those guys were ready to take that step. They were taking those steps. There in the last month, everyone's kind of come down. But this isn't going to work if Şengün is a role player. Like, what Şengün is doing is what Jabari Smith does. Like, that's what he is. Since January 28th, he has scored 20-plus twice. That's from somebody who you thought has a chance to be an all-NBA player, has a chance to, but however it is happening, and I think some of that probably has to do with maybe not getting his best spots, the coaching, the offense. But damn, man, that is a long stretch from a number 2 type player that you thought at times could be a number 1 type player to struggle that long and not be able to put up numbers like that.
But to me, the why matters, right? I mean, I watched the fourth quarter again this morning. I didn't watch that and go, boy, Şengün's got to get more touches. I didn't watch that and go, boy, Şengün's got to get more shots up. I mean, he was completely it appeared to be completely overwhelmed. By the way, the throwing the hands up every time he doesn't hit a shot or he doesn't get a perfect look or whatever happens to the referee. I mean, it's disgusting for me to watch. I didn't like it 2 years ago. This isn't a new thing for me. I don't like the dramatic hands in the air diva Şengün. I hate that. And I don't remember the lady's name, but some gal in Galveston took offense to me not liking Şengün's his dramatics. But yeah, you can. Never mind, I'll be nice. I'll try to be nice to the old gal in Galveston. But I just where I'm going with it is the you said he hadn't scored 20 but twice since June or July,
January
whatever.
28th.
January, June or July would be a long time.
That'd be a long time. We really have
since January, right? The why to me matters, man. It's not like I know the shots were down last night or Saturday night.
Oh no!
But
the other night he was 6 for 16 with 13.
Yeah, I don't. Now it looks like it's a lot more difficult for Şengün to get quality shots and get points than I would like for it to be. But it's not like the offense has gone away from him and all of a sudden now he's not scoring.
No, he's not. I don't think he's getting good matchups. I think he's running like you said yesterday. Man, Karl Anthony Towns is probably not supposed to give him those problems.
I mean, he's picking him up on the 3-point line when you don't have. You should dare him to shoot it, but you're picking him up on the bound. I mean, on the 3-point line.
Couldn't do nothing with him.
Nothing. in crunch time.
And
this is your all-star.
And you thought he'd be you would think like that is at least to me where the thought of, do they need to break this up? Do they
too late for that thought right now?
Right now, yeah. That's where I think that part comes into it. Someone texted in and said, get him a legit point guard, and then I'll question Ime Udoka.
Yeah, I don't doubt that this team would look better with a legit point guard. But the truth of the matter is you got guys that are better options at point guard that he's not choosing to play.
The Reed Shepherd thing is just odd. I don't know what I don't understand that. Like it is like it almost feels like now it's just he's stubborn.
Yeah.
Like that, like it almost feels like it is the Reed Shepherd thing is nuts. Again, like to go into a game and I know all games can be played different, but to go in a game and think that Finney Smith is going to play as many minutes as Reed Shepherd is just interesting to me.
Yeah.
And that down the stretch where your offense is clearly getting cuffed up by the Knicks, and there's no thought of spreading the floor. And you can look at it. He went in there, and when he played offensively, and it got certain guys off the ball, their offense seemed to flow.
Yeah,
better.
Well, the interesting thing about Finney Smith getting more run is like if he's going to get more run, he can't be the target on defense.
He was trying to foul the hell out of it. Yeah, they were switching. They had him on Cat.
Cat got him once. Brunson got him a couple times.
So they were just forcing the switch.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm assuming they're doing that to get that matchup.
To get that matchup.
Right, and if
novel idea.
The
Rockets.
That guy can't be the one that keeps Reed off the floor. Yeah. I wouldn't think. I don't.
Well,
know.
not just.
That was a disgusting fourth quarter, man.
I don't
God,
know that he's the only one that's keeping them off, but I don't know, man. Yeah, Udoka. Someone texted in, and I don't want to. I don't know if it's too early for this, but talking about he's a parallel with D'Amico, like not the right guy for a chip. Kind of parallels D'Amico, elite defensively, but offensively struggles. I think D'Amico can win a chip, but not Ime. I mean, I don't know. When they play good teams, like it doesn't feel like, especially from that game Saturday, when they play good teams and it's late, like it does not feel like they're getting help in a major way. Listen, Mike Brown ain't no savant for the Knicks, but Mike Brown could see, all right, let's try to keep forcing this switch. And then they didn't double him, and that was weird too. Like they just kept letting him get one-on-ones in matchups that he would take advantage of, like switches with Dorian Finney-Smith and getting him on Brunson. They didn't double. They
lost that game, Ron. They New York didn't win that game. They lost that game.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
I mean that was disgusting.
Yeah, it was. Yep. Text line champ slice. Ime is better than D'Amico. Maybe. I just like
I ain't mad at the parallels. I mean I think
not
that's
either.
I think that's a good.
And again, like Clint said, I don't think that the lack of a point guard or Fred VanVleet doesn't play a role.
Well,
I would
like
think
for it to.
It's a little over. I think it's a little overblown for what we're seeing offensively. I know they don't have Fred VanVleet. But man, if you go watch those offensive possessions, every last one of them, like it was. I mean, it was there wasn't anything that was. It was easy to detect what they were trying to do. Like it was. I mean, it was just there was nothing to put them on their heels at all. And you got Kevin Durant. There wasn't no thought of, all right, man, let's get him off the ball. It was just at one point they just said, here, man, we got to just inbound it to Kevin because that's how we got to get it to him, and then we'll just let him go.
It's just blatantly obvious what they're doing with Amin having the ball at when you cross midcourt is they're clearly trying to get the ball to Kevin. They're sagging off of him, and they're just the help defenders always coming from Amin on the defensive end of the floor. I mean, it's just I'm sorry, on the offensive end of the floor, it's just I don't know. It just to me, I look at that and I don't think the Knicks won it. I think the Rockets plumb out just plain and simple lost that damn.
But the concerning part is we're seeing stretches like that offensively more than just Saturday night.
Absolutely.
We're seeing that, and
absolutely.
I mean, well, when you look at the other teams, like they just can't. Like you look at them, and you're like a 7-game series, man. How many teams are they going to be able to get away with that stuff with? Which is just a tough one. All right, coming up as we continue here, win totals out for the Texans. We tell you where it is. It's at 9.5. They got a second place schedule. How you feel about that? I know Tyler, boy. I know Tyler's going to probably make him some futures bets soon right there. But 9.5 win total. When you look at the second place schedule, are the Texans you feel like they're a team that you can go and book in for 9-10 wins? We'll talk about that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, I've never met a person that's excited about feeling old and tired sooner than you thought you would. Right? I've never met that person, never heard from that person. Right? The bottom line is pain makes you feel older than you could. Chronic joint pain makes you feel older than you should. But I got good news. QC Kinetics patients are getting relief. They're feeling younger. They're jumping back into life full speed. And the best part is it doesn't happen and it doesn't require you get on the operating table, right? In the operating room, however you want to look at it. With QC Kinetics, we're talking about the latest regenerative treatments available backed by real science. It's pretty simple, man. The treatments take the tiny, powerful healing tools inside your body and concentrate them right where you need the relief. So if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain and you want to get back to running, whether you're trying to get healthy or you're trying to run a marathon or playing golf with your buddies, or like in my case, my wife, she likes to play golf now. How about get back in the garden and just be active? I tell you, Astro Granny, she likes to get out there and be active, right? These are all real examples from QC Kinetics patients that are now living their best life. I'm telling you, if you're out there and you're dealing with chronic joint pain, you need to get down with QC Kinetics, right? Your visit and your consultation are free. 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285. They're in Sugar Land, the Woodlands, the Heights, and in Cypress.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is around the corner, and we've got your tickets here on Sports Radio 610. 6 chances to win. All you have to do is listen. Tomorrow in the 7, 9, 11, 1, 3, and 5 o'clock hours, it's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
They have 17 #1 hits. Rascal Flatts returns to the star stage Wednesday, March 4th.
He's being so close.
Tickets at RodeoHouston.com.
Your kid goes to bed a size 8 and wakes up a size 10. That's not magic. That's expensive. Unless you shop at Academy Sports and Outdoors. They've got undefeatable prices on all the best brands in sports gear, like Nike, Easton, and Baseball Lifestyle 101. And on the off chance that you find a better price at a competitor, Academy will beat it by 5%. That's their best price guarantee, which kind of is magic. Academy, fun can't lose.
Claim up to a 30% upfront bonus to use for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year to glow up your retirement income. Whether you're in retirement or will be retiring within 10 years, Allied Wealth can show you some of the largest bonuses the industry has to offer. Ryan Wheelis and his team of advisors of Allied Wealth know how hard you've worked for your money. Now, let your money work hard for you. Take advantage of up to a 30% upfront bonus for your retirement income, or up to 12% per year for retirement income. Claim your free review for a 30% upfront bonus or 12% per year for retirement income. Call Allied Wealth today, your ally for financial freedom. 281-444-7555. That's 281-444-7555. Or text the word PLAN to 21000. This is a paid marketing announcement from AWM Financial Services Incorporated and does not constitute investment advice. Any discussion of guarantees and bonuses are up to the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years.
I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we are here on a Monday. T-Mill is out. You hear and see Byron there if you're on YouTube and Twitch as he is in for Tyler. Tyler will be back tomorrow. But myself, Clint, we are here in the building.
We are.
Yep, we are here on a Monday. And, yeah, the Rockets, boy, that was a tough weekend. Good conversation back and forth with you. I see the text line, YouTube, and Twitch still going at it. right now. As somebody said, Byron is killing it with the music today. Goes right.
There you go.
Oh, I appreciate it.
Young fella getting compliments already. You ain't getting nothing from me, man. Talking about I'm older than your dad.
I didn't say that.
7 minutes in, man, he's got me on his dad's level. How old is your dad? I bet he is my age.
65.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I ain't quite that old. So I am pissed at you. I figured you had a young dad.
How many of them are there? How many siblings do you have?
Oh, it's just me.
Oh man, he stayed in there late.
Damn,
huh?
he must have started. He must have started as late as I did. How old are you?
I am 29 this year.
You're 29?
I'm 28 now, but in October, yeah, 29.
37 is when he 37. Does that do the math? 37.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, because him and mom got married when he was 35. Yeah.
Did
37.
You say,
I got a few years on him.
Did you say that you'll be 29 this year?
Yeah.
But you're 28, and your birthday's in October.
Yeah.
Why didn't you just say you're 28?
Oh, I don't know. Sorry.
How far is October away?
It's you got a few. Yeah.
I'll be 29 this year.
No, because
it's like he didn't want to sound young. You know what I mean? So he wanted to go ahead and get to 29. If I were you, I'd slow down, 29? Young fella. Slow your ass down. Be talking about 27. I'd be like, I'm 28 right now, but I was 27 in October last October. I was just 27 last year. To hell with that trying to get old quick stuff done. That ain't it.
No, man. It got here fast, man.
They're that damn fast, but October ain't going to get here that fast. The Texans will be trying to get into playoff contention at this time. The next time the season, I mean, the Astros season, we started the postseason by the time you turn 28. This man said October. I just said it to myself like, hold on.
It's not tomorrow.
It's February. Who does that? There you go. All right.
My bad.
All right, but still 28. I
mean, that's 8 months away. You ain't even half a year. We're further away than we are close.
The baseball season will be over.
What the hell's going on?
How did you have him? Did you have him 28 and 8 months?
No, I didn't. I thought he was in the early 20s, maybe 25 max.
I thought I had him at 25. I had him at 24, 25.
I appreciate it.
Oh.
Doesn't sound like he's trying to be older.
Young look.
Nah. You know. Year by year.
I guess, man. All right, Byron. Byron, 28 years old in 8 months. I never heard that in my life. All right, Clint, they got the over-under for the Texans right now, and we'll see. That is probably subject to change. So maybe you need to maybe jump on it right now. But we'll see what they do in the draft and free agency. 9.5, though. 9.5. This team has not won under D'Amico less than 10 games. 10-7 the first 2 years where they won the division, and then last year 12-5 with a wild card berth. Obviously, Jacksonville got going last year and won the division, but 9.5. How you feel? You feel good about the Texans' second place schedule? You can kind of look at it. We'll see how that. But you can kind of see some of the teams that you feel like will be potential problems. 9.5.
Absolutely. Love it. Love the over. This is a 10-win team 10 out of 10 times. I mean, D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caserio, the defense itself, even the approach on offense. When you try so hard to minimize mistakes, eventually you become good at minimizing mistakes. I don't know if you become really great at winning, being a difference maker on offense, but I do think there is, in regular season football, I think there's something to just not beating yourself. And I think offensively they put a lot of emphasis on that, everything they do. So I think the way this team is built, where they're at right now, I think they're a 10-win team every year until D'Amico wants to call it quits.
I don't know, and we talk about this sometimes in a lot of things, Clint. By the way, 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line, YouTube and Twitch. 9.5. How you feel about that? You like the over, the under that? How do you feel about that as where the Texans win total is set prior to the draft and free agency? But their bustability seems very low.
Very low.
Right? Like, I don't know about their ceiling, right? I don't know if they're a team that's going to go and be able to win 4 games in a row to get to win a Super Bowl, if they're going to be able to take teams out. Now, I will say I didn't know that Seattle was able to do that before the season started or even in the middle of the season if I trusted that. But, again, anything's possible, right? The Chiefs won 6 games last year. The Ravens didn't make the playoffs. The Lions didn't make the playoffs last year, where I think coming into the year you would have felt very confident with all of those teams. But it doesn't. Like, it seems like they're going to be in the 10-win range all the time. And you look at their division, and I think it's better, but you look at everything. It just there are like 7 teams a year that's on their schedule. You think about the Titans. You think about the Giants. I think the Colts at times. There are several teams where it's just like, as you said, their ability to minimize their mistakes, their ability to just stifle teams to where, yep, we can hold that team to 16 points, and they won't win. We can hold that team to 13 points. That's going to win them a lot of the games.
Well, you got look. I mean, the approach is going to win them a bunch of games. The defense is going to win a handful of games on just turnovers, and just getting teams off, like forcing really good quarterbacks like Josh Allen to complete 30-some-odd% of his balls. Like the way their makeup, if they just play up to snuff, they're going to win 10. I mean, think about it. In today's football, there's 17 games. I mean, 10 wins is only 2 games above 500.
3, yeah.
No, it's 2. You can't be 500. So you know what I mean. So 9 or 10 are the only 2 ending. Like, I mean, if you can be either 9 and 8 or you can be 10 and 7. Those are your 2 options above 500. So I mean, you literally, it's not. And I'm not minimizing 10 wins. I'm just telling you, it's not great. I mean, sub 500 teams are viewed as bad teams in this league. So you got to be 2 wins better than the bad teams in this league. Yeah, I mean, I think the Texans get every. I can't believe it's 9.5. I can't. I mean, I cannot.
You thought it'd been higher?
Oh yeah, they won 12 games this year. They won 10 games in a row.
Yeah.
The AFC has left a lot to be desired. I mean, there's. Yeah, 9.5 seems really low to me for the Texans, man.
Yeah, and the second place schedule, and you look at it. They've got, you don't know what Washington's going to be, but you don't know what the Giants are going to be. But those were 2 teams that to me fit in the, we'll just play our game and just kind of stay in it. And now those teams could look different, but just stay in and do our thing. And next thing you know, man, those teams struggle to score 14 points or 20 points, and we do just enough because we don't make.
I mean, you got inside your division, to me, not knowing what they're going to do at the quarterback position in Indianapolis puts you in a spot where really, the only team in the division, I mean, you're playing in one of, if not the weakest division in football again, and the one team that gives you fits or could potentially give you fits is Jacksonville, and you feel pretty confident when you play them, to be honest with you. So, yeah, I like the Texans to be a plus 10 win team until D'Amico decides he wants to go somewhere else.
No, I agree. They seem and or unless this team just completely turns and changes. Like I'm with you.
Well, I think the worst case scenario for the Houston Texans, Ron, is C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley get into another situation where somebody's got to go, right? And they're trying to force that issue, and it's not a great fit, and for whatever reason they're that's the worst case scenario for me personally. And I think even if that happens, it still ain't going to keep them below 10.
Well, they're more like injuries won't just kill them like they may other teams.
Yeah.
Certain, like obviously certain ones, but I mean they lost their quarterback for 3 games and they were able to figure it out, right? They've lost corners, they've lost, like they seem to, like you said, by the way they play, they just naturally play you tight and tough, and they're comfortable playing that way. So yeah, I'm with you. They feel like mark them down for about 10. Mark them down for about 10 every single. I
mean, it's crazy to think in the league.
Yeah, they've gotten there.
It's just crazy to think in the league that's where you're at. I mean, really, this is going to be a very difficult team to disrupt over a 17-week season. You may get them once or twice, or there may be a bad start, or there may be a bad run of 2 or 3 games, but they're going to play winning regular season football for a huge chunk of the regular season.
Yep.
Until you get to a point where it is, okay, now you got to make a run of 3 or 4 games against the best the league has to offer. Can you raise your bar at that point in time? That's the only question I have for this team. I mean, 10-plus wins all day, every day, twice on Sunday.
Yep. Yeah, I'd be surprised if that, because they just don't play terrible every single week. I just don't see that, even with some of the injuries. All right, coming up, it is Monday. We'll do our weekend's best, weekend's worst. A lot happening this weekend. 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump in as well. Weekend's best, weekend's worst. That's coming up next.
Payne and Pendergast.
Walk across it comes. Jack Hughes wins it. The golden goal for the United States.
Text message. We need, all caps, a hockey team here. It's a travesty that we don't have one. Every time I watch a hockey game that I'm invested in, I do feel like, man, my hope that we would get professional hockey here in Houston definitely gets amped up in those moments.
Wake up with Sean and Seth, 6 to 10 every morning on Sports Radio 610.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713-CALL-LEE. West End Houston Tollway, northbound after Memorial. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
Start your morning with H-Sound Morning News. Local news from your neighborhood. Governor Greg Abbott visiting Houston.
Plus, the latest local weather forecast updated throughout the morning.
It'll be hot, but not as hot as last week.
And the latest traffic conditions to help you plan your commute. Roads are closed and they give you some alternates to get around this. H-Sound Morning News. Local news, weather, and traffic from your neighborhood newsroom. Weekdays from 7 a.m. till 10 a.m. right here on CW 39.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients peace of mind and the best hope to overcome cancer. Because at MD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Luxury isn't just about the drive, it's about the legacy. Welcome to the 2025 model year closeout at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. Right now, $10,000 off MSRP for every remaining 2025 Lincoln Nautilus in stock. Take $11,000 off MSRP for every remaining 2025 Lincoln Aviator. And how about taking $11,000 off MSRP for the big dog, 2025 Lincoln Navigator loaners. The inventory is limited, so get out and see them today. Visit them at West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection, where luxury meets its match.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today. 346-200-6700. That's 346-200-6700.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Right now, Air Specialist is offering the lowest price of the year on HVAC systems. Don't miss your chance to save. Call Air Specialist at 281-310-0135 or schedule online. Houston's trusted expert since 1970.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222. The Sports Radio 610 text line is energized by Base Power. Save money and switch today at basepowercompany.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Weekend's best, weekend's worst. You can send them in, 713-572-4610 on the Base Power text line, YouTube, and Twitch as well. As it doesn't have to be sports related, but mostly it is. But your weekend's best, weekend's worst. What you saw that you loved, what you saw you didn't over the weekend. We'll do that coming up here in just a bit. As we were talking about the Texans and their win total, 9.5, and I think we agree. We talked about this. They feel like their bust rate is low. They feel like a team that maybe their ceiling isn't winning at the highest level potentially, but for them to just go in and have, a season where they just doo-doo all over themselves all season long, doesn't feel like that's what they're about.
Yeah, that would stink.
Yep, that would stink. Someone texted and said, "Yeah, we would think that unless CJ plays the way he did." Well, yeah, if CJ plays the way he did the last two seasons, they may not win any games. But again, CJ,
the last two games.
Two games, I'd rather, not season. The last two games against the Steelers and the Patriots, they may not win any game. But CJ has not played that way generally over the regular season.
Yeah, I would be shocked if CJ Stroud over 18-week, 17-game
I don't think
season,
he would get the chance.
Yeah, good point. At this point, I think they would make a move. But all joking aside, CJ Stroud's a good quarterback. CJ Stroud can go out and do some good things on the football field. The key here in Houston is how high is that ceiling? Can he communicate? Can he commit to this offense? Can he do the things that this organization needs him to do at quarterback in a Nick Caley system? That's the question. But when it comes to regular season, second place schedule, yeah, I would imagine it wouldn't shock me one bit if CJ Stroud didn't put a really solid statistical season together and the Texans didn't win, 10 to 12 games again. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. With this defense, it ain't gonna be hard.
I was gonna say, yeah, I know people have the issues with CJ, but CJ's not gonna stop him from winning. He could, but I don't look at CJ going to next year and think like, man, that guy who played those last two games, that's the dude they're gonna see the rest of the way, because that just hasn't been what they have seen. All right, weekend's best, weekend's worst. A lot of cool things happening this weekend. Clinton, we'll start with you. What's your weekend's best?
Well, it's easy for me, man. Overall, just USA hockey. Overall, USA hockey, both the men and the women taking home gold.
Yes, both of them.
Always good to beat up on Canada. In that particular setting, always fun to beat the neighbors, and just big shout out to USA Hockey for repping and winning, and the gesture the gesture at the end of the game or after the game by the team in bringing out one of their former teammates he was killed in an accident. He and his brother, crazy. I looked into this.
I remember that was crazy.
I mean, it was a couple of years ago, but the reality of it is it Gaudreau, or how do you say the guy's name? I don't know exactly how to say. Johnny Hockey is what I believe what they called
Johnny
him.
Hockey, yeah.
But how about this?
His family there, his kids, they were holding up his jersey.
Yeah, two of the USA Hockey players went over, got the kids, brought them back over. They held up his jersey in the team photo. Having kids, man. I mean, anybody, but if you got kids, boy, you couldn't imagine. Boy, that did a little more digging into how that happened. Him and his brother, the day before their sister's wedding, were riding bikes. And got ran over.
I remember hearing about it. I didn't know it was the day before his sister's wedding, though.
Day before his sister's wedding. They were back home in New Jersey where they're from. Apparently killed them both the day before the wedding. Anyway, the wife was 2 months pregnant.
Wow.
So 7 months after the dad dies, she gives birth to another little boy, I believe it was. So anyway, just great. Big shout out to USA Hockey, but even I don't know who orchestrated that or who planned that, but tip my cap to those guys for remembering a player, a friend, and a father, man, and a husband.
Yeah, that was the real emotional part. Yeah, Mike Tirico, good for him. I thought he was going to go ahead and lose it all, which we would understand. As he was calling that, Joel was wondering what that jersey was about. Yeah, that was a terrible story. Both of them died.
Johnny Gaudreau.
Yeah, and the mom was there, and yeah, it was a terrible situation that they brought back up, and yeah, he was a part of Team USA, and they carried him with him. Yeah, it was great. I'm glad you point out both teams. The women, they won as well. We were able to catch that. Both of them tight games, and if there ain't a rivalry between
who'd the women beat?
Canada.
They both beat Canada. Yeah. Well, hell, always good. I couldn't remember who the women beat. We sat here and watched it. Hell yeah, even better. Even better. Great call for weekend's best.
You remember number 20? Yeah, how pissed off she was. No.
Oh, the other
one? Number 20, they was trying to hand her that. They handed her that medal. Animal. She didn't even want the silver medal, let alone the stuffed animal. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah, no, it was great by them. All right, my weekend's best. And we've talked about the issues with the Rockets and the concerns with the Rockets. My weekend's best is that damn OKC Thunder team. I mean, they play Cleveland, who right now, the Cleveland Cavs, despite what Detroit's been doing, and maybe that changes, but the Cleveland Cavs, since they've added Harden, when they have Donovan Mitchell and Evan Mobley, the reigning Defensive Player of the Year, and all the guys that they have over there, they are now the favorites to come out of the East to go to the finals. Yesterday, OKC beat them, and they had 4 of their top guys out, including SGA, including Jalen Williams, their second best player, 2 All-NBA players, Tyler's favorite, Alex Caruso, who was out, and then one of their other players, Mitchell, who is a big piece of their team, another double-digit scorer for them. All 4 of those guys play a huge role. I mean, generally they start at times. Now, I know Caruso comes off the bench, but they went in there and they beat Harden. They had everybody. They had everybody out there. And they went in there and rolled and beat them, and it was relatively comfortable. Like Cleveland was trying to make comebacks in the fourth, but you never thought or got the sense they would lose. And just to think about how deep that team is, that they can go and beat the team that is favorite to win in the East with all of their dudes out damn near. It is just crazy to me. So, man, that was like every time I think, all right, man, hey, OKC is maybe they're coming back.
Yeah.
And I go out there and look at that, and I'm like, what the hell are we?
We got to wait. I can't wait till Tyler gets back in here. No offense to you, Beeren, but we got to get Tyler back in here. He didn't hit that over with James Harden.
No, he did.
Beeren?
Yeah.
We got a buddy of ours named Byron that we call him Beeren.
Yeah.
And he is a beer drinking machine.
Not this bad.
Not that you are. That's bad. That was bad by me.
I don't think.
No, you're good.
All right, what's your weekend's worst?
Well, I mean, this is kind of on a personal note here, Ron. I don't know if you saw Jacob Melton, but
oh my God, Just let him be.
It's 3-3 in the top of the sixth. Pirates versus Rays.
You got to be kidding me.
Jacob Melton hits an absolute no-doubter to right field. And his first spring training hit was that no-doubter. And then I got to read tweeter messages about above average defense, elite speed, and no-doubter home runs. And so that is the worst thing that can happen for me right now. And this is personally, I don't have a problem being wrong on the radio, but just personally, I am convinced. I was convinced. I am convinced. The worst thing that could happen for me personally if Jacob Melton goes to Tampa Bay and he becomes
a player.
Oh my God, like that would be terrible for me. So weekend's worst is Jacob Melton out there. They're stroking him with his speed and his defense, and then he hits a no-doubter as his first spring training home run. So. I need Jacob Melton to cool down a little bit, which he will when the regular season hits.
I need Jacob Melton. Damn, you are wishing that this kid cools down.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather his career not go the way of
God,
All-Star. That'd be bad for me.
I've never heard you get like this.
I'll be honest with you too. It wouldn't look real good for Dana either.
Yeah, I know Dana, but Dana, I don't think Dana's hoping for him to just be a minor leaguer.
Are you crazy? I mean, boy, for if Jacob Melton fizzles out, if he fizzles out now, Dana Brown be like, "See, I told y'all."
Yeah, he may say.
Told y'all we should have kept this old boy we had in center.
I don't think he thinks he's gonna fizzle out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, my weekend's worst is Joe Mazzulla, the head coach of the Boston Celtics, and I know Byron, you have the audio. This is so annoying. And coaches are doing this stuff, and we've run into it with the Astros, although they didn't do it like such of a jackass the way that Joe does it, but just like withholding stupid information, just dumb like information that they feel like, oh, we're gonna play gamesmanship. They wouldn't know. Jason Tatum, who had the Achilles, is starting to come back. We know he's played in some G League games, and the thought was he was going to join the team in practice. He was with the team in L.A. yesterday. The reporters are just asking him simple questions of, did he practice
today? So did Jason practice yesterday?
He was at practice.
Did he participate in any of it?
The audio did not go out. Joe just stared at the man until the next person would ask.
The mic didn't go out, huh?
No, till the next person would ask the question. Joe, stop it. And anybody – why do you need to withhold that Jason Tatum practiced? Or if he did practice? Why do you need to withhold that? Did he go, like, what is the reason for that? It is so – we know he's playing. There's video of him. Did he practice? How did he look? What is the reason that Joe decided to go, you know what? I'm just going to stare his ass
What was
down.
the setting that he was asked? Did
It's
Boston,
a press conference.
I know, but did Boston just get their ass kicked or something?
No, it was before the game.
Oh, before the game?
Before the game. They just asked him, did he?
He's preparing his guys for a big game, man.
Stop it, man. Just staring at him. I just don't understand. I don't understand this. I don't understand this when the Astros would do weird stuff. It was stupid when Dusty would just point you to HIPAA and act like he can't answer questions. But this is just dumb. This cat is just coming in there, man. He's just asking a normal-ass question. And you're not just trying to do his job, and all you're going to do is sit there and just stare at him. Go get your hair cut every 2 weeks, Joe. What you do? What you got coming up?
We got to help old Byron out. We got to help Byron a little bit. But first, before we do that, though, we got to talk about these. We got to talk about these running backs, man. There's a couple of free agent running backs out there, maybe on the move. The field of
Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station. The Texans play here. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, we got some cussing and discussing to do. Clint Stoerner alongside Ron, the show Hughley. Tyler Milner is out, but we'll be back tomorrow sooner than expected. That trip to Mexico got canceled. I'm glad it did. We're glad to have him back. But Byron is on the ones and twos behind the glass tonight. And I think, Ron, you know, we're finding out some things about Byron. You know, I think he is.
He's 28.
He's 28. He's 28, but he's going to be 29 in 8 to 9 months. And it's like he almost wanted to be older instead of younger.
He said, I'll be
He's closer to 27 than he is 29, but he wouldn't jump 29. I feel like young Byron is come a long way in the business. Come a long way in the business, no doubt. But he's green, man. Just in life, he's green. You know, I feel like there's some opportunity there for us. And he started a little earlier when you're 8 months away from your birthday, you should either state how old you are or go back a year and say, I've only been 28 for 3 months, 4 months.
Just simply saying how old you are. That's really strange that you don't do that.
Right, yeah. But here's the deal.
Really strange.
We're walking. By the way, Dirty's Daily today is powered by Whole Foods Grocery. Whole Foods Market. Whole Foods Market. So we're walking outside a while ago, and, you know, we're renovating the studio up here. Not just the studio, but the offices and everything. And there's what I thought may be one of those quiet rooms, mental health rooms, or whatever. I don't know what you call them. I don't know what's the right settle down rooms. I don't know
just chill rooms.
Chill rooms. There you go. Really, I think they're podcasting rooms. I hope
they are.
But I'm out there in that open area. It's going to be really nice, by the way. I'm out there in that open area, and I'm breaking some good bread with Byron. And he said, you know, Byron, you used to work there, right?
Yes.
Okay, you used to work at Whole Foods Market. You used to work at Whole Foods.
I could see it.
So we're turning the corner. Stop me if I'm gonna get you in trouble here, Byron. But we're turning the corner, and old Byron says, we're talking about those rooms. He said, we have one at Whole Foods. I said, damn, Whole Foods, a grocery store? Like a grocery store needs a chill room? He said, yeah, man. And people that shop at Whole Foods store, man, they're different. They're different kind of people, man. And then he stops and turns to me and goes, you shop at Whole Foods?
Byron?
I said, I damn sure do, Byron.
Because he might know what I'm talking about.
Well, I want to know what you're talking about. What are Whole Foods people?
This is great.
Please,
this is great.
Some Whole Foods customers really think they're saving the world by shopping at Whole Foods. I'm just like, dude, that's not how the world works, man. I've been told I'm willing to pay high grocery bills instead of I'm willing to pay high grocery bills if that means later on I'm not paying expensive hospital bills. And it's just like, dude, you don't know when you're going to kick the bucket, bro.
Yeah, you don't know, but there's nothing wrong with making. There's nothing wrong, Byron, with making. If you have the means, there's nothing wrong with making good, sound decisions with the groceries that you're eating and you're putting in your body and your family's body.
Take you
will get a lecture if you don't give them their bag discount, though.
You don't give them their bag discount.
It's only 10 cents. Where's my bag discount?
So them people pisses you off, huh, Byron?
Sometimes. No, the first time I ever went live on the cashier. My first customer, I didn't give her a bag discount. Oh, yeah, she threw a fit about it. One customer I made mad once because I charged her for a regular red onion instead of organic, but organic's more expensive. But she came back in yelling at me, demanding an apology.
Get her. I mean, she takes pride in organic, man. You gave her one of them old onions that's full of chemicals, man.
No, I just put the wrong code in. She had an organic one, but she just
get it together. You should. She's holding you accountable for you, not for her.
I can't work in places like that. I can't do it.
It'd be tough.
I would have told that. All right, I've been told to stop calling.
Stop using broad.
Stop calling broad. I would have told that heifer off.
Oh, I just stared at it.
I prefer heifer, but I don't know if that's any better than your first option. But go ahead.
Well, yeah, man.
Well, I mean, before we go down this rabbit hole, I'm not worried about Whole Foods and not, but The point is if you're going to talk about folks that shop at a certain spot, you might want to make sure that the folks you're talking to don't fit in that category. B. So hey,
well,
I'm 28 will be fine. And hey, man, where do you do your grocery shopping? Oh, HEB. Oh man, I tell you what, them Whole Foods Market folks are different people, man. Then we can go from there. I mean, he knew it when he said it too. He said, "Whoa, wait, do you shop?"
Oh yeah, he said, "Damn, he looks like."
I don't think
like
Clint is going to make a big deal about not getting. If he brought one of his bags that he doesn't get 10 cents off on the bill that's $70. Like, okay,
yeah, no, I'm not bringing a bag back to get 10 cents off of it. But I'm not disrespecting folks that do.
But Byron. But Clint is someone who believes he is saving himself every day by shopping at Whole Foods.
I don't do a very good job
every day.
Me and my wife had a conversation about this yesterday, or this morning actually. Like, I don't do a very good job, and this is part of my stress problem. I don't do a very good job, but I do lose sleep over it. Not eating right, not putting good stuff in my body. Like when I go a stretch, which I have recently, of putting a bunch of sodas and not watching what I eat, yeah, I feel like I'm a fool. I feel like I'm an idiot for doing it. So I can relate closer to the Whole Foods folks that you don't like, Byron. I can relate closer to them than just like, you know what I mean, that those gummy bears and sodas that you eat on game day, up there in the deal.
That's true, but I haven't had soda since this year started, so I'm doing good.
Yeah, there you go, bud. Doing good. That's Byron on the ones and twos in for Tyler. We're gonna raise him up. We're gonna raise him up right, y'all. Big night tonight. Rockets Jazz tonight at 8:30 on Peacock. By the way, you watching Peacock games?
Yeah, I slide over there.
You slide over Peacock? Well,
yeah.
I know I'm not making a whole hell of a lot of fuss about it, but boy, you gotta. Boy, when it's not on, the normal channel, it really throws me for a loop.
Luckily for YouTube TV, it just brings up all the sports stuff.
Yeah.
And most of the time, they have an NBC secondary channel that they put that on the same, so I don't have to actually switch out.
Yeah. We got plenty of time the rest of the way, the second half of the show, to talk about what we saw this weekend from the Rockets, and hopefully tonight they can rebound and be better. Cougs at Jayhawks tonight at 8 o'clock, right? That's
Rock Chalk.
Go Cougs.
Rock Chalk.
Yeah, this is
ready to hear that tonight.
I really don't have much skin in the game, be honest with you. I'm a Razorback, so I don't have much skin in the game. But boy, being here next to this Jayhawk all for the last several years, I sure would like them Cougs to get in that ass. Wouldn't you, Houston? We get old mad Ron tomorrow. We'll get old mad Ron tomorrow. But we got to talk about these Texans real quick.
Why you want me mad?
We get mad Ron tomorrow. We got to talk about these Texans real quick, Ron. I think we're all on the same. I think we're on the same spot here with the Texans, and the significance of the importance of the Texans acquiring one way or another. Don't care how you do it, but acquiring a difference-making running back. Now, I think the easiest way to do that, obviously, is for Joe Mixon to be healthy. I don't want him back if he's not healthy. I don't want an experiment. I don't want to wait and see and hope and all that kind of crap. I don't want that. I don't want them addressing the running back room with the Texans the way that the Astros have to with their starting rotation. I don't want any of that. I don't want to wait and see. But if he's healthy and if he can go and if he's bought in, I'll take Joe Mixon. But if not, then they've got to make an aggressive move to go get a running back. We talk a lot about offensive line. We talk a lot about the depth at tight end. We talk way too often about our wide receivers' ability to block here in Houston. The reality of it is there's one way for this running game to get better, and that is to bring in a guy that is a surefire, game-changing running back. And I don't care how you do it. I personally don't care how you do it. I'm good if it's drafted. I'm good if it's free agent. But we cannot enter the season in Houston with the running back room as is or comparable to Woody Marks. Love Woody Marks, not trashing Woody Marks. I want Woody Marks to be a 1B. I want Woody Marks to be a third down back. And I believe he's got a chance to be one of the better ones in the league if that is indeed the way that they go. But they've got to get aggressive in the running back room.
Kind of walk me through, and I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I do. Walk me through what you mean by aggressive. Like, what's aggressive? What's the level of player you're talking about that is aggressive? Is that a third-round back? A second-round back?
Absolutely no.
Or is that a Rico?
No.
Like, where?
No, Rico Dowdle's not it either. You're 0 for 3.
By the way, you saw Williams go?
Yes, that's where I'm going with it.
Was it $24 million? I think that's what
Javonte Williams, 3 years, $24 million, $16 million guaranteed, so $80 a year, which I believe is actually less than Joe Mixon. We're paying Joe Mixon, to be honest with you. So that's where I was going with it, Ron, is it looks like one for sure, maybe even two of the top free agent running backs this year are either off the market or looks like they're heading that direction. Javonte Williams in Dallas, he re-upped. He was a top 3 free agent this year. And the other one is Trevor Etienne. He looks like, and you know more than this than I do, but he looks to be flirting with Kansas City very heavily.
There's been rumors of that. Yeah.
Right. So you're looking at possibly 2 of the top 3, 2 of the top 4 running backs in the veteran free agent market that the Texans could go after. That pool is shrinking. All right, but again, as I said,
there's only one. Like Jeremiah Love would count as a
absolutely,
and there's only one of those in the draft.
Yep, Kenneth Walker is still out there. I got to believe Seattle's going to do everything they can to bring him back. But Kenneth Walker's still out there, and Jeremiah Love is the draft running back that I would say would be an aggressive move. Now, it may be taken out of their hands. Jeremiah Love may be so good that he's going to be top 10, and it doesn't matter. But there are some mock drafts out there that have him sliding, and if he slides at all, then I think the Texans have to get aggressive and make a move there. I know it would be super aggressive, but that's where you're at as a franchise. Again, we're talking about one guy that'll make everybody around him significantly better immediately. You can draft a right guard, and you can hit on that right guard. And he's not going to make everybody's life around him significantly better. You hit on your left tackle this year, and your run game still sucked. So, I mean, when it boils down to it, that running back position is absolutely critical. And with 2 of the top 3, 2 of the top 4 backs gone, keep an eye on what the Texans do and if they plan to be as aggressive as I hope they are. There's another thing. There's another little something out there, Ron, that I think is worth mentioning on the Jeremiah Love front. Draft analyst Lance Zierlein from NFL.com. I respect his prospect, his draft. What do you call him? His draft grades, if you will. I follow him. NFL.com. He's really, really good. And Ron, I knew Jeremiah Love was good, but if Jeremiah Love is this good, then I got to move heaven and earth and go get Jeremiah Love. Take a wild guess at who Lance Zierlein has Jeremiah Love comp to right now, current running back in the NFL. Obviously somebody that turns.
Obviously somebody that is, like Barkley? Or
Jahmyr Gibbs.
I don't know if I see that.
I damn sure didn't see it, but I'm not questioning Lance Zierlein. I'm assuming there's a lot of folks out there like me. I saw Jeremiah Love play 2-3 times this year. Really good, great. I know Payne and Pendergast is a huge fan. I know he's the best back. I know he's a great back. I mean, when you start talking about Jahmyr Gibbs, we're talking about one of the twitchiest running backs that's played the game. Definitely one of the best running backs in the game right now, top 3 to 5 running backs in the game right now. When it comes to a specialty weapon, a guy that can be a third down back that can catch the ball in the backfield, a guy that then when 1A or 1B goes down, he all of a sudden becomes a 3-down back and can run it between the tackles. And like Jahmyr Gibbs is a different animal. And if a guy like Lance Zierlein believes that in any way, shape, or form, the play style is in the same range as Jahmyr Gibbs, I would be. Again, I'm full transparency. I've not watched enough Jeremiah Love to know if he's there or not. But if Lance Zierlein says it and he is that good, anybody believes he is that good, Ron, hey, man, like I said, move heaven and earth to go get that dude. I don't care if you got to move from 28 all the way up to 9. Do whatever you got to do to go get him.
That would be a lot.
That would be a lot.
To carry to go get. Dick, Gibbs is somebody who was just. And I've heard Sean talk about how good he is in the passing game, potentially. Jeremiah Love, Obviously, Sean watched a lot of Notre Dame games. That's just the thing for me is Gibbs is just such a weapon in the passing game, too. And he just has
he's
breakaway speed like that.
I think the thing for me, Ron, with Gibbs is if Gibbs, very few guys, Tyreek Hill has it, I think Chase has it. You know, there's probably 5 guys in the NFL right now that when they touch the football, they are significantly better athletes than everybody else on the field.
Yeah.
And Jahmyr Gibbs is one of them. When you talk about acceleration, explosion, twitch, change of direction, just overall acceleration from 0 to 100, I don't know that. I mean, there's probably 3 or 4 guys like Jahmyr Gibbs out there. So play style, stylistically, Lance is not saying that he is going to be Jahmyr Gibbs, but play style, that's what you're looking at. Hey, man, if when a guy like Lance Zierlein feels confident for any reason to put Jeremiah Love next to Jahmyr Gibbs, I'm buying that.
Man, hell, Ashton Genty went in the top 6 last year, and nobody was saying Jahmyr Gibbs, especially what we've seen from Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, if that's what we start to hear and see from his pro day and everything else, and they start moving to that, boy, 9 might not get it right. Like
that's the bad thing. If this comp holds up and is real, then the Texans are never going to have a shot. Yeah. I honestly don't think they could or would even entertain jumping into the top 10. But my point is if you're a Texans fan out there and you're hoping the Texans make aggressive moves, you've got a couple of shots at veteran running backs remaining, and you've got 1 shot in the draft in Jeremiah Love in hopes that he slides a bit and the Texans are in love with him. That's really, when I say aggressive, that's what the hell I'm talking about.
Yeah, aggressive needs to be a guy that clearly – honest to God, right now, the type of aggressive that I think me and you are thinking about, because I said it, man, swing, baby. Swing. Yeah. The type of aggressive, they should come in and be the second best weapon on the team at least.
Yeah, agreed. They're going to touch it 20 times a game.
I'm just saying, like, there's Nico, if you want to say that. There's Nico, and then it should be that person, right? Not somebody.
The problem right now, to your point, is right now it's Nico, a large gap, and then who?
Probably Woody.
Probably Woody or Schultz.
Or Schultz, yeah.
I mean, that's maybe Higgins. Some of those other guys have snuck in there. But, you've got to close that gap.
Yeah, it should be the bona fide. Because Joe Mixon would bona fide now be the second.
Absolutely.
And they need. All right, coming up as we continue, was this a low of the season for you with that Rockets game on Saturday? A difficult loss, blowing a huge lead in the fourth quarter. Was this the thing that made you look at the Rockets different? We'll discuss that coming up next.
610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
I feel like Clint just got really frustrated. Not even frustrated, disappointed in me.
Definitely judged you.
You know, been on the train a little bit since the new year. Been doing pretty good. Like
been doing really good, man.
Yeah. That's it. Got on the day. Now down almost 21.
21 pounds.
Almost down. Trying to go slow and steady, man. Been doing pretty good in 50 days. Day 50 today.
That's really good. Hell, I'm up. I think I gained the weight you lost.
Did you?
Yeah, somehow. Ain't had a drink yet and still gaining weight. That's all right.
And just really like mostly just meat and veggies here.
Okay.
But I just, and it's when I left here Friday, I had a craving. I kept being run into with Jersey Mike commercials. I don't know if you caught it. I said to you Friday in the middle of the show during the break, I said, what are your top 3 sandwich spots? What's your favorite sandwich spots? I don't know if you remember me saying that.
Absolutely. Yes, I do. I didn't have 3 for you, but I stopped at 1.
Yeah, you stopped at Potbelly's. And
that wreck at Potbelly's, man. Add mushrooms and bacon.
Yep. That's where you know it's
wheat
bad.
Bread.
That's when you know it's bad, Byron. When you're just sitting here ranking your favorite sandwiches. My top 3, by the way, was no order. Potbelly's is in there. Jimmy John's is in there, and Jersey Mike's. Jason's Deli has great soup options to go with some of this.
Yeah.
But those are the 3. Kept being bombarded with Jersey Mike's. Knew my order. And
you got what did they do? Your phone heard you and they started hitting you with ads?
I saw the commercial multiple times on television.
Okay.
And then I started to see ads. And so I just told Clint right before we came back on air, Byron, that yeah, man, I succumbed to Jersey Mike's Friday. Just made a stop before I got to the house. But I wanted to minimize it, so I just went with the mini.
What's wrong with that?
And the mini is just it's very small. The mini got it. You know, just went with my turkey and provolone, added bacon, and Clint looked at me and said, "You cheated for a mini? You cheated for turkey and provolone?"
Yeah, I mean,
it was a cheat meal.
Well, did you miss that he's been eating healthy part?
You can make a healthy sandwich, right?
No, I'd say for a heavy set fella that's not 29 and skinny, I would say that the old sandwich a foot long with some provolone.
Well, it goes again. So I'm not eating very many carbs. I'm not eating bread.
Okay, gotcha.
Not eating any mayo.
Damn it, Byron, we got to raise you up.
Not eating a lot of the.
Here's another opportunity to raise you up a little bit.
The meats were like everything. The turkey and the bacon would have been all right, but
Yeah, I was disappointed. I'll be honest with you. I'm disappointed on 2 fronts.
So let's hear it.
One, if you're going to cheat, man, cheat.
Is that your thought?
Do
you think that 713 base power text line 713-572-4610? This is on food, folks. If you're gonna cheat, you don't minimize the cheat. You just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, look, you gotta.
I should have got the chips and everything.
Absolutely, the soda, whatever your favorite soda is, the chips, the foot long at least. I mean, I could see going with like it. I think there's some of these that have like a medium sandwich where it's like a 2/3 of the sandwich.
Yeah, this was.
I could see the mini. No, ain't no chance in hell. Like if you're going to cheat, you got to cheat. You got to get it out of your system. You got you didn't get it out of your system. A mini's not going to get it out of your system. You got to get it out of your system, then get right back in the damn saddle. You went mini and and then after you ate it, you were like, gosh dang it, I want 3 more minis.
I didn't make it to the CVS, which was right around the corner.
That's actually a good point you made, Clint, because that's what happened to me once.
No, there you go, Byron. I'm trying to raise you up here, man.
Years ago, when I quit soda, at this church event, they had the mini cans, and so it's been like 3 months since I had one. All it took was one. After that, I was back to drinking soda.
That's it. I'm telling you.
So I see what you mean by going big and just getting it out the way.
Just get it out the way. The second part of it is this: provolone and turkey and provolone.
That's number 7. Number 7, add bacon. That's what I do.
That's like right now. If you got to have a sandwich, you're going turkey
That's
and
what I
provolone.
wanted. That's what I Jersey Mike's, and I was kind of fiending for a little Jersey Mike's.
I know, but if it just in general, any sandwich, like you made the decision you're going to cheat, and right now you decided to cheat mini.
It depends on the mood. Maybe the club. Maybe you. Give
Okay,
several.
now you're talking.
Maybe
three different meats. Yes,
meats.
now you're talking.
Or 4, because I made it.
Would you add? Is bacon a meat?
Yeah, they've got one where it's ham, turkey, and roast beef.
Oh, I mean that sucker. You got to get whatever. I mean that thing's got to be thicker than hell, and it's got to be just dripping when you pick it up.
Text line coming through. Text line coming through. Ron, you can't do wrong right. If you're cheating, you got to go all the way. I feel like you can minimize it though. I felt better that I didn't just go for like the large, like the big boy. I felt better that I did. Or the regular. I did. I felt like, all right, if I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do this, and I'm not gonna get any chips that I wanted to get, and I'm not.
I respect
not
you
gonna
for
get
it.
that wild cherry Pepsi that was staring me square in the face.
That's still you're salivating. You do like this. You guys, and you slobbered into your mustache,
into
your beard.
Man, I want it so bad. I really.
Oh
do,
yeah,
man.
if you're gonna cheat, you got to cheat, man. Get it out of your system.
No, man.
Just get out of your system. Get back on the saddle. That whole just teasing me. Nah, man, get that hell out of here.
Rob, why minimize it? One sandwich isn't going to kill you or put all the weight back on. You don't know how this can happen now.
One misstep.
And I was about down 0.6 pounds a day. Probably maybe the mini hurt, but I mean I felt all right.
You'd have broke even if you'd have hit old 12-incher. So it cost you 0.6 a pound. Now look, I'm proud of you, man.
I did stop my man. I said, yeah, I know I wanted that cherry relish, but I want you to also go ahead and throw that mayo on. Let's not leave that off. You want the mayo too? I said, I sure as hell do.
Oh, you got me jonesing for that.
Yeah, if you're gonna have to get that knife dirty again, you're gonna have to get it.
Yeah, I'm proud of you, but that ain't me, man. If I'm on my cheat, when I have a cheat meal, when I'm eating healthy and I do a cheat meal, yeah, I go ahead and go eat the whole thing. I mean, I may even step it up a notch. I may even go 5-piece at Popeyes.
This is interesting. Text line, Ron, you cheated the cheat.
Fair, well said.
That's pretty good.
That's a great phrase. You
That
did.
is. That's pretty good.
Fair, and I'm disappointed.
I'm pissed off how much I spent. I did.
Well, I mean, you saved money. That's the only positive in this thing is you spent about a quarter of what
Clint,
you.
I almost said, "Damn."
Might as well get the big one.
That mini was $8. $8+ for the mini.
Yeah.
I should have just gone up for the regular.
Yeah.
But I felt good about it. I have not. I didn't feel good.
Well, I'm glad you feel better.
I didn't feel bad. Like, all right, it felt like. Now I ate it very quickly. I pounded it.
You enjoyed it?
I did every step of it. I was pissed the last.
Hey, little Luke Bryan.
There it is. That ass is keeping that ass down.
He's clenched up right there.
He's saving it for it. Yeah. No. I'm fine with it. I think that. Yeah, I think if I go mini. But see, this is the thing that'll get me in trouble, Byron. I'll get myself into thinking maybe I can do one mini a week.
No, see, that's a problem. You should have just done 1 12-inch in a month.
No, that's how it goes.
Just get back in the saddle, man. That's the problem. Then one mini turns into 1 mini a week, and then 2 minis a week, and then we're just off the rails.
Do you just have like a cheat day like once a month?
No, I have not. I have not
that's
had
the
one.
first time the first time he cheated.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I know some people do like once a month or whatever, so that's why I was asking.
No, I haven't. Text line coming in. Don't listen to them, Ron. It took one cheat day for me, and all hell broke loose.
No, I said that earlier about my
I never
soda.
looked back and gained the weight again.
Well, I mean, if it was the cheat meal that got you, Ron's guilty of that. I mean, it was one cheat. Ron had one cheat meal. He just cheated.
But I did not go back. I did not. I did.
Yeah,
not.
no, I think
I got back on the.
I think you've got good.
And I didn't double up the dinner.
You're strong. You're strong in that. You're stronger than most folks. He's stronger than most folks when it comes to watching what he eats. I mean, he's accomplished things.
Until I'm not.
Well, but you've accomplished things that I would be willing to bet you about 2 or 3% of our population has ever accomplished when it comes to losing weight to weight loss weight. I mean, that took you a year to be that disciplined.
11 months.
11 months. Sorry.
About just around
like
the time.
28, 29.
Yeah, I was about to say just around the time when.
Since we're talking about
Byron
this.
turns 29.
No, since we're talking about this, I have a question. So my homeboy just asked me if I want to go to a Rockets game with him. So if I got a soda today, is that cool? Because I'm not getting a Powerade.
We'll tell you on the other side. Oh, we'll tell you on the other side. And speaking of the Rockets, let's look at the Rockets. Was that a low point for you with the Rockets last Saturday night when they blew a 16-point lead against the Knicks? We'll discuss that next.
ends The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Back and forth a lot. Show a little cheating is like being a little pregnant. Just go all the way. I don't agree. I did show Byron. I did show Clint what the mini looks like. He was even more disappointed.
Absolutely, that little round son of a gun. I thought it was at least going to be like a quarter of a regular. At least the shape. It's round.
Oh,
they cut it. They cut it. So, yeah, the cutting of it really made me feel better. Like, oh, it's a little bigger. I got two halves.
I'm so hungry right now.
I know. You're struggling.
Line was too long when I got here, Byron, to eat lunch.
He's passed on it.
In the cafeteria downstairs?
Yeah, man. I walked in there and there was a traffic jam for some reason.
Passed it.
Yep. I've actually never had food from there. Is it good?
It's downstairs.
It works.
Convenient.
Works for you. Some things better than others.
Hold on. Not Whole Food Market, but it's
yeah.
No, Whole Food Market sandwiches are good. The ones that they make, like you see them make it, those are good.
Here we go. Here we go, Byron. You already told us how you feel about burning it down.
His chick must work there or something.
Yeah, no. He's trying to maybe he's thinking about maybe he's gonna pick up hours or something.
No, I'm just being honest. Like some Whole Foods customers just do too much. Like, hey, you don't have to tell me why you're spending $200 on groceries. Like you need food in your house.
I think it's very selfish of you to pigeonhole all of them as that. There's some HEB customers that do that.
They probably do, but
you've just turned all of them.
But you work at Whole Foods.
You turn them all
into Whole Foods, right?
Dude,
you weren't at HEB when it happened. You don't have experience to have a fair opinion of HEB customers, Whole Foods Markets customers.
This could be unfair, but I'm just going to assume that Karen that you ran into with the bags is probably they're not all Karens.
I didn't say that they were Karens.
I'm just telling you that. I'm telling
you didn't say it, but
the way you described that bag story, that was a Karen. There's no chance it would.
Yeah.
I know.
You know what's funny?
Her name might have been
we got a new worker in, the same thing happened to her because when I was coming back in from getting the grocery carts, I saw the lady was upset, and I went up to the line. And I was like, hey, did you not give her a bag discount? And it was like, yep, same thing. Like, because she starts talking to herself as she's walking out like she's in disbelief. And it's just like, it's just 10 cents.
Yeah, not to her.
She wants her discount. It's her money, bro.
Discount, hers.
It's whether it's 10 cents or $10. It's her money. It's her money to decide if she wants it or not yours or the girl that knew hire.
Probably a little aggressive.
All right, here's another one. Clint, when you go to Whole Foods, right?
Hey, man, we're not doing Whole Food stories, man. All right? This is not Whole Food. I got to take control, Byron. Now, calm the hell down just a tick.
I got another one. Hey, Clint.
Not only did he say it, if you're on YouTube, Byron stuck his finger out. Here's another one. Like, ding, I got another one. Real quick, before you get another for you to derail us and hijack this thing with another Whole Food story, real quick. Was that a low point? Was that the low point, the Rockets, on Saturday night?
Got to be.
91-75?
Got to be.
In the fourth quarter, you got a lead and just absolutely blow a 16-point lead in the fourth quarter, and the way it looked, was that a low point? It was for me, too.
Yeah, look, there's no question for me it was a low point. I mean, your national TV against a contender, against a good, really good basketball team. They're not a contender?
Oh, they are.
Okay. I think say, damn, what happened?
No, the other Knicks are contender.
Yeah, I mean, I just, to me, it wasn't a really good basketball team going out there and taking the game over in the fourth quarter and winning a game. To me, that was the Rockets just peeing down their leg and losing a game. And I think I went back and watched the fourth quarter again today. Because usually when I'm watching the Rockets, kind of in the background, just watching, as periodically as I can. And I went back and watched the fourth quarter today, and I just that can't happen when you've got a Kevin Durant type player on your team. You got an all-time great on your team like that. You can't have a 16 or 18 point lead in the fourth quarter and just fall apart the way that the Rockets did. So I think there's a Kevin Durant dynamic here. I think there's an Ime Udoka dynamic here.
Absolutely.
The way that it looked. And the thought that when asked about it after the game, there was a remark about Amen Thompson and Reed Shepherd. And look, man, they're only going to do what you're either coaching or allowing them to do. And it just, man, it left a lot to be desired from that coaching department. I'll move on to Amen Thompson and Şengün initiating offense from beyond the arc cannot be the answer for the Rockets, and it is consistently. That cannot be the answer for the Rockets. Şengün is it's just that clearly the momentum is in the Knicks' favor, and they're rolling. And our response is to come down the floor and give it to Şengün outside the three-point line and let him attack. Like I just don't know. And while everybody else stands around and looks at it,
that was the part, Clint, was yes, teams are going to make runs. In the NBA, right, if you watch it every night, 20-point leads get broken all the time in the NBA. Teams are going to make their run. You get in the fourth quarter, you knew the Knicks were going to make at least one good hard push. But that don't mean you just have to stop scoring. That hard push doesn't have to result to 33-15 in the fourth quarter. And I think it was a low point, and I would say most concerning. I'm seeing some people who are, yes, it was a shake my head moment for our Rockets. It was supposed to be potentially an upset. It was bad, Clint, because the problems that they had last year with Fred VanVleet, by the way, the problems they had last year at the end of games, not running good offense, not appearing to know where they were going to go, not appearing to understand who should take the shots, consistently it being different people. They just seemed to be that was everything that people always talked about. What are the Rockets going to do late in games? Do they have a guy? Yeah. They got Kevin Durant here. And down the stretch, when the Knicks turned up their defensive intensity, and by the way, down the stretch of that game, there were not going to be any fouls called either side, right? I mean, the number that Finney Smith was doing in the post to Karl Anthony Towns every time he tried to post up, and the number they were doing on Kevin Durant every time he came off the screen, it was that looked like 90s physicality. But anyway, that you could it was evident. The Knicks and the way they ran offense and the plan they got their best players switched up on matchups. And not just their best player, they would get Finney Smith, who started out on Cat, guarding him, and a guard then switching out on Cat. And there were advantages both right there. And they would have them all the way on that side of the floor, a two-man game. And then you go look on the other side. It looked like, hey, guys, move out the way. Let's see if Kevin got it.
Yep.
And then there were a couple of times where Şengün was like, damn it, I ain't shot it in 5 strips, so I'm going up with it. Like there was no like, all right, this is what we're going to do. And again, maybe some spacing on the floor. Reed Shepherd, I don't even remember if he played in the late, especially down the stretch late. I don't even remember if he played. They were hitting shots, and you were like, they were hoping they were going in.
Yeah, look, when you are one of the worst clutch teams in basketball, your coach and your superstars simply cannot escape the crosshairs. They are within 5-point game, when the game's within 5 points and there's 5 minutes or less left in the game, and that's considered clutch moments, the Rockets are one of the worst. Like your coach, from a scheme perspective, from a weapon perspective, can't escape the crosshairs. Durant obviously can't escape the crosshairs because of who he is. He's one of the greatest of all time. Like you can't keep going out there and not having a plan. You got to overcome coaching it. That is the case to a certain extent. The next tier of superstars here, but Şengün, it was not a good look. It was an absolute terrible look for them, if we're being honest, man. Look, there's a lot of times, Ron, where we can talk about the Rockets and Fred VanVleet being hurt, or the Rockets and the lack of a point guard. Sure. To me, this ain't one of them.
It ain't the whole thing. You don't just lay it at the feet of, well, they don't have a point guard.
Well, it would have been different if Fred VanVleet was there, sure. But if Fred VanVleet's the only guy in the entire organization that can control the momentum, or at least make attempts to control the momentum of a game and keep you from just, bending over and giving up a 16-point lead in the fourth quarter. I don't know, man.
I don't think Fred VanVleet then changes. Oh, we're going to go pick and rolls here, or we're going to go. Yeah. We're going to have movement. I think they would have been doing the same thing. It just would have been Fred on the floor somewhere and somebody else, maybe Tari Eason or somebody not there. All right, coming up a little 5 o'clock fire. History for the United States. They come away with a huge win. The story in the sports world yesterday in the division. There's an update on the Colts and their quarterback situation. Franchise tags being levied, and a big one in Lawrence, Kansas for U of H tonight. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you, look, if you are
KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill is not here, but Whole Foods Byron is in the building. He's lost out on Bryce Young, and now Whole Foods Byron is in the building.
I prefer Bryce Young.
Nope, Whole Foods Byron, who is getting himself ready every day and said, "I'm not going to let these Whole Food people get to me. I'm not going to let these Clint Stoerners get to me." Whole Foods Byron is in the building. Tyler, he'll be out today. Should be with us tomorrow.
It's a good thing. He did not go to Mexico.
Yeah. Feel bad as his trip got canceled.
I don't.
All right. I'm glad
it got canceled.
I want to make it very clear.
It's not safe there, Ron.
I understand the safety. I feel bad it got canceled because they were going to have some good times. He was going to do a lot of tequila. He was going to do a lot of whiskey in areas where Clint believes he should have been doing.
Yeah, he was going to sit on the beach and drink old fashions.
It's not bad. Thought.
Terrible. It's like eating a mini. It's like eating a mini sandwich.
Why do you get off? It's not that bad.
I'm just telling
you, man.
Terrible.
Good. You're just hungry. All right, but Tyler should be back with us. But Byron has been holding it down, as he always does when he steps in for Tyler. And let's kick it off here, Clint, and that is the story in the sports world from yesterday and kind of the closeout of the Olympics, and that is the men's hockey. United States men's hockey team, just like the women, they defeated in a tight one in overtime. They defeated Canada. They win 2-1 yesterday. Jack Hughes was the one who hit the game winner. They went into sudden death, 3-on-3 in overtime, and the U.S. they win the gold medal. First time they won the gold medal since 1980 with Ika Ruzzaroni and that crew and Herb. And they won for the first time since 1980 in Lake Placid. They win in Italy 2-1, and they have faced each other multiple times now. League of Nations, a couple of other Olympics they've faced in the final. This is becoming a real rivalry and a big moment. And I would argue I think it's arguable to say it was the number one thing in these Winter Olympics. On the last night, it capped off the Winter Olympics and probably the thing that most people are into, but it was a huge, huge win. And just one of those, and Byron, I know you jumped into it and many people saw it. It was just one of those really cool sports events that you just kind of found yourself into. Maybe some people didn't. I didn't intend to, but it was one of those cool sports moments.
I missed it because, again, Sunday mornings, mornings are my mind typically doesn't go to Olympics, hockey, sports at all on Sunday mornings, but that's for them babies in church. And all of a sudden I start getting text messages of the USA celebrating, and I'm thinking, well, damn, I guess I missed a game. I guess I missed it. So yeah. Clearly I was not engaged, but I tell you, I'm to the fact that both our men's and our women's put on a show and won the gold medal and beat Canada in both on both sides. I'm here for it, man.
Your commercial played on it too, like during a commercial break.
Yeah, Mocair Injury Lawyers got a little love. Yeah, there you go.
Patrick Creighton said you may have missed it, but we didn't miss you. We saw you multiple times.
Yeah, man. There we go.
Your commercial, but no, man. It was a cool. I don't know, man. Maybe just wasn't enough star power, and I don't know. Maybe they didn't build it up enough. This was not, and I'll just say for me, maybe some of you were. This was just not a Winter Olympics that I was dialed in on. I just couldn't get into the stories. I mean, I don't necessarily need Nancy Kerrigan getting caned with a cane to get me into it, but I mean that would help. But I mean it was, I don't know, it was interesting to see. I didn't seem to really get into it a lot until this matchup, and like you said earlier, when we saw the women's gold medal game, we just kind of stumbled upon it because it was on TV in here, and it's not something that I was seeking out for.
Yeah.
I don't know. I know the Winter Olympics is generally a little different than the Summer Olympics, but I usually get into it more than this, and I didn't.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not a big Olympics guy. Big American guy. Proud to be an American. Big USA. I'll chant USA. No problem with it. But I'm not I've never been a big sit down and watch Olympics, unless it's just something the Dream Team back in the day, or just something that is so captivating that you gotta catch it. Yeah, I'm not like. Sunday morning, man, is I'll be honest with you, I had no idea the game was that morning.
Yeah. All right, congratulations. Closing ceremonies. It's over, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's over. By the way, the America USA, we were second in the medal rankings. Norway was one. Yep. We were second, and tip the cap to them hockey guys, hockey gals. Man, it's big time.
Yeah, it was fun. It was that was a fun. Apologize to the people in the church that I got locked in to watch on there, but it was a fun event.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, in the division, Daniel Jones and the Indianapolis Colts have begun discussions on a multi-year contract extension, according to Tom Pelissero. Jones signed a 1-year, $14 million deal with Indy last season, and there's mutual interest for both sides to finalize a new deal. This one makes sense with what he was able to do, especially healthy. A couple of things is, one, how healthy is he?
Yeah.
And does this mean they expect him to come back maybe sooner than later? And if Daniel Jones is relatively healthy by early enough where it can matter, not like week 10 or something, but early enough that it can matter, do you look at the Colts as a real threat in the division and in the AFC to the Texans, at least in regards to the Texans?
Yeah, look, I think healthy Daniel Jones, healthy across the board. Now they got to figure out what they're going to do at the wide receiver position. I think if they don't re-sign Alec Pierce, that's going to be a big hit. It's a big part of what they did. But as long as their quarterback's healthy, their running back's healthy, I really like Shane Steichen. Yeah, I think they're going to be competitive within the division. Absolutely. I mean, last year was, I don't know that they're as good as they started off and as hot as they started off, and I don't know that they're as bad as they finished. But when your quarterback goes down, it's a big change to your offense. Because look, Daniel Jones is not a guy that's going to go out there and win the rushing title, but he is a guy obviously that his legs are a weapon. His legs are something that you have to prepare for, and we'll see. If the Colts, I know it was previously, we'll see if that's still as much of a part of his game coming back off of that Achilles rupture. Wasn't it Achilles rupture?
It was Achilles, yeah. That's the wonder of, because if you're thinking multi-year deal, they have to feel somewhat.
Well, yeah, you look at Aaron Rodgers, old ass came back from it just fine, and when you look at quarterback things, I don't suspect that
Kurt didn't seem to come back from it.
Yeah, Kurt was always hobbled around a bit, but yeah, I just don't think that there's going to be a ton of drop off of what he's capable of doing. Now he is a little bit different in that he's kind of a tweener in a sense of his athletic ability is part of what he brings to the table. So we'll see how much that is affected. I wouldn't imagine much.
Yeah, I got to see what he looks like. I got to see how quickly he comes back, but I do think that making that trade and giving up everything they gave up for Sauce Gardner, like multiple first-round picks down the line, I do think that kind of pushed them in a position where they have to kind of go almost all in on the winning, right? They can't leave themselves in a situation where they're starting over a bit because they've committed now. They have committed and thrown chips to the table. They don't have picks to really go out and do that. And Daniel Jones clearly worked for them. And we'll see what happens. If he is healthy, though, I do wonder if Daniel Jones was healthy. That seemed to work with him and Jonathan Taylor and Shane Steichen. I do wonder what that looked like down the stretch, but obviously it wasn't. I think the big key is to see, as we said, when he comes back. Does he come back, within the first month of the season or first, 5 or 6 weeks? All right, so that's the latest there. It looks like the Colts are going to make a decision on their quarterback situation. It looks like Daniel Jones potentially will be the Colts quarterback for multiple seasons.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Falcons, it looks like they plan to use their franchise tag, Clint, on tight end Kyle Pitts. A lot of people thought he would be a potential large commodity, somebody that you could really see go for big money. That makes sense for him, what he finally did last year. Finally, Clint, because to me, it felt like for whatever reason, maybe it was the coaching, whatever was around him, but it just seemed like Kyle Pitts never really lived up to that high draft status. And then last year, I think he was the second production-wise, the second best tight end in football.
Yeah.
And now Kevin Stefanski comes over with that crew. He picked it. He picked a great year to have a big year to get big money potentially. I wonder, is this last year's Kyle Pitts the Kyle Pitts we're going to see moving forward, or was last year more of the anomaly and he's more what he has?
I can't speak to the health part of it, but I tell you it's a convincing package. He is an elite athlete at that position. He's fun to watch. And look, whether it's Michael Penix Jr. or it's Kurt, what's my man's name? Kurt, the quarterback.
Cousins.
Kirk Cousins. Regardless, I think he's going to be a productive player. I don't want to speak to the health of it because I'm not real up on his all the different injuries that he has or hasn't had. But when he's healthy, he's special. And so I would imagine in that offense, he's going to be just fine.
Even better, even Kevin Stefanski maybe brings out
absolutely
the best out of him. So yeah, man, Kyle Pitts, that was he was one to watch. He was one to watch to see where he would potentially go and how people would view him coming up. But yeah, him, Bijan Robinson, and Drake London started to play better. That is a crew that Kevin Stefanski. Well, they said he wasn't calling plays, which was interesting. That is a crew though that you can see having a big run. So Kyle Pitts looks like he is at the very least going to be franchise tagged and not going to be somebody that could be off the market. So he's going to stay an Atlanta Falcon.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, there's a huge game tonight in Lawrence, Kansas, as U of H, who they've dropped to number 5 this week. They will take on Kansas, who's number 14. You can see us on YouTube and Twitch. I'm pulling for a certain team in this game, and this is a huge game for both teams, from seeding to chances to win the Big 12 championship. If we look at U of H, Clint, entered this time frame where they had a 3-game stretch where they were going to play at Iowa State, a top 10 team, at Arizona, or home to Arizona, a top 10 team, and then they were going to have to go to Lawrence and play Kansas, all 3 in a row. In the Big 12, there are stretches like that. They still have a chance to win the Big 12 championship. They really need to get off this night. They haven't lost 3 games in a row in almost a decade. I would expect we probably see, I don't know about the A game, but at least the most aggressive hustle, all of this. I am certain Kelvin Sampson has their attention, and I'm a little concerned.
Yeah, I mean, you should be. You should be. Houston's a 2.5-point favorite at your place. I'm a Cougs fan tonight. Got to keep your Jayhawk ass in your place. You know, got to whoop a little tail and come back in here with our chest poked out. What do you say, Cougs?
I don't know that I would go there. I mean, again, I think a big part of this is how long's Darren Peterson going to go tonight?
Well, I need U of H to have Ron over there pacing in the second half. Just have him pacing.
Oh, they're going to have him pacing. It'll be a tight game. Yeah, it's you got a matchup of, I think a lot of NBA scouts will be there. You got a matchup of 2, I think, guaranteed top 10 picks in Kingston Fleming from U of H and Darren Peterson. And we'll see who wins this thing. 8 o'clock tonight, baby. Yeah, I'm gonna be locked in. I want to take this time. If you missed it earlier today, I'm very disappointed in Reggie.
Reggie had a Tula in the loop. That is.
I'm very disappointed in Reggie because I found out Reggie's one of those guys. And now that Reggie has done this to me, I will wait my time.
One of those guys. What's
well, he's one of the guys that your team loses, and oddly enough, he is his favorite college basketball team is. We're his top rivals because they're not really rivals to us, but we're his top rivals. K-State, they're like cousins. Like, good job, K-State. Like little cousins. Look at them, so cute. Look at them. Good job. Got Michael Beasley. Good job. And he just simply texted me Saturday after Kansas got their ass kicked at home by Cincinnati. Cincinnati? Question mark. Okay. Right.
I don't think he meant no harm by it, man.
I don't know.
The look on his face, man, he felt bad about it.
Oh, you think he did?
Yeah, he felt bad about it.
I don't know. I don't trust those K-State people. I don't trust Reggie. I think Reggie knows exactly what he was doing. And I'll be honest.
I got you back, Reggie.
John Lopez, the way that John backed me up on that, I agree with him now.
I think he's just trying to look out for you.
No, I don't think he was.
Because, if Arkansas lost, out Tex Clint just because Coach Cal's his coach.
Wow.
But
that's all right. Clint would, but see, Clint could, it wouldn't bother Clint that much.
Nah.
I understand. For me, it's now. You hit Clint up in the.
Do I need to call him then?
Yeah, you should. He didn't call you though when they came in there and whooped your ass. But now, if you were looking and Arkansas somehow found their way to the semifinal of the college football playoff and they lost 20-17. I don't know that Clint is ready to embrace that phone call.
I'm not going to answer. I'm not responding.
I don't think.
Yeah, that'd be a tough one.
I don't think that feels the same way. Boy, did that sound good in your ears?
Oh, getting there sounds great. Yeah.
All right, let's check on to see what Tyler did on Friday. I know he missed one of his bets. I'm surprised Tyler didn't send in his best bet, but we'll look at that. And also, wait till you hear the win total for the Texans. I wonder, do you feel like the Texans have put themselves in a position where this is a team that you kind of know where they're going to be? This is a closer to double-digit win team year in and year out. We'll discuss that coming up next. But before we get there, guys, I got to let you know, I got to be honest. Many of you, hell, I've only been in Texas for 6 years, so many of you have lived here your whole lives, and you know what it's like when this Texas weather hits. And you even know when it's like it ain't even weather, and all of a sudden the grid makes a decision to go down. That is why I am so happy I made the switch over to Base Power. I'm telling you right now, they've got many, many things that you will love. And I would say probably number one for me is they're the only power company with home backup power built right into it. So when that happens, when you lose power, when the grid goes down, when the hurricane is hitting or a big storm is hitting, your lights automatically stay on. You don't have to go and drag that generator. Trust me, I have done that. You don't have to go and wait in gas lines to fill up the gas to put into the generator. I've done that. And right now, the switch is easy. Right now, they are making it easy for you, Sports Radio 610 listeners. If you sign up using the link, Base Power will cover your current termination fee up to $250, saving you cash. Go see if your home qualifies like mine did at basepower.com/610. That's basepower.com/610.
It's that time of year again. The Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo is around the corner, and we've got your tickets here on Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back.
Go
in.
Cougs. Wow. Well played, Bijani. That was good. As you heard that, he steps in the big window here, double bird and Ron. We got a Coug Jayhawk standoff in the studio, ladies and gentlemen.
Byron, I don't know if you know what show you're working on.
Go Cougs.
Okay.
Yes, it comes with a live double bird shot right there.
I request him off the show. I request Byron. Are you kidding me, Byron? I've defended you all day.
This is great. Well done.
Wow.
Well
You did it
done,
twice
boys.
in my face? I expect that from Sean Bijani. I expect that from Colin. I don't expect that from you. I talk wrestling with you.
We can still talk wrestling.
I respond to your text.
Yeah, I'm going to text you during Elimination Chamber, too.
He really
I'm not gonna
appreciates
answer.
that.
I'm not going to answer it.
Are you just going to give me the LOL response?
And you thought you were getting closer to getting me to follow you. And
I forgot about that.
That ship has sailed now.
Clint follows me.
Ground zero. That's
Well,
fine.
I didn't realize.
I don't.
You got a different name on there.
Oh, yeah, Scoots World. The username?
Yeah, I usually don't rush to follow Scoots World. I didn't know.
That's always been my username.
I didn't know that was you,
yeah,
Chief.
Yep, and I know
my
it.
point
I've
is,
gone
I didn't
to
know
it.
it was you.
I've gone to it.
Why didn't you follow, man?
I have to earn it, he said. And he said I haven't earned it.
And
you got to
damn
earn a
sure.
show follow.
And this damn sure isn't earned it.
Hey, everybody out there, you don't have to earn anything, man. Just follow me at Clint Stoerner. You ain't got to earn it. Follow me at Clint Stoerner.
If you ask Clint to follow you, he'll follow you.
He does.
I'm gonna get my follow before my birthday, so I got 8 months.
This is the most
well played.
This is the most disappointing.
You'll be 29 in 8 months.
You broke my heart. Is what you did.
My bad, boss. When's your birthday?
None of your damn business. We're not that close.
He's Cinco de Mayo.
Come on, man. What are you doing, man?
Oh,
hey, I was gonna check Facebook. So.
Cinco de Mayo, baby.
I'll change it.
Right around the corner.
No. But no, big one tonight, baby. Big one tonight. I see you, Sean Bijani. Walked in there and Sean just grabbed his shoulder and said, "Rock chalk, baby." Walked out.
And then you got the double birds.
And then he got the double bird. Walked out, did it. Yeah. Never working on my fence. That was low. I didn't mean that.
That is great.
That got away from me. I always go for the jugular. No, Tyler, I'm looking at Tyler's bets, Clint. Whew.
Was it not pretty?
I know he missed two. I know he missed the Harden. He missed the Pacers one bad. Let me look at the. He may have gotten the T-Wolves and the Mavericks. Yeah, I think he may.
Under 239.5.
Oh, under
239.5 Mavericks T-Wolves.
I don't think he got that.
Okay, Denver Nuggets money line Trailblazers.
No. All right, no, under 239. Okay, he got that one. And what was the money line?
Denver Nuggets at Trailblazers.
And for the Nuggets?
Yes.
That was easy.
Yeah.
They won by 50.
Well, there you have it.
So
that's good money. 2 for 2. So he split, man. He'd be proud of that.
No, but he'll take, especially where he is right now. He'll take that. Yeah, that's yeah. All right, man. Not bad. So T Mill's best bets. They'll be back tomorrow, as he is. He's still in the States. I don't think that's what he planned, but he is still here in the States. Someone text in, Ronnie. Kansas loses. You should let Clint shave your head. No, you should let Clint shave your head. Okay. I've done head things. Pause. I've done things with my hair.
It can get dicey. Better be careful with that text line talking about head.
Yeah. Thank God Tyler's not here. Tyler might have cracked the mic from wherever he is right now. Just crack something. You've done what? Yeah. I've done hair things already on there. I don't need to shave it. I don't need to do it. But you're welcome to come in here and let Clint shave your head. I'm sure he will do it.
Got some clippers.
Got some clippers to do that.
May or may not be the ones I manscape with, but I'll let you know after I shave your head with them.
You don't have separate?
No.
You shave your beard with the same thing you shave your balls with?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be accurate. I got one set of clippers. Yeah, one little trimmer. Yeah.
We'll save this.
I mean, are you scared? Are you scared of?
Just save this for tomorrow.
I mean, I don't shave my beard. I shave my beard with a razor.
Okay, but
so I don't trim around my mouth the way you do with clippers on a daily basis.
But you do run.
I do. It's my sideburns.
Sideburns. So that thing that you run your balls, you run sideburns.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is that a common thing? 713-572-4610. Do you shave your face with the same thing?
I'll go from
you shave your balls.
I'll go from nose and ears to chest to belly to waistline to
just keep coming. Same thing
to the joint. Absolutely. You got something? I mean, is there a reason why you wouldn't?
I don't do that. I never. There's separation there, but I didn't. Maybe that's a thing.
I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Byron, do you?
I'd like to think that. I mean, my joint's the cleanest part of my body at this point.
I have 2 different clippers.
Okay. All right. Okay.
You're lying, Byron. I can tell I'm coming to fidgety.
No, because I bought a new one.
Whole fool people.
Yeah, I got one like them real barber ones.
Yeah,
like my mustache and stuff.
Tyler. I'm a one clipper guy. I don't think I've ever had 2 different sets of clippers. Clippers, baby.
Like I do have a clipper, honestly, for like just like you said, like my chest and stuff. Because the one I do for my mustache, I can't use that for my chest. Because like the thing that rotates, the hair will get tangled and it'll like yank it.
Oh, you do. So, you got an electric razor like that?
Yeah.
No. This is, I go from straight razor on my face and clippers everywhere else.
Yeah. Well, I don't. What I shave, I go chest and here goes the same.
Okay.
Balls are left alone for their own razor.
Okay, that's fair.
Interesting.
I don't. I mean, I get.
I didn't know if that was a deal. Champ Slice said, "Bruh, I quit."
What's that mean?
I promise my ball area is cleaner than my head/face.
I mean, I agree.
I use one pair of clippers to do every job. I agree.
Now, again, I don't know. Like, if not that I wouldn't. I'm not above it, but I would think that you may have some things that maybe shape your beard and your little bald.
Minors,
like,
you
may have something a little different that you don't need down there. So you may have multiple, but I don't. I mean, no, I don't.
Yeah, it just feels. Yeah, it feels.
However, the times that I have had a beard, like you have, where you know, I mean, I've used the same one. Never a multiple clippers guy. Never thought, let me have this. Now, I did get one sent to me in the mail one time, and I used it one time that was supposed to be just a manscaper, and it didn't really tickle my fancy, so I went back to my old school.
Yeah, text line. Hell no, 2 different clippers for me. Face and body are different. Text line, Ron, can you see your balls? Yeah. Bring your mom through here. I bet you she can see them too. I bet you can see my balls, everything.
Okay.
I promise you. Come on through. Bring her through.
Hey.
I tap that ass so quick.
Okay, man.
I'm just saying. Hey, man. Hey, you want to step out there? I'll step out there. I promise you. You'll see all of them.
Bring her through. Bring moms through.
She'll see that hook to the right all day. Just saying that. Hey, if you want to be in it, you can be in it. I promise you. Now,
I just want to feel comfortable using my one razor, my one clipper, set of clippers.
I'm just. I don't know.
What do you think? What do you think the
ratio is? I don't know. I'm about to send this text out to the fellas.
Okay.
See, are you? And don't lie about it. Yeah.
I got a feeling with your group, as much as y'all trash as y'all talk, they're going to immediately say no, even though it's not the truth.
You think some of these are liars?
Like you can't tell me. I've met them. You can't tell me a couple of them ain't just. Hey man, let me hit this thing.
I know Steve.
Let me hit this thing.
Steve for sure is. Steve's got to. I'm certain. Them Kappas ain't running with this one. All right, coming up, we'll look at the Texans win total and Clint's saying they need to be aggressive at the running back position.
You're damn right.
What does that mean? When you say aggressive, what does that mean? Does that mean second-round pick? Does that mean Kenneth Walker? Does that mean Rico Dowdle? What does that mean when you say aggressive back?
Rico Dowdle.
We'll talk about that. Apparently not Rico. We'll talk about that next.
All right, y'all, look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. There ain't no doubt about it, man. If you're out there and you're dealing with some sinus issues, allergy issues, maybe some sleep problems, maybe you or your significant other, maybe y'all are snoring like a freight train, keeping the other one up, keeping the kids up. I've been there. I got the answer for you. I got the solution for you. It's Dr. Matoran. Look, I tell you, I've been over to his office. He is a tremendous dude. His staff is absolutely beautiful, and the clinic, the office, is all the bells and whistles, everything you could possibly need. Bottom line is this: if you want to get back to sleeping your best nights and living your best life, Dr. Matoran is the way to go. 713-665-8887. 713-665-8887. You can always get more information at drmatoran.com. DRMATORIN.
SportsRadio.com/610. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, coming up behind us as we continue here on a Monday is our good friends with Texans All Access. Mark Vandermeer, John Harris. They will hold it down as normal. They got you as soon as we get done here at 6 o'clock. They will take over. And then after that, a show. Area 45 right here live. They'll go from 7 to 11. And a show that is done by Patrick Creighton. And they will do Patrick Creighton and someone else. They will do the show together tonight, 7 to 11. So a lot of Patrick Creighton tonight. Area 45 as soon as this thing is over. As soon as Texans All Access is over, you will get Patrick Creighton on Area 45 tonight. So stay locked in as they will hold it down late night. They'll hold it down late night. You get double bird me, you're going to get your name said.
Get left out.
You get left out for a day. Damn it. No, man, they'll have fun. I'm sure they'll talk about this big game between KU and Houston tonight. So stay tuned for them. They'll talk it through as they'll be on about a little less than an hour after that game ends. Probably give you a little post game to that too. So it should be a fun one tonight. All right, Clint. Right now, and this is prior to understanding what they're going to do in the draft, the combine. This thing gets kicked off this week. We'll hear from Nick Caserio soon. And also free agency to really put this team together. So we'll have a different feel of this team coming up around Byron's half birthday. So we'll have a different feel about this team. But right now, Vegas has them as a win total at 9.5. 9.5 win total. This team has won double-digit games all 3 seasons under D'Amico Ryans. They've won 12 last year, 10 the previous 2 years. You look at this team, obviously they'll have a second-place schedule. They're coming off of getting to the divisional round for the 3rd straight year and questions about their quarterback and their offense. Is this team for you now a team that you look at, this is a double-digit win type of team? This is a team that you feel comfortable to say, yeah, 9.5, I'll take the over on that.
Absolutely, 10 out of 10 times. I will. If there's a conversation to be had, it's about can this team realistically expect to win 3 or 4 playoff games versus the best that the NFL has to offer. That's the question. When it comes to regular season and being one of the elite teams in the regular season, I think Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans have done a hell of a job putting that together. It would shock me if they didn't win between 10 and 12 games as long as D'Amico Ryans is here. You're in a weaker division. The AFC is not that it matters, but the AFC is not right now as strong as it has been in the past. I think when it comes to playing great defense, you're going to be in every game. I do believe C.J. Stroud is good enough to even win a couple of games on his own. I think he will. He's not a guy that's going to buck the system completely and the wheels are going to come off. I do think he's going to try to commit to this offense and minimize mistakes, play that minimize mistake type of quarterback. And I think with that said, over an 18-week, 17-game season, I think you're going to win a lot more games than you lose. Now, I think the floor, where I'm going with that, I think the floor for this football team and for this organization in Houston, I think the floor is higher than most teams in the NFL. Now, the problem is we don't know where the ceiling's at. The ceiling's inconsistent because of what the offense does or doesn't bring to the table. And if we're being honest, because of what C.J. Stroud does or doesn't bring to the table, depending on what side of that fence you're standing on. So, for me, the thing that maybe we're taking for granted, maybe we're not giving enough credit to, I guess, is the team that D'Amico's built, the team that Nick Caserio's built, the team that Cal and Hannah has put together, both the coaching staff as well as the team and players, this is a top half of the league, 9 to 10 win team until D'Amico decides he doesn't want to be here. Now, the thing is, Ron, is that shouldn't really blow up anybody's skirt, right? I mean, you're 2 games better than 500, and 500 and below football teams are considered bad football teams. And so I think this team is definitely 2 wins better than the bad football teams in this league.
Yeah, and I said this earlier, their fall apart, bustability is pretty low, right? The things that I don't think that you just see them and they're just going to get drilled very many times, right? I don't think their defense and the way they play will allow it. So I think they're going to play a lot of tight games, and I think they're very comfortable in those games. And that's just something they've done for the past 3 years. And that's just going to – and the major parts on this team are used to that. And their defense just isn't going to allow them to just have teams run away from them. Like we saw them start off 0-3 and still try to figure things out. And they've got probably a weaker schedule than they did last year. So, it just – as you said, I don't know if you're like, man, they're going to be able to do what Seattle did and run through and win – a Super Bowl and beat 3 good opponents. But I think, as you've said, most of the teams are average to below average. And I think the Texans have a clear advantage just with their culture, their makeup, and their defense, and their ability to minimize mistakes. I know the last 2 games we watched doesn't bring that to your thoughts with C.J. Stroud, but for the most part, they have minimized mistakes. And that's going to win you most of those games.
Well, nobody, and I don't know this for sure, but I feel comfortable making a statement, confidently saying it. But nobody puts more effort into doing the simple things savagely well. Nobody puts more effort into minimizing risk. I mean, literally at the cost of points, kind of deal. Nobody does that, I think, to a degree. Further than the Texans. I'm not going to say the Texans are in a league of their own, but I think they do a tremendous job of, they're going to be a great tackling team. They're going to be a team that penetrates and disrupts block schemes, whether it's protection or run game. A lot of the stuff starts on the defensive side of the ball. They're going to be very sound defensively. Offensively, they're going to minimize mistakes in a major, major way. And when you do that, better than other teams around the league, in the regular season, you're going to win a lot of games. And I'm convinced the Texans are – they're that if not, they're definitely that if anything.
Yeah. Yes, I'm with you on that. By the way, is this the last couple of hours that we're going to get another Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao fight?
I saw that.
I saw that and I was disappointed because I'm not watching that.
I mean, you watch wrestling, don't you?
Yeah.
Why would you not watch it?
Because
you are too watching that.
No, I'm not.
You are.
No.
Let me ask you this. Did you watch Tyson and Jake Paul?
The first 2 rounds, and I turned it off.
If you watch that, you're going to watch this. I'm sorry. I don't mean to do this, and this is not just because you betrayed me. That's a bold-faced lie. You're going to watch Mayweather Pacquiao. You're gonna want to see what the car wreck is. You're going to want to see it. They're staging it as 2. The second one. Yeah,
the second one?
I guess it is.
I'll watch the promos.
And then you'll watch the fight. Come on, it's on Netflix. You will. That is a lie.
The first one scarred me, man. I should have never bought that fight.
I can't give too much pushback to Byron on this one, even though I think he's a nut job. I think he will watch it, but I'm completely out on these exhibition boxing matches. I'm completely out.
You don't think you're going to watch this?
I mean, if somebody that I like to spend time around has a little party, or maybe if I want to have some people over, that's kind of
it's just easy hit on Netflix. Just the easy.
Well, yeah. I mean, I may turn it on and hang out with a few folks, but I'm not jonesing for it. No.
Yeah, listen, Tyler. This would be Byron's free birthday gift right here, September 19th. So we're loading up into October right here. This is kind of a birthday present for you to watch this for you. Yeah. There is just because, man, it's gonna be a big event, It's going to have a big event feel, and you're going to watch it, and they're going to talk people into the arena, and it's what is happening on Saturday, September 19th. Well, they may be up against a really good college football game. We'll see what.
You said the 19th?
But it'll be late.